At the celestial head star, three strange phenomena suddenly appeared at the same time. The first was a girl who just woke up, after tens of thousands of years of being frozen. The second was a boy who suddenly drifted to a certain beach, then woke up just like that girl. They both didn't know who they were or why they were there. The third and even more mysterious thing was a boy hatching from an egg with a life aura of 100,000 years. Even stranger, when the egg hatched, the boy ravenously ate his own eggshell, witnessing the scene before him. This young man couldn't believe the reports from his subordinates, nor could he believe what was happening right before his eyes. An object discovered under a super low temperature ice layer in the far north turned out to be a child hatched from an egg. How could this be considered normal? When Nam approached a little closer, he saw the boy ravenously eating the eggshell. Lam Tu's mood was very bad at this time. If all the data showed that the child was just a normal human baby, then their survey this time, apart from the eggshell fragments, would leave nothing else behind. So Lam Tu ordered his subordinates to collect the eggshell fragments for research purposes, but just as they took the eggshell away, the boy cried out loudly, "Try to soothe him. If you can't, take his food away. Maybe he'll stop crying," Nam said irritably. Lam Tu then put a piece of eggshell into the boy's hand. As a result, he ate it happily and stopped crying. They didn't know what to do. So for now, just let the boy eat a little more. But his speed of biting the eggshell was really fast. In the blink of an eye, only 1/10 of the eggshell remained. Lam Tu's subordinates couldn't help but remind him, fearing this would cause some trouble. Not long ago, the Federation had severely dealt with a case of scientific research fraud, and this time, their situation was such that even 100 mouths wouldn't be able to explain clearly. Lam Tu sighed deeply, saying he would personally explain the seriousness of the matter. The remaining eggshell fragments had to be kept for research. Although the boy started crying loudly again, they couldn't do anything else. They just hoped to discover something from the remaining eggshell fragments. Otherwise, all today's discoveries would just be a big problem for everyone. On the spaceship returning, the boy also became a research subject, specially placed in a glass cage. He kept crying non-stop. Night had fallen, and the spaceship entered autopilot mode. The research team members had gone to sleep. However, the broken fragments placed separately, suddenly reconnected by themselves. Then these fragments turned into a golden beam of light flying straight to where the boy lay and entered his mouth. Only then did the boy stop crying and fall asleep. Early the next morning, Nam just woke up and thought about visiting the boy. However, when she entered the experiment monitoring room, she saw Lam, Tio, and all other team members already gathered there. Moreover, everyone's expressions looked very serious. Nam approached a little closer and finally understood why everyone had that expression. Because the last eggshell fragments they had left were gone. Of course, they didn't think any team member they had done this. So they opened the surveillance system. Lam Tu was sure the eggshell couldn't just disappear on its own, but he didn't get the answer he wanted. The eggshell fragments had indeed vanished without a trace. The only clue left was the boy. Nam firmly declared she would adopt the boy, although his background was unclear. But since he had no mother, she wanted to become his mother. Lam Tu sighed deeply. They didn't have children yet, and now one had appeared. Of course, he couldn't let Nam bear this responsibility alone. So he also agreed to become the boy's father. The research team members were very excited, continuously congratulating the two of them. Then Lam Tu restored his usual serious demeanor and loudly declared in front of everyone that this matter was truly sorry. If anything new was discovered on the boy later, all the credit would definitely be shared with everyone. Actually, missing a bit of credit wouldn't be a problem. Everyone responded. Then asked the leader if, since the two had adopted the boy, shouldn't they give him a name? The spaceship returned like that. 3 days later, everyone brought the child with an unknown origin to the Soul Beast Research Institute. Except for the unverified analysis, all other investigation results were normal. This survey also did not mention AI anymore. To give the child a legal identity, Lam Tu and Nam Truong quickly set a wedding date. The child also received a birth certificate with the name Lam Hien Vu. 6 years later, at the Federal Science Research Institute of Thien Dao Tin branch, a scientist arrived to carry out her mission. Her task was to take Nana, the experimental subject from the thawing resurrection event 6 years ago, for a checkup. According to federal law, anyone with an unclear identity must be surveyed for 6 years. If there is no danger and someone guarantees them, they can obtain an identity. If, after 15 surveys, everything remains normal, they will receive a permanent identity. Today, if Nana completes the procedures, she can become a temporary legal citizen of the Federation. After hearing this, Nana's expression became somewhat complicated. She was not sure what she remembered anymore. only feeling a certain impression. At Dao Latin, another person had just undergone a similar supervision process as Nana, that was Duong Lac. The long-haired young man was found on the beach 6 years ago. According to the 6-year survey, everything was normal. Duong Lac had Lac Kan Lin as his guardian. Therefore, he became a temporary legal citizen. Within 15 years, as long as he abides by the law, he will be officially recognized as a citizen once the survey process ends. Upon seeing Duong Lac outside, Kan Lin was so happy she jumped up and down, laughing, "Ha ha ha, success! From now on, you will be mine." Since 6 years ago, she had to endure a very awkward situation, along with headache-inducing questions. When bringing home a person with an unclear origin, Duong Lac always followed her closely, causing her to lose opportunities to make new friends. And she never had a boyfriend. But now, these things no longer matter because the star, Lac Kan Lin, has nurtured the final plan which has begun to take effect. Because of this, Lac Kan Lin, who originally disliked studying, worked hard researching economics. The star she named Duong Lac is a born star, destined to become a great star in the future, helping her become wealthy. Meanwhile, at Thien Latin, another person with an unclear identity also appeared 6 years ago. That was Lam Hien Vu, now 6 years old. Today was the day he could possess his own martial soul. If he gained soul power, he could become a soul master. Lam Tu personally took his son to the test. In fact, he was very worried because the child's origin was very special. If many people found out, it definitely wouldn't be a good thing. Actually, Lam Tu just wanted to say that no matter what the child's martial soul was, he only wanted to protect him safely. Lam Tu could leave all his achievements to others, only hoping to raise his son peacefully and let him grow up. Lam Hien Vu stood in the testing area. After the process started, the boy suddenly felt warmth throughout his body. But this feeling did not last long because soon after, Lam Hien Vu felt very itchy, gradually turning into pain, causing him to collapse to the ground and scream. Hearing this sound, Lam Tu rushed in anxiously, just in time to see from his son's hand. A cluster of Lam Ngan Thao appeared. Lam Hien Vu's pain then disappeared. "Director, what a pity. Should we conduct the test again?" The person in charge standing next to Lam Tu asked. "No need. We will go home and try. You just need to let Lam Hien Vu register his martial soul as Lam Nan Thao," Lam Tia replied. In his heart, he was full of questions. Lam Hien Vu was a child born from an egg, yet his martial soul was just a defective Lam Gan Thao? That was also why the girl sighed and said, "What a pity." But Lam Tia felt something was not quite right. If it was truly Lam Nan Thao, it couldn't be so high level. So what exactly happened? After bringing Lam Hien Vu home, Lam Tu and Nam Trong personally checked their son's soul power. The results shocked them even more because the boy's soul power was 10 feet tall, innately full of spiritual power. If it was a defective soul power like Lam Gan Thao, how could it produce such a powerful soul force? Lam Tu and Nam Trong looked at each other in confusion. Then after thinking, he sat down opposite his son and told the boy, Hien Vu, to promise his father something. "Today's inspection ritual, you must not tell anyone. If someone asks about your soul power, just say you are a level 3. Level 3? I know, father. So am I powerful or not?" Lam Hien Vu asked innocently. Lam Tu nodded several times, then replied, "Powerful, my son. Of course you are powerful. Starting tomorrow, I will teach you the basics of soul power cultivation. Now go back to your room." Lam Hien Vu obediently listened. After the boy returned to his room, the couple Lam Tio and Nam Trung were still full of tension. According to Nam Trung, in history, there was once a person who awakened Lam Non Grass, but was still naturally full of soul power. Yet Lam Tio immediately denied this suspicion. "You mean Hien Vu's martial soul is Lam Gan Hoang? But don't forget this child might have been born from an egg, so he has no direct relation to the plant system. Even if it's Lam Ngan Grass, that's good too. The level of soul power is still ours to reveal. This will help prevent our son from being taken away." Lam Tio said that whether Lam Hien Vu's soul power is strong or weak doesn't matter, because the most important thing is the family of 3. They can be together. Nam Trung nodded repeatedly because she only wanted her son, but the two did not know that while they were worried about Lam Hien Vu in his room, the boy was happily playing with his newly awakened strange soul power. That night, while Lam Hien Vu was sleeping soundly, a golden glow appeared from his right wrist and a silver glow from his left wrist suddenly. The two glows floated in the air, then merged into a ring that slipped onto Lam Hien Vu's thumb. Early the next morning, Lam Tu entered the room to wake his son, wanting to teach him how to cultivate soul power. He quickly noticed the strange ring on his son's finger and asked where it came from, but when his father asked, Hien Vu also just realized it and replied, I don't know, this isn't mine. So Lam Tu and his wife discovered another problem to think about, especially since the ring could not be removed. When Lam Tu touched the ring, a strong force pushed him away. Lam Tu thought they should observe first and report to the higher-ups, but Nam Trung insisted on not reporting. Lam Tu could only obey his wife. Then silently hoped nothing unusual would happen, but the unusual happened quickly, just 10 minutes later. While teaching Lam Hien Vu the Huyen Tian Gong, Lam Tu saw his son possessing two martial souls. The innocent child did not understand what was happening. Lam Tu was so shocked he fell backward. Could this be a reincarnated soul beast? Not necessarily. If it were a reincarnated soul beast, it should be detectable. Lam Tu thought deeply. Seeing his father's pale face, Lam Hien Vu asked, Father, what's wrong? Lam Tu shook his head. I'm fine, son. Can you try to retract the Lam Gan grass? Lam Hien Vu said he would try, and indeed he retracted the Lam Ngan grass martial soul on his left hand by himself. Lam Tu could only teach his son to retract the martial soul first, then practice Huyen Tian Gong the next 3 days. He secretly investigated with Lam Hien Vu, fearing something unusual might happen, but fortunately, everything was normal afterward. After discussing with Nam Trung, Lam Tu decided to hide this strange matter and gave detailed instructions daily. His son was only allowed to use Lam Gan grass on one hand. Lam Tu also forged a background story for the ring, saying it was an heirloom from their ancestors. In general, things that can be hidden should be hidden. Soon after, he arranged for his son to go to school. The school Lam Tu chose was the Primary Soul Master Academy, Thien La Branch, Tula City. This is the best primary soul master academy in the city. Nam Trung also knew that to get their son into this school, Lam Tu must have spent a lot of effort. On the way to school, Lam Tu kept reassuring the boy, saying that at school, Lam Hien Vu would make many new friends. Also, he had slightly altered his son's records to say he was 7 years old. Therefore, Lam Tu told Lam Hien Vu to tell others he was 7 years old. Because of illness, he started school 1 year late. Normally, Lam Hien Vu was obedient, but this time he began to question. But father, didn't you say that good children shouldn't lie? Sometimes, to protect yourself or others, a well-intentioned lie is allowed, son, Lam Tu replied. After hearing that, Lam Hien Vu didn't question anymore and just nodded, saying he remembered. Besides Lam Hien Vu, today the Soul Master Academy branch in Tula City also has new students. The girl named Diep0D is 6 years old this year. At the new student registration office, Diep0D was tested for spiritual power, and the results showed spiritual power level 8. The teacher in charge of new student registration was extremely surprised because a child born with spiritual power level 8 was truly extraordinary. The testing process was quite quick. As soon as Diep0D was accepted, the father and son Lam Tu also arrived. As he stepped into the office, he saw a stern military officer, who was Diep0D's father. Lam Tu hurriedly stood straight and saluted the principal, greeting him. The military officer seriously returned the salute, then looked down and immediately saw a youthful face full of vitality. Hello, Uncle Lam Hian Vu, the child politely spoke, facing this angelic face. No matter how stern a person is, they cannot help but be moved. Diep0D's father reached out to pat his head. However, he was seen by his daughter, and Diep0D called him Dad with a somewhat displeased tone. This made the man immediately withdraw his hand and restore his serious demeanor. My name is Diep Fong. He introduced himself, then asked Lam Tu, Are you a military officer? Yes, sir. Hello, principal. My name is Lam Tu. Diep Fong nodded briefly and left, but Lam Tu stood there looking very tense. It seemed he had heard the name Diep Fong before. He was a great figure. Lam Hien Vu stepped forward obediently and greeted the teacher in charge of registration, introducing himself. The teacher couldn't help but silently admire this boy, thinking he was truly a little handsome guy. Meanwhile, Diep0D, hiding behind the door, was also curiously looking outside because her usually very stern father had just gently patted Lam Hien Vu's head, which made her extremely curious about this new friend. Then Lam Hien Vu also had to undergo the same testing process as Diep0D. At this point, Lam Tu could no longer hide his son's soaring spiritual power. After hearing that Lam Hien Vu's spiritual power even surpassed her own, reaching level 11, Diep0D was extremely surprised. After bidding farewell to Lam Tu and stepping through the door, Lam Hien Vu was suddenly called back by the girl. Hey, you're level 11? Diep0D asked irritably. Yeah, what's up? Hian Vu asked confusedly. Humph, it's nothing special. Soon I'll surpass you. Wait until I'm 7, I'll definitely surpass you. Just watch. Hian Vu was even more bewildered, not understanding where this girl came from and why she was so fierce with him. Seeing his expression, Diep0D thought Hien Vu was dissatisfied with her. She originally intended to scold him again, but when she got closer, she realized he looked very handsome. Her competitive spirit was immediately crushed by her crush, so Diep0D made an even more unreasonable request. Let me pinch your cheek a little. Hien Vu surprisingly agreed but asked her to be gentle. However, Diep0D still pinched very hard, then noticed Hien Vu's skin was smooth and very pleasant to touch. Meanwhile, he was pinched so hard that his cheek hurt fiercely and turned bright red. Hien Vu showed a pitiful look and said, "That hurts. You're not a good person. I don't like people like that, so I won't like you," Diep0D promised loudly, then turned away muttering, "Who needs you to like me?" This year's new students totaled over 100, divided into 6 classes. Class division was based on the method of cultivating martial souls. Diep0D was assigned to Class 1, Strength System. Hien Vu was assigned to Class 2, Control System. After a day of school, just outside the school gate, Hien Vu saw his father waiting to pick him up. Lam Tu eagerly asked his son about his first day of school. The boy replied that he was very happy, had made many new friends, and they were all very nice to him. Then he asked an unrelated question. "Dad, if someone wants to pinch my cheek later, can I refuse?" Lam Tu was stunned by this innocent question, then laughed and replied, "Of course that's your freedom." Hien Vu adapted very quickly to school. The curriculum here was divided into 2 parts. In the morning, students learn basic knowledge about soul beasts and soul masters. In the afternoon, they practice combat. But for first graders, so-called combat practice is actually just physical training. That afternoon, all the classes went out to the yard to practice. Diep0D's eyes were glued to Hien Vu, even though she didn't want to admit it. But the girl was clearly still troubled by the fact that Hien Vu said he didn't like her on the first day they met at school. And this only fueled Diep0D's fighting spirit to become stronger. Their exercise today was to run 3 laps around the yard. Then, free warm-up. As soon as the teacher gave the signal to start, Diep0D shot forward with intense desire. She wanted to prove that she had tried her best by running past Hien Vu. Seeing this, he couldn't help but say, "People say that feeling ashamed gives you courage. That's really not wrong, huh?" As a result, this sentence hit Diep0D right in the nerve. Her face immediately flushed fiercely as she retorted, "You know I'm competing with you, right? You lost. Who else would I compete with?" Hien Vu innocently asked back, which made Diep0D furious. "Why don't you have any competitiveness? Are you even a boy?" "Competitiveness has nothing to do with being a boy," Hien Vu said, making Diep0D so angry she was speechless. Then she sped up, running farther and farther ahead of him. The teachers outside watching all realized that Hien Vu wasn't running very fast. Logically, with his level 11 spirit power, his running speed shouldn't be like this. But another teacher thought, although Hien Vu's speed was a bit slow, he was very steady-footed. His personality was usually quite calm, so this wasn't surprising. As the two were talking, suddenly, they saw in the distance. It seemed there was a conflict. Diep0D was standing in front of Hien Vu, aggressively pointing at his face. Then she challenged him, saying she wanted to compete with him. Contrary to the fierce look of the girl, Hien Vu calmly said he didn't want to compete with Diep0D because at home his mother always taught him that a good boy doesn't bully girls. This explanation was clearly reasonable, but only made Diep0D's pride heavily wounded. "You rely on me and still want to bully me? I'm the one bullying you." As she said this, she rushed toward Hien Vu. The other students could only stand by and watch the fun. In the blink of an eye, Diep0D successfully grabbed Hien Vu's sleeve, trying to knock him down and humiliate him like a dog eating filth. Hien Vu didn't have time to react, and was already in a position about to be knocked down. Diep0D also felt this was too easy, since Hien Vu seemed to have no combat experience, but suddenly she felt a heavy sensation behind her, as if she was carrying a mountain on her back. Diep0D used all her strength but couldn't knock him down, and in the end, Hien Vu pinned her down, falling awkwardly on the ground. This surprised the teachers watching outside very much, because the knockdown move had been executed perfectly but then turned out like this. Hien Vu sat on the ground, using his innocent face to point at Diep0D and accuse, "Teacher, he hit me first." Diep0D, the instigator, was already unconscious at this point. The teachers panicked and hurriedly shouted to take the girl to the infirmary for a checkup. Diep0D was taken to the infirmary for a thorough examination. The The results showed that aside from slight ligament strain, there was nothing serious. But compared to this minor injury, what made her sadder was not only losing but also being defeated by Hien Vu in front of so many people, which was extremely embarrassing. Diep-0D really couldn't figure out why Hien Vu suddenly felt as heavy as a mountain. She had to go back and ask her father. Diep Fong thought for a while, then replied that his spiritual realm was level 11, probably because of the soul technique. After hearing this, Diep-0D's blood boiled again. She swore that once she reached level 11, she would definitely defeat him fairly to avenge today's grudge. Time passed like that. It had been half a year since Hien Vu enrolled. The final exams were also approaching. Today, his mood was very good because Lam Tu promised that if his final exam results were good, he would let him ride a spaceship flying among the stars to Thien Dao Star. But Hien Vu's joy didn't last long before he ran into Diep-0D with a very provocative face. Before he could say anything, the girl spoke first. Hien Vu, have you heard? This practical subject, Class 1 and Class 2, will take the exam at the same time. This kind of exam is really unfair since most of you haven't reached level 11 yet. Hien Vu responded, and it seemed like Diep-0D was just waiting for him to say this to flex his skills. So it turns out you still don't know that I've reached level 11 and have a soul skill now. Plus, the teacher already said it. To toughen up the boys, this afternoon's test will have the girls choose their opponents. Diep-0D just mentioned this. Hien Vu already knew the second half of the sentence. Surely this stubborn girl would choose him as her opponent this afternoon. Sure enough, that afternoon, as soon as he stepped onto the field, Diep-0D immediately informed the supervising teacher that she would choose Hien Vu as her opponent. He was neither surprised nor worried. Behind him, the students of Class 2 Control System were cheering and supporting Hien Vu. The two took the stage first. Facing him was the arrogant face of Diep-0D. The girl had waited half a year to show Hien Vu how formidable she was, and as soon as the starting signal was shouted, Diep-0D immediately unleashed her soul skill, Heavenly Canopy Dragon, and on her hand appeared a unicorn horn pupil standing straight up. It emitted a terrifying golden light, intimidating her opponent with fierce momentum. Hien Vu also summoned his soul skill, but his lamb silver grass seemed utterly inferior compared to hers. Diep-0D knew the rule that the one who strikes first is the stronger one, so she attacked first, but Hien Vu was even more resolute. He calmly raised a large water shield to protect himself, yet Diep-0D did not slow down at all. The heavenly canopy beast lifted her body and her speed increased like an arrow shooting straight toward Hien Vu. Just when Diep-0D thought she was about to pierce through the opponent's water spring Oa shield, something unexpected happened. Her heavenly canopy beast suddenly disappeared. Once again, Diep-0D was knocked down by Hien Vu. The phenomenon of soul skills losing effect during combat shocked the teachers greatly, and clearly this incident dealt a heavy blow to Diep-0D. She sat on the ground crying loudly, muttering repeatedly, "It can't be, it can't be." After the test ended, Hien Vu obediently returned home, still diligently studying soul skills and training. Suddenly, Hien Vu heard the doorbell ringing rapidly. Looking through the camera, he saw Diep-0D's fierce face, saying, "It's me! Hurry and open the door." Hien Vu was slightly shocked. Don't tell me this girl came all the way here to seek revenge because she was defeated today? Moreover, how does she even know where I live? My father asked my teacher for your address. He brought me here, Diep-0D said, adding that she knew Diep Fong was also coming. Hien Vu had no choice but to open the door. Compared to their first meeting, this person seemed even more serious and rigid, but after seeing Hien Vu, he still greeted politely and said that he came today boldly because of his daughter's exam matters. Diep Fong was very curious and wanted to see Hien Vu's soul skill in person. "Please come in, but my parents are not home now," Hien Vu said obediently. Diep-0D rushed in first, took a look around, then sneered that Hien Vu's house wasn't even as big as hers. But that wasn't the main issue. Diep Fong had heard from his daughter that her soul skill suddenly disappeared during the fight. He wanted to know what Hien Vu did at that time. "I just controlled the water element to block him. When he charged, he was swept away. That's all," Hien Vu replied. Hien Vu answered honestly, but clearly the father and daughter didn't believe him. Diep Fong guessed that Hien Vu must have a training room at home, so he requested the two kids to fight again under his watchful eyes. Hien Vu agreed and led them to his training room. They reenacted the scene from school that afternoon. Diep-0D used Heavenly Canopy Beast to charge forward, while Hien Vu used Water Spring Oa to form a shield when his daughter launched her attack. Diep Fong watched intently and then realized that Diep-0D's Heavenly Canopy Beast Soul Skill, immediately vibrated upon touching Lam Hien Vu's water spring Oa, and just like at school, she was knocked away. Diep Fong caught his daughter with one hand and murmured that it wasn't caused by the soul skill itself. Diep 0D didn't understand what her father was saying and looked very anxious. She kept asking why this happened, why her soul skill disappeared when she came to his place. Diep Fong calmed his daughter down. Then he approached Lam Hien Vu and asked him to show his soul skill. He didn't refuse and immediately summoned Lam Silver Grass. However, Diep Fong, with his keen eyes, noticed that on those blades of grass there were distinct silver veins, clearly not ordinary Lam Gan Thao. Diep Fong unconsciously reached out to touch Lam Nan Thao of Lam Hien Vu, but as soon as he touched it, it immediately activated. The martial soul of Lam Gan Thao instantly extended into silk-like strips and then tightly wrapped around Lam Hien Vu's hand. Something like a blue gem appeared from the palm of his hand, then transformed into a shield. But right after, the shield shattered, creating a huge force that threw him against the wall behind. All of this happened in rapid succession. Diep Fong was so shocked he didn't understand why he had used the martial soul. Until everything calmed down, Lam Hien Vu was lying unconscious on the floor, and Diep Fong was so scared his face turned pale. Diep Fong also found it difficult to stay calm, but neither of them knew that. Inside Lam Hien Vu's body, two streams of martial souls were fiercely clashing. After an unknown amount of time, Lam Hien Vu sluggishly woke up. The first thing he saw was the worried faces of Nam Trung and Nam Tio. "You're awake. Do you feel any pain anywhere?" Nam Trung anxiously asked. Lam Hien Vu sat up straight as if nothing had happened and said his body felt fine. Nam Trung breathed a sigh of relief and then hugged her son tightly. Just from this expression, it was clear she truly regarded him as her own child. After Lam Hien Vu's condition stabilized, Diep Fong invited Lam Tio outside to talk. First, he apologized for his rude actions that caused Lam Hien Vu's injury and promised to take full responsibility. Lam Tio sighed after hearing this and replied, thanking him for being lenient, while Diep Fong showed an awkward expression. He explained that using the martial soul was purely an instinctive reaction. He felt the martial soul was being suppressed. Combined with the fact that Diep Lin's soul skill had lost effect earlier, he speculated that Lam Hien Vu's martial soul was a mutated type, possibly a high-level dragon martial soul. For example, the martial soul of the Holy Dragon Quang Min, a high-level Lam Ngan Thao Holy Dragon Quang Min? What a joke. Lam Tio smiled faintly, saying no matter the reason, if the principal wanted to visit, he should have informed my wife and me beforehand, instead of coming when only the child was home. Thank you. Now if Hian Vu is fine, I have no reason to keep you here. Lam Tio's words were not harsh but clearly firm and implied a polite dismissal. Diep Fong had no choice but to say nothing more, but after today's incident, he believed Lam Hien Vu's future would definitely not be simple. Not long after waking, Lam Hien Vu complained of hunger, but strangely, today he ate like a whole fleet. Nam Truong's speed in serving food couldn't keep up with his son's speed in clearing the dishes. The couple was very surprised by this situation. "Son, why are you eating so much? You've eaten 5 times your usual amount already. If you eat more, you'll burst your stomach." Lam Hien Vu chewed noisily and said, "But I'm very hungry. I still want to eat more." Lam Tio and Nam Trung exchanged worried looks, then sighed and smiled helplessly. "All right, let him eat more." "Our son is not an ordinary person," Lam Tio said, so Nam Trung rolled up his sleeves and cooked more food. Lam Hien Vu ate up to the 8th bowl of rice, but was still only half full. However, his father forced him to end the meal and dragged him to the training room. Lam Tio had heard Diep Fong's account of the earlier situation, so he wanted to see his son deploy the ice shield again. Son didn't use an ice shield. Lam Hien Vu replied that in his memory, he only used the water spring as a shield, so Lam Tio opened the surveillance screen in the training room for his son to watch, and indeed, before being thrown against the wall, he had opened an ice shield. Lam Hien Vu was surprised to see he really had the ability to turn water into ice, and although he didn't remember anything, he still tried again. Lam Hien Vu skillfully controlled the water element, then truly transformed it into ice crystals. Under Lam Tio's guidance, even Lam Hien Vu was surprised to see that he really had the ability to turn water into ice, and although he didn't remember anything, he still tried again once more. Lam Hien Vu controlled the water element very skillfully, then he truly transformed it into ice crystals under Lam Tio's guidance. The boy then wrapped the leaf of Lam Gun Thao around his hand, after which Lam Hien Vu said he saw many blue spots shining in the air. This made Nam Trung even more amazed. It was water vapor of the water element floating in the air. Could he actually see it? Not just seeing it, Lam Hien Vu then even easily condensed it. This water vapor then turned into ice, from water to ice. Now he performed this process very smoothly, even treating it like a game. The boy can control up to 2 types of water elements. Can this really happen? Nam Trung kept sweating after taking his son for a checkup. Both Nam Tio and Nam Trung were even more stunned when they saw his power increasing at a rapid pace. No wonder. He could control the water element so freely. Although surprised, Lam Tio no longer tried to investigate the abnormalities happening to his son because he was already used to it. Lam Tio only instructed maybe houses. Lam Hien Vu not to reveal this to anyone, even SAO. The summer break was coming soon. Even if the academy found out, they could say it was a breakthrough progress during the summer break. Everyone would surely believe that. The most important thing now is that Lam Hien Vu achieved very good results in the exam, so Lam Tio had already bought 2 tickets for space travel. They just had to wait for Lam Hien Vu's summer break to depart. And this made the boy so happy he jumped up. The next day, the exam results were out, and Lam Hien Vu was the top scorer. This, combined with the upcoming space travel, made him feel extremely happy. The academy officially started summer break. After saying goodbye to all his classmates, Lam Hien Vu was stopped again by devoured, but this time, she didn't look as fierce as usual. On the contrary, she seemed a bit shy. "Are you okay?" devoured stammered. "I'm fine, very healthy," Lam Hien Vu replied. After a while, devoured quietly said 3 words. "Sorry, you." She also explained that her father really didn't mean it yesterday. Lam Hien Vu was a well-educated child, so he didn't take it to heart. After accepting the apology, he nodded and said, "Yeah, I'm fine. See you next semester." Then Lam Hien Vu quickly left, leaving devoured standing there with a strange feeling. "Humph, whatever," she muttered. But it seemed like she no longer hated Lam Hien Vu. After the holiday started, Lam Tio quickly packed and took his son to travel among the stars. This was the first time Lam Hien Vu saw a spaceship, so he couldn't help but be excited. He suddenly found the career he dreamed of for the future, which was to become an astronaut. Lam Tio patted his son's head and encouraged him, "If so, you have to study hard, because piloting a spaceship is not an easy task, my son." Lam Hien Vu nodded with full determination. His eyes were glued to the window frame where spaceship number 7703 of the Federal Aerospace Agency, which they would board, was located. Lam Tio said it would take 7 days for this spaceship to reach Thien Do Tin. During that time, flying through space would be very boring, but that didn't make Lam Hien Vu lose his excitement. So he ran ahead quickly while Nam Trung and Lam Tio hurriedly pulled their luggage after him. However, on the 3rd day when the spaceship took off, Lam Hien Vu really felt bored. The view outside the window was exactly the same. It was just as his father had warned before, not in vain. Lam Tio saw his son sighing deeply and encouraged him. "It's only the 3rd day and you're already bored? If you're bored, just close your eyes and imagine you're training. Try to see how it feels to train in space." Lam Hien Vu obediently nodded, then closed his eyes and imagined himself floating in space. Like that, he began to focus on training with this new feeling. When he opened his eyes, it was already 6 hours later. Lam Hien Vu said to Nam Trung, "Just now I saw many silver specks." He asked her what they were. Nam Trung looked very surprised. "Silver? You saw the space element. That's a very important element for spaceship astronauts. It seems my son has a talent in this field." Hearing Nam Trung say that, Lam Hien Vu was extremely excited. "Really? So I can become a spaceship astronaut in the future?" While the two were talking, Lam Tio was focused on the screen in front of him, showing news about their home planet Duong Lac. Only when the spaceship flew into space could they watch news about other planets. The screen was broadcasting a live press conference from Tin Duong Media Company, one of the largest corporations on their home planet and also the biggest star brokerage company. They just announced they had signed a contract with an artist. The name Duong Lac was introduced through the broker Lac Con Lin Cac Co. The media at Tin Duong had decided that this star needed a complete makeover from head to toe. Therefore, this press conference was also because of Duong Lac. Hence, it was organized. When the official press conference began, the CEO of the artist brokerage company, Bac Thien Hong, personally appeared. This caused the reporters below to stir because it was just a newcomer debuting. Yet, Bac Tong himself stood up, which was a bit extravagant. But that wasn't all. Bac Thien Hong also declared that after joining Tin Duong, Duong Lac would be trained by all the most professional stars in this universe, and 1 month later, his first song would officially be released. After Bac Thien Hong's official announcement, the listeners were even more amazed. They didn't know how talented Duong Lac was, that Tin Duong's media would do something unprecedented like this. Nam Trung was no exception, while Lam Tiu, her husband, seemed much calmer, thinking this was just a media tactic. And this newcomer of Tin Duong must have something very special. The next part of the press conference, Bak Thien Hong let Duong Lac appear and interact with everyone. The first impression of the audience was that this guy was very tall. Then, when the screen hiding Duong Lac's face was removed and his face appeared live on air, everyone was stunned because this face could be summed up in a few words: super handsome. The hearts of the girls were instantly stolen. They even felt that handsome was too narrow a word to describe his appearance. Even Nam Trung, who had just sneered at Duong Lac's debut as too extravagant, now could not hide her fascinated look. Regardless of her husband and son sitting right beside her, Nam Trung still firmly decided that from today, she would become a hardcore fan of this male star. A few days later, the spaceship landed at the capital of Tien Dao Tin. The Lam Hien Vu family, after resting at the hotel, planned to visit the first tourist spot, the Di Dan Tin Museum. Upon arrival, Lam Hien Vu was immediately attracted by a glass case filled with Lam Ngan Thao. This is a plant species with strong vitality and adaptability. Therefore, in the early migration period, it was grafted to improve the plant environment. In other words, during interplanetary migration, Lam Ngan Thao played a very important role, which made Lam Hien Vu extremely excited, because his martial soul was Lam Ngan Thao. Then suddenly, a tall figure with beautiful white hair stood nearby, attracting attention. That was Nana, along with the scientist accompanying her. It seemed they noticed. Nana was also focused on looking at the glass case filled with Lam Ngan Thao. Lam Hien Vu unconsciously ran over and then innocently said, "Auntie, my martial soul is Lam Ngan Thao." Before Nana could react, the female scientist next to her exclaimed, "Wow, such a cute little prince. What's your name?" "My name is Lam Hien Vu," the boy obediently replied. His obedience and angelic appearance greatly pleased the scientist. She had never met such a handsome boy before. But in contrast, Nana's expression looked not very good. Then she squatted down, holding her head with both hands, seeming to be in great pain. Seeing this, Lam Hien Vu hurriedly lifted a lock of her hair, saying, "Auntie, if your hair touches the ground, it will get dirty." While touching this lock of hair, Lam Hien Vu suddenly felt it was very soft and smooth, very pleasant to stroke, so he unconsciously pressed it against his cheek and then praised, "Auntie, your hair is really smooth." Their eyes met like the Big Bang explosion creating thousands of stars in the universe. Then Nana lowered her head and took off her mask. Lam Hien Vu exclaimed again, praising her beauty, and indeed Nana was truly beautiful. Then a very gentle smile appeared on her face. "Thank you, dear. You're also very handsome." After that brief meeting, they said goodbye. When they were far away, the scientist asked, "I didn't expect you to like children so much. Does that child remind you of something?" Nana was silent for a long time, her expression very complicated, saying she felt very familiar with this child, but her friend thought that was unreasonable. Because Nana was a test subject frozen for over 1,000 years. If it was someone she knew, they would at least belong to the era 1,000 years ago, while Lam Hien Vu was only about 6 or 7 years old. After visiting the museum, the Lam Tiu family returned to the hotel, where Lam Hien Vu continued to train diligently. "You are increasingly mastering the feeling of controlling the water element, from creating a water sphere to forming a water arrow, and even condensing it into ice." Nam Trung is more and more amazed by her son's talent. She feels Lam Hien Vu is about to become a genius. The two of them can no longer teach him. Lam Tio is already used to this, so he just wants to let their son follow his nature. In fact, if there were 10 teachers, 11 combat practice instructors would be best, but this matter makes Nam Trung very troubled, because finding a good teacher is not easy, and the tuition is not cheap. Understanding his wife's worries, Lam Tio reassures her. "Don't worry about the tuition. The superiors want me to join an expedition to a new planet. If I perform well, I will be promoted and get a raise." It sounds good, but Nam Trung is not happy at all. Because Lam Tio's trip will last 3 years, she can't bear to be apart from her husband for so long, but also wants their son to have development opportunities. In another development after returning, Nana keeps recalling Lam Hien Vu's face. Then she feels empty. Even more surprisingly, after closing her eyes and imagining the child, her feelings seem to transcend this limited space and find him in the vast city, an extraordinary event. Such an unusual occurrence makes Nana more obsessed with the question of who she really is and what role Lam Hien Vu plays in her life. A few more days pass. The Lam Hien Vu family's interplanetary trip is about to end. Tomorrow they will board the spaceship to return to their planet. Hian Vu is very satisfied with this summer vacation, and what makes him happiest is buying a model of the Kim Long Wiet language dual master wearing the dragon star armor, very majestic, in a city store. A few days ago, Hien Vu dreamed of becoming an astronaut, but after buying this model, he now wants to become a dual master and later own his own set of dual armor. Nam Trung knows it's good that her son has dreams, but she can't help reminding him that becoming a dual master is not easy. Hien Vu must become an exceptionally outstanding person to walk this path. And the first step to becoming outstanding is passing the Intermediate Academy entrance exam of the Thien La Academy. Although it's not easy, Hien Vu is full of ambition. In the future, he will definitely become a dual master. Didn't you want to become an astronaut or a warship master? Why change your mind now? Lam Tio couldn't help teasing. Both of you want to do that? Hien Vu is a bit embarrassed, but still stubbornly replies. Lam Tio laughs. Indeed, even if they are geniuses, their sons are still just children. Then the Lam family set off to the last station of their trip, which was shopping. Nam Trung looked for a protective talisman for Lam Tio to carry when going far away, meaning she agreed to let him join the new planet expedition. Although reluctant, Nam Trung understands Lam Tio also needs opportunities to develop his career. At the same time, she wants Hien Vu to have a full growth environment. She has only one request, that he returns safely. He promised. Lam Tio firmly replied, "That's settled then. I'm going to pay now." Nam Trung responded and said she intended to tell Hien Vu and her husband to wait here a moment, but then they shockingly discovered their son had disappeared. It turned out that Hien Vu had been attracted by a model store. This time he was looking at the limited edition Silver Dragon Duel La model, priced at 648 federal credits. The store clerk saw him looking and came over. Then Hien Vu used his cute face, his trademark, to bargain a bit, but unfortunately, this was the 30th limited edition, and the girl had no authority to lower the price. "Yes, thank you. I'll come back another day to buy it," Hien Vu replied with a hopeful expression. "Then you must hurry. There aren't many left in stock. The store only has one," the clerk said again. Hien Vu felt very awkward. He didn't want to ask his parents for money, nor did he want to miss this model. Just as Hien Vu didn't know what to do, Nana entered the store. He was even more unwilling to miss this model. Just as Hien Vu was unsure what to do, Nana entered the store. She said she would buy that model. Hien Vu recognized her immediately, and the store clerk noticed Nana's hair. It really resembled the silver dragon from Doluo. Their eyes met, and Nana seemed to see the entire universe in the other's eyes. She squatted down to Hien Vu's eye level, then gently rubbed his face, saying, "You really like this model, right? Auntie will buy it for you." Although Hien Vu liked it very much, his mother had taught him not to take others' things casually, so he hurriedly declined. Nana said, "I just touched your cheek, so consider this as a token of affection." Hien Vu felt that made sense, but still shyly asked, "Auntie, can I really keep it?" "Of course you can. I'll talk to your parents about this, so you don't have to worry." Hien Vu was very excited and quickly grabbed Nana's hand to press it against his cheek. "Great, then I'll keep it for you. You can touch my cheek a little more if you want." Nana couldn't help but be moved by his adorable demeanor. Moreover, she increasingly felt there was an invisible bond between her and this child. The store clerk, not understanding, unconsciously smiled and said, "Haha, this little guy is so young but already knows how to sweet-talk others. So cute." She originally thought it was just a normal joke, but unexpectedly, Nana, who was very gentle just now, suddenly turned her head sharply and looked fiercely at the female clerk. Immediately, the clerk's body stiffened. No matter what she did, she couldn't move. Nana said, "What did you say? If you don't know how to talk, don't speak nonsense." Nana warned coldly. I know, the clerk replied, trembling. At this moment, Lam Tio had arrived. Seeing his son safe and sound, he breathed a sigh of relief and then realized the girl he met at the museum a few days ago was also here. Nana said she felt a strong connection with Hien Vu, so she wanted to give the boy this model. But Lam Tio was quite principled and thought the connection between Hien Vu and Nana was just a coincidence and refused to accept the gift, only accepting her goodwill. As for the money, I'll pay it myself. "Long live Dad!" Hien Vu happily jumped up. Nana sighed, but before she could respond, Hien Vu grabbed her hand excitedly and said, "Long live Auntie! Thank you, Auntie!" Lam Tio then took his son out of the model shop. Nam Trung was waiting outside. Nana watched the family of three walk away, feeling a sense of reluctance. As they were about to disappear, she hurried to catch up and boldly asked to bother them for a moment. My name is Nana. I really like Hien Vu. May I get to know you too? Later, when I have free time, can I visit him? Lam Tio and Nam Trung looked awkward. Although Nana didn't seem like a bad person, her request was too abrupt. Lam Tio could only find an excuse to gently refuse her. Nana, we actually live on Thien La Star. This trip is mainly for tourism on Thien Do Star, so… Before he could finish, she interrupted. Then can I come with you to Thien La Star? Lam Tio let out a loud, huh? Because of his expression, Nana realized her request might have been a bit rude. She was embarrassed but still didn't want to cut off contact with Lam Hien Vu. Flustered, she explained, sorry, I was too abrupt. I don't know why either. But when I first met Hien Vu, I felt a strong connection with him. Lam Tio advised her to calm down. Nevertheless, Nana was very determined to say she wanted to follow them to Thien La Star. She even proactively offered to be Lam Hien Vu's teacher. Although Lam Tio and his wife were indeed looking for a tutor for their son, they couldn't just pick anyone with an unclear background to teach Lam Hien Vu. So Lam Tio asked, may I ask what your martial soul is? I am a soul master specializing in ancient martial arts. My martial soul is the water element. Nam Trung was very surprised, and Lam Tio was no less so, only better at controlling his expression. This was quite a coincidence. First, they met by chance, then both had the water element. Plus, she really liked Lam Hien Vu and wanted to be his teacher. These coincidences made Lam Tio suspect Nana was deliberately approaching his son. He asked again, may I ask your profession? Nana replied that she was a professor teaching ancient martial arts at the Thien Do Star Science Academy. Then she even handed Lam Tio a soul communication device containing all her personal information. Soul Dao intelligence device is the proof of personal identity information, which cannot be fake. Lam Tio knows this clearly. This matter involves personal secret information. Normally, he would not touch someone else's intelligence device. But for the future of Lam Tio's son, he accepted Nana's information without any suspicion. A 5-year-old girl who is a martial arts teacher at the Federal Science Academy. At the Tian Dao Star Branch, Level 3 position. After watching, Lam Tio returned the intelligence device to her. Then he refused Nana's offer, saying his family couldn't afford the tuition fees. Who would have thought that Nana immediately said, I don't need money, I just want to teach Hien Vu. After she said these words, Lam Hien Vu's parents all fell silent. Nana understood their worries and tried to explain that although she was a bit presumptuous, she really had no ill intentions. Moreover, she could guarantee to the two of them that she had the ability to teach Lam Hien Vu to become talented. To prove this, Nana demonstrated her ability right in front of the two. She used the water dragon fist to control the water in the fountain on the first floor of the shopping center. Although it was very far away, the water column under Nana's control rose up, swirling very powerfully. Furthermore, the water continuously transformed. Finally, it turned into a lively water dragon that looked like a real living creature, not just one but 9 water dragons. This was enough to prove the power of the water element master was too strong. That is part of my real strength. So, can I teach the boy? Nana earnestly requested. After witnessing this scene, Lam Hien Vu was extremely excited and kept praising Nana for being amazing. Meanwhile, Lam Tio was stunned and really couldn't estimate how deep the cultivation level of the girl standing before him could be. May I ask, are you the Feng Hao Duluo? Nam Trung timidly asked Nana. After thawing from reincarnation, he had lost all memories, but seemed very familiar and closely connected, with the title Feng Hao Duluo. Based on Nam Trung's tone, Nana also guessed Feng Hao Doluo was not an ordinary person. To increase her credibility and become Lam Hien Vu's teacher, she did not deny being Feng Hao Doluo. Indeed, afterwards, both Lam Tio and Nam Trung were very shocked, and the matter of whether Nana could become Lam Hien Vu's teacher seemed no longer a question to consider. When will you return to Tian La Star? Nana suddenly asked. Tomorrow we will return, Lam Tio replied. At that moment, he still felt the recent events were somewhat unreal. All right, see you tomorrow, Hien Vu. After Nana left, Nam Trung and Lam Tio seemed very awkward, although they had witnessed her strength to their family. After all, Nana was still a stranger. Therefore, Nam Trung did not know whether to agree or not. In that situation, they decided to respect their son's opinion. Lam Hien Vu, of course, liked Nana very much, so just thinking about her becoming his teacher made the boy smile brightly. Lam Tio sighed and said he would consider it, because, as he knew, the spaceship their family wanted to take to go home was fully booked. If Nana could still come to their planet, then indeed there would be no way to refuse. The next day at the airport, Lam Hien Vu kept looking around and asked his father if Nana would come. Lam Tio was not sure about this and could only rely on fate. However, Lam Hien Vu waited until their spaceship number 7703 took off, but still did not see the blonde girl anywhere. At the same time, at Nana's house, the scientist who had not seen her all day ran into her private room to look for her. Then she saw a handwritten letter on the table that said, "Yes, Van Diem, I have to go for a while because of some matters. You don't need to look for me. When I finish this, I will come back, or maybe I won't come back at all." Van Diem was extremely shocked and confused. Meanwhile, because he could not see Nana again, Lam Hien Vu felt a bit sad. To kill time, he began to meditate and cultivate, but unlike before, this time while imagining, Lam Hien Vu heard someone calling his name. When he opened his eyes, he saw Nana standing right in front of him. Overjoyed, he jumped up and started talking non-stop. "Aunt Nana, I thought you wouldn't get on the ship. How could you not get on the ship? When you promise something, you definitely do it. Then why did you appear in my consciousness? Where exactly is this?" Lam Hien Vu began to wonder. "This is your consciousness space. Once your spiritual power grows stronger, you'll understand," Nana explained. She also added that since she and Lam Hien Vu were not on the same ship cabin, she used this method to meet him. Lam Hien Vu didn't hesitate to express how happy he was to hear that Nana would become his teacher. Seeing the child's innocent smile, Nana couldn't hide her joy either. "So, now that I'm your teacher, what do you want to learn?" Nana asked this question first, and for a moment Lam Hien Vu didn't know what he wanted to learn. Then, the serious face of Diep0D suddenly appeared in his mind. Lam Hien Vu asked Aunt Nana, "Do you know how to fight?" "Huh, probably." Nana was a bit surprised by the question but still answered, "But fighting is not a good thing, right?" Lam Hien Vu asked again, "Then it depends on why I fight. If it's to protect someone, then it's not a bad thing. For example, if my mother is bullied by others, shouldn't I protect her? Do I have enough ability to protect my mother?" Lam Hien Vu was a smart child. Upon hearing Nana's words, he immediately understood that the meaning of cultivation is to protect the people around you. When mentioning the word protect, Nana's expression seemed to become sad for a moment, as if recalling some old memories. Then she quickly regained her composure and continued to ask Lam Hien Vu, "So regarding fighting, what do you want to learn?" "I don't dare to hit people, so is there a way to avoid being hit by others?" Nana thought for a moment, then decided to teach Lam Hien Vu a set of techniques, saying that after learning, he wouldn't have to worry about being hit by others anymore. Lam Hien Vu was very excited after hearing this, and so the two began training right in the boy's consciousness space. Just like that, the 7-day flight journey ended, and the spaceship returned to Thien La Star. Lam Hien Vu couldn't help but look around. Then he heard Nana's voice echoing in his mind, "Don't look anymore, I will come to your house. Go home with your parents first." Hearing these words, the boy became much more excited. After returning home, because he really wanted to see teacher Nana, Lam Hien Vu started cultivating in his consciousness again, and Nana truly kept her promise by following him home. The two quickly became close. Nana always stayed in Lam Hien Vu's consciousness, helping him train. Meanwhile, her real body wandered in the city's slum area, as if searching for something. Not long after, Lam Hien Vu's parents checked his soul power again. Sure enough, he had leveled up again, now reaching level 12. Just after finishing the check, they heard the doorbell ring. Lam Hien Vu excitedly ran out to open the door. As expected, Nana had really arrived. "Teacher Nana, you're here!" Lam Hien Vu happily rushed forward and hugged Nana tightly after several days. Nam Trung and Nam Tio thought they had no fate, but unexpectedly, Nana really came. The two hurriedly invited her inside to eat. During breakfast with his family, Nam Trung also brought up a question he had been wondering about for a long time to ask Nana. "Hien Vu is eating more and more. Is this normal? Isn't it? Eating that much means his body needs energy, but energy from ordinary food is limited," Nana replied. Hearing this, Nam Trung sighed deeply. "So, you mean he needs rare medicinal food?" "I've heard about it too, but only the Soul Master College provides it," Lam Tio also explained further. "The first reason is that medicinal food is government-controlled. Second, it's too expensive. Only the college can coordinate it. For example, the Soul Master College Thien La in Tula City." "Oh, I see now." Nana nodded toward Lam Hien Vu's parents. Although Nana had come all the way here, the two still felt awkward. Because her strength was too profound and their family wasn't wealthy enough, having Nana teach Lam Hien Vu was like a golden bucket, fetching muddy well water. Moreover, they couldn't afford the tuition. "I don't need money," Nana repeated. "Just give me a place to stay. Don't feel too pressured." Lam Tio and Nam Trung looked at each other for a while, then nodded. If this is truly Lam Hien Vu's fate, then they can't stop it anymore and have to place his future entirely in Nana's hands. After that, Nana officially moved to live at Lam Hien Vu's house. Nam Trung had a small request. Whenever she teaches her son, Let her stand beside and watch. Nana had no reason to refuse, and because she agreed so decisively, Nam Trung felt somewhat reassured. She even carefully instructed her son to tell her everything he learned after practicing with Nana and to report immediately if anything unusual happened. Lam Hien Vu nodded. Then suddenly, using the method Nana often taught him, he said to his mother, "Mom, can you come catch me? If you catch me, I'll let you kiss my cheek. Then I'll kiss you many times, 100 times." Nam Trung immediately lunged, but Lam Hien Vu quickly dodged, so fast that she couldn't clearly see how her son moved. Then the two began playing tag in the training room. But Nam Trung tried every way and still couldn't catch her son. She was extremely surprised, because this was definitely not a normal dodge. Nam Trung asked Lam Hien Vu where he learned this method. The boy then recounted the process of learning footwork in the spirit realm on the way home from his teacher. Nana told her mother, and this made Nam Trung even more amazed because Nana could enter Lam Hien Vu's spiritual world. Moreover, she taught him in the spirit realm, proving that this person must have extremely strong power. At the mall, the couple already knew Nana's strength was no joke. But after hearing this story, Nam Trung felt Nana's power exceeded her imagination. "Hien Vu, can you start learning now, son?" Nana's voice suddenly echoed from outside the training room. Nam Trung looked at her with full vigilance as she entered, and Nana immediately said, "Don't worry, I will teach him well. You also stay and watch." Then Nana approached Lam Hien Vu and said the most important thing for him now was to master the basics. So today, they would practice resistance training. Specifically, Nana would create some pressure soon, and Lam Hien Vu's task was to use his soul power to resist it. Nam Trung felt a bit worried after hearing this. "Using pressure? Is it dangerous?" "Don't worry, I know how to control it. You try it too," Nana said calmly. Then Nam Trung also tried training with her son. The pressure Nana created was bearable for Nam Trung, fortunately, or else it would have been embarrassing. As for Lam Hien Vu, Nana taught him, "Feel the transformation of your soul power. Try to control it, don't let it run off course, and keep its circulation stable without disturbance." Following the teacher's instructions, Lam Hien Vu began to operate Huyen Tian Gong, using the water element to form a protective ring. He resisted the next pressure, causing the pressure's method to change. The intensity of the local pressure began to change clearly. Lam Hien Vu controlled his water element protective ring to correspond with the pressure's variations, producing resistance. Nana sincerely praised him for being very smart, but after persisting for a while, the boy began to feel tired. On the other side, Nam Trung was starting to lose endurance, but Nana sternly urged her to persist a little longer. Nam Trung almost cried silently. She was just a soul official, so why did she have to suffer training so hard with her son? After a while, Lam Hien Vu opened his eyes and sighed that he couldn't endure much longer. However, seeing the determined and trusting look Nana gave him, the boy clenched his fists tightly. Then he said he could try a little longer. Like that, Lam Hien Vu began to force his body more to resist the pressure. Then both of his martial souls, Lam Ngan and Thao, appeared. Nana had never known about this and looked very surprised. Then she saw the two martial souls begin to entwine, and her face changed color as she shouted, "This is bad." Nana suddenly cast a spell and struck Lam Hien Vu directly. Witnessing this, Nam Trung was surprised. "Hien Vu, teacher Hien Vu." Meanwhile, the boy didn't understand what was happening. What on earth is going on? Nana explained the cause. Twin martial souls caused a mutant energy conflict, awakening a second force inside his body that conflicted with his innate power. This was very dangerous. This made Nam Trung even more worried. "So, what should we do now?" Nana remained calm. "Please stop talking so I can think of a solution." Trying to coordinate these two types of energy to see what happens. Immediately, the two streams of magic spun around each other and soon merged into one. Amidst the swirling magic, there were also green streaks around, and they gradually became smaller. Nam watched anxiously, waiting for the situation. Hien Vu had now fainted in Nana's arms as the morning sunlight shone on the building. Hien Vu was now laid on the bed to rest when a voice spoke up, saying, "Hien Vu's internal body has two types of energy, completely different, one metal and one silver, both very powerful." Nana felt a bit sentimental and didn't know why. "It seemed like I felt very familiar with these two types of energy. Or maybe it's because I and Hien Vu also returned. These two types of energy awakened at the same time. They would seize control of Hien Vu's body. At that time, Hien Vu would be in danger. I coordinated these two energies to interweave with each other. But they cannot come into direct contact." Lam Tiu anxiously asked Han if Hien Vu was still in danger, and Nana said for now, "No. Later I will put all my effort to help him. Now I must go help him regulate his meridians." She entered the room and gently cast magic on Hien Vu's body. Nana focused while moving as gently as possible. Her face showed some contemplation. In her mind was a question. Why do I feel so familiar with these two types of energy, but still couldn't remember anything? Suddenly, Nana's facial expression tightened. Hien Vu's ring suddenly emitted a beam of light. She widened her eyes in surprise. Not only that, she hugged her fragile body, feeling cold and pain. Nana reached out to grab the ring, trying to move little by little toward it. Roughly, Nana realized this ring originally belonged to her. The light on Hien Vu's finger had not yet faded. A small, gentle smoke rose as Nana was capturing it back to herself. She firmly grasped the ring in her hand. Her body disappeared from the room. Now Nana was floating in midair over the city, silently exclaiming, I remember now. The magical energy in Nana's hand glowed again and gradually transformed. She could now know information about this thing. Your name is the power that is transformed into a holy sword, the heavenly flame spear. From afar, the sky looked like it had lightning. The TV station cannot miss this shocking phenomenon. We have just received urgent news. Suddenly, large beams of light appeared in the sky. The Federal Security Agency has begun investigating. We ask all citizens not to leave their homes and wait. Nana has now returned beside Hien Vu. Meanwhile, he was still asleep, the ring in his hand showing no sign of stopping its glow. Standing silently for a while, Nana decided to leave. 3 days passed, and only now did Hien Vu open his eyes and wake up. The boy burst into tears and cried out, Mom, I'm hungry! In an instant, 8 plates of savory braised meat were laid on the table. Hien Vu praised, Delicious. What is this? Nam Trong awkwardly looked at Nana. What is this? Seeing the other in a dazed state, she immediately explained, This is the tendon of some large animal. It's of ordinary quality, but eating it benefits the body. I hurriedly found it at the Soulmaster Academy's cafeteria. What happened? A voice inside shouted, What happened? The chef panicked and shouted loudly, The silver dragon marrow was just finished yesterday. Where is it? This is a tonic for the headmaster. How could this happen? Nana said. Next, I will help you guide the 2 types of energy inside your body. Please feel it well. Your task is to prevent the 2 martial souls from opposing each other, and let them live in peace every day, okay? Hien Vu responded. I will try. Next time. Nana directed and guided Hien Vu to regulate his 2 powers, while other times were spent training. Nana directed and guided Hien Vu to regulate his 2 powers. Being with Nana, Hien Vu's interest in Soulmaster training increased a lot during the summer break. The noisy sounds of students filled everywhere as the summer break ended. What are you taking? Let's go to school. Suddenly, a voice loudly called Lam Hien Vu. You're here. I want to tell you something. The boy firmly refused, not wanting to go to class, being teased like this. The girl annoyedly warned him, Wait, let me in class first. The homeroom teacher announced that to check if everyone was lazy during the break. This afternoon, there will be a real battle between Class 2 and Class 1-inch, a full-scale confrontation fight. AI also had to go out to the arena. Hien Vu had already guessed what she wanted to say to him. After all the students gathered, Vu Hien announced that now she would explain the rules. Each time, each team would send out 1 student. The loser would be eliminated. The winner would continue. If the whole team was eliminated, it was considered a loss with 0 points. I told myself this time, I must definitely defeat Hien Vu. He sighed deeply, indeed still being targeted. Than An read aloud clearly. The first person from Class 1, Hoang Kai Pham on this side, Vu Hien encouraged Hien Vu, you go first. Meanwhile, the boy was still in a state of astonishment. He was the first to go up, so Vu Hien had already planned this. He should use all his abilities. To reduce conflict between him and Diep Tin, even though the girl's father was a difficult character to mess with, the referee announced the competition began. The cheers immediately made the schoolyard lively. Go Lam Hien Vu, go Kai Pham. Kai Pham started with the move Zhan Hung Vu Han, the #1 soul skill. The power of Hung Ditch was beyond Vu Hien's control. Hoang Kai Pham already had a soul skill. I remember last semester, Than An wasn't the homeroom teacher of Class 1, so pride was important. A good start was crucial, right Vu Hien? Tell me, she said. It's like your class will win. Before she finished, Kai Pham shot up like a rocket. At that moment, Hien Vu was still like a statue, showing no reaction. Meanwhile, Kai Pham was about to unleash his move at the decisive moment. Hien Vu quickly turned his head to dodge Kai Pham's attack, so it missed. Soon, Hien Vu regained his momentum. He stepped lightly, preparing for a counterattack. Than An suddenly exclaimed, What? Kai? Pham was equally shocked. With just 1 palm strike, he fell face down on the ground, a blade of ice-cold sword descending. Along with Hien Vu's warning, don't move, he also reminded him that he had lost. Thon An was stunned. When did his close combat become so formidable? Even as his student, Vu. Hien didn't expect Hian Vu's overwhelming power. A loud declaration rang out. Lam Hian Vu wins. Unfair accusations came. He cheated. 0 points reminded them not to blame him. He used real combat skills, teacher. Next, Van said, let me go. Even Hien Vu himself was shocked. He didn't expect to win so easily. It seemed Miss Nana really was a good teacher. The teacher read aloud, next is Diep 0 points. The girl cracked her knuckles, ready for battle. Lam Hien Vu, don't be arrogant, 0 points said. I have a way to counter your soul skills suppression. Then she used the move Thien Can Ba The. After landing, 0 points performed a recall spell. From Hien Vu's perspective, the fight was indeed different from Hoang Kai Fam's. Her movements had very few openings, so he quickly used a shield to block the water shield. Next was the ice freezing spell. Hien Vu's barrier caused 0 points to slip and veer off course. Not stopping there, he still launched an ice strike. 0 points reacted swiftly and charged again. Her eyes, already blazing red, became even sharper. She looked like a fiery phoenix. 0 points powerfully shattered Hien Vu's ice layer, acting in the blink of an eye. Thon An gaped, unable to move. Hien Vu stood still, waiting for what would happen next. 0 points' foot had already touched his knee. Hien Vu hurriedly jumped high, but she had planned for this. There was no place to leverage in midair. Let's see how you dodge this. 0 points' hands gradually advanced toward Hien Vu. At that moment, he gathered some strength and immediately aimed to counterattack. 0 points sneered. You really think you can counter my attack? Ridiculous. In the state of Tian Chang Ba, my power is the strongest in Class 1. Both hands carried a strong magical force, about to collide. Both Vu Hien and Thon An watched tensely. Finally, Hien Vu gained the upper hand. 0 points' face paled again, and Thon An was confused once more. Kai Fam also froze, his expression showing Vu Hien was stunned to the point he could only utter one word. The scene before them was Hien Vu, defeating 0 points with one hand. At that moment, both their powers vanished. Vu Hien shouted loudly, "What happened?" Both she and Thon An ran over to ask, Han 0 points, "Are you okay? How do you feel?" The surrounding students were confused and whispering, "Why did she lose again? That super strong class president? It's strange, except for Lam Hien Vu. I've never met anyone who could beat him. Even now, 0 points still can't understand why it turned out like this. I clearly didn't rely on soul skills." A whisper accidentally reached the girl's ears. Is the class president doing this on purpose? Since then, a few other speculations followed. The class president likes Lam Hien Vu, so he deliberately yielded to him. It sounds reasonable. So, that's how it is. 0D's tears were about to fall, but the girl shouted loudly, firmly denying it. You guys don't talk nonsense. In anger, 0D ran over and pushed Hien Vu. I don't even like him. Then the girl immediately ran away, leaving the teacher helplessly calling 0D. She wants to hold on to 0D. Wait. Only Hien Vu still kept a cold expression. The two seemed to share the same thought. 0D gritted his teeth. So annoying. That voice echoed, Dad, I clearly retracted the Heavenly Can Overlord, so why did it still turn out like this? You all say I like him, so I yielded to him, but I don't like him. I must defeat him. After hearing the girl's confession, Diep Fong reminded her not to suppress her martial soul too much nor react so strongly. Don't cry now. Dad has to go to a meeting. When Dad returns, then talk. Dad is hanging up now, subordinate comrade. Hello. The regiment commander has arrived. That's enough. Diep Fong spoke firmly. Let's start the meeting. He began to announce that this matter is extremely urgent. That's why we called the Kyo Long Special Combat Regiment. This time, what we face is a very brutal group. They have an organization, strong reconnaissance, and possibly other opponents. To avoid causing public panic, we must do our best in the shadows. To track this action, 3 months passed in the blink of an eye. Under Teacher Nana's guidance, Lam Hien Vu's soul power broke through 13 levels. Nam Trung happily praised, "You're getting taller again." Lam Tio left home 3 months ago. Probably won't return for another 3 months, Nam Trung suggested. Teacher Nana, tomorrow let's take Hien Vu out to play. A new dance club recently opened downtown. Hien Vu showed obvious excitement. Great, great. Nam Trung doted on him, flicking the boy's nose. Talking about playing made him excited. Nana agreed in a low voice. All right. Before that, Nam Trung gave instructions, so tomorrow we go. Today still train well with Teacher Nana. Now Hien Vu was very excited. Yes. Nana briefly explained some of your martial techniques. You're basically at the beginner level. To improve, you need more soul power. You still lack close combat attack skills. You are a twin martial soul, so your future development is coordinated, left-right. Therefore, I intend to teach you an ancient martial technique called Golden Dragon Shakes Heaven. Hearing this, Hien Vu was very interested. Yes, a martial technique. In the consciousness space, Nana began teaching Golden Dragon Shakes Heaven. The marvel is that the technique stimulates your blood and energy power based on soul power, using blood vessels and energy to channel the essence of Golden Dragon Shakes Heaven and reverse the flow of blood and energy. I will guide you to channel this technique. Remember, next your blood and energy inside will transform deeply. Inside Hien Vu, a source of demonic power surged. The boy clearly felt sharp pain and discomfort. His body grew hotter. After a while, layers of ice gradually surrounded Hien Vu, especially on his hands, as if upgraded. The boy instinctively grabbed a small glowing spot before Nana suddenly read the name of another demonic technique. Golden Dragon Shakes Heaven. From that small glowing spot transformed the shape of a dragon's head, illuminating the space. Hien Vu marveled. This martial technique is really powerful. However, the soul power was immediately depleted. Behind, Nana slowly replenished energy for the boy, then asked, Han, how do you feel? Reversing the flow of blood and energy will activate the power of your blood vessels. When this power and you resonate, you can unleash attack power beyond normal. This Golden Dragon Shakes Heaven technique for you is also a cultivation method. During channeling, you can continuously stimulate your blood vessel energy to nourish your meridians. Hien Vu had a question. Teacher Nana, what exactly is my blood vessel energy? Nana suddenly became pensive and after a moment replied, I don't know either. I just feel this technique suits you well. Let's continue. I'll help you channel it 10 times, then you practice on your own. Hien Vu was very excited. The next day, Nam Trung took Hien Vu out. Their destination was the dance club. It recently opened in the amusement park inside the Tien Te skyscraper downtown. This Tien Te skyscraper has 128 floors and is one of the tallest commercial buildings in Tula City. A strange man sneered wickedly, I'm here. A gleam flashed in his eyes as he started to move. The other person laughed with amusement as the tone rose. The game began at the Celestial Tower. The house bounced elastically. Hien Vu smiled happily and brightly. The children around were very excited and joyful. Hien Vu enthusiastically played, Mom, look at this. Nam Trung just stood in place with a slight smile. Meanwhile, at the Central Research Institute of the Celestial Tower, AI announced successful isolation. The system was cut off. You only have 15 minutes. Kai Nin was confident. Not that much time needed. Just the 64th floor firewall. With my IQ. Not only that, he said boldly. 3 minutes is enough. Kai Nin eagerly typed on the keyboard. It didn't take long before he arrogantly declared, the last floor is done, connected to the Central Research Institute's account. Suddenly, Kai Nin's eyes widened in shock. The computer screen turned bright red with an error message. He shouted loudly, not good. Kai Nin couldn't help but curse. Damn it, it's a trap! Then he hurriedly ran to retreat, but before escaping, he had to stop. In front of him stood a man, Diep Fong, the Grandmaster controlling the spirit of the Chiem Kin. He coldly warned, we have been watching you for quite some time. One of the 12 messengers of Crime City, hands behind your back, be tied up. I have the right to shoot you here. Kai Nin immediately tore off his cloak. Not only was he not afraid, but he also mocked. So, hands behind your back and tied up, huh? This made Diep Fong seriously assess him. Not right. He could clearly see he was too calm. Kai Nin mischievously said, haven't even asked the name of this chief official yet, huh? Diep Fong was a bit annoyed. You don't need to know. Don't try any tricks. You don't stand a chance. Kai Nin read the opponent's info slyly. So, captain of the special ops team, Qiu Long. Diep Fong, 34 years old, has a 6-year-old daughter named Diep 0D. Am I right or not? Captain Diep, do you believe you'll unlock my handcuffs yourself soon? Diep Fong's eyebrows nearly knitted together. What exactly do you want to say? At that moment, the whole room went pitch dark, causing everyone to panic. The power was out, but they calmly held their positions. Kai Nin laughed delightedly. It's here! Diep Fong was truly confused. Who is here? What exactly have you done? His watch was connecting to a signal. A voice from the other side said, Captain Diep. Hello in Crime City, everyone calls me Eternal Night Monarch Intelligence. You got that right. Our target is this place, but not the Central Research Institute. Before finishing, the whole group descended into chaos. Captain, the signal is cut off. The other side threatened. Now there are 12,345 civilians in the Celestial Tower. An interesting number. So, they are all our hostages now. The tower is completely sealed off by us. In 5 minutes, my people will plant the newest explosives at all key support points of the tower. Of course, if you follow our conditions, not a single bomb will detonate. I think you have no other choice. Release the Chiem Kin. Then let your people retreat from the research institute. Otherwise, everyone in this tower will be buried for the Chiem Kin. Diep Fong furiously punched Kai Nin to vent his anger, then angrily turned away. Release him. Everyone, follow me. Retreat from here. The room fell silent afterward. Elsewhere, everyone was confused. Why did the power suddenly go out? It's too dark, and there's an alarm too. Someone stood on a high point to reassure everyone. Don't panic, the power outage is only temporary. The backup power system will be activated soon. Nam Trung held Hien Vu in his arms. Seems like the power is out. Don't move yet. Let's assess the situation. A strange light appeared along with a loud shout. Don't come here! The crowd started to panic and run quickly. They are AI. Help! One by one, people were being sent to hell. Nam Trung immediately recognized the Spirit Path sniper terror raid. At that moment, a squad of soldiers fired laser beams. In the tense situation, the commander sternly ordered, "No one moves. Anyone who moves will be killed on the spot." The commander tightly controlled the situation. We control the situation. Others, carry out your missions. Just then, they found a mother and child and urgently reported, "Found the Spirit Master. Kill him. Don't leave any Spirit Masters alive." Hien Vu anxiously called out, "Mom!" Nam Trung firmly used 2 ice shields to protect him. "Mom will protect you." In this life or death moment, she remained calm, planning. Not knowing the opponent's number or strength, she could only think of breaking out and then figuring out the next step. Nam Trung anxiously looked around. There should be an emergency exit here. As soon as she found the target, her eyes lit up brightly. It was right there, however. Before she could run inside, the wall suddenly cracked. Nam Trung was shocked, signaling a bad situation, and just as he finished speaking, the door and the wall suddenly exploded. From inside, a huge robot stepped out. Seeing it, she panicked and exclaimed, "What? Armor?" At the same time, from the high-rise building side, Ngui Than calmly enjoyed the beautiful fireworks like a feast. "Is that right, Captain Diep?" Diep Fong pleaded fearfully and earnestly, "Stop, stop! I have met your conditions. You must guarantee the safety of all the hostages." However, he laughed mockingly, making him tremble with anger. "No guarantee. You have no choice now." Ngui Than skillfully hacked into the system. Diep Fong anxiously urged, "How much longer?" He confidently replied, "You know me." "This is easy for me," said Ngui Than with a smirk. 1 minute, and it's done." At that moment, a mysterious man loudly gave an order. "All right, citizens of Doi Akchitan, I am Vindya Quinvung. Whole team, prepare to retreat." He quickly issued orders. "Activate satellite signal jamming, arrange stealth warships." Within seconds, the missile ship launched high. "Everyone, proceed according to the original plan." Just as the order was given to take off, the high-rise building in front suddenly collapsed. Back to the mother and son, Hien Vu was thrown backward. Nam Trung Da coughed up blood. The boy was terrified and in chaos called out, "Mom!" The robot angrily advanced with a dark aura, trying to persuade Hien Vu, "Run, run quickly." In helplessness, he tried to regain composure. Hien Vu removed the bandage from his hand, raised it in front, then shot out sharp ice shards. The small ice shards pierced the armor. Hien Vu angrily stood guard. "Don't harm my mother." Seeing the robot's unusual appearance, it ruthlessly fired. "This child is also a soul master. Both must die." Nam Trung desperately cried, "No one will save my son." The missile darted like a rocket toward the mother and son. The boy frowned but stood still in danger. A gentle breeze blew in. Nana gently enveloped him. "Don't be afraid." She softly soothed his trembling heart. "Don't be afraid." Hien Vu was stunned, looking around. "It's you." He slowly glanced back, looking at the frozen surroundings. Hien Vu was amazed inside. "What is this?" The sound disappeared. He was astonished in the silent space. All objects stopped moving. "What? Has time stopped?" Hien Vu confusedly asked himself. At that moment, a woman placed her hand on his head. Nana's eyes were cold but contained deep concern. She moved the missile toward the ground. "Saved." He looked up with tears streaming. Hien Vu sobbed, hugged tightly, and called, "Conan!" The boy choked with resentment, accusing, "They hurt my mother." Conan gently patted his head, comforting, "Don't cry. It's okay, I'm here. Everyone will be fine." Nana proudly showed warmth. "You are a man now. Very brave to stand in front of your mother to protect her." Immediately after, Nana turned her back coldly. As for those bad guys, then her eyes scattered everything around. A strike from her purple eyes shattered the robot in front. In an instant, it vanished into thin air. Nana's powerful aura spread throughout the space. After neutralizing the threat, everyone cheered joyfully, moving again. They were shocked as if waking from a dream. We can move now. What just happened? The bad guys and the armor all disappeared, no longer visible. Nam Trung panicked, calling out to Hien Vu. Hearing the voice, he immediately turned his head. Hian Vu happily ran over and hugged. Mom! At this moment, she approached to comfort him gently with just a light touch. Nam Trung was surprised to feel her wounds easing. She looked at the woman in front, Nana, in astonishment. She can heal? The crowd was confused, touching their wounds. My injuries don't hurt anymore. It's because she healed us. After she appeared, everything changed. They silently confirmed firmly. It must be her. Only she can move and save us. Nana spoke coldly with determination. Anyone who harms Hien Vu won't escape, she seriously suggested. Right now, Hien Vu needs to follow me. That is the safest, Nam Trung thought to himself. This Nana must be a super-level powerhouse. She smiled reassuringly. Go, little one, go with me, Nana said. Mom is relieved now. Mom is safe. She stretched out her arms, waving for Hien Vu to come over. He obediently and sincerely thanked Miss Nana, thanking her for saving them. In an instant, Nana was so touched she was speechless. She looked into the distance, then hugged him tightly. Let's go. We need to deal with the bad guys. After escaping danger, Nui Than proudly announced, I have retreated to the spaceship. He climbed aboard excitedly. Our plan has succeeded, Nui Than boasted. Vin Da, Your Majesty, did you really not consider setting off a big firework to celebrate? Isn't this something worthy to make the Chi Than crime proud for a long time? As soon as he finished speaking, he angrily shouted, Shut up! Get on the ship immediately. Do you know how terrifying the Federation people are? God of War, Dien Tuong Mon Academy, Su Lai Kak. Have you forgotten about their existence? Vin Da continued to warn with sarcasm. If you want to die, jump off the top of the tower. Don't involve the entire Chithan crime. He denied fearfully. No, I didn't mean that. Let's just retreat. Ni Than hesitated to report the situation. However, the fourth squad lost contact, and the cause is currently unknown. He spoke seriously, decisively. Forget them, he ordered, then immediately left. Meanwhile, the signal blockade reached its limit. Then Vin Da gave the command. Let's go. Let's leave Thien Latin. The spaceship took off, and he exclaimed happily. Activate stealth mode. In space, we can fly freely like birds in the sky. At this moment, in the center, a small glowing dot appeared in space. Nana held Hien Vu and chased after the spaceship. She looked up following it. Immediately, Nana's eyes filled with killing intent. Still want to run? She lightly touched the ring on his finger. Nana gently took it out. A moment later, without saying much, she threw the ring straight ahead. It quickly shot forward, forming a sharp sword blade. In an instant, it pierced through the spaceship, which immediately exploded. Nana softly comforted him. It's okay now. Everything is over. After finishing, the ring returned to its place. Hien Vu curiously and innocently asked, Miss Nana, what was that? She looked at the falling debris. That thing? Oh, Nana casually made up an excuse. Maybe it was fireworks. At that moment, her eyes glanced back as if sending a message. Suddenly, a pink aura urgently enveloped everything. Witnessing this, Diep Fong suddenly exclaimed, What's going on? He was horrified, mouth agape. Impossible! The Chithan crime warship exploded. At the same time, inside a distant room, Vin Da trembled in panic. Explosion after explosion. He was dizzy, sweating profusely. Who on earth did this? Who? If it weren't for Anak Phi Fong, that spiritual force would have caught me just now. So terrifying! There's this level of power in Tula City? Vin Da choked up and hurriedly reported. City Lord, this is serious. We've hit a mine. This terrorist ambush shook the entire Thien Latin. The Thien Tay building is now fully under Quan Phuong An's control. The final casualty count is still being tallied. Hundreds of bombs have been defused by experts. The Federation's high command is furious and has ordered a full search for Chithan crime's whereabouts throughout the Federation. At the same time, aid is being provided to families of the deceased. At the Tula City Military District Command interrogation room, Vu Dung sternly got straight to the point. All right, Captain Diep, no need to wait long. He quickly reported the results. All your statements were fully recorded. However, we still need you to stay in custody for a while longer. After hearing this, Diep Fong frowned and nodded. He was escorted to another location. Scene shifts to Nana's house. Outside, the doorbell suddenly rang. She was startled and turned around. After a few seconds of contemplation, Nana sighed. They've come again. Then she opened the door to see two figures. Van Diem anxiously asked, Miss Nana, why did you run to Thien Latin? You're still under surveillance and not allowed to leave Thien Dao Tin. She calmly replied, You came to see me? What's the matter? Van Diem honestly reported. It's like this. Do you know about the TNT building incident? Van Diem turned on the recorder. Please watch these images. On the screen appeared Van Diem narrating the event. This is the first footage captured. After the satellite signal removed interference, she nervously repeated, I still can't believe this is you. Seeing Nana nod, Van Diem was stunned, silently reasoning how she could be so strong. Could it be that all the measuring devices failed to detect her true condition? Everyone was unable to check her real status. Wudong cautiously stepped forward and proposed to Nana, the female scholar, in a gentle tone. Please come with us to the Celestial Battlestar for investigation, he said. She coldly countered with a question. What if I refuse to go with you? As soon as she finished speaking, Wudong was immediately injured by her cold gaze. Seeing everyone raise their guns, he hurriedly stopped them. Stop! Put down your weapons! Wudong cautiously wiped the blood from his face. Then he muttered to himself that he couldn't fight her. After a moment of thought, he concluded she was deeply mysterious and unpredictable. Wudong tried to ease the situation. Nana, please don't misunderstand. Your actions at the Celestial Tower were righteous, to restore your reputation and avoid major damage to our Federation. We only hope you will cooperate and return with us. Investigate her, he added. She straightforwardly replied, but I don't want to go back. Van Diem understood and probed. Is it because of that child? Nana, displeased, turned around and reminded Van Diem. She boldly declared, remember my words. If anyone dares to harm that child, they will have to face me, someone who spares no cost. Everyone felt the pressure from her aura and swallowed nervously, nodding. Van Diem anxiously asked, Nana, what is your relationship with that child? She calmly explained, he is my student. Then Nana elaborated in detail. He is very talented. I taught him. He came to the Celestial Tower to play and encountered danger. I saved him. This is what happened, she said. After telling the story, Van Diem hesitated and suggested, why don't you come back with me to the Celestial City and explain everything? Otherwise, it might implicate your student. Even though you are strong enough to protect him, do you want both of you to become federal criminals? It's not worth it. Seeing Nana hesitate, Wudong breathed a silent sigh of relief and followed Van Diem, thinking it was the right decision. Finally, she yielded and accepted. All right, I'll go with you. Nana finally compromised. The Federation and official citizen status didn't matter to her, but she didn't want to disrupt Hien Vu's peaceful life. After a while, Hien Vu called out excitedly, come back, child. But Nana is not here? After searching for a while, Hien Vu whispered worriedly, where is she? Nana went out? Usually, she would be home waiting for me at this time. Before he could understand what was happening, Nana suddenly appeared. Hien Vu heard her voice quietly transmitting a message. When you return, the mental seal I left will appear. I have to leave for some reasons, she said sadly, bidding farewell. I'm leaving now. Nana's eyes showed undeniable sadness. He stared at her for a few seconds, then Nana slowly disappeared. Before leaving, she didn't forget to promise. Hien Vu vowed to meet her again. He shouted in despair, Child Nana! Hien Vu sobbed, calling her name. Don't go! Nana's departure made Hien Vu feel uncomfortable and unhappy for a whole week. He remembered Nana's words and tried hard to cultivate, not only because of the Celestial Tower incident, but also because he realized the importance of cultivation and wanted to quickly reach level 20 so he could meet Nana again. Life at school was peaceful. After the Celestial Tower incident, Ode suddenly stopped attending school without explanation. Within a few days, Hien Vu became the top student in strength. In the blink of an eye, 3 months passed. Nam Trung's heart grew increasingly chaotic and uneasy. Lam Tia had been on the new planet for half a year. Recently, he hadn't even used soul communication to send messages, which worried her a lot. In the teacher's room, Lin Thu earnestly advised Hien Vu. Next week, the beginner soul masterclass Teen La will open. The high potential youth class will select the most outstanding students from all branches. This class teaches beyond the normal level and is taught by the best teachers. It can also be called the genius class. Once selected, it means you are very excellent. Our school has a total of 10 nominees for this class. I recommend you, so you must try your best. After hearing this, he happily and solemnly expressed his determination. Yes, thank you, teacher. I will definitely try my best. Hien Vu left while pondering with anticipation. The high-potential youth class felt very formidable. Just then, a familiar voice suddenly called Hien Vu. He was startled and immediately turned around. Next week, the beginner soul master class, Thien La, will open a high-potential youth class, selecting the most outstanding students from all branches. This class teaches beyond the normal level and is taught by the best teachers. It can also be called the genius class. Once selected, It's very prestigious. Our school has a total of 10 nominees for this class. I recommend you, so you must try your best." After hearing this, he happily and solemnly expressed his determination. "Yes, thank you, teacher. I will definitely try my best." Hien Vu left while pondering with anticipation. The high-potential youth class felt very formidable. Just then, a familiar person suddenly called Hien Vu. He was startled and immediately turned around. Hien Vu quickly recognized the voice. The girl in front looked sad and hesitated, asking, "Are you already at school?" She shyly approached. "I came to find you," Hien Vu asked calmly. "What do you want with me?" The girl bit her lip, embarrassed for a long moment. This made him very confused, she stammered, about to say "I," but then she turned in another direction with a challenging look. "I want to tell you I will definitely find a way to defeat you." Hien Vu felt helpless and frustrated inside, thinking, "Not this again." He turned coldly and left. "If there's nothing else, I'll go first." Feeling hurt, he hurriedly questioned, "Why didn't you ask me where I've been these past few months?" "You're really annoying." Hien Vu heard that and responded irritably. "Every time it's you who comes to bother me. You're the annoying one. Where you go has nothing to do with me," Hien Vu said decisively and left. "I have to go home now." The girl suddenly tried to follow him but stopped sadly in place, tears streaming down her face in frustration. Feeling lost and deeply hurt, she said, "My dad was taken away, and I was locked at home for months. It was only yesterday that Dad came back home. Today, finally able to go to school, I immediately went to find you to talk, but unexpectedly, you left like that. You think I'm so annoying?" The girl unwillingly wiped her tears. "Hien Vu, wait for me. I'm not done with you yet." During the next holiday, Hien Vu laid out a comprehensive training plan for himself. He strictly followed the plan, and half a month later, he was excited and joyful about the results. He finally raised his soul power to level 14. At Hien Vu's house, Nam Trung gently and kindly asked, "Han, tomorrow is the first day of school, right? Have you prepared everything?" He obediently and excitedly shared his plan. "It's all ready. Tonight, I plan to sit and meditate in the training room." At that moment, the door suddenly unlocked. Hien Vu was excited like a puppy. "It's Dad!" He happily hugged him and shouted, "Dad!" "Dad's back." Lam Tu smiled kindly and patted his son's shoulder. "The kid has gotten a lot heavier." He smiled and looked at her. "Brother's back." Nam Trung was stunned for a few seconds, then worriedly turned and left. "Do you know he hasn't eaten yet?" "I'll cook for you," Hien Vu mischievously reported. "Mom and Dad miss you very much. They talk about you every day." Lam Tio slowly went into the kitchen after hearing that. He choked up and called her name softly. She remained silent but stopped moving. Lam Tio seemed to understand everything and quickly hugged her, comforting her. He spoke sincerely in a gentle voice. "I'm sorry for making you worry." Nam Trung teared up and suggested, "Please don't leave for so long next time, okay?" Lam Tio nodded firmly, promising, "I promise you." Finally, the family of 3 gathered together. Hien Vu ate another meal with Dad. Tonight, the house was very warm. Tien Do Star dormitory of the Research Institute staff belonging to the Junior Academy. Currently, Nana was living here. After returning from Tian Do Star, she had to undergo a series of tests by the Research Institute. The test results were unexpected but all normal from Nana's body. No unstable energy existence could be detected or measured. After consideration, the Research Institute decided to extend the observation period for her by another 6 years. During these 6 years, Nana was not allowed to leave the controlled area of the Research Institute. During the observation period, Nana was assigned to teach at the Junior Academy under the Research Institute as a martial arts teacher. The reason was very simple, because these children reminded her of Hien Vu. Of course, the Academy also received strict orders from the Research Institute. In the meeting room, Trung Tien firmly reminded that without approval, no one was allowed to approach her within a 10-meter radius. The director insisted she must have an independent office. He hesitated and begged for an exception. Could he refuse her? He firmly rejected no inside the classroom. Nana smiled warmly and introduced herself. "Hello everyone, my name is Nana. From today on, I will be your ancient martial arts teacher." The lovely students enthusiastically responded in unison. "Hello, teacher Nana." Their eyes sparkled with admiration. "The teacher is so pretty." "That's right. She's the most beautiful person I've ever seen." At that moment, she suddenly noticed something. From the crowd, Nana spotted a vague figure. She stared from the hair to the ocean-colored eyes. Nana approached the girl and gently asked, "What's your name? How old are you?" Hien Thu replied smartly and politely, "Hello, teacher. My name is Hien Thu, and I'm almost 7 years old." After hearing that, Nana reached out her hand. The girl was startled and stepped back. Hien Thu instinctively wondered what she intended to do. Before she could recover, Nana quickly stepped forward again. The girl was stunned and thought, too fast. Nana gently placed her hand on her head. Immediately, the spirit of Hien Vu fell into a mysterious void after a mysterious action. She slowly withdrew her hand. Nana, as if discovering a secret, smiled with deep meaning. She understood. The little girl looked at the teacher's back in confusion. This Nana, what is she doing to me? And how does she understand anything? Next, Nana seriously decoded our ancient martial arts subject about the fighting methods and combat techniques of the ancient soul masters. Therefore, our curriculum focuses primarily on practical combat. At the same time, on the Latin battle side, Con Lin excitedly announced the next route. Next, we have to go to Thean Latin for a mobile performance. Then she happily praised the chant that An composed, saying it was really great. But after all, there is one piece he really didn't think about writing another song. Why? He pondered, then opened up skillfully. I will think about it during the bright morning. Hien Vu joyfully waved goodbye. Goodbye, Dad. I'm going to school now. Lam Tu affectionately reminded. Hurry inside. At the same time, 0D also politely said, Dad, I'm leaving now. Seeing a familiar person, he quickly approached to greet the chief official. Long time no see. Diep Fong nodded, a bit tired. I'm no longer a chief official. I was demoted. On the contrary, I should congratulate you on your promotion. Hearing this, Lam Tio anxiously asked about what happened to the chief official and if it was convenient to answer. He sighed and changed the subject. Let's go have coffee in the quiet space of the cafe. Diep Fong regretfully recounted the tragic story of the TNT skyscraper incident. You must have heard about it already. Although the crime was not fully carried out, in the end, more than 100 people died. I was responsible for the operation, so I can't avoid responsibility. He was stunned, unable to believe it. What? After a minute of contemplation, he accepted his fate. This is already the best outcome, and you still have military protection. Diep Fong suddenly shifted his concern and asked Han, I want to talk more about your Hian Vu. This child is a twin martial soul, right? Hearing this, Lam Tu suddenly startled. He excitedly reasoned. Lamingan's two hands are different, plus his mutated martial soul must be an extremely powerful martial soul. Indeed, innate talent is a good thing. It should be nurtured well. It cannot be buried. He smiled proudly, responding to his friend's concern. Not at all. He has registered to participate in the high-energy youth class of Tian La Academy. Whether he passes the exam or not, I don't know. Diep Fong immediately offered an attractive suggestion. Actually, there is another development path. If you agree, I can introduce him into the military system. He emphasized the profound future potential, even the possibility of entering the War God Hall. Lam Tio was surprised and somewhat hesitant, asking, War God Hall? Diep Fong confirmed confidently, no mistake, I see this potential in Hien Vu. However, he shook his head and waved to refuse. No. If he enters the military system, it means he will have to leave us. Lam Tio revealed his feelings. After experiencing separation for a long time, I've come to understand that nothing is more important than family reunion. He frowned, recalling the past. Diep Fong nodded respectfully. All right. If you change your mind, you can come to me anytime. Hien Vu and 0D did not attend the opening ceremony but went directly to the Academy's gymnasium to participate in the high-energy youth class assessment. Standing before the students, Trung Thien spoke clearly and seriously. You were selected from this academy as outstanding among your peers, but this does not mean say you can enter the high-energy youth class. He continued explaining the selection criteria for the high-energy youth class. The principle is quality over quantity. Trung Thien emphasized the strictness, only accepting the elite. An invisible aura of authority radiated from the proctor. 10 students began using their own methods to resist. At that moment, he suddenly noticed a direction. Trung Thien was surprised to see Hien Vu not reacting. This child did nothing at all. After applying pressure, he cautiously introduced himself. My name is Trung Thien, a teacher at the Tian La Primary Soul Master Academy. He announced, according to the predetermined sequence, first we conduct the soul power test, then the mental power test. He announced, according to the predetermined order, first we will conduct the soul power test, then the mental power test. Finally, a comprehensive aptitude survey. When surveying, Trung Thien Kin Ngak expressed, Hien Vu's soul power is level 14. The soul power of this child is very average. Then he silently gave a positive comment. Zero's soul power is level 16. He is one of the two youngest children. Such achievements are not bad. Then they continued with the next test. The mental power test. 0 Day's mental power is 37. Another student's result is also considerable. Abba's mental power is 48. Than Tu was stunned by the result of Hien Vu's spirit power. She worriedly suggested to teacher Mook An to check it. He tilted his head to see the content. What's this? Looking at the number 99, Than Tu pondered and asked if it needed to be rechecked. Trung Thien definitely replied, "No need, the machine has no problem." Only then did she confidently read Hien Vu's spirit power 99 Ling Tong level. He silently observed this kid. Although his soul power was a bit weak, his spirit power was very astonishing. Finally, Trung Thien jumped to the most important step, preparing to enter the simulation chamber to begin the comprehensive martial soul aptitude test. The combat ability of you all and aptitude in other aspects will be displayed in this final test. Hien Vu excitedly looked around. This is the simulation chamber. It's the first time I get to use it. He calmly reassured the students. You don't need to be afraid. Everything you feel now is normal after completing the process. Trung Thien then gave dramatic information. Next, you will enter another world. As soon as you step in, he reminded the target. Your mission is to survive in that world. This place will be a battlefield of life and death. He opened his eyes and was amazed looking around. In the mystical world, Hien Vu stood on the cliff and exclaimed in astonishment, "This is the simulation world." He touched every leaf gap and commented that this feeling is no different from the real world. Hien Vu mischievously ran around everywhere. He focused on sensing energy. The feeling of using the body and soul power was exactly like in reality. Hien Vu smiled and pinched his cheek. Only the pain sensation was weaker than in reality. Almost got confused. I really am in the simulation world. He was so fascinated he couldn't help but exclaim, "So interesting. The technology is truly miraculous." After a while of exploring, Hien Vu suddenly remembered, "Wait, I'm not here to play." He recalled Trung Thien's reminder. The comprehensive aptitude test is to survive in that world. Hien Vu happily hummed and swung his legs. This place gives a really great feeling. The water element here is also abundant. Very suitable for my martial soul. I will definitely live well here. At this time, the judging team was watching each student. He sighed helplessly. Kids nowadays. Trung Thien shook his head in dismay, evaluating that they really lack common knowledge. The female staff calmly explained, "That's natural. Kids nowadays all grow up in the city, with too few chances to contact soul beasts in the forest. Of course, they wouldn't know that near water sources is where the strongest soul beasts are often found." Just as he was happily enjoying his break, suddenly a noise caught his attention. What is approaching here? Hien Vu hid behind a rock and peeked at the giant beast, quickly recognizing it as the Thon Ma his father had taught him about. It is a soul beast with a large body, incredible strength, strong defense, and a relatively gentle temperament. Based on his experience, Hien Vu confidently guessed this Thon Ma's cultivation level was probably around 800 years or more. He smiled brightly like a flower, so happy as if he were in a zoo. Hien Vu recalled the previous story. Right, he heard his father say the highest level tour is to go to the two soul beast planets. To see the soul beasts of the two planets, one planet is called Long Hoang Planet, and the other is Long Vuong Planet. He was dazed and didn't know what it would be like there. While he was excitedly wondering, a shadow suddenly ran past. There really is a dragon SAO. It aimed straight at Hien Vu's position. Than Tu's eyes enjoyed commenting, "This kid looks pretty good." But unfortunately, it seems it's about to be eliminated. Hien Vu immediately sensed a strange aura and nimbly dodged its attack. Hien Vu lightly landed on the ground. He turned his head and glanced back to see a pack of wolves full of fighting spirit. Hien Vu exclaimed in surprise, "A 100-year-old Yu Min wolf. There are 3 of them. I'm afraid this time I need level 30 to deal with them." He anxiously wondered in his heart. Moreover, they are soul beasts specializing in speed. What to do now? At that moment, Hien Vu recalled Nana's advice, "Don't panic when encountering trouble," followed by Lam Tu's instructions. Human wolves are naturally suspicious. They don't like direct attacks, but prefer to find the opponent's weaknesses. From what was in his memory, he boldly analyzed deeper that it was indeed them, although fierce. But in reality, they would also be afraid. When the wolves saw Hien Vu using internal energy, they hesitated and stepped back a few steps. He bravely tried with 2 energy spheres to see what would happen. They got scared and stepped back 1 step. Hien Vu didn't hesitate and prepared to throw the sphere at the pack of Bachnian. By reflex, they jumped back. He seized the opportunity and ran away on all 4s. Trung Thien didn't understand what was going on and muttered, "Why did he choose to run away? Running away easily exposes weaknesses. Moreover, how could he escape from Yu Min Lang, who is known for speed?" They were trapped and angrily chased after him. The pack of Bak Nien loudly rushed toward him. Hien Vu ran while worried, looking back. He quickly threw the sphere, which immediately hit the head of the Thon Ma. It was ambushed and angrily roared. Hien Vu quickly jumped onto it, threw the sphere out, then flipped it back. Hien Vu cleverly let the Thon Ma see. Thinking it was the pack of Bach Nian attacking, the Thon Ma angrily opened its mouth wide and fiercely charged at them. The wolves were scared and hurriedly bowed their heads, begging for mercy. They panicked and ran away. He breathed a sigh of relief. That was too dangerous just now. Trung Thien observed in amazement and exclaimed, "This is causing the judges to buzz with praise for the talent. This is something an 8-year-old child can do?" Whether it was strategy, footwork, or the use of soul skills, even using the strategy of the painter to lead him to a fierce victory, completely beyond his imagination, the perfect response. Trung Thien decided as if he had found a treasure. "I need this child." The female staff timidly probed his intention. "Do you want to let this child out now?" He was interested and ordered to continue. "I'm very curious to see how far it can go. This time is also an experience for it." After the attack, Hian Vu sat resting on a rock. At that moment, he silently told himself with a humorous expression. The first time dealing with a soul beast was really scary, almost got eaten alive by them. Hian Vu pondered its new actions. "This Thon Ma seems quite friendly. It didn't actively attack me." He was happy as if he had found a support point. "I just need to stay beside it." At that moment, the female staff admired and commented on the intelligent child. However, continuing like this, the wish to see more excellent performances might just vanish into thin air. Then a loud scream startled the birds. The Thon Ma was shocked and trembling. Seeing it so scared, Hien Vu was confused and wondered what was happening. Why did the Thon Ma run away? He was shocked and guessed by its frightened look. Could it be? Hien Vu judged when he saw a strange figure. Someone ran past. Moments later, he was stunned to recognize a familiar face. Zero did. She also looked very scared. Behind the girl was an aggressive gorilla. Hien Vu froze for a few seconds, then he silently urged himself to run. With the increasing level of Kim Van Lam Ngan Thao, Hien Vu pushed his speed to the limit. Very quickly, he caught up with Zeroed, who just ran past him. The three-eyed beast used its strength to leap and charge at the two of them. Zeroed was confused by the sudden appearance of the person beside him. "Why are you here too?" Hien Vu hurriedly showed a blaming expression. "I wanted to ask you. I was fine here, but suddenly, you brought such a big beast here." In the dangerous moment, Zeroed resentfully recounted the story. "I was hiding in a tree and found a small white monkey. I thought it was very cute and wanted to hug it, but because of that action, it made the girl angry. Yet it didn't let me hug it, so I grabbed it into my arms. After all," Zero Day angrily expressed, "how come it's so grudging? I already gave that kid to it." Hien Vu was surprised and scolded. "You still feel resentful? That is the three-eyed demon beast. Judging by its physique, it probably has a cultivation level of 1,000 years. Surely it is the lord of this forest." At that moment, he suddenly realized something and quickly moved. At that moment, Hien Vu pressed close to Zero G, making the girl embarrassed and exclaim, "What are you doing?" Hien Vu grabbed the girl to avoid its attack. They both turned their heads, breathing heavily in a life-or-death situation. He urgently shouted, "Separate and run!" Hien Vu used ice power, aiming straight at its head. The three-eyed beast was attacked and angrily roared. Seeing that reckless action, Zeroed was stunned. He actually lured the three-eyed demon beast away by himself? The girl anxiously exclaimed, "Are you stupid?" Outside, the staff admired that courage. In such a dangerous situation, this child thought about saving others? At that moment, Hien Vu gritted his teeth and fled quickly. He jumped from one tree branch to another. It was determined not to let him go, aggressively chasing. At that moment, the three-eyed demon was almost touching the boy. Hien Vu bent down and summoned the ice. He rode it like Sun Wukong, swiftly gliding over the ground. Suddenly, he was struck by the three-eyed demon, shattering the ice. Trung Thien examined the situation in astonishment. He actually managed to do that. The pursuer was the three-eyed demon. Could it really still escape? In fact, Hien Vu's energy had been nearly depleted. Due to running at high intensity, the three-eyed demon finally lost patience and used its innate ability. The spirit attacked. Hien Vu was stunned by its fierce roar. He panicked and shouted, "Oh no!" Hien Vu painfully held his head and screamed. He was blasted away about 10 meters. Trung Thien anxiously urged, "Too careless, hurry up." He was terrified and urgently ordered, "Quick, get Hien Vu out." At that moment, the three-eyed demon prepared to reach out and finish him off. At that moment, a sparkling light appeared on his arm. It was aggressive, gnashing its teeth and creaking. The three-eyed demon punched the ground hard, but strangely, it missed Hien Vu, which made it panic and turn pale. It hurriedly fled as the best option. At the same time, Hien Vu was teleported back to his original position, returning to the hall. Trung Thien was horrified and urgently shouted, "Quick, take him to the medical treatment soul master." He anxiously gave instructions. "Quickly invite the best soul master healer from Tula City to come here." After hearing the news, his parents were restless and quickly moved to the hospital. At Tula City Hospital, in the intensive care monitoring room, only the faint sound of the electrocardiogram machine could be heard. Hien Vu lay motionless and exhausted among the measuring wires. His parents and others waited sadly outside. At that moment, the monitor turned red. They were startled and quickly looked up to see him awake. They anxiously asked Dr. Han if there was any result yet. "How is my son?" The doctor furrowed his brows and explained in a deep voice. "The situation is very complicated, beyond our expectations. Your son's brain has no physical damage, but his consciousness has fallen into a deep coma." Nam was stunned and asked, "What? Is he in a vegetative state?" Seeing their shocked expressions, the doctor had to be straightforward. "That's likely the case. If he wakes up, he will fully recover, but for now, we can only rely on his willpower." Trung Tien sighed quietly, looking at them. He painfully blamed himself. "Oh God, such an outstanding child. Yet because of my carelessness, he ended up in a coma like this. I can't forgive myself. The Thien La Academy will cover Hien Vu's treatment costs." Trung Thien also had to endure a very severe punishment. 3 days later, Zero D came to visit the boy with many thoughts, looking at Hien Vu unconscious on the hospital bed. The girl sobbed and shed tears. Zero D choked up and said regretfully, "If it weren't for you, then the one killed by the three-eyed demon would definitely have been me." The girl lowered her head and then burst into tears in torment. "He got hurt because he saved me." Zero D painfully and sincerely said 2 words, "I'm sorry." Since then, the selection results for the high-energy youth class came out. Zero D was the only one chosen. Hien Vu was retained as the permanent chosen one. As long as he wakes up, he can join any time. At that moment, a flickering light suddenly appeared in Hien Vu's subconscious, revealing a strangely magnificent scene. Around him were divine beasts and immortals fiercely fighting. Suddenly, a miraculous red light pierced through the two forces. It created a powerful red streak that decisively blocked both sides, forcing them to retreat. Outside, Hien Vu trembled in pain. Lei Seven Nam saw his child writhing and immediately ran out, shouting for a doctor. The doctor urgently ordered the staff to prepare the defibrillator and closely monitor the brain waves. He was highly focused, warning to watch out for any danger at any moment. The doctor hurriedly injected a calming drug. His heart was beating too fast. After injecting the stabilizing medicine and everything returned to normal, he happily announced, "Good, stable now. Continue to observe." At the same time, at the Thien La City Stadium, a lively event was taking place. Fans excitedly shouted and cheered non-stop, "It's the young master! It's the young master! Mom, come see your son-in-law!" Seeing the person appear, they screamed even louder. "It's the young master. We love you, young master. So handsome. Oh my God, he's dazzling." Amid the audience's anticipation, the winding melody of my song with the intense longing for her image has long become blurry, even after countless reincarnations. Her voice still rings clear in my ears. Countless times her breath is like eternal flowers and fragrance. Yet it still doesn't reach my nose. Her hands are both soft and slender. Wherever she is will forever be the best harbor. A person's life has 3 stages. One belongs to existence, one belongs to society, and one stage of burial belongs to the depths of the heart. Her third stage still remains, leaving a mark deep in my soul. A life of 3 stages, when will it repeat? As long as I'm alive, she's still here. A life of 3 stages. When will it make my memories as pure as at the beginning? I pray to heaven to shine and guide me. Whether it's the divine realm or the abyss, whether above the sky or below the earth, I only want this third stage of life to repeat. I only want our 2 lives and 6 stages to merge into one third stage of life. Suddenly, a strange aura signals to him. Duong Lac's voice choked in his throat. Silence enveloped the audience, who anxiously asked each other, why did the music suddenly stop? What happened? Could it be a technical problem? Why did he suddenly bow and apologize to everyone? Duong Lac hesitated for a moment, then added that he had to leave for a while. As soon as he finished speaking, he disappeared from the stage. Everyone was confused and speechless. Moments later, they anxiously discussed non-stop and then left. What happened? The young master left. Why did he disappear from the stage? This was a performance arranged by the organizers, but no one had heard of such an arrangement. At that moment, Kan Lin hurriedly spoke to calm the situation and restore order, asking everyone to be quiet. She tried to control the situation. She controlled the situation first. This was a surprise prepared by the young master for everyone, a surprise from Thien Latin. Everyone was both curious and excited, asking what kind of surprise it was. It was the first time something like this happened. After hearing this, everyone eagerly awaited and looked forward to it. In a different scene, Thon Tula Hospital's Nam Hart ward was quietly asleep, on guard. Outside, Duong Lac appeared before Hien Vu's hospital bed, pondering with a familiar feeling in a haze, as if a special power was guiding him here. Facing the unfamiliar face, Duong Lac wondered who this child was, feeling that he looked familiar. Clearly, this was the first time he met him. He was restless and expressed concern that the child seemed ill. Without hesitation, Duong Lac placed the palm of his hand on the child's forehead, then immediately discovered something. Slowly, Duong Lac moved down to the abdomen. He sensed a magical whirlpool. The strange floral patterns also changed color, leaving Duong Lac stunned for a few seconds. He seemed to understand everything, widening his eyes. The floral patterns on Hien Vu's body then rapidly diminished, and the boy returned to his original appearance. Duong Lac was silent. Next, he gently transmitted internal energy into the boy. At that moment, Duong Lac's palm suddenly grew invisible roots. He was shocked and confused as he watched them vanish. Seconds later, Duong Lac seemed to see them merge together. He was stunned and raised his eyebrows for a long while. Duong Lac focused on restoring Hien Vu's health in the resting room. Kan Lin anxiously paced back and forth, exclaiming, "Oh my god, are you crazy? Where did you run off to? You left behind 20,000 fans. I told them you would give them a surprise, so they stayed orderly." She nervously urged strongly, "It's been over half an hour. If you don't come back, they will riot. Fly however you want, but come back to me quickly," Duong Lac gently reassured her, as if a burden was lifted. "I know, Kan Lin," she happily gasped. "That's great. No matter what, I've contacted him." She anxiously peeked outside, not knowing what was happening out there. The crowd grew impatient and upset, blaming, "How long do we have to wait? Organizers, come out and give us an explanation." Where did the young master go? They were unhappy and demanded their rights. If the young master doesn't appear, "We will return the tickets! Return the tickets!" Everyone agreed and shouted, "Right! Return the tickets and compensate tenfold!" Return tickets? Are you kidding us? Kan Lin was helpless, feeling on the verge of collapse. How am I supposed to handle this mess? Are we doomed? Just then, Duong Lac hummed the melody of the flow of time. Time is the person of history, gazing toward the infinite future. Protecting time is protecting the future. Protecting time itself to make the future no longer blurry. The audience was amazed and exclaimed in song. It was the sound of the musician. He continued with a melodious tune, waiting in time. What was waiting to be seen again was his own soul. Time blinking is an endless sorrow. It is the familiarity of time. It is a nameless call that leads me to seek hope. Hope comes close, then falls into fear, wanting to touch, but afraid of losing it. Hope comes close, bringing joy in the future. A moment in time will recharge hope. My hope has arrived. Perhaps I no longer need to be confused. Seeing his appearance, the audience cheered. It's the musician. He exploded into a symphony, but I dared not touch it for fear that hope would vanish. Hope in space and time. Please come with me, don't leave me. I'd rather never go than truly open it. The hope of time, please tell me why. Why does that familiarity originate from ancient times? The light of Duong Lac land spread throughout the space. He bowed, sincerely apologizing for making everyone wait so long due to momentary emotion. Duong Lac calmly introduced preparations over a period of time. A new song, Protecting Time. Protecting her, please give it to everyone. The crowd was surprised as if they couldn't believe their ears. A new song, he said little, turned his back, ending tonight's performance here, hoping each person in the audience could protect time, protect the ones they want to protect. Everyone admired and praised nonstop. Oh my god, a new song from the musician, and it's the first time singing a new song for Than Thien La, us. This really is a huge surprise that makes people proud. The musician, we just want to protect him. Protect time. Protect him. Protect time. Protect him. Faced with that skill, Kan Lin was stunned, reminding himself he actually composed a new song. Why was his recent disappearance to write a new song? Yet he used a new song to turn the situation around, she marveled, showing utmost admiration. Truly unbelievable. This might be considered Duong Lac's charm. In the backstage resting room, he pondered, wondering about the identity of that child. Who exactly is it? Why can he feel the pain and lack of help, despite being so far away? Being called to his place like that, could this child have some relation to him? Duong Lac was dizzy, rubbing his forehead in frustration. Still unable to remember anything, he longed to meet and see it again so much. The next morning at the hospital, Hien Vu woke up from a coma. Nam Trong and the doctor were stunned, speechless. He softly said with a very hungry stomach, "Mom, I'm hungry." On the second day, Hien Vu had fully awakened, after multiple tests confirming his body was normal. Moreover, there were no signs of any abnormal symptoms, so Hien Vu was transferred to a regular ward. 3 days later, his health had basically recovered. Preparing discharge procedures, the female nurse held a small package and handed it to his mother. "Miss Nam, this must be a courier from you." Nam was confused, confirming the recipient was Hien Vu in the intensive care unit. She opened the package and saw 3 premium tickets. Here they were. The nurse was stunned, shouting, "Oh my God, concert tickets of the musician." She couldn't hide her excitement, immediately showing admiration. "Oh my God, and their front row seats. Miss Nam, how did you get them? The tickets were sold out months ago. Do you know how crazy the fans went to snatch the musician's concert tickets?" Holding the tickets, Nam Trong couldn't believe her eyes. These were really tickets to the musician's concert. "Isn't this my lifelong dream?" she pondered curiously. "Who sent this?" The nurse reassured her optimistically. "It says courier. No matter who sent it, it's a good thing." Nam Trong thought deeply, speculating. "Maybe the Duong Lac Academy sent it to make up for us." The boy recovered and got to go to his idol's concert. The fog in Nam Trong's heart finally cleared. "The concert day at the Than 2 Sports Complex," she exclaimed in amazement. "Indeed, there are thousands of people. Just seeing the long line of people." Lam Tio anxiously asked, "How long do we have to wait in line?" Nam Trong tiredly sighed. "No choice. This is the musician's concert. Of course it has to be more crowded than ever." She looked around nervously. "But are the other people's tickets a mistake? Why does it look a bit different from our tickets?" Just then, the ticket inspector politely approached and asked for her ticket. "You don't have to line up here. This is a VIP ticket with a separate entrance. No need to queue." Nam was stunned and asked again about the VIP ticket. The female staff smiled warmly and led them away, saying, "Let me take you through there." The crowd murmured with envy. "Oh my God, those people actually have VIP tickets. VIP tickets can't be bought even with money, right?" As soon as she stepped in, she was surprised and overjoyed. It was actually the second row. Amazing. They could see the musician up close now. After more than an hour, the concert finally began. From the stage, Duong Lac raised her clear voice with a melancholic song. Her image had already become blurry. Having gone through countless reincarnations, her voice was incredibly pure and had echoed in my ears countless times. Her third life was always here, always leaving an indelible mark deep in my heart. As long as I'm alive, she will always be here. My memories had long become vague, but my heart always searched for eternal love of 3 lifetimes. When will it repeat? When will eternal love of 3 lifetimes make my memories clean and fresh again? Nam was startled, blushing and muttering that he was hallucinating. Did the musician just look at me just now? The song ended. The deafening applause seemed to shake the entire auditorium. Duong Lac sincerely expressed, "Thank you all for your love, but today I only want to sing one more song. I would like to dedicate to everyone a song about protecting time and protecting people. At the same time, I want to invite an audience member to sing with me." The crowd exploded into lively chatter. "Oh my God, inviting an audience member to sing with the musician? So surprising. What kind of new act is this? Our cold and aloof noble son has become so simple and approachable all of a sudden." They all volunteered eagerly. Me, me." Meanwhile, backstage in the control room, the director hurriedly scolded, "You girls have such a good idea. Why didn't you tell us? This could have been spectacular." "It's a huge benefit. Next time if you have new ideas, please tell us in advance, okay?" Con Lin shyly responded, "Director, if I say I didn't know anything, and this was just the noble son's spontaneous idea, would you believe me?" At that moment, the excited audience shouted, "The noble son is coming down to the audience! Oh my God!" He really wanted to invite an audience member to sing with him. Seeing that strong figure, Nam held her back for a few seconds. She was stunned, her heart pounding wildly. "No, it can't be. The noble son is coming toward me." Nam seemed unable to stay calm as he got closer. Oh my God, she was sure it wasn't a hallucination. He really was coming toward her. The crowd was in an uproar, wanting to know who it was. Who exactly was invited by the musician? Duong Lac reached out gently and said, "May I invite you to the stage to sing with me?" He was so gentle it almost shone. Reaching out, Nam was stunned, realizing it wasn't her. Duong Lac pointed her hand toward Hian Vu. In the excited atmosphere, he spoke warmly. "May I invite you to the stage to sing with me?" The boy was shocked and speechless. Moments later, Hien Vu understood and pointed to his mother. "Uncle, please invite my mother up. She really likes you." She felt proud and quietly happy inside. "Good boy, good son. Mom's love for you was not in vain, but don't be stubborn about your intentions, okay? Uncle just wants to invite you, is that okay?" After hearing this, Nam felt sad and a bit weary. The boy remained silent. Then he gently lifted the boy up. They looked at each other for a long moment, and suddenly Duong Lac smiled softly. She was startled and laughed. What? Nam was silently bewildered. It was the first time he saw the noble son smile. He carried the boy onto the stage. Under the gaze of so many people, the audience cheered excitedly. The invited audience member was that child? The noble son really knew how to choose. If he had chosen a female fan, I wouldn't have been able to handle it. This child looks so adorable. Don't say the two of them look somewhat alike. Duong Lac slowly hummed the song, waiting for time, seeing not just time but her own soul. Time passed in the blink of an eye. The sorrow of separation is endless. Hope in time always comes from unawareness. That is the familiarity of time, the nameless call. At that moment, the crowd gasped. The noble son smiled. So beautiful, such a warm smile. Oh my God, I'm melting. He continued to light up with my echoing, hopeful singing. Maybe I don't need to be anxious anymore. But I dare not touch the hope that disappears. Hope in time. Oh, please go with me. Don't leave me alone. Hope in time. Oh, why does that familiarity come from ancient times? Don't get lost. Gently kiss your forehead. Then he ended with a song protecting time, protecting people. The whole audience was shaken by the touching performance. Duong Lac sincerely thanked and then asked Han, "Thank you, little friend. Can you tell me your name?" He answered firmly, "My name is Hien Vu." He expressed all his heart. "Uncle, I like you." He smiled back at the affection. "I also like you because," Duong Lac added a simple but profound reason. "You have given me hope." No doubt, this concert was a huge success. For the first time, the young master showed his gentle side in front of others. Hien Vu's health has fully recovered. Now he needs to make an important choice. Whether to continue studying at the Thon Tu La branch or go to the high-energy youth class at Thon Tien La, Nam gently asked for his opinion. "Hien Vu, what do you think?" He decisively made his decision. "Mom, I want to go to the high-energy youth class. I want to be as powerful as Sister Nana so I can protect Mom," she happily praised. "Truly, my good son," Lam Tu nodded in agreement. "All right," after careful consideration, he declared strongly. "Let's decide like that. Our family will move to Than Thien La to start a completely new life." Hien Vu's family moved into Than Tien La. After the Tien La Academy learned, they immediately sent people to pick him up and take him to the academy. Hien Vu was excited when he saw the surroundings. Wow, the academy is so big, heading towards Tien La Academy. All future expenses for you at the academy, including tuition and other fees, will be covered by the school. Trung Tien introduced as he walked, "This is the primary academy of Tien La Academy. Later this will be where you study and live. This is the dormitory for you. I will take you to your dorm room first. This floor is reserved only for the high-energy youth class. Normal dorms have 6 people per room, but you will have 3 people per room." Then he led him to room 333. "This is your dorm room," he patiently explained. The teacher introduced simply to him a bit. "You are the first high-energy youth class of Tien La Academy, with a total of 30 students. You will enjoy the highest treatment standards of the academy, but also have the greatest responsibility. The future elimination rate will reach 2 out of 3. The next study will be extremely tough. You must prepare your mindset well." He listened attentively, then nodded obediently. "Yes." After finishing, Trung Thien turned and left the room, then said, "Teacher goes first." Hien Vu bowed politely. Thank you, teacher." Only when alone did he observe around both sides and silently thought, "These two are my roommates then, and this is my bed." After a while, suddenly a chirping sound rang out. Hey, you wake up from a dreamy sleep." Tien Loi smiled friendly and stepped forward. "You just arrived?" Hello, my name is Tien Loi, let's go eat together." Hien Vu happily responded, "Oh hi, my name is Hien Vu." He pointed to his table. "I sleep here," then pointed to the corner. "Fong Tu sleeps there." After getting acquainted, the two left the room, talking while walking. "He has already been to the dining hall. Let's go eat there too." At the primary academy dining hall, the two were entering when they heard a clear voice as he turned his head. 0D ran over with a slightly worried face. "Hien Vu, is your health okay?" Contrary to her concern, he replied coldly, "Already recovered." Hearing that she was relieved, "That's good. I really have to thank you that day." But he ignored and walked straight past, not related to him. Moreover, "I'm fine," saying that he left 0D alone and continued walking with Tien Loi. "I'm hungry. Let's eat first. Over here." She sadly lowered her face and walked away. After a while, Tien Loi curiously asked quietly, "Do you know 0D? Hien Vu honestly replied, We used to study at the same school." He quickly whispered, "Let me tell you, she is very powerful among the girls in our class. Her strength is also ranked in the top 3, but he seemed indifferent, just softly said, 'Oh, at the dining table over there.'" 0D was walking to our group's seat. Seeing the previous scene, Thien Tam wondered, 0D, "Do you know the new name that just arrived?" She politely replied, we used to study together. During the exam, something unexpected happened to him, but now he has recovered and come to study. He continued to inquire about his abilities. She pondered for a moment and then confidently said she had never beaten him. He was momentarily stunned, then turned back to look at him and realized the opponent was not simple. At the edge of the other table, Tian Loi spoke up. "Lu Feng, our desk mate, has arrived. Let's get to know him a bit." Hien Vu stepped forward to greet. "Hi, I'm Hien Vu." Opposite him, Lu Feng also introduced himself willingly. "I'm Lu Feng. What's your soul power level?" He blinked innocently. "Level 14. Hearing this, the two were disappointed. 14? You're only level 14? Seeing the strange attitude of the others, Hien Vu was curious. "Does this level relate to studying?" He waved his hand to explain. "Let me explain. In our advanced youth class, there are 30 people total, grouped in threes. 3 people support each other, forming a small group. The higher the rank, the easier it is to be retained." Then he continued, "Today we heard you came, so we had high hopes, but now it seems our group in class is just a warm-up." After witnessing Hien Vu's appetite, the two were speechless with astonishment. This guy eats too well. Ignoring the surrounding gazes, he enjoyed the food like endless joy. Everyone around was shocked. That guy just arrived and eats so much. Look, he's going for more rice again. But after a few steps, Kim Tuong stopped him. "That's enough eating. You've already eaten portions meant for several people." Hien Vu tilted his head slightly, curious. "Eating a bit more is fine, right? The academy said we can eat until full." Kim Tuong looked at him disdainfully. "I said no more eating, no means no." Unconvinced, he glared at Kim Tuong, who quickly lunged toward him. Hien Vu raised his hand to block, but Kim Tuong dodged. He moved closer, ready to attack, but Hien Vu's gaze remained strangely calm. Then he deliberately gathered strength and bumped into Kim Tuong's shoulder. Kim Tuong was startled and pushed back. "Did I just clash with a master?" The commotion attracted the teacher's attention. "Little brat, want to cause trouble?" Thought room 333 had no one. The tension rose, exciting everyone around. "Oh, a fight? Really?" The teacher angrily questioned. "What are you doing? Fighting in the cafeteria wastes food. If you want to fight, go to the stadium. You don't need to eat anymore." Hearing this, Hien Vu felt disappointed, still hungry. At the stadium, students lined up in 2 straight rows. The teacher firmly lectured them. "As a group, punishment must be shared. Lunch ends early today. Stand until it's time for afternoon classes." Seeing classmates glare at him resentfully, Kim Tuong squinted. "Why are you all looking at me?" "Because he started it, and you agreed with the teacher. No one eats anymore. Everyone suffers together like this. It's good." Just then, Thien Tam stepped forward. "The teacher said fights can happen at the stadium." "2 people fight or we all fight you?" Kim Tuong asked in surprise. "Really?" Then he stepped forward to warm up his martial soul. "Flaming Iron Bird, Hien Vu, right? Let's see." He spread sharp golden wings and moved forward. Flaming Iron Bird is a flying-type martial soul. It is one of the ancestral soul beasts, a bird type, possessing metal and fire attributes. Opposite Hien Vu activated his blue-silver grass martial soul, wrapping around. Gathering power in his palm, he clashed with the opponent. He was shocked to be thrown back. "Icebone Violent Burst!" he exclaimed. The explosion was so intense it hurt even himself. Before Kim Tuong could react, Hien Vu had already teleported close. He shot an ice arrow, confusing his opponent who misjudged the attack position and tried to raise wings to block the strike aimed at his head. But Hien Vu cleverly created a thin ice layer, causing him to slip and fall, unable to react. The ice instantly turned into sharp spikes. This startled and frightened him. Outside, everyone was tense following the match's rhythm. Kim Tuong was even more surprised when Hien Vu suddenly appeared on him. "Since when did this guy get here?" Hien Vu kept a cold expression. "How strong is he?" Kim Tuong fell to the ice floor. The ice shattered immediately. He struggled to breathe heavily. Witnessing the battle just now, Thien Tam looked at him differently. "This newcomer's landing move is very good, like flowing water and drifting clouds. Quite skilled," he silently admired. The 2 roommates were amazed beyond words. "This brat is so strong?" Then Thien Tam stepped forward and reached out to catch Kim Tuong's hand. "You lost. Sorry." What happened just now made him ashamed of what happened before. "Sorry." After speaking, he turned and shook hands amicably with Hien Vu in the class. "Based on ability, if you're strong, then you're right. Welcome to the class. I'm the class president, Thien Tam." He responded politely, but suddenly felt something was off. It turned out he was playing a trick while shaking hands, so Thien Tam used force in his hand to counter, startling him. His strength was like that. Yet Thien Tam sensed something strange in the hand, while Hien Vu kept a calm expression. He tensed and frowned. No matter how hard he tried, the hand he was holding tightly began to tremble. All the strength was absorbed by this kid. Seconds later, he hesitated and looked up. "You're a twin martial soul?" Hearing this, Hien Vu was a bit surprised. Everyone around got excited and shouted, "Really? A twin martial soul?" Suddenly, Tian Loi politely stepped forward and put his arm around him. "Twin martial soul, huh? Awesome. Our dorm won't be the worst anymore." Lu Fang stood nearby, crossing his arms mockingly. "With a burden like you, not so sure about that." Then Thien Tam spoke up, reminding the classmates around. "Everyone, wait a bit longer. Class will start soon." At this moment, Tian Loi curiously waved at Hian Vu. "Are you really a twin martial soul?" "It's the first time I've seen someone with twin martial souls. What are your two martial souls?" After hearing this, he immediately unleashed power in both hands. "My martial souls are Lam Ngan Thao, a mutation, and Kim Van Lam Ngan Thao. Lam Ngan Thao mainly has silver power. Lam Ngan Thao is mainly controlled by the water element." He leisurely stretched out his hand. No wonder he could push Kim Vu away. "Let me introduce a bit about my martial souls. Mine are very special." Then Tian Loi snapped his fingers, making coins float in the air. "Look at this." Hian Vu widened his eyes, staring at the object hovering before him. "What kind of combat ability is this?" He then touched his chin as if it was obvious. "Tien can even command demons. Have you ever heard that? My Kim soul can summon spirit beasts in battle." But seconds later, Tian Loi reluctantly spread his arms and shrugged. "My martial soul isn't stable. Every time I summon something, I don't even know what it will be. When I tested it, I was extremely lucky. I summoned a very powerful spirit beast. After joining, the teacher found out my summoning is unstable." Lu Feng, feeling confused and annoyed, bluntly said, "It's unreliable." Hien Vu stood beside him, only able to awkwardly encourage. "You're still great." Then he suddenly looked serious. "My turn. My martial soul is the White Dragon Spear. The spear is a soul master's offensive type, but Hien Vu spoke puzzledly. Isn't spear type an offensive system?" Lu Feng explained deeply. "My spear also has dragon soul, to increase speed. Its attack power is a bit weaker, so it belongs to the offensive system." Tian Loi stepped forward and patted his shoulder with a sigh. "That crazy guy's skill is still great, just sometimes can't break defense. No way around it." Hearing that, he could only smile awkwardly. An unreliable martial soul, only speed, no attack power. The strength of these two roommates really was the bottom of the class. After lunch, the afternoon class began. A person stood on the podium carefully speaking. "Everyone must seriously consider and choose a secondary profession. This is very important for your future." The academy lecturer looked serious. "Each person must choose two secondary professions. One must be mech manipulation." At this time, Tian Loi was resting his chin on his hand, listening attentively with Hien Vu. "The others can be chosen from combat engineer and warship control. Next week, you must think carefully." The lecturer continued to teach patiently. "Next, I will explain the characteristics of the secondary professions. Today, we talk about warship control." Hien Vu listened carefully because his aspiration was to become a controller. Seeing that, the person next to him asked, "Do you like this?" Hien Vu seriously replied, "I like controlling warships and also want to become a combat engineer. I choose these two. What do you think?" Tian Loi doesn't seem very interested at all. Controlling a warship and fighting as a kaisu are unrelated and require much more energy. Hearing that, Hien Vu was a bit surprised. "Let me think more. What about you, Seo? What do you choose?" He was honest. In response to the basics of controlling a warship and fighting as a kaisu, Hien Vu was even more surprised. "Didn't you just advise me earlier?" Seconds later, Tian Loi confidently winked and pointed to himself. "I'm not like that. My spiritual power is always top of the class. Now it must be 100 or 3.14 or something, so I learn very fast." Hien Vu sincerely admired him, even higher than himself. Then he glanced and asked about me. "I'm also around 100. Is studying these two subjects enough?" This time it was his turn to panic and jump up. "Huh? You also reached 100? And the martial soul is that powerful? Why?" Then the lecturer's expression became dark and heavy. "You two stand up. Is there a problem?" Both obediently stood up amid the loud chatter of those around. Then Hien Vu showed a serious expression. "Teacher, I want a double major in the basics of controlling a warship and fighting as a kaisu," Tian Loi said. "Double majoring in these two subjects consumes a lot of energy and is not easy to excel in, but I really like both. We both want to double major in these two subjects. The person beside them smiled lightly upon hearing that. At this moment, the lecturer carefully considered the double major in basics of controlling a warship and fighting as a Kai Su. Where are your limits? Qian Loi said. That's right, besides consuming a large amount of energy, ability and talent are also indispensable. The person mentioned quickly replied, Teacher, our spiritual power is very high. Double majoring should be possible, sir. Hearing that, the other party nodded slightly. Their spiritual power already exceeds 50, but he confidently showed his fingers. Both have exceeded 100 already. In Hien Vu's calm demeanor, everyone was amazed and talked. That high? New students are also that high? The lecturer was extremely surprised, his face full of horror and disbelief. Spiritual power has exceeded 100 already? Isn't this child only 7 or 8 years old? Many thoughts turned to Qian Loli and Hien Vu. Even Kaisu at the 4th cycle haven't reached that level just by spiritual power alone. These two children are truly geniuses among geniuses. Finally, the lecturer solemnly decided to sit down. Your spiritual power is already high enough. But to decide if you are suitable to double major in these two subjects, more surveys and evaluations are needed. After finishing the whole day's classes, a homeroom teacher named Trung Tien approached Hien Vu. He smiled kindly. Let's go to the office with the teacher for a moment. Then Trung Tien spoke with concern. I heard you want a double major in controlling a warship and fighting as a Kaisu. You obediently confirmed yes. Then he looked serious. The teacher won't give you too many suggestions, but if you want to double major in both subjects, you need to go through a series of tests. Trung Tien continued explaining that the school needs to confirm if you have the potential first. Hien Vu beside him clearly said, Yes, teacher, I understand. Then he took a guidebook and handed it to the boy sitting next to him. The assessment will take place after 1 week. From now on, after school, come find the teacher. The teacher will focus on supplementing your knowledge. Later, in dorm room 333, a voice rang out. Hey, you finally came back. Qian Loi proudly grabbed Hien Vu's shoulder. I can see hope from you. Our dorm won't be the last place anymore. You crazy guy, tell me if I'm right. Lu Feng coldly moved off the bed, hard to speak. Seconds later, he decisively jumped to the ground. With that unreliable martial soul of his, Lu Feng's face was full of disdain. Our group is missing one person. Immediately, Qian Loi angrily pointed at him. You just go away. How much stronger are you than me? So fast you can't even control yourself? But he remained calm, touching his face thoughtfully. Isn't it because of insufficient training? As for speed, I'm the fastest in the whole class, he retorted indignantly. I'm also first in spiritual power. Seeing that, Hien Vu had to mediate, raising his hand. Okay, stop talking. After all, everyone working together is what matters, Lu Feng coldly pointed behind. Let's go to the training room and get familiar with each other's fighting styles. You quickly agreed. Then the three of them were at the dedicated training room for the high-energy youth class. Hien Vu looked surprised. Training in the simulation cabin? Lu Feng leisurely sat in the NDT-0 device. Other students of different levels don't have such treatment. Even the quartermaster gave a thumbs up and praised, That's right, the simulation chamber is so safe and convenient. After Hien Vu logged in, he also entered his own simulation chamber to scout around. It seemed exactly the same as before. The device screen began uploading. Suddenly, a dazzling light appeared. Finally, the three-person squad's connection was complete, linking to a vast, blurry world that was now opened. Hien Vu's face was full of astonishment, a bit overwhelmed. Suddenly, he turned to look at Quartermaster and Lu Feng. They were smiling behind Hien Vu's back. Confused, Hien Vu asked what they were laughing at, while the person beside him still wore a delighted expression. He slowly pointed forward. Only then did Hien Vu notice he was naked, except for a pair of shorts. This, Hien Vu quickly spoke up amid the two others' amused laughter, the world inside the simulation chamber. This simulation is different from last time. Then a set of clothes was handed out. Put this on. Newcomers enter with nothing. The shirt was settled on his arms, pants and shoes were put on fully. He looked very handsome in the outfit. All right, dress now, but Quartermaster was very puzzled. How come you look so good in this outfit? The person beside him coldly replied, The system allocates based on conditions. Meanwhile, Lu Feng remained calm. He stretched out his hand to explain. Let me introduce a bit. This is the largest simulation world of the Federation, controlled by the Federation's highest brain. This place belongs only to Ho Su's world, the Duluo world. Quartermaster looked at Hien Vu and said as they walked, The Doluo simulation world is the home planet of Doluo Dalu 6, the ancient era. You can imagine it as a game world, but the level of realism is quite high. Physical data is imported here. The stronger you are in the real world, the stronger you are here. Usually, only those over 12 years old can enter here, the high-level youth class. We were specially approved to enter, but currently are restricted to activities within this town. I heard it consumes a lot of money and resources. Achievements and rewards here can be transferred back to the real world. His words continued until training 7. We have arrived. The 3 of us enter to train. Quartermaster politely spoke. Please give us a primary survey environment. The young lady quickly responded. 1 point Duluo. Hearing this, Lu Fong was a bit surprised. Still need money? He honestly explained. This is the most realistic simulation world, and currency here can only be earned here. Meanwhile, the 3 were enveloped in a beam of light. Quartermaster amicably raised his hand. Later, everyone shares the training room costs together. Hien Vu responded comfortably. Sure. Now the environment was ready. Moments later, the silhouettes of the 3 quickly disappeared. The battle arena appeared accordingly. They had entered the primary survey environment. Quartermaster nervously spoke to him. This is the sole battle arena of the primary survey. If we win, we get 2 Duluo points. If we lose, the money is wasted. The opponents were 50 soul beasts, 15 and 3-century-old soul beasts. Hien Vu looked overwhelmed. So many? The beasts were charging toward them. We must win, soul beasts! They bared sharp teeth amid dangerous demonic aura. Seeing this, Hien Vu solemnly clenched his fists. They're coming. Lu Fong beside him was also ready. Let's go. Moments later, he transformed into the spirit weapon, the white dragon martial soul. Lu Fong decisively decided to attract their attention. Meanwhile, Quartermaster confidently surrounded himself with golden light. When it came to luck, he flipped a coin. The coin flew into the air. Come out, summon gate! Quartermaster powerfully spread his arms, creating a giant spatial gate. Lu Fong was advancing strongly, pointing his spear forward, ready to attack. The spear pushed a soul beast away and hit another nearby. Lu Fong gritted his teeth, looking fiercely at the beasts. Suddenly, he nimbly shifted. Avoiding the claw of a beast about to pounce, Lu Fong moved while attacking them. This scene amazed Hian Vu. Running so fast, they couldn't cooperate well. At this moment, a small claw slowly appeared from the gate. Quartermaster excitedly exclaimed, "It appeared! What will it be?" But then he looked puzzled. He was also curious, tilting his head to follow. Stepping out of the spatial gate was a black cat. The soul beasts growled more ferociously. The black cat timidly got scared and slipped back into the gate, ignoring his protests. Wait! The black cat ran away quickly. Hien Vu glanced at Quartermaster, who was reaching out to grab it. The gate was already surrounded by spiritual energy, preparing to close. Seeing this, he awkwardly reached out and smiled. I don't want this either. The spatial gate behind was gradually shrinking. On the other side, Lu Fong was still tirelessly pushing back the beasts with his spear. Meanwhile, he could only helplessly cover his face. This team of ours is truly unreliable, extremely unreliable. Then Hien Vu faced the soul beast rushing at him but couldn't just stand still and wait to die. His arm was wrapped in layers of ice bandages. He unleashed his power and began to fight. Hien Vu shot numerous sharp ice shards toward the soul beast. At this moment, Tian Loi was fearfully watching the beast charge forward. Suddenly, a hand reached out from behind them. That hand grabbed his collar tightly. Then, he forcefully threw Tian Loi far away. Suddenly, his eyes widened in surprise. Tian Loi quickly slid under his buttocks. There was also an ice path. Hien Vu was still fighting the soul beast. Without hesitation, he threw a silk rope to pull himself over. He nimbly grabbed the rope, making it easy to be pulled close to Tian Loi. Then Hien Vu turned and urged Lu Fong to come over. Let's act together, he seriously asked the person beside him. How long until you can summon again? Hearing this, he confidently gave a thumbs up. Just summoned a moment ago. That little cat only consumes a little energy. In half a minute, I can summon again. Hien Vu's expression became frustrated and speechless. The randomness of this martial soul is really strong, but now we can only rely on it to create miracles. Suddenly, Lu Fong rushed forward, surprising both of them. I'm here, he charged powerfully. Seeing this, he immediately raised his hand to stop him. Too fast! Stop now! Lu Fong's expression became tense and confused. I can't control it. He rammed strongly into the 2 people ahead. Dust filled the air. Hien Vu frowned and struggled to get up. Oh my, these 2 now are surrounded by soul beasts. His inner voice echoed under the blue sky. Too unreliable. Hien Vu reached out and activated his spiritual power. Just as he called out to Tian Loi, preparing to summon, I'll help you hold on a bit. The other person nodded slightly in surprise. Immediately, a ring of sharp ice appeared, separating Tian Loi's group from the soul beasts. He breathed a sigh of relief. Oh my god, finally safe. Then he turned to ask, have you two really won this primary test before? Tien Loi proudly raised his index finger. Won once. At that time, I summoned a giant bear, extremely powerful, always loyal. The 100-year magma hound's fire couldn't harm it. This made Hien Vu astonished. What did you just say? The 100-year magma hound can shoot fireballs. Suddenly, Hien Vu saw a fire stream breaking through the sharp ice shards. The soul beasts revealed themselves. 300-year magma hounds appeared and spat fire. The force hit the ice barrier. His expression became worried. Not good. Meanwhile, Lu Feng flew forward. I'm here! He used his spear to push back the spiritual fire rushing toward them. Hien Vu stretched out his hand, releasing the silk rope. Well done. He decisively pulled Lu Feng back. Now, one hand was bleeding. He carried the trembling hand and tilted his face. Hey, Tien Loi, be a little more reliable. He tensed and clasped both hands tightly. Got it. I'm starting to summon now. But a stream of fire spirit was about to rush at them. Not good. Another fireball flew over. Tien Loi quickly knocked the coin away. Get out of here! Hien Vu crossed his arms, preparing to fight. Let me block it. Finally, the spatial gate appeared once more. The firepower rushed toward him. Hien Vu was pushed far away. Now he had to cling to the frame of the spatial gate. His eyes widened in shock. In front of him, the gate flashed with a mysterious blue light. A pair of feet stepped out, carrying countless bells that never stopped ringing. Hien Vu was even more surprised. Thien Thu appeared surrounded by countless flower petals. Her whole body was enveloped in powerful spiritual energy. After a while, Thien Thu slowly opened her eyes. Suddenly, her gaze showed surprise. She was startled, looking at the soul beasts frantically charging ahead. Thien Thu hurriedly reached out to form a power. A sturdy ice wall was formed. Hien Vu was stunned and turned around. Lu Feng was astonished and speechless. Tien Loi was also surprised. Another summon appeared again. He looked at her and exclaimed, a beautiful young maiden in human form. Hien Vu was again dazed, looking at his bandaged hand, while Thien Thu showed extreme embarrassment. Where is this? Who are you? Tien Loi was extremely excited. She's so beautiful. I am her host. I summoned you here to kill the enemies first, my beautiful young lady. Hearing that, Thien Thu became even more puzzled about the summoning. But where is this place? What should I do to return? So he began to reach out his hand, explaining to the person in front of her that she was a creature from another world, though perhaps even saying that she didn't understand. This is the Doluo world. Wait until the summoning ends, then you can return. Thien Thu, confused, touched her chin. The Doluo world? Seconds later, she innocently raised her index finger and said, you mean the virtual world inside the simulation chamber? This made Tien Loi stunned. Hien Vu looked amazed. She also knew? Thien Thu seemed surprised by this. So her eyes filled with astonishment. Hien Vu remained calm, silent, just watching her. Only after a long time did she manage to say, it's you. I can feel your aura leading me here. Tien Loi, standing right there, couldn't bear the frustration and waved his hands and feet, shouting frantically. No, it's me, it's really me. Lu Feng hurriedly interrupted to warn. Deal with the magma hounds first. They're getting closer. Hearing this, Hien Vu immediately turned to look. Frankly, let's solve these troubles first. Thien Thu focused intensely, her bright blue eyes fixed on one point. Then her whole body was surrounded by tiny light spirits along with swirling golden rings of light. Tien Loi was astonished and asked, are you a great spirit master? Thien Thu focused solely on the battle. Completely ignoring that voice, the young lady's hand raised, and the wall in front of her instantly shattered into pieces like blades. They flew in all four directions like an ice storm sweeping the scene, engulfing a large number of magma hounds. In a flash, they turned into light and disappeared. In the last moment, the previously pretty and gentle Thien Thu blinked and transformed into a strong female warrior. Moving at lightning speed, the weapon in her hand was a sharp-edged saber. The blade's strike created a dazzling streak of light. Thien Thu's lips pressed tightly, her eyes still shining with proud determination. Every time she moved her hand controlling the blade, ghostly shadows appeared, gently brushing past. Lu Feng was terrified, eyes wide, following every gesture of hers, not forgetting to marvel at the perfect combination of speed and strength. Too powerful. Hien Vu was now impatient and couldn't stand still. He leaned forward and dashed. I'll come help too. On the ground where Thien Thu was deploying her spirit power, in moments, the ice covered everything. This time she decided to drop her weapon and control it herself. Charging forward, the magma hounds encountered the cold saber and had little chance of survival. After dying, they turned into white smoke and vanished. But their numbers still overwhelmed the small Hien Vu, so soon she fell into tension. Just then, Hian Vu ran over, seeing her in a critical situation, shouted, "Danger," and released a blue ice shield from his arm, quickly wrapping around Hien Thu's body. She annoyedly looked back at him and firmly ordered him to release it, but the next moment surprised her. Hien Thu and Hien Vu seemed to be in another space, under a sky full of stars, creating a mysterious atmosphere. Even Hien Vu looked very confused. Unexpectedly, this thought crossed her empty mind. This is my power. Her power was enhanced, and it didn't stop there. Her hands emitted a terrifying vortex that made all the magma hounds suffer. Hien Thu was still stunned, occasionally staring at her palm, unable to believe what had just happened. In front of her, ice crystals were forming into exquisite ice daggers flying at incredible speed. They pierced directly into each magma hound. The ice vortex appeared again, though without the ice wall support, but the scale of the vortex was even larger than before. Hien Thu slowly glanced beside her at Hien Vu, slightly parting her lips as if impressed by something. Hien Vu probably sensed her gaze, so he looked back at her. She hesitated, looking at him for a long time, silently admiring. This guy has such long eyelashes. Truly, it's his aura that led me here to the stars. When his aura linked with hers, it enhanced her soul power, and apparently there were other changes too. After they stared at each other intently, the arena announced the end of the test and sent them back to the training hall. Immediately, the contestants were gradually returned to their original scores, including Hien Thu, who had also disappeared without a trace. A moment later at the contestants' gathering point, when the primary test was checked, the contestant successfully passed and received a reward of 1 Doluo coin, staring wide-eyed at the golden coin lying on the table, still dazed like a lost soul. What exactly happened just now? The Doluo coin anxiously repeated the question. What exactly is going on? Hien Vu stared at him and asked back. The person was summoned by you. How would I know? Who expected that he would answer vaguely? I don't know either. This is also the first time I summoned someone, but the effect wasn't very good. Why, Lu Fong? At this moment, suddenly his face turned serious, emphasizing the two words "not right," which made him even more confused. Why? Then he calmly recalled and began to analyze. According to my feeling at the time of summoning, Hien Vu was pushed into the summoning door by the fireball battle. At that moment, there was a bit of confusion. It seemed the summoning door underwent some changes. He pursed his lips slightly, silently acknowledging the opponent's strength. He paid attention and observed his observation ability seemed NDT 0, but on the surface, Hien Vu still acted as if he didn't understand. After thoroughly considering the matter, he naively asked again, "Is that so?" The Duluo coin suddenly had an idea. It seemed there was some change. If so, try once more to find out immediately. They threw Doluo coins and teleported themselves. Stepping into the primary test scene, he put one hand in his pocket, the other hand pointed and recited a spell. "Come out here, my summoning door!" Hien Vu impatiently touched the door, and immediately a stream of energy gently flew out from inside. The figure of a petite girl appeared clearly inside the door. Hien Thu still wasn't used to the sudden feeling of being summoned. Seeing these familiar faces, she felt a bit annoyed. "Why is it you guys again? Why did you call me out?" But the Doluo coin was extremely excited. He raised both hands and shouted twice, summoning two things at once. His summoning was finally reliable, then returned to the test floor, meaning they had to face the lava hound once more. This was the real matter. So Hien Vu soothed Hien Thu first. "Deal with the lava hound first. We'll explain later." She recalled just now and smiled. "So you still wrapped me with your grass?" Of course, I couldn't refuse. She once again clearly felt the transformation of her body when wrapped in that ice. Indeed, no mistake. Her soul power increased strongly, and she felt the burst of strength in her body. This time Hien Thu adapted better. The ice sphere appeared like a storm, sweeping across all the lava hounds. The ghosts played the role of support. The pack rose up, chasing and killing the beasts. Lu Fong and Duluo coin showed expressions of panic mixed with excitement. So powerful. That's too exaggerated. What level of strength is this? Hien Thu, after dealing with the beasts, it gently turned back to look at them. All right, tell me, what's going on? Hien Vu, representing the three, spoke up to explain, "My friend's martial soul ability is summoning. When I touched the door of his summoning, I sensed a slight connection. Then I was summoned here. We are just guessing based on evidence. Are you also from the Federation? From Thien La Star?" Hien Thu looked at him with suspicion. "Here is Thien La Star. I am from Thien Dao Star." Hien Vu was even more confused after hearing this, then turned to ask Duluo coin, This can summon across planets? He was initially itchy but quickly seized the opportunity with a confident face. The wonder of space you all wouldn't understand. Hien Vu sighed in frustration and said, "The remaining big dogs you handle yourselves." Saying this, she directly went back into the teleportation gate. Lu Feng laughed teasingly, still not believable. Meanwhile, Daluo Coin noticed the lurking danger and laughed at the lava hound. 100 years have passed in this direction. Quickly confront the enemy. Hien Vu was silent for a few seconds, as if thinking of a response. A second later, he began to organize. Lu Feng, can you toss all three at once? He agreed. If all three gather in one spot, we can try. All right, Hien Vu felt assured and charged forward first. Let me create an opportunity for Hien Vu. Prepare well. The lava hound opened its mouth wide, full of sharp fangs. From its throat came a bright yellow beam. Hien Vu quickly dashed forward, summoning a fireball with his hand. His other hand was filled with cold energy, and Hien Vu finished with a powerful punch. Each lava dog was knocked back, and he opened his palm wide. He gathered more cold energy, focusing it on one point. Then all the lava dogs were frozen in a transparent block. Hien Vu urged his teammates anxiously. Hurry! I can't keep them frozen for long. Lu Feng is rushing over from afar. When he was just a short distance from Hien Vu, he suddenly panicked and shouted, Wait, I can't control it anymore. Hien Vu quickly extended his arm, and he grabbed it. When their arms touched, Lu Feng suddenly felt all his skin and flesh burning intensely. The next second, he couldn't scream anymore, only thinking silently. From his position, a heat flow was entering his body. His endurance had exceeded the limit. Lu Feng then let out a long, painful scream. But the final result was very good. Under the influence of the power of Kim Van Lam Nan Thao, Lu Feng actually bounced back 3 lava dogs. Seeing this change, Hien Vu was satisfied and exclaimed, Good, he quickly summoned. Kim Long's palm opened wide to activate the small formation from the initial small ring of light. When released into the space, it immediately turned into a big explosion. From afar, one could see a large bright spot anchored in the sky and hear the vivid sound coming from it on a large screen. Mounted on a high floor of a building, the face of a familiar person appeared, Duong Lac. He looked solemn and worried about something. Suddenly he closed his eyes, and his body emitted a strange pale yellow flame. Slowly, Duong Lac's figure faded in the flame until it completely disappeared, leaving only a small golden dot in the darkness. The next morning, Hien Vu met that AI and asked for its opinion. Is that Hien La Star? How could they summon her? Or is it the miracle of space, sister? This might not be. Nana put her hand on her chin, pondering for a moment. If the other side is just kids with first-level cultivation, it could be isotope resonance. Then she smiled gently at her. Hien Vu, please recount the incident to me carefully. Hien Vu replied, Yes, ma'am. Immediately, Hien Vu recounted the entire summoning process in detail for Nana. She was startled when the girl mentioned a detail. Possessing a silver-patterned flower grass, Nana felt uneasy, immediately kneeling before Hien Vu and patting her shoulder. Is that a boy with big eyes and short black hair, very handsome? Hien Vu blinked in surprise and answered, As far as I remember, he was quite handsome. How do you know? Nana muttered to herself, Could it be that the summoning of Hien Vu really is Hien Vu? If they summon her again, I'll ask if that boy is Hien Vu. Hien Vu didn't understand Nana's worries but said, Okay, and followed her instructions. Yes, I understand. Nana kindly reminded her, Stay by my side these days. If they summon you again, we can observe the summoning gate a bit. Time passed. Inside a room filled with modern machinery, Hien Vu was walking around, admiring everything without boredom. Using Kim Lang Thang Thien in the Dao La world, although his soul power had basically recovered, his spirit energy was still heavily depleted. Suddenly, Lu Feng hugged Hien Vu's arm tightly. It seems I found out you also increased my power. Hien Vu looked at him proudly. Lu Feng's observation ability was indeed good. He didn't expect his power to be able to enhance others. He hadn't known before, but had once suppressed Diep Lin Dong. He kindly helped Hien Vu walk down the corridor. Let's go. I need to eat something, I'm so hungry. Tian Loi also joined in happily. Let's just go straight to the cafeteria. They happily walked to the cafeteria, and in no time, their plates were clean. Tian Loi looked at Hien Vu, who was eating enthusiastically, then teased, Your family name is good at eating too, huh? Hien Vu smiled without embarrassment. Increasing your stamina will consume a lot of energy, Hien Vu said, then withdrew into his thoughts. But I thought, increasing your stamina will be greatly drained, he said. Then Hien Vu withdrew into his thoughts, but had to say again that he originally thought that the students of the high-level youth class were already top tier, but the girl summoned here, about his age, could reach level 2 completion. How do people cultivate like that? Forget it, thinking. He immediately moved his gaze to observe the entire cafeteria and stopped at one point. At a table near the window, he saw Zero Day sitting and eating with Tien Tom. After sitting for a while, it seemed she also suspected something. Looking up, he realized it was because Hien Vu had come to her table and politely spoke to Diep Zero Day. I want to talk to you privately. In an instant, all three showed different expressions while standing together. Curious, our guy wondered what this person wanted to do, not causing trouble again. Tien Tum couldn't help but show her attitude openly. Hey, if you have something, just say it straight. Hien Vu, though gentle, spoke firmly. I just want to talk to Diep Zero Day. This is a secret between the two of you. We, Kim Tuong, stood aside excitedly adding to the drama. A personal secret, huh? There's someone eavesdropping in the corner of your group, class president? If it were me, I definitely wouldn't hold back. Zeroed stood up irritably, grabbed Hien Vu's hand, and scolded Kim Tuong at the same time. Kim Tuong, what are you cheering about? Let's go, you two. They seemed to emit an aura that made everyone find it hard to resist. But looking at Thien Tum, who was left alone, she didn't hide her disgust on her face. Zeroed pulled Hien Vu under a tree. The pink leaves rustled, mingling with her sweet voice. What's going on? Hien Vu didn't hesitate to ask directly. Do you remember our previous clash when your martial soul lost its effect? Zeroed was a bit startled, but raised his voice. Are you calling me out to mock me? She quickly denied that thought. I'm just thinking if the cause of the loss of effect is because we were enemies opposing each other. Just as he was speaking, Thien Tum suddenly rushed out from somewhere, grabbed Zeroed's hand, and dragged her away, deliberately warning. Hien Vu, if you have something, talk about it in class tomorrow. Don't affect my group's meal. Zeroed felt this action was a bit too much, so she loudly scolded him. Why are you pulling me? But just a glance from Thien Tum. Though she hadn't said anything, Zero Day immediately shrank back like a turtle, not daring to utter a word. She didn't dare to oppose Thien Tum, so she could only promise Hien Vu to continue the conversation next time in class. He stood sadly watching the two leave, unable to do anything. Tian Loi and Lu Fong suddenly appeared from nowhere. Tian Loi quickly asked what was going on. Hien Vu still looked confused as he answered. I just want to ask if when he and I faced each other, the martial soul lost its effect because we were enemies at that time. If we were cooperating, could it produce an increased effect? Before finishing the question, he was already pulled away. Tian Loi casually guessed they were a group. Class president, afraid you'd pull someone away, but I think your IQ isn't that high either, in front of so many people. Pulling someone else's member away isn't pleasant either. Lu Fong calmly observed the situation. If he doesn't belong to our group, this increased effect of yours should be kept secret. After all, we are also the lowest rank. Hien Vu felt convinced. That's right, I won't ask anymore. Tomorrow we continue training somewhere. At night, Thien Thu, exhausted, had to calm Nana down in return. Miss, let's not wait anymore. I think they won't come back today. She can't hold on anymore, so we have to give up. All right. The next day, the Daluo World, primary level assessment, Beast Arena, Hien Vu still fought bravely and actively as usual. Today, he also tightly held Lu Fong's hand to transfer power like before. With the other hand, he gripped a white wooden board for support. Lu Fong happily shouted, feeling the increased effect appear. It turned out what he was holding was the door of the teleportation gate. From here, they could clearly hear the voices of teacher Thien Thu and Nana arriving. The summoning teacher has arrived. Tian Loli widened his eyes in fear, talking about Thien Thu as before, slowly stepping out of the gate. Opening her eyes, she looked at Hien Vu first and asked, Is your name Hien Vu? He was confused, not understanding how she knew his name so well. Yes, how did you know? Thien Thu immediately rejoiced as if she had found gold. That's right, then she deliberately spoke towards the person behind the door, Nana. Miss, did you hear me? His name really is Hien Vu. Nana quickly called out from the other side to Hien Vu. Is that you? He felt very familiar, trying to imagine the voice, and soon recognized it as Teacher Nana. Miss, where are you? Nana was still surprised. Really, it's me. Didn't expect such a coincidence. She is a teacher at Thien Do Tin. Thien Thu is a student of Miss Hien Vu, sincerely tearing up. Miss, can you come over here? I miss you very much, Miss Nana. Firmly dismissing this idea, no, this summoning door is unstable. If you go there, it will cause spatial chaos and be very troublesome. After saying this, the door immediately closed. Under Hien Vu's sad gaze, Liu Feng now saw the magma hounds preparing to attack. Then he immediately warned, They're coming, Thien Thu. Please understand Hien Vu. So he told him to talk to the teacher to hand them over to us. Liu Feng tightly held his hand, confident in his current condition, but these plants wrapped around his body could continuously increase. It was truly amazing as Hien Vu wrapped the blue-silver grass around the two wings, gradually enveloping both of them to increase. Nana at the other door patiently exchanged. Hien Vu, I heard you say you can summon Thien Thursday. This is a bit strange. I need you to cooperate for some experiments, okay? Qian Loi stood nearby, though unclear about what it was, still agreed. Okay. I also want to clarify what this is about. Nana on the other side began to instruct. All right, try a little first. Summon once every 15 minutes. Nana's responsibility began, and the three started entering the beast arena repeatedly. To let Lam, Hien Vu, and Qian Loi combine their efforts to summon the Tian Thu pile, Nana continuously encouraged the two good students to try again. After winning the fight, they escaped the game. Qian Loi flicked a copper coin and shouted, "Come out! This is my summoning door!" Then continued summoning. After repeating more than 10 times, he lay flat on the ground with a pale face. I can't take it anymore, feeling completely drained. Seeing that, Hian Vu quickly reported to Miss Nana, my classmate probably can't hold on anymore. She didn't blame him at all. That's enough for today. I've roughly determined it. You can summon Thien Thursday. The most important reason is spatial isotope resonance. What is called spatial isotope resonance is when two different spaces have the same spatial oscillation frequency and produce resonance. Accordingly, a connection path is formed, and the spatial isotope resonance most likely occurs between you and me. Hien Vu excitedly exclaimed, so if we become strong enough, can we summon you to our side? Nana frankly stated, unfortunately, this is almost impossible. That's all for today. You all should rest well. After hearing this, he was stunned, his face full of hurt. Thien Thu didn't linger. I'm leaving now. A minute later, they also escaped the scene. As soon as Hien Vu opened his eyes, he sat up. Qian Loi happily went to explore. Look at this. The new version has been released. He seemed to have found something exciting. Suddenly, his voice rang out. I really like this game. It looks so cool. It's a racing game with vivid design, beautiful sound, and graphics, Qian Loi said excitedly. Next time, let's play together. I'll tell you, I'm really good at this. You'll definitely be my defeated opponent. Hien Vu also smiled brightly and replied, if I lose then, don't cry, okay? Laughter followed. We have to try to know. After a while, inside the student dormitory, Qian Loi was really exhausted. As soon as he got back, he fell asleep immediately. Liu Feng showed no signs of fatigue and was still energetic. Hien Vu, are you tired? If not, let's try cooperating again to see how it works. Your enhancement effect on me. I want to understand it in more detail. Hien Vu's face was still fresh and comfortable, so he replied, I'm still fine, let's try. Liu Feng then drew out the white dragon spear. Hien Vu slowly guided him with his right hand first. He eagerly anticipated it. Liu Feng immediately felt his whole body stirring. Amazing. The power not only increased exponentially, this feeling is truly wonderful. Hien Vu was equally excited. Try the left hand. When he saw the white dragon spear glowing, Liu Feng was shocked and exclaimed, This is the ice attribute you gave me? A new attribute? Hien Vu, you're really amazing. Actually, I didn't do anything. Hien Vu guessed. Is it because our martial souls are quite compatible? Before, I only weakened others' martial souls. Liu Feng bowed his head and muttered, You can enhance me, and I can enhance the summons. With Qian Loi, the three of us might no longer be the worst. Hien Vu, from now on, you will be the leader of room 333. From now on, you will be the head of the room. Hien Vu's face showed he didn't understand yet. Liu Feng continued explaining for a long time. Our department's staff is always insufficient and always ranked last, so there has never been a department head. Now that you have arrived, everything will be different, but whether you can increase it for the two of them. We should hide it until the midterm exam, then we can show them our strength. Our room 333 finally has a chance to make a comeback out in the hallway. Kim Tuong was noisy like a loudspeaker. He's here! Teacher Lee is here! Hurry and sit down! A shadow just appeared behind the door. The students immediately fell silent. Hien Vu whispered curiously to Tian Loi, What subject does this teacher teach? Kim Tuong seemed very afraid of that teacher. He quietly told him, This is teacher Hong Ban, who teaches the basics of soul beast knowledge. Do you know? He is a true Great Demon King. Before finishing, the Great Demon King was already standing firmly on the podium. Hong Ban deliberately lowered his voice to call out. The name was still echoing in his mind. Tian Loi stood up automatically and greeted Teacher Lee. Hong Ban's face was cold as ice and asked him to repeat what he just said. Tian Loi's face turned pale and he said, Hello, Teacher Lai. He deliberately emphasized that it was not the sentence he just said to the classmate beside him. By then, Tian Loi was frozen stiff. He didn't even dare to breathe. He was so scared he didn't dare to look up, but despite trembling, he still chose to repeat what he had said. I just said this is teacher Hong Ban. He is a great demon king. When Tian Loi finished speaking, the whole class fell silent. Hong Ban was silent, frowned, and looked down at Tian Loi for a moment before speaking. Sit down, Tian Loi said. That's right. To you all, I am the great demon king. Mornings are all my lessons. After I finish lecturing, there will be tests, one by one. Only those who pass can go have lunch. Those who don't, just stay until you do. All the students sat frozen with their mouths agape. That day's class began like that. Hong Ban's lecture was about basic soul beast knowledge. Today, the lecture mainly covered soul beast ranks and the characteristics of top-tier soul beasts. First is the basic classification of soul beasts by years. 100-year soul beasts are yellow. 10,000-year soul beasts are black. 15-year soul beasts are white. 1,000-year soul beasts are purple. 100,000-year soul beasts are red. Soul beasts over 100,000 years are orange-yellow. Historically, the first person to possess a 100,000-year soul beast was the founding ancestor of Sect 3. Hong Ban's lecture was both clear and inspiring. The second person to possess a 100,000-year soul beast was the founder of the Ling Lo sect, Bang Dula and Vu Hao. As for the color of the 100,000-year soul beast, there is still no conclusion to this day. There is also a special colored soul beast owned by Long Hoang Dula sect's Vu Lan, a blue-yellow soul beast. In history, it only appeared once. Next, we will talk about knowledge related to fierce beasts. Before that, let's look at the true form of the divine beast emperor of Kimna Black Dragon. After the lecture, I believe you all remember clearly, right? Next, we begin the survey. For the students, these words were like a thunderclap. Moreover, they came from Hong Ban's mouth. He looked down at the class and singled out a familiar name. Hian Vu, right? Please talk a little about the characteristics related to fierce beasts. Hien Vu, the Ice Snow Maiden, confidently stood up with a bright face and began to answer, yes. The Ice Snow Maiden ranks third among the 10 great fierce beasts. It can be seen that Lam Tien Vu not only reviewed the knowledge about the Snow Emperor in class, but also accurately recounted the legends about the Snow Emperor. After all, both parents are from the ancient Soul Beast Research Department. How could the answer be wrong? Hong Ban nodded and commented, very simple, no mistakes. It seems you are quite interested in knowledge related to soul beasts. There are very few kids like you now. You passed. You may leave early. Hien Vu was allowed to leave early for the first time. As he left the classroom, he kept looking back, wondering why he was dismissed early. A voice sounded inside. The next person, in Hien Vu's eyes, now saw teacher Hong Ban differently. Teacher Lai was quite gentle. When it was time to train in the arena, Hien Vu quickly entered. During the bonding process, standing alone in the arena, he spent a few minutes thinking. Actually, he had wanted to try earlier, surrounded and attacked by many magma hounds. How long could he endure fighting alone? He dealt with enemies from another direction. His arm, wrapped in familiar bandages, moved rhythmically up and down. Ice was released from his arm in a straight line. Hien Vu landed on one knee, placing both hands on the ground to transfer force. Men from the soil below suddenly attacked the magma hound, and immediately after, Hien Vu jumped up on his toes, this time summoning shards of ice crystals moving forward right after part. Hien Vu continued to bend one arm, preparing to swing his fist, and in the blink of an eye, he struck his fist into the middle of a magma hound's belly, while the others were hit by crystal blade spears. So they were quickly knocked down. Hien Vu felt satisfied with his own combat performance. Good. This side has dealt with quite a few. Other directions are starting to surround here. He grinned and rubbed his chin with a dangerous look. Got it, Hien Vu dashed swiftly as the pack of magma hounds fiercely chased him, if I remember correctly. The 100-year magma hound is about to appear, and during the time they appear, they will shoot fireballs at me. Hien Vu was extremely excited. Just as the fireballs seemed about to take his life, he suddenly changed direction, so he could clearly see their movement direction, which accidentally aimed straight at his own teammates, the ordinary magma hounds. This time, Hien Vu didn't even need to touch a finger to take down the entire pack of beasts, burning them in blazing flames. He carefully looked back with pride, having handled more than half and slowed down their attack speed. The most important thing is still to deal with the 100-year magma hound first. If they gather together, I won't have a chance to win. Unlike ordinary magma hounds, the 100-year one is much stronger in power and magic. It can continuously summon fire spirit balls. Hien Vu dodged, already about 10 steps away from it. His body lifted and landed rhythmically, spirit reinforced. After dealing with one, he said, Hien Vu used the power in his hand to unleash an energy stream, facing off against the two wolves, neither willing to yield A gust of wind rose, forcing the wolf to clamp its mouth shut. Its eyes flashed a cruel red, but Hien Vu lunged right in front of it. He struck decisively on its body, not stopping there, creating an icy, spiked fist that immediately stabbed straight into the contact point. He clenched his hand and struck again, this time directly using the violent ice technique. A powerful blow on the wolf. Hien Vu was delighted, gripping his hand tightly. Got it, I can still do this. His strength had increased a lot compared to before. Although he handled 100-year magma hound, the danger was not eliminated. Other magma hounds slowly approached him. Hien Vu did not become careless because of a single victory. Absolutely must not be surrounded. Dealt with one first, then look for the next opportunity. He continued stepping and jumping. I can do this. From a wolf's mouth shot a fireball. He rolled nimbly to dodge. The wolf opened its mouth again to create another fireball. Hien Vu was exerting himself. He knew he was in trouble and must not consume too much soul power. Unable to use Kim Long Kin Thien, another wolf took advantage of his unpreparedness and lunged at him. His legs slipped like an eel. His eyes became resolute and reckless. With both hands clasped, a bright golden light flashed between them. He almost put all his strength into this strike, forcefully hitting its snout. The second wolf was immediately defeated. He jumped out of there. Hien Vu sensed something flying toward him, a fireball falling. He hadn't noticed when it came. He panicked. Not good. Just now he had consumed too much energy. His body could no longer move. Is it about to end? At this moment, Hien Vu smiled faintly, but reinforced his crossed arms to form a defensive stance with his own strength. Killing 2/3 of the enemies was already an achievement. The fireball quickly rushed in, cornering him. The intense heat scorched his soft, fair skin. But this time the impact triggered Hien Vu's latent innate power. The tattoo on his arm glowed. The seal appeared clearly in the blazing fire. Before his eyes, he seemed to sense something. In a flash, Hien Vu escaped reality. He sank into another consciousness. A circle of rainbow light appeared around him, growing stronger and engulfing him in a white light stream. His entire consciousness spiraled intensely, becoming a universe swirling into a focal point. A brilliantly shining sphere. It seemed that once enough energy was accumulated, the light exploded and directly affected Hien Vu in reality. From his body burst forth a circle of explosive energy, sending all the wolves in the arena flying without wings. They probably wouldn't understand the reason why the energy that Hien Vu unleashed was extremely shocking, seemingly sending tremors radiating throughout the entire space. Hien Vu lost control and unleashed a powerful energy. All the wolves around were burned to ashes. Not a single strand remained around. The tremors covered everywhere. The examination process ended right then. His eyes blinked lightly. He woke up and realized he was back in Hien Vu's waiting hall, drowsily looking down at his hands, having just finished the check. But in the end, he no longer had any energy left. From when did he have 2 coins in his hand? 2 coins of Duong Lac currency showed he had truly passed the test. Mysterious events kept happening more and more. But what exactly was the final 7-colored light beam? He was startled and sensed. Wait a minute. His soul energy seemed not to recover. A flash of shock streaked through his mind. Soul energy had decreased, and his head was in chaos. What on earth was going on? Originally, this shouldn't have happened. Could it be that only through the Ming thought could it recover? Hien Vu quickly returned to the dormitory, sitting cross-legged. Without Ming thought, recovery was impossible. The upper limit of soul energy had dropped. He hurriedly felt under his pillow and used the machine to check his soul energy. A number blinked and jumped up. Hien Vu's face was shocked. Level 13. He was stunned. How could it be like this? He had just struggled to train up to level 14. Cold sweat poured down. His heart burned like fire. No, calm down, he slowly analyzed. It was related to that beam of light. Could it be a special transformation when the 2 lamb silver herbs touched each other? He sat cross-legged again, meditating. It was said that the body's state in the simulation chamber wouldn't carry over to the real world. How come? Observing more carefully, in the universe, a spinning disk emitted a purple-blue light, repelling between the 2 energy streams. Hien Vu could feel it seemed to have decreased a bit. He also noticed another abnormal point. Zooming in on the strange new thing appearing inside the vortex, a tiny orb had appeared from somewhere, with a 7-colored shining spot. Sometimes hidden, sometimes visible. This was really suspicious. Was this caused by the previous collision? However, it felt like the soul energy dropping 1 level was not entirely bad. Still, he was dazed. Maybe asking teachers at school wouldn't solve the problem. He could only ask Miss Nana. But still, this was a difficult matter to talk about. How should he ask? Going through the summoning portal wasn't very good. Even so, this was a secret of his martial soul. Hien Vu remembered someone who could help. Yes, there was also the Thousand Autumns Gate. He soon made a decision. He could write a letter asking her to bring it over. At night, during training at the school practice field. So he happily wrote a long letter and called her over. Finally, it was time for him to practice the Thousand Autumns Gate. He thought he was sending a love letter, but unexpectedly, he bluntly asked for a favor, to help deliver it to Miss Nana. Thanks. 3 days later, he finally received a reply from Miss Nana, meaning not to give up but to write back. The letter she sent back said that the case he described was very likely caused by the fusion of his own martial soul technique. She was truly the most reliable teacher. She could see his problem in an instant. His body originally had two conflicting types of energy. In this situation, he faced the risk of eliminating the conflict by fusing them. She accurately diagnosed the phenomenon he was experiencing. The soul energy downgrade was very likely due to a mutation after the martial soul fusion. Nana further speculated the appearance of the seven-colored light beam. Increasing the compatibility between the two energy types meant these two energies had begun to resonate and fuse. After reading, Hien Vu excitedly jumped up. This was truly good news. After reading the letter, Hien Vu finally felt relieved. Likewise, he began burying himself in study and cultivation. In the following days, except for class time, Hien Vu and two roommates trained together. He had become the center among the three. 1 month later, he finally trained his soul energy to level 14. Holding the measuring device in his hand, the future seemed brighter. The high-energy youths in class were also trying hard. On everyone's face was a tension hard to hide. No one wanted to become the one eliminated. The midterm exam day finally arrived. The test results would affect each student's evaluation in the academy. Lu Feng and Tian Loi, with bright and confident appearances, said, "Let's go to dorm room 333. We'll give everyone in the class a surprise." Hien Vu nodded, looking forward to the results ahead. The midterm was divided into 3 parts: cultural test, physical aptitude test, and practical combat, with small groups formed. For Hien Vu and Tian Loi, the cultural test was the easiest. Next was the physical aptitude test. The teacher explained the test. The physical aptitude test was divided into 4 categories, with the basic test being strength, speed, mental power, and soul power. Next to her was a 2-wall metal device belonging to the testing machine. The walls would gradually close in. What everyone had to do was to prevent them from closing together. Moreover, they had to maintain this for a long time. One person stood as a model. If they couldn't hold on any longer, the teacher holding a tablet would read the test results. Achievement 33, S. Lu Tian Tam, the best result, 2 minutes 35 seconds among the students who passed the test. Diep0D with Tian Kinlong Soul Martial Spirit had a result of 1 minute 57 seconds, the highest among female students. Tian Loi, 17 seconds, ranked first from the bottom. Why is it so short? Very fast. Now it's our little one's turn. The next person to do the test is Hien Vu. The signal to start the test just ended. Hien Vu stepped into the circle, hands on the wall, his face resolute and determined to achieve the best result. His palms pressed firmly, gaining more stability as time passed by the second. Minute by minute, the pressure from the 2 metal walls increased. Half a minute had passed, and the grading teacher sighed. To hold on this long? He's only a control-type soul master, yet truly by now Hien Vu's body started to tremble. His small body really couldn't endure for long. His 2 roommates were worried for him. "Come on!" The 2 walls were closing in closer and closer. Tian Loi panicked, unable to control his voice. The metal walls were about to close. He couldn't hold on anymore. The teacher nodded approvingly, praising that he had done very well. For Hien Vu, the more he was suppressed like this, the more an indomitable spirit arose inside him. He revived and pushed the wall outward. The teacher was startled and exclaimed that the metal wall was pushed back to its original position. This was a very rare case. This was no longer purely relying on strength. His eyes flashed an indescribable light, which was a strong willpower. Beside him were the continuous cheers from friends. "Hien Vu, keep going!" Thien Tam Kao started to pay attention to him. Other classmates admired and continued to watch. This really scared others. Finally, the grading teacher had to shout, "Enough, stop." At this moment, Hien Vu was sweating all over, staggering as he stepped out. She smiled gently. "You did very well. Your will is strong. But pushing too hard, you must also learn to stop at the right time. Understand?" He bowed his head in thanks. "Understood. Thank you, teacher." His score was also announced. Hien Vu maintained 4 minutes, 10 points, plus 1 bonus for strength test. Using too much force, the speed test gave Hien Vu only 7 points. The soul power test was even worse. Only 4 points. the lowest in the class. The mental power test gave 10 points plus 1 bonus. Hien Vu ranked 13th in the whole class with a total of 31.5 points, 2 bonuses, ranked 29th. Lu Feng had 26.5 points, 1 bonus, ranked first from the bottom, 30th place. Tian Loi had 25 points, 1 bonus. The two roommates looked dejected. The combined scores of the THRE were still very low in the class. The instructor spoke up. Besides the announced achievements and rankings based on the Academy's plan, bonus points were also a reference achievement. An additional rule was that teams with more bonus points would not be eliminated in the final exam. The team with the most bonus points was theirs. They didn't expect their team to be mentioned. Team 333 had a total of 4 bonus points. Let's congratulate them, the students buzzed with dissatisfaction. What's this? The weakest team. How did they get 4 bonus points? They were originally those almost eliminated. The metal wall even pointed directly at them. Teacher, it's unfair. Our team's strength is too weak. How do they get such good treatment? The lecturer coldly replied, this is the Academy's regulation. If you have complaints, take them up with the Academy. Before leaving, he reminded, also, the leader of the practical combat test in the afternoon will also have the right not to be eliminated in the final exam. Tian Loi laughed excitedly, feeling triumphant. We're safe now. Lu Feng gently pushed his shoulder. Hey, now he noticed the hateful looks from those behind. Hian Vu ignored those looks. Let's go. Let's go eat. The 3 left first. They all left. The metal wall was bitter and couldn't stand those brats. Let's go eat. The 3 of them left first. Kim Tuong was bitter and couldn't stand those brats. The afternoon battle, just wait and see how I handle you all, a scheme brewing in his mind. The other students were similar. In the large training room, the students stood in straight lines. With tense faces at the announcement about the next challenge, which would be a practical combat test, everyone proceeded together. Muke Trong Thien, with brown hair and black-rimmed glasses, stood in the center with a serious expression. Begins announcing the game rules. The setting is a maze test. The task is very simple. Defeat all the teams you encounter. The earlier a team is eliminated, the lower the points earned. Hien Vu slowly moves forward and begins to sit at the machine. A relaxed attitude, seemingly too familiar, Trong Thien's voice continues to ring out. The final champion's score will be 10 plus. This semester will not be eliminated. Hien Vu silently calculates the strategy. The maze setting is something he has never seen before. The combat method is free for all. The screen begins loading the program. A series of programs envelop the space like a gate. Leading into a mysterious world, Hien Vu informs his team, this is the maze. Then Tian Loi moves forward immediately. Opinion not much different from my imagination. You should be careful, he warns. It might be easy to get lost. Lu Feng wonders what to do now. Hien Vu begins analyzing the strategy. All the students in the class have entered the maze, then says that means they are very likely to have gone through many battles relying only on soul power, which definitely won't work. We should find a place to hide. Less involved in some battles means a higher chance of winning. Tian Loi and Lu Feng are surprised to hear this. Hide? Are you sure? Suddenly, Tian Loi exclaims, what is that? Suddenly, something appears ahead. A giant stone person with glowing blue jade eyes. A colossal enemy in the maze. Tian Loi shows worry. It's coming this way. Hien Vu asks if he should summon. He immediately orders, don't rush. You are our secret weapon. Let's rest and recover for now. Don't let others detect us. Feng Tu, you go scout and check its attack method. Lu Feng immediately sets off. Tasked with hitting the stone person, he slams a heavy axe down on the ground, causing it to crack open. Rocks fly from Lu Feng, unflinching. Zem Dai quickly launches a counterattack. Hitting its arm, Lu Feng assesses this thing's movements are very slow. Its defense is also decent. Probably used to distract and annoy us. Hien Vu clenches his hand determinedly. We must go all out and defeat it. His hand placed on Lu Feng's shoulder, Lu Feng quickly swings the spear in his hand as the stone person attacks again. Both charge simultaneously and shout loudly. A powerful force clashes. The two strike in perfect harmony. Beach only sees the sharp spear blade slash through the air. Hien Vu's whole body shines with golden light. Both exude a peak aura. Under the strong attack, the stone person is quickly defeated. Lu Feng and Hien Vu look at each other and give thumbs up, looking in sync. Well done, Tian Loi standing outside marvels. Indeed, nothing to worry about. I just checked. There's a cave here next. What should we do? Suddenly, Hien Vu smiles fiercely and says he has a great strategy. He sits down beside the shattered giant stone statue. The giant smiles and does nothing. Let's just hide here. All 3 turn to face the cave. Feeling curious and excited, I think this strategy is awesome. Tian Loi still a bit hesitant. Afraid to live or die? Hian Vu leans against the high rock wall. Afraid to live or die sounds harsh. We call it conserving energy. His sharp gaze pierces the darkness. With a serious face, he proposes the strategy. Wait until they tire themselves out. Then we go out. It won't be too late. Tian Loi can't hide his surprise and exclaims, Hien Vu, I didn't expect you to be so mean. Hian Vu bluntly replies, I'm not mean. This is called strategy. In the large observation room, Muk Trong Tien has been observing Hien Vu's processing speed of the stone statue from start to finish. It's really fast. The attack power of Lu Feng. Suddenly a voice rings out. Not bad. Tianla Academy's vice principal. The person in charge of the advanced youth class, Thien Pham, with a satisfied face praises, very good attack, but Li Hongban standing beside him immediately points at the screen and asserts this is nothing. The best must be this group. Thien Pham shows surprise. 3 people? Who are these 3? On the screen appear 3 faces of Hien Vu's group, hiding behind the stone statue. He smiles and asks Lao Li, what do you think? Why are they so good? Li Hongban glances at him, keenly judging. Quick and neat handling. Adaptable. This is using brains to conduct the test. Thien Pham smiles friendly and nods in agreement. So let's hope a little to see how their final results turn out. Hongban glanced at him meaningfully. You don't feel they have your style? Sao Thien Pham asked suspiciously. What do you mean? Hongban immediately teased the old fox, pretending. I don't believe you didn't notice AI that embarrassedly cut him off. Shut up. Hongban placed his hand on his shoulder. His expression showed full understanding. All right, you still can't give up, right? Thien Pham slightly lowered his head in a thoughtful tone. How can I give up? You don't know how much I had to pay to come back. He closed his eyes and pondered. Unfortunately, I offended someone and couldn't return. Hongban pointed at him to refute that is called offending. How? Thien Pham raised his finger to stop him. All right, hero, no more old stories, no more, no more. He suddenly looked up, eyes flashing determination. If I can't return, I will make them see at the academy. I can still do great things then. Thien Pham pointed directly at the screen where the image of Hien Vu was displayed. This kid is not bad. What's his name? Muk Trong Thien answered Deputy Director. He is. Hien Vu. Thien Pham rested his chin. With a smug smile. After the test ends, tell him to come find me. Hongban immediately felt worried. Hey, old fox, don't corrupt the students, but Thien Pham showed complete confidence with a somewhat fake face. How can I? I am a very upright and honest person. Hearing that Hongban could only frown. Com Nin returned to Hien Vu's group. Tian Loi was listening to all the sounds around. I heard some fighting sounds. It seems not far from us. Do you want to go out and see? Hien Vu reassured. Don't worry, it's messy. We are not in a hurry. You really are calm. You smiled, explaining clearly the strategy. No need to be reckless. We are sure we are not eliminated yet. Wait a little longer. The chance to be champion will be higher in the situation, knowing we are not eliminated. Of course, we have to choose the highest goal to strive for. It's that simple. Tian Loi and Lu Feng felt very reassured after hearing that a bright smile appeared on Hien Vu's lips, reminding to rest. Rest a bit. Finally, we will go out to deal with the aftermath. Time passed in another corner of the maze. The class leader's team was moving Thien Tam along, with 0D rushing fast with a somewhat hurried expression. Kiem Jiat stopped asking the class leader if they needed to rest. 0D replied, just won a match, not very exhausted, can continue. Lu Thien Tam controlled the Hosu system. Kiem Jiat glanced through the dark space with a slightly worried voice. In a maze like this, we cannot predict what will happen next, also encountering some opponents. Even surrounded situations may happen, so resting a bit. Adjusting to the best state is easier to cope with all kinds of situations. Lu Thien Tam also agreed. Listen, Kiem Jiat, go. We must ensure to get the final championship. DF0D suddenly detected. Something pointing forward said, hey, over there is a pile of stones. It's a dead cave, looking at the messy pile blocking the way. 3 people continued walking, talking, while going over there is fine. Hien Vu screamed inside. What kind of luck is this? Hearing the voice could guess who is coming, he thought. Hiding still met the strongest opponent in the class. Tian Loi and Lu Feng looked at each other, eyes full of worry, mixed with confusion. What to do? Hien Vu's palm suddenly shone brightly. He raised his hand. The light of Lam Ngan Thao covered his body. Can't hide if continue then. Tian Loi and Lu Feng also simultaneously prepared their strength, eyes determined again. Continuing must fight hard. The whole space fell silent, both sides tense, waiting for the opportunity. Suddenly, a gate opened, emitting attractive energy. Thien Tam immediately noticed the anomaly. Seemed to be some energy reaction over there. The gate raised, a female voice annoyed, not free. saying that Hien Vu was helpless, so the plan 4 versus 3 became 2 versus 3 lost already. Thien Tam directly identified the target. Someone behind him immediately cast Golden Lion King Martial Soul, whole body shone with brilliant golden aura. Lu Feng couldn't avoid being affected. Whole body blazing martial soul, Hien Vu quickly grabbed his wrist, then forced him, throwing him, flying over the pile of stones, blocking the way. Meanwhile, Thien Tam threw 2 punches rushing. He also caught the opponent's intention and threw punches. Both sides' fists hit the pile of stones, shards shattered, flying from the side. At this moment, Lu Feng took advantage of momentum, rushing swiftly, handling the other sword jerked in surprise at his lightning-fast speed, just as the sharp spearhead aimed at him. The swift sword jerk created a magical circle around the body. Just as the spearhead neared, a shadow appeared behind him. The spearhead struck the shadow but missed the sword jerk. Liu Feng was shocked and couldn't believe such a weak spot was avoided. What kind of soul skill is this? He resolutely tried once more, throwing another spear to force him away from the other two. Hien Vu and Thien Tam were breaking rocks and facing off. He still kept an eye on that side. The sword jerk was dangerous and didn't hesitate for a second. The Golden Lion Roar, the #1 soul skill, was unleashed, sending vibrations exploding throughout the space. Who could escape this soul skill? Especially Hien Vu, who was closest. He was hit and couldn't dodge, taking the full brunt of the attack. Only then did he look carefully and stick out his tongue in disdain. It turned out to be their team. Thien Tam was annoyed that the Golden Lion wasn't used on them. Truly a waste. He urged his teammates to quickly ambush and end the fight swiftly. Thien Tam dealt with Hien Vu, who was still dazed, then handled Liu Feng, who was affected in his meridians. No one noticed a hand reaching out from the portal. Hien Vu pulled out a beam of light that converged into a small orb. The light flickered and headed straight for Thien Tam. Hien Vu stepped out from the teleportation gate. Hien Vu was still heavily affected by the Golden Lion soul skill, like an explosion inside his body. The patterns beneath the ice on his arm lit up. The explosion spread wider in his consciousness as he opened his eyes. His eyes completely turned amber. Hien Vu was stunned seeing Hien Vu's strange reaction. His body suddenly erupted with unusually strong energy. Hien Vu gritted his teeth, enduring all the pain in his meridians. When he looked up, something in his gaze had changed. Hien Vu opened his mouth, revealing a glowing light inside. Hien Vu immediately recognized the move he was about to use. A fierce roar, stronger than the lion's, came out. The golden dragon created a force so powerful it had never been seen before, breaking the teleportation gate. Everyone here was suppressed under the dragon's roar. A blinding light restrained their vision and strongly affected those about to finish off their enemies. She didn't even realize she was within the range. And hit by the spreading shockwave, the girl with the sword earrings was blown away, as if about to explode. In just a moment, Hien Vu had used all his strength. Quickly, he returned to normal state, though his body had completely lost strength and collapsed. Stones fell and hit their heads. Time seemed to freeze for a few seconds under the influence of the dragon's roar. Liu Feng felt he had never grown so strong before. His whole body burst with fierce and unpredictable momentum. He shouted, releasing the power urging inside him. In a flash, it was unclear how Liu Feng struck. He continuously attacked the opposing team with decisive moves and rapid techniques. The group of 3, Thien Tam's team, was hit. Weak points turned into white light and were eliminated. Liu Feng still couldn't believe his enhanced power had defeated them. His white dragon spear became too strong. His hearing was enhanced, and he caught a series of footsteps approaching. In a blink, Liu Feng understood the consequences of what had just happened. Indeed, the 2 roars earlier had made this place the center of attention. Hien Vu now couldn't fight or confront. At this moment, no more hesitation. Liu Feng carried him on his shoulder and called the remaining teammates. "Fatty, get up quickly, let's go." The 2 hurriedly left as this place was no longer safe. Just as they turned the corner, they immediately encountered the group of 3 running in the opposite direction. Liu Feng quickly recognized them as Kim Tuong's team. Kim Tuong was startled for 2 seconds. Truly a narrow alley of enemies, he sneered coldly. It's time. It turned out to be the group of 3 who looked shabby. A perfect chance to strike. Kim Tuong's face showed triumph as he quickly gave the strategy. They acted quickly to handle the advance. Quickly grasping his intention, he looked panicked and shouted, "Run!" Acting like a survivor, he pointed behind. Thien Tam's group is about to catch up. Run fast. His quick reflexes made Liu Feng admire. Still the clever fat guy. Kim Tuyen immediately stopped. What? Liu's group is behind? No wonder they ran so recklessly. He turned abruptly and fled quickly. Let's run far away first. If they met old Liu, they might only get this far, Kim Tuong's team still wondered. So what should the 3 of us do? but he cared for his own safety first, deciding to deal with it later. But they had no idea that they were tricked by a very simple trick. All three of them were hit at the same time. Kim Tuyen broke out in a cold sweat, stunned. What? Only now did he realize he had been played. His eyes filled with disbelief as he looked at Lu Fong with a confident demeanor. How could this be? The Kim Tuong group of three turned into white light and were eliminated from the match, handling a tough opponent as easily as a game. Lu Fong urged to leave here, and their actions were all recorded on camera. The last two teams seemed to have lost somewhat unfairly. Unexpectedly, the result was like this. The expressions of the two judges became serious again. Thien Pham was very interested in this young potential boy. From the summoning door, a human was summoned, clearly a human with intelligence, but importantly, after being influenced by Hoang Kim, the lion roared. Hien Vu let out a roar. Long gum. What is this? Meanwhile, Hong Ban showed deep suspicion. Could this roar increase Lu Fong's martial soul? The effect of one long nam could not be achieved by his own cultivation level, reviewing the developments and reasons leading to this. It also means that under the coercion of Hoang Kim, the lion roar, which is his own bloodline, burst out special power. How? Does this mean his Lamangan Thao martial soul mutated? A mysterious question arose in his mind. Very likely stronger than Hoang Kim, the Lion King. Somewhere far from that planet is Thien Dao Star in the Hien Vu student dormitory. She panted, trying to calm herself. This guy really scared me to death. That scene just now really shocked her. Luckily, I ran fast, but the bloodline still suffered some influence, thinking about something from Hien Vu. Wait, that guy let out a long num. How could the feeling be so familiar? The competition ended. Kim Tuong rushed outside, shouting fiercely at Lu Fong. You despicable scoundrel, I won't forgive you. He grabbed Hian Vu to warn him. A loud shout stopped Kim Tuong, coldly judging, underestimating the enemy, careless and trusting them. Hong Ban stepped out with a grim face, blaming himself for the loss. If this were a real battlefield, you would be dead, he said gravely, mentioning the real consequences of today's match. One day you will face real-world enemies if you are careless in the simulation chamber. Then in the future, you won't live long. His tone was firm, distinguishing right from wrong. You must know your strength and grow. Not only must you have fighting power, but also first-class intelligence. Check today's real combat test. Hien Vu, Lu Fong, and the three mentioned were all stunned, looking at each other. Everyone around was shocked. What? Weren't they always the best? How could it be them? Thien Tam also felt it was unfair. This was strange. How could they get the championship? He always took pride in his bloodline, now humiliated like this. How could he accept Hoang Kim? How strong his bloodline was always used to oppress others, this time unexpectedly. Being oppressed, Thien Tam's suspicion shifted to that guy. What was he really made of? He happily gave a thumbs up to his teammates. Besides, Hien Vu discovered something even more joyful. His soul power seemed to have increased a bit. The Kim Ngan double-colored vortex on his chest seemed bigger now. He was excited. Really wanted to quickly go back to the dorm to check. However, Hong Ban spoke up, reminding that the real combat test was over. You can go back or train on your own. He called his name. Lam Hien Vu, you stay. Hearing that, the two friends did not keep him. Then I'll go back first, Hien Vu stayed. According to the professor, a man in a red cloak stepped out. You looked like a confused kitten blinking. The silver-haired man waved, calling him back, smiling friendly. Come with me. Hien Vu just felt this guy was really handsome. Who was he? It seemed he just heard someone call him Vice Dean. Then he trotted after the two adults. Thien Pham's face was a bit annoyed. He coldly chased him away. Why follow? Hong Ban calmly clasped his hands behind his back, supervising a bit to avoid him spoiling the boy. Thien Pham laughed loudly. Old Lee, do you have some bad habit? Could it be you want to raise a demon king to cause chaos? Like him, leaving him full of questions. What are these two doing? Seeing Teacher Lai's intention, Sao felt it was not very reliable, crossing the large, quiet corridor of the academy. He was led to a room designed in an antique European style. Two people sat face to face at a small tea table. Only then did Thien Pham get to the main topic and ask, Today, inside the maze, why did you think of using such a strategy? In the teacher's office, Hien Vu sat upright on the chair and slowly recounted his feelings about the recent battle. I just felt that inside the maze, no one knew what was happening. If that's the case, avoid unnecessary fights to reduce hardship on yourself. Wait for everyone to finish fighting. There will naturally be a great chance to win. Seeing Thien Pham briefly look away, then smile with satisfaction. Strategy and strength are equal. Unexpectedly, the person with the lowest soul power surprised me. Actually, strength can be cultivated later. But intuition is hard to train. He pondered for a moment, then continued, I really like your intuition. Do you want to apprentice under me? He asked unexpectedly. Hong Ban, standing there while reviewing documents, paused. His eyes showed thoughtfulness. Then Hien Vu quickly replied, but I already have a master. His eyes were puzzled. You already have a master teaching you soul skills? Then he offered an invitation to persuade, striking at his psychology. You don't need to worry. I won't teach you those things. Didn't you choose to control the warship? How could I teach you? Indeed, upon hearing those two words, Thien Pham fell into the trap. Teacher knows how to control a warship? Thien Pham smugly continued. You don't understand this, do you? Controlling a warship isn't a one-person job. On a warship, there are many staff working, but there needs to be one person in charge of everything, even a fleet. I can teach you how to dominate the universe. Are you interested? Talking about this topic made Hien Vu very happy. Interested. I've liked warships since I was a kid. He nodded in satisfaction. Apprentice. He hesitated, then glanced at Hongbun as if asking for his opinion. Hongbun nodded slightly in agreement. Only then did he boldly step forward and bow solemnly. Master, please accept me as your disciple. Having achieved his goal, Thien Pham was extremely excited. Good, good, good. Finally, there is a next generation. From now on, you are my disciple. My name is Thien Pham. You can just call me Master. Outside, don't tell others you're my disciple, okay? Hian Vu blinked, confused by this statement. Hongban beside him also spoke up to remind him, right, outside, you must not mention his name. Before he could finish, he was interrupted angrily. Don't say it. Who told you to be silent? He acted indifferent. All right, just know to protect your disciple. I'll go first. You learn on your own. Suddenly, his expression turned serious as he turned back to remind like a child, Hien Vu, this. Thinking of his overflowing achievements, you know what you're doing. Hearing this, Thien Pham was furious, not wanting to break his image in front of his new student. What do you mean? Get out! Go outside! Hongban also wasn't gentle, mocking the demon fox Thien Pham's imposing aura. He was burning with anger. I'm so mad I could die. But then his expression turned serious as if deep in thought. No matter what, I don't regret it. Hien Vu stood in a corner and finally dared to speak, Master. Thien Pham turned back, looking embarrassed. Really no choice. Every time I meet old Lee, I can't hold back my anger. Let's start learning today. Today, Master will take you to experience space travel. Really? How is it? This made him very happy and eager. Yes. Upon arrival, observing the scene before him, Hien Vu couldn't help but exclaim, wow, so big. This was also a simulation cabin. How come? He calmly explained. This is the simulation cabin. You enter from there. Then he sat inside the cabin, and mechanical sounds confirmed the identity of the student from Thien La Academy. Hien Vu's rank couldn't be manipulated. He sat engrossed, looking at the scene before him. Suddenly, his voice echoed from outside the cabin. Clearly heard. Are you ready? Soon there will be a strong thrust. It's best to use soul power to protect your body. Hien Vu confidently replied, Yes, Master, I'm ready. Finished, Thien Pham gave a subtle command. Fighter 128, prepare to launch. Immediately, a strong thrust startled him. He tensed, trying to endure the great pressure. My body is about to be crushed. Quickly, channel soul power, golden script, blue-silver grass to enhance defense. He told himself to stay calm to cope, but suddenly Hien Vu no longer felt the weight pressing down, so he found it strange. It seemed the pressure had lessened. He raised his head to observe the massive scene before him and shouted joyfully, We're in space now! Suddenly, the ship accelerated sharply, making him unable to adapt immediately. The pressure is increasing greatly. This fighter jet is accelerating. From afar, something appears that makes Hien Vu a bit curious. What is that? But he quickly got the answer when approaching. It was a stone belt. At this moment, Thien Pham was piloting the fighter jet with a mysterious look. The kid sat still, watching clearly. Then he controlled the jet to dash so fast that only the sound of the howling wind could be heard. Entering the battlefield, the fighter jet suddenly accelerated quickly, making him a bit worried. Eyes tightly shut. What is it? On the battlefield, the fighter jet dashed like lightning, only catching glimpses of the ship's body flashing past broken rocks. Although shielded inside the cabin, Hien Vu still felt the terrible pressure, heavy as a mountain. Suddenly, a big explosion erupted, creating a shockwave that threw everything up. Followed by a series of loud explosions, the fighter jet wobbled and slid to escape, making him dizzy as if the whole space was spinning. What happened? Suddenly, the pressure became too strong. The ship rolled over repeatedly, making him so dizzy he lost all direction. Wow, so uncomfortable. The explosions continued, echoing endlessly, leaving Hien Vu inside the cabin tormented both physically and mentally. After more than 20 minutes, Everything finally ended. He ran out frantically. The infam gently peeked out and softly reminded, "The restroom is at the end of the hallway." At this point, he was extremely uncomfortable. Then only heavy sounds echoed at the end of the long hallway, retching sounds. Only then did he happily show his face. Ha ha, the kid managed to endure 19 minutes, remember? Back then, when I first sat in a refined fighter jet, I only lasted 18 minutes. Ha ha, really found a treasure. Not bad, not bad. Spirit and physical strength are both good, he continued thoughtfully. These are things that can be trained. But looking at Hien Vu, he seemed not very well. His spirit now still felt like he was on a hill, swaying and floating. Teacher, the infam understood his feeling because he himself had experienced it. It's okay, it's okay. Go back and rest. Tomorrow after school, come to the teacher's place again. The teacher will talk to Trung Thien. You're dizzy and spinning, staggering as you walk. Hien Vu didn't know how he managed to get back to the dormitory, even skipped dinner. Both Tien Loi and Lu Fong greeted him, but he didn't hear clearly, sinking into sleep still dizzy. On the second day at the student cafeteria, he grumbled while walking. Last night was so unfair. Every time I meet that guy, nothing good happens. Just then, a crowd gathered far away, chatting, making her a bit curious. You have to give us an explanation. This is too much already. She thought so and approached to ask what happened. A person standing nearby answered, the breakfast of everyone was all eaten by him. He said he was extremely hungry in the morning and accidentally ate a lot. Zero Dot looked at him in shock because this is not a small amount. The portion for 30 people was eaten by him alone. That's too extravagant. Everyone continued to be dissatisfied and blame. What should we do? We're all hungry. Meanwhile, Hien Vu felt guilty and just hung his head down. The chatter was like a disturbed beehive, making her very headache about this matter. Indeed, there's no way with him. But then she spoke firmly. Enough, don't make noise anymore. Do you want him to vomit it all out? He was surprised, looked up at her, didn't expect her to defend him. Just then, the classmates stirred up. When they saw Trung Thien approaching, Teacher Mu said, "Come here, let the teacher handle it." He pushed his glasses up and spoke seriously. "The new breakfast is ready. Everyone eat first. Hien Vu's body might have some condition. The teacher must take you to check a bit." Hearing that, he was startled and a bit worried. Then Hien Vu quietly followed him out of the dining hall. Outside, he was surprised to see Thien Pham waiting for him. He approached and politely greeted the teacher, and he smiled when seeing him. Suddenly, an intense, uncomfortable feeling surged with a fierce reaction when seeing him like that. Nevertheless, Thien Pham didn't care much, his face still bright. "Don't worry, that's because you consumed too much of your own blood vessels, needing a lot of energy, causing such a reaction. Later, come to my office 3 times a day to eat." Beside Trung Thien, silently watching, a feeling of admiration rose. The vice dean began to teach Hien Vu, huh? This person has quite a high position at Thien La Academy. Even the dean has to avoid him. He can't even be given the best treatment. Only Teacher Mu has a relationship with him. Others hate and fear him, avoiding him. Hopefully, for Hien Vu, this is a good thing. Thien Pham smiled politely and continued, "After school, come to me." After eating, he went to class after an hour, but unlike him, Hien Vu was not happy and always felt a bit scared. Suddenly, his expression changed, his words implying deep meaning, facing difficulties bravely and courageously. That is the action of a man. Seeing this, the boy looked at him and quietly used his strength, indeed very scary. In the morning, Thien Pham would prepare a diverse meal in front of Hien Vu. At this time, it was a sumptuous feast. The boy quickly picked them up and ate ravenously. These were rare foods that made Hien Vu's whole body full of strength. In the boy's eyes, he was an angel. And at night, Thien Pham would become the most terrifying existence. His face at this time made Cho Hien Vu embarrassed with fear. The boy was taken by Thien Pham to train in all kinds of ways, making Hien Vu fully feel the strong impact of the delicate battle machine after he left. The boy was so tired he could barely breathe. Every day he worked until he was exhausted and dizzy before resting. During this time, Hien Vu's spirit was always a bit dreamy. Qian Lu saw the boy's pale face showed some worry. Hien Vu walked around sluggishly, not paying attention to anyone around. Even his academic performance, originally NDT 0 in cultural subjects, declined, but these efforts were not wasted. His reaction speed increased significantly. His physical qualities also continuously improved. Whenever he returned to his room, Hien Vu would consciously sit and practice. The impact of the delicate battle machine, combined with sufficient nutritional supplements, increased his endurance while sitting on the battle machine. The uncomfortable feeling gradually decreased, but Thien Pham also gradually increased Hien Vu's sitting time. Every day he had to reach the limit before stopping. The boy was dragged by him, feeling only confused and scared inside. Until a few days later, Lu Feng couldn't help but wonder if Hien Vu also had to go to the deputy dean's place tonight. Qian Lu also agreed. The final exam was coming soon, and we needed to practice. The boy's face turned pale. Hien Vu took this opportunity to make a proposal. Also right, he would go ask the teacher tonight. He suddenly remembered and boasted. Right, my spiritual power is about to break the 200 mark. How is your progress? Hien Vu was a bit upset. The boy answered briefly, then turned to leave. I don't know either. His head was dizzy every day. Hien Vu's legs hurt as he left, but every step made his body continuously shake like a threshing machine. All right, I have to go now, he said, along with Qian Lu, who had been watching all along, couldn't help but worry. Is he really okay? I hope he's okay. Scene changed to another building. Hongban slammed his hand on Thien Pham's desk, loudly questioning him. Are you crazy? What rank is your simulation warehouse? What happened to her? How can you talk to her parents like that? Thien Pham showed discomfort and said, You're too troublesome. If I didn't have basic judgment, I could put her in my simulation warehouse. I want to activate her talent better. He gritted his teeth with unwavering attitude. Let me tell you, this kid has already been in there for an hour. Hong Ban was stunned. What? 1 hour? Thien Pham frowned. Her spiritual power and physical strength are both good. If we only use normal teaching methods step by step, that would be a real waste. In the future, he said, raising his finger with determination, I hope she can enter that place. He was speechless at this point. Thien Pham slowly stood up. Old Li, what I regret most is being too arrogant in my youth, causing mistakes that led to being eliminated. Otherwise, I wouldn't be alone now. Hong Ban finally accepted the compromise. All right, we are all worthless. He made a proposal. You let her try once with extended privileges so I can observe. I have to confirm she can really endure it. The boy was then brought inside. Hian Vu, are you ready? The boy shouted back, Ready! Hongban quickly pressed the parameters on the machine. The surroundings of Hien Vu began to change noticeably. The boy was gradually brought deeper inside. Hien Vu gritted his teeth, enduring as much as possible. He seriously observed outside. A loud explosion. The boy was gradually taken deeper inside. Hien Vu clenched his teeth, enduring as hard as he could. Outside, he seriously observed a loud explosion. Suddenly rang out. Hien Vu carefully observed everything. The boy was much better now. He was beginning to get used to Thien Pham's operation. Hien Vu's eyes glanced sideways where another ship appeared, simultaneously observing some features of the refined fighter. Many explosions occurred immediately after, then after a while, the space returned to silence. The boy stepped outside, still panting. Thien Pham took the opportunity to approach, unable to hide his pride. Hong Ban, seeing Thien Pham's smugness, muttered angrily, Not bad, unexpected. The adaptability of this child is so strong. He confidently laid out a strategy, saying, This is talent. Far beyond my imagination. I will observe for 3 months and then let him control it himself. Those words made him hesitate. Wait, that's too fast. Even so, Thien Pham's opinion hasn't changed. His potential is very good. Moreover, I always check his physical qualities. Hien Vu, though involved, was still very clueless. After checking, he finally revealed the truth. The kid looked at him strangely. Do you think rare food is just for fun? Able to eat so much and quickly digest it? The body's essence and blood vessels need sufficient nutrition. Thien Pham curled his lips, eyes full of hope for the boy, but he is still too young and needs a stable growth period. When he turns 12, I will plan his studies again based on the situation. Hong Ban smiled slightly. That's reassuring. It seems you have matured a lot. He suddenly got angry when he understood the implication in his words. What do you mean? When did I mature? Hong Ban calmly turned and left. When did you mature? I don't even know who got kicked out. That indifference made Thien Pham jump up. That Li guy hits without hitting the face. If he's good, use armor to fight me before leaving. He didn't forget to approach the boy and remind Hien Vu, You also have to try hard. Your career relates to fighting. I recommend you choose fighting design. Hong Ban waved continuously as he left. All right, teacher, I'm going. Previously, the fighting subject was taught by the teacher. The boy obediently replied, Thank you, teacher. Meanwhile, Thien Pham behind kept cursing. Get lost, your family name, don't come here again. The scene shifted to another place. Trung Tien seriously announced the rules of this exam. First, conduct a physical quality test. Thien Tam listened seriously to every word. Hien Vu also focused. The teacher's voice continued steadily. Finally, the team with the most plus marks will not be eliminated. First item, strength test. Hien Vu successfully got a plus. The boy tried hard before hearing, All right, next student. She continued calling according to the list. Tien Tam started his test. He had to struggle a lot to resist this round. After 5 seemingly endless minutes, Thien Tam finally passed. Great progress. Earned 1 plus mark. They moved on to another test, speed test. Liu Feng earned 1 plus. Hien Vu received the test results with a gloomy face. Soul Power level 16 showed progress but still ranked near the bottom of the class. Moving to the next test, Tian Loi's spirit power was 187, earned 1 plus. Trung Tian loudly called, "Next Hien Vu." He watched the boy approach with a complicated feeling, wondering if after 3 months under the deputy director's tutelage, the kid's spirit power had improved. Under Trung Tian's encouragement, Hien Vu sat down. "Start the test. Close your eyes and concentrate fully." He frowned slightly, somewhat hopeful. Would there be something amazing? The numbers on the machine gradually displayed, starting to increase, then pushed further. Everyone was astonished. 180? Could he surpass Tian Loi? Finally, the number reached 190. Gasps of shock sounded. 190. He surpassed him. Even Tian Loi's eyes widened in disbelief. While everyone was still stunned, the system board increased again to 194. Trung Tien looked at him with amazement. It kept increasing amid everyone's exclamations. 194, 195. It rose to 196, then 197. Though the speed slowed, it still increased, unbelievable before their eyes. The scoreboard reached the threshold of 199, 199 already. Those around silently watched. Until they realized the number no longer changed, they finally spoke. "Stop." Stopped already? The astonishment still lingered in his eyes. It seemed he wanted to enter the middle stage of spiritual comprehension. It's still a bit difficult behind the teachers whispering to each other. That's right, although just a little short. But already surpassed many people. Hian Vu, sitting at the machine, still focused, high-intensity whirlpool. His power seems to have become much clearer inside the boy's wide eyes. Watching the scene, Hien Vu's gaze suddenly noticed the smallest details. The bright spot in the whirlpool seems to be able to distinguish its color. The boy curiously observed the orb in the middle. Inside that orb was continuously emitting light. What color is it exactly? Clearly it's blue, red, azure, and yellow. Indeed, outside the system there was already a fluctuation of 200 points. Ling Tong Chang Trung level. Really unbelievable. Thanks to his own effort, the final number stopped at 200. Thus, Hien Vu earned a plus sign for spiritual power. Their group once again won first place in physical aptitude. Scene changes to another place, room 316. 3 people, Thien Tam Kiem Giat and 0D, stood in the room discussing that soon there would be a practical test. No matter what form the test takes, this time we must win. First place, he suddenly realized something was off. "Do you guys feel Hien Vu is a bit strange last time?" His loud shout immediately changed the situation. She also had to admit this. "Hien Vu is really strange every time I fight him. My martial soul cannot exert its strongest power." Thien Tam's eyes full of determination. "This time it will be different. I am already a second-rank Grand Soul Master. No matter what, I must win." Kiem Giat suddenly remembered something. Also, since Hien Vu joined room 333, Tian Loi and Lu Fong have also changed, so I think the most important is still Hien Vu. Thien Tam's face darkened. He made a decision easily. If this time we meet them, we will deal with them at all costs. First, Hien Vu. The time for the final practical test finally arrived. Trung Tien stood before the students and stated the rules clearly. The scene for this afternoon's practical test is the arena. This time, the test will be handled by Group 333. The arena test is divided into 9 matches. Students of Group 333 will have 9 fights. Other groups draw lots to attack. We will grade you based on your performance. Tian Loi suddenly raised his hand with a question. "Sir, can we quit?" "Even if we win, we have already reached the shore." Hearing that, he immediately extinguished that idea. "If in the next competition you lose more than half, then all your titles will be cancelled. Moreover, your results will be reduced by 30%. The 3 of them, Lu Feng, Hien Vu, and he could only helplessly sigh. "This clearly wants to kill us, no matter the performance." Trung Thien gave the order. "Good, draw lots, then enter the simulation room." The boy quickly crawled inside. Although the simulation room can restore soul power, but spiritual power cannot be fully recovered, so it seems we should plan well. Hien Vu stood beside, discussing with teammates Tian Loi. "Based on this round-robin battle, your spiritual power can summon how many times he seriously proposed. If it were Thien Thu, maybe 5 times, but it depends." If she agrees, the boy frowned seriously, asked again. "If summoned with the right hand, then Sao Tien Loi frankly replied, maybe can barely manage 3 times. Besides, summoning Thien Thu once more probably can win 4 matches. Hien Vu then felt more assured. "I got it." Lu Fong shouted the family name to their teammates arriving. Then the boy immediately took position, shouting loudly, Tianloi summon. He quickly followed the order, threw out gold coins to support the summoning gate. Hien Vu at the same time clenched his hand, forming a fist with golden blue silver grass pattern. The boy reached out and touched the gate. The first team reacted in time and rushed to the summoning gate, began summoning, then blocked them. This is Dorm Group 304 2D Hien Vu's team, then a bit panicked. Be careful, they are rushing through here. The boy stepped aside, shielding and reassuring. Don't panic, continue summoning. Tianloi kept working, but while he was still focused, a person from room 304 struck just then. A dragon tail appeared. The girl was immediately thrown away. That dragon stuck its head out roaring. Even Tianloi did not expect to meet it. Oh my god, this was summoned by me, Sao. Ngok Long stood beside them like a bodyguard. It only roared, but that was enough to cause a stir inside the observation room. The teachers were all surprised. Restless didn't expect to summon Ngok Long of the A-Long species. This is a quite rare soul beast. The group in room 304 was a bit panicked, yet they successfully summoned the fragrant robe that had just been taken down by this soul beast. Ngak Long glanced at Hian Vu beside him. His gaze was fixed on the boy, and Hian Vu also felt that look. In some miraculous way, Ngak Long kept rubbing his face against the boy's legs, and Hien Vu naturally reached out to pat his head. Both opponents and teammates were stunned by this scene. Was that soul beast really so close to them? NDT-0? This guy looks like a very skilled fighter. The boy quickly turned to look at the opponent, but Hien Vu gave no one a chance to react and waved his hand to order an attack. Ngak Long immediately frenziedly charged at those female students, who only then reacted cautiously and spoke up. One of them suggested, "Let me attract its attention," as they tried to focus their strategy. "Don't panic. Test its defense and speed." The two said they truly were elite students of the advanced youth class, facing such a terrifying opponent without panic, but in front of the mighty Ngok Long, their efforts were all in vain. The two were killed and eliminated in an instant. In this first match, the three almost effortlessly won. The announcement speaker quickly blared, "First match, Group 333 wins." Hien Vu turned and asked Tianloi, "Hurry and take a break. If you don't, you won't keep up later." He immediately nodded in understanding. But before they could do anything, new people entered. The boy could only shake his head, seeing that the teachers wouldn't give them rest time. Moreover, these three were our rivals. The three newcomers were Nuget Cat, Kim Tuong, and Bang Ban. As soon as he entered, he showed his fighting spirit. "My soul power has now broken through to level 18. Let's settle the score from last time." Hien Vu quickly signaled Tianloi to prepare to summon. He then retreated, but their opponents were one step faster. "You think we're unprepared?" Nguyet Cat disrupted Tianloi's summoning, while Bang Ban quickly attacked the boy, who tightly held the gate to protect it. Lu Feng turned and asked Hien Vu, "I'll come to assist you," but before he could do anything, he was attacked by the opponent's shadow blade. "If you want to help Hien Vu, you have to get past me first." Kim Tuong smiled with satisfaction. "Very good. This way we can win in one go. Unexpected, right? You're in our hands. You won't last a minute." Just as the stick swung, the boy caught it with one hand. Nguyet Cat was shocked, mouth agape. "What? He caught my spearhead? This breaks my soul seal technique." A summoned beast flew out from there, circling the boy, making Kim Tuong jump in fright. He desperately tried to defend himself. "Too fast. What is this thing?" he wondered, trying to defend. But Kim Tuong was hit right in the forehead. Only then did he regain composure. Kim Tuong was so shocked he couldn't even close his eyes before collapsing to the ground. Tianloi also looked surprised at the summoned beast. "What kind of soul beast is this? So powerful," Hien Vu calmly spoke. Only now could everyone clearly see its form, the azure demon bird. The boy briefly explained that this soul beast was cruel. It loved killing other soul beasts, and then eating their marrow and brains. Not only was it extremely fast, but its attacks were super strong. It specialized in attacking the heads of other creatures, and was almost the nemesis of all flying soul beasts. Its target had now shifted to Bang Ban, who trembled in fear, repeatedly begging, "No, no, don't come here!" But then the demon bird lunged straight at his head, and Bang Ban immediately fell. Only Nguyet Cat was left. She was desperate and continuously unleashed moves, finishing with the white dragon spear. But despite her efforts, she was still defeated like her teammates. All three lay sprawled on the ground. Hien Vu witnessed this and widened his eyes. They had been killed in a short time, terrifying. The boy looked at it warily, and from its size and color, it was also a 100-year-old azure demon bird. The demon bird suddenly turned back toward them and flew swiftly toward Hien Vu's group. Tianloi reacted quickly and ordered the summoning to end, allowing the boy to narrowly escape disaster. Lu Fong was a bit incredulous. That fat guy? This thing even attacks us? Can't you control it? He sighed in relief and frankly admitted, I can't control it either. It's too powerful. Luckily, it attacks enemies first. At this moment, the air in the monitoring room gradually thickened. Trung Thien was the first to speak. The summoning gate of Tien Loi is too strong already. Even the Thui Ma bird can be summoned. I'm afraid that even the Thien Tum group, once they encounter it, will be completely wiped out. The loudspeaker immediately broadcasted without delay. Group 333 won the second match. Thien Pham stared at the big screen, where the contestants were battling each other. Then he slightly raised his eyebrows and asked Lao Li, do you consider this a martial soul fusion technique? Hongban squinted slightly, looking at the big screen. Not easy to say. Probably not yet at the level of martial soul fusion technique. In some sense, Hien Vu can be considered an extremely powerful support that can assist two unrelated types of martial souls. If both of his martial souls can support any martial soul, then perhaps he is an existence not to be underestimated. He glanced at the screen, projecting his image. Moreover, he is a twin martial soul. His combat power is also NDT0. Besides the slow soul force enhancement speed, this child's talent is truly favored by heaven. Thien Pham replied admiringly, his spiritual power is already 200, truly beyond my expectations. Not bad, not bad, Hongban frowned and turned to him, honestly reminding, don't be too happy too soon. His soul force enhancement speed is quite slow. We need to continue observing. Without soul force support, he cannot become a top-tier powerhouse. Thien Pham slightly curled his lips and retorted, so what if that's the case? My expectation for him is not his personal combat strength, but whether he can rival a space fleet. I want him to inherit my Y8. Hongban could only silently watch his smug face helplessly. He lowered his voice mockingly. Go tell that place and see if anyone dares to oppose you. Their eyes met instantly. Thien Pham seemed a bit uneasy. To ease the awkward atmosphere, he forced a smile and reassured, I'm talking under normal circumstances. If he can pass there, he might become a fleet commander before turning 30. His psychological qualities and abilities, his resistance to pressure, I am very satisfied. Hearing this, Hongban sighed, silently pressing his lips together for a while. Then Hongban spoke up, suggesting, Lao Ho Li, can we discuss something? But Thien Pham coldly replied, if you want to take this child, then swallow him whole. He seemed not to hear and slowly turned away, saying, this child is a waste of talent following you? Can't you see he fully has the ability to become a top-tier powerhouse, even a core leader of a group of top-tier powerhouses? Yet he just walks straight out, waving his hand carelessly. Even though he is now my disciple, what did you do before? Hongban intended to object, but stopped. Silence fell again. At that moment, an announcement suddenly rang out. Group 333 won again, now winning 3 consecutive matches. The screen showed the battle outside. In the third match, Tien Loi summoned a red-armored dragon, suppressing the opponent who could not fight back and winning the battle. After this battle, his spiritual power was completely depleted and could only rest on the spot. Fortunately, it took effect immediately. Then someone was teleported into the arena. Upon seeing them, Hien Vu and Lu Fong rushed forward. The madman acted according to plan, attacking quickly. When they got close enough to the newcomers, he quickly placed his hand on his back. A dense golden aura flared around Lu Fong. His cheerful voice said, this is the feeling, majestic strength rising. Then he shouted, charge quickly towards them. 2 of them were so shocked upon entering that panic was evident. When did they rush here? Quickly release your martial soul. Before they could react, Lu Fong swung his spear decisively. The 3 white dragons immediately jumped up to avoid. One of them shouted, split up! From Kaocheng, he quickly took momentum and jumped up to chase them. Where were they running? Without hesitation, he delivered a powerful punch to one of them. Hian Vu was now following closely behind Lu Fong. The madman prepared to strengthen the second wave. Both charged at each other. Borrowing force to increase the power of the upcoming strike, he stabbed into him, completing the second transformation, increasing it once again for Lu Fong. They continued simultaneously splitting into 2 different directions, each taking one side of the white dragon. His spear transformed into a spear that covered the sky, enveloping the opponent inside the spear. Then Hien Vu immediately rushed to another opponent. That guy shot out a net woven from silk to block the attacks of the 2 opponents, shooting out a large net spirit spear towards him. But immediately after, a whirlpool appeared in the air and sucked away that net. The large net spirit spear was pulled back, and at that moment, Hien Vu was right in front of him. gathering strength to deliver a powerful punch. His punch hit that guy, who was instantly pushed back a bit, with cold, icy air spreading around. Freezing. By momentum, the opponent fell heavily to the ground, groaning in pain. Hien Vu stood above. Looking at him with cold eyes, the system's voice simultaneously announced, "Battle ended." Lu Fong at the same time also finished off the other guy, ending him under his spear. Lu Fong's opponent had no time to react. Both were stabbed, only able to exchange wounds, leaving a deep wound visible to the bone. Immediately after, the system announced the competition results. Group 333, fourth match, victory. Trung Thin and colleagues beside were extremely surprised. They maximized the advantage of the Thunder Lord, temporarily stopping the competition. That was too fast. He hurriedly turned to discuss with Teacher Lai. What should we do now? Hongban's expression remained calm as if nothing happened. This is easy to handle. Just show the recordings to the other students. How they respond is up to them. And Trung Thin quickly agreed. Exactly. If prepared beforehand, the Thunder Lord's advantage wouldn't be so obvious. Moreover, it's also a test of the other students' adaptability. I'll arrange it right away. Suddenly, he paused upon realizing no new opponents were added. It seems the competition is temporarily suspended. Could it be the teachers want us to rest a bit? Hien Vu was full of caution. We've won 4 matches. Winning one more match is valid, so let's take a break to recover spirit and strength. But just as he finished speaking, a new group of people was teleported in. Hien Vu immediately regained his spirit and ordered, "They're here, let's go." The two rushed forward simultaneously. He and Lu Fong repeated the old trick, launching an ambush again as the team entered the field. Hien Vu placed his hand on his back, transferring strength to Lu Fong. The image of the 3 opponents was still unclear. He had launched an attack unexpectedly, but those guys easily dodged all. The unexpected thing was that the opposing team of 3 immediately jumped back the moment they appeared. Avoiding Lu Fong's attack, Hien Vu was a bit stunned. So fast, he reacted quickly and shouted loudly, "Don't even think about running." Then came a series of rapid attacks on Cao Chung. Suddenly, he seemed to recognize who these people were and stopped. It's them. Because Lu Trang held a shield blocking. The others behind all had 1 scratch. He was the vice leader of the high-level youth class 19. His personal combat power ranked just behind Thien Tam. The overall strength of this team was also top-ranked. Lu Trang quickly stabilized and gave orders to teammates to start fighting, then rushed forward. A person behind immediately used ability to summon vines that tightly wrapped Lu Fong. Another simultaneously shot an arrow. Hien Vu was still stunned until an arrow flew toward the front line. Their target was him. At first he was unaware, then suddenly startled, turning around to attack the important position. Not good. They're targeting our tactics, he thought, then quickly rushed to the front line without noticing someone behind. Must block that arrow. Lu Trang bent down and struck a crescent slash twice, then dashed swiftly, closely following behind him. Lu Fong was grinding his teeth angrily. Damn, can't escape. Then suddenly shouted a warning. Careful! Hien Vu turned accordingly, jumping aside to avoid Lu Trang's attack, then flexibly shot out an ice pillar forward. The ice pillar rushed quickly and knocked the arrow away just before it hit the front line. At that moment, he took the opportunity to approach Hien Vu and prepared to attack. Hien Vu turned and stopped him. Wait. This action made those guys stunned. Hien Vu calmly declared, "We concede this match." The atmosphere immediately became quiet. Lu Fong could only sigh helplessly. This match was really passive. The opponent was already very strong and had devised an appropriate strategy. Accepting defeat is quite a good choice. Entering the observation room, there were many screens showing different angles. Trung Thin spoke with a tone full of relief. Finally lost a match. Van Diem, standing beside him, also sighed in relief. That's good. Trung Thin tightly gripped the pen. His eyes still did not leave the big screen. If they continue to win, it will create a huge momentum for the other students. Thien Pham was silent on one side, frowning to show discomfort. He slowly spoke. "Teacher, how many more groups until Thien Tam's turn?" He looked back quickly and replied, "Only one more group to go." Then Thien Pham finally smirked confidently and suggested, "Now let them go up. Tell Hien Vu and the others that if they lose, they all lose." Then Trung Thin looked a bit confused and asked again, "Huh? Vice Dean, is this okay? This violates the rules. I'm afraid they won't accept it." He gently reassured, "It's okay, just do as I say. I want to see the limits of these kids. Do as I say." Hongban also spoke up in agreement. "Follow the Vice Dean's orders. We can't let these kids have a chance to speculate and profit." Although a bit confused, he still decided to follow the plan. The monitoring screen was still active and was tracking every move of the boy on the arena. Immediately, a mechanical voice announced, "Attention, Hien Vu's group, declare to you." that you will face Thien Tam's group next. You must win this match, otherwise you will be considered failed in Lufeng. Surprised, they couldn't help but feel dissatisfied. What? Losing this match means losing everything? Why is it like this? He was also a bit stunned, almost unable to believe it. Before they understood everything, the opposing group quickly appeared. They have arrived. Qian Loi turned to look at Hien Vu with helpless eyes, silently pleading for help. What now? I can't activate the summon now. Thien Tam clenched his hands tightly, instantly releasing a radiant golden aura, surging like waves. Hien Vu's face darkened, lips pressed tightly as if trying to suppress the fire within. The teachers want to pressure us. If that's the case, he turned to his teammate beside him and ordered, Lu Feng, take all three of them on. Leave the rest to me. He hesitated a bit after hearing this, but then his golden lion's roar was silent behind Lu Feng. The power surging from him was exactly what he needed. He wouldn't use the golden lion's roar first. Taking a risk, Lu Feng shot forward like an arrow from a bow. Hian Vu followed closely behind with equally fierce momentum. The cold gaze of Nui Than flashed as he slowly formed a magic array, a dark aura spreading to bind the soul. It delayed Nui Than's power, forcing him to struggle to find a way to break free. The speed advantage was gone, and he risked being caught by the opponent, but Lu Feng remained determined, refusing to retreat. Enough, don't pay too much attention. He unleashed a strike that made the ground tremble violently. After that, he handed things over to Hien Vu. The burst of power made the people around quickly avoid being swept away. From behind, a 0D shot towards Thien Tam's front. He decisively raised his hand, eyes sharp as if splitting space, catching the 0D, spinning and delivering a precise kick to Lu Feng. The hit made him bounce back, staggering with a painful grimace. He frowned, looking at him as he leaned toward him. Under everyone's astonished eyes, Hien Vu dashed forward. Thien Tam stared in disbelief. Yet he did not catch Lu Feng. He looked at him approaching, only a few steps away. Choosing to charge alone despite the pressure, he remained resolute without stepping back. What's going on? Is Lu Feng making Hien Vu look foolish or what? But suddenly Thien Tam noticed something strange. Wait, his eyes widened, stunned, then he smirked. The smile contained something unpredictable. No. Only now did Thien Tam realize the smile. In a blink, he opened his mouth wide. There's a problem. The golden lion's roar. Hien Vu still kept a smile on his lips, fists punching forward. His speed surpassed Thien Tam, unbelievably fast. Hien Vu formed a circle of light with his hands, lips trembling, saying goodbye. His mouth still wide open, eyes full of panic. Immediately, a dazzling circle of light appeared, surrounding the four people. Their silhouettes gradually faded into the distant void. All four disappeared completely before everyone's eyes. Qian Loi's eyes widened, face showing clear astonishment. What? Lu Feng still held the posture from when he flew out, disbelief on his face. He and the three others had all vanished. In front of them, only a faint white smoke remained inside the room. Those watching on the screen were also alarmed. Kim Tuong turned to the person beside him. What does that light mean? The BA group, Lu Thien Tam, has been wiped out. This is the power that a first-rank Soul Master can use. SAO, an extremely fierce attack power. What exactly is this technique? Thien Pham's eyes widened, lips pressed tightly as if suppressing emotions. He fixed his gaze on Hong Ban. Sacrificial technique or soul martial fusion technique. After a moment of silence, he suddenly recalled something from her calm expression. It's not a sacrificial technique. Deep in Hong Ban's heart, he still couldn't believe what he just saw. I think it's the soul martial fusion technique. My own soul martial fusion technique? After hearing this, Thien Pham's mouth dropped open in shock. What? This? His eyes filled with murderous intent, like a silent warning, forcing him to keep quiet. Hong Ban angrily grabbed Thien Pham's neck and shook him hard. I don't care about that damn fox. You have to give me this disciple, or I'll risk my life against you. Studying under you is truly a waste. Even though he was being choked to the point of suffocation, he stubbornly refused. No. He pushed him off and shouted, No, I'll strangle you to death. The young man, Cao Nang, first semester final exam, ranked first in individual achievement. Lam Hien Vu, group 333. Ranked first in practical combat test for the entire group 333. 5 years later, Thien La Academy, Thien La Duong Lac. Standing alone in the building opposite, looking toward the training floor. His eyes were empty and indifferent, as if not caring about anything around. The room in front was still lit. Light radiated in the darkness. Inside, Hien Vu remained silent for a while before his voice echoed. Coordinate with Hong Ban, hands in pockets. Coordinate yourself and your skills. It must be harmonious. Do you understand? How many times have I told you? Why every time you unleash your power, The ice attribute support still appeared sluggish. He frowned, his gaze becoming sharp. You must make it merge into one with your power. You must leverage the advantage of twin soul martial spirits to form your own battle technique. After hearing this, he remained silent. The atmosphere fell into solemnity. Hong Ban sighed. You have to remember, a true warrior, battle techniques are not learned but created by oneself. His eyes fixed on Hien Vu, looking as if wanting to pierce through his soul. Only you know what you're good at, Hong Ban reminded while maintaining a serious attitude. One day, you will reach this step, so you must grasp the basics well to prepare for the future. Hian Vu's whole body was soaked with sweat, nodding quickly. Yes, sir. He glanced at him once. All right, that's enough for today. Hien Vu smiled. Yes. Hong Ban continued. After returning, you must refine it well. He turned and walked away but didn't forget to emphasize. Also, you must try to enter the deep meditation state. Hong Ban stopped. Deep eyes. Hien Vu's soul power was about to become a mental illness for Li Hong Ban. Your soul power, he slowly observed him, evaluating this kid. Everything is good. Attitude toward learning, talent, comprehension, almost nothing to criticize. Hong Ban always had an indescribable feeling. Spiritual power already exceeded 800 of an ordinary person. Physical quality and combat strength were absolutely top of the class. Memories of Hien Vu's competition flashed in his mind. After several rounds of selection in the Kaonang youth class, 21 students were finally retained. Most students' soul power reached level 27 or above. Class president Lu Thien Tam had broken through to the third realm. He suddenly remembered the sad face of the boy. Lam Hien Vu's soul power is now level 19 to 20 but still hasn't broken through. Then he sighed in boredom and frustration. This problem is really exhausting. While pondering, a voice came from behind. Teacher Lai, Hong Ban, look back. What's wrong with you? Man, just say it straight. Hian Vu was slightly embarrassed, his eyes darting quickly as if trying to hide from Teacher Li. Can I take a 1-month leave? I want to travel with my parents. As soon as he heard this, without thinking, he coldly said, no. Seeing that he wasn't convinced, he put on a pitiful look. Seeing Hian Vu's expression, Hong Ban frowned, almost shaken. He decisively turned away, trying to hide himself from his gaze. 1 month is too long. I'll give you 20 days. Hien Vu was stunned, mouth agape, unable to believe his ears. Agreed? The teacher agreed. Truly not easy. He hugged his body and sighed. Teacher Lai, it's not that I don't want to reach level 20. It's that the teacher didn't let me rest or go to level up. Hien Vu smiled slightly. Nana's silhouette briefly appeared in her mind. Teacher Nana once said, when soul power reaches level 20, it will advance a step to activate the bloodline. It's best to complete the breakthrough under her protection. He recalled the moment he first begged. Actually, half a year ago, he was about to break through. At that time, he sought a teacher to ask for leave, but Hong Ban's anger flared up. Soul power hadn't reached level 20 yet, but still wanted to ask for leave. He was not allowed to take leave. After that day, the result was Lam. Hien Vu had no choice but to use his soul martial fusion skill to forcibly advance his level, to prolong the breakthrough time. Sitting in the dorm room, persisting at level 19, he had rebuilt it 3 times. Thinking of this, Hien Vu teared up and trembled, so I was also very impatient, but luckily the teacher agreed. Putting aside all worries, he immediately cheered happily. Great, I can meet Teacher Nana again. Finally, I can break through to level 2. Hien Vu skipped joyfully, laughing loudly as he ran out of the room. On the side, Hong Ban sighed as he walked. Could it be that 5 years of effort will be wasted? Hong Ban kept complaining without noticing that someone was on the other rooftop. Unexpectedly, such a good seedling got stuck in the wrong place. What should be done after all? Duong Lac stood hidden in the shadows, unable to see clearly. Then he realized there was a gaze watching him and immediately turned around. But looking back and forth, he saw no one. Hong Ban sighed again and strode away, troubled in his heart, causing illusions. On a dark night on a high floor, a figure flickered under the moonlight. Duong Lac followed Hien Vu's silhouette. After watching, he quietly disappeared. At that moment, Hong Ban furiously flung open the door. Thien Pham saw the loser and snapped loudly. Do you know manners? Do you know how to knock? Facing the questioning gaze, he angrily retorted, do you think everyone is like you, eating well and waiting to die all day? He scolded. Are you crazy? Just entering and already holding the flag? Hong Ban, frowned deeply, expressing extreme worry. Isn't it because of your precious disciple? Until now, he still hasn't reached level 20. If he doesn't reach level 20 before age 20, he won't even qualify to register there. How can I not be anxious? Now, those who register are all level 30 or above. I've tried everything, but his soul power can't rise. You're great, not anxious at all. Have you forgotten your previous wish? Hien Pham calmly responded to all provocations. Why should I be anxious? I originally hoped he would study the command system. For the command system, spiritual power is even more important. Under 12 years old, as long as spiritual power reaches 200 points, he passes. He shook his wine glass proudly and boasted, My precious disciple has 800 spiritual power points. What do I have to worry about if he really can't before the test? I will help him forcibly raise his soul power a bit, although I don't expect him to become a strong soul master. Hien Pham remained indifferent. So, your worries are your own business and don't concern me. This made him so angry he trembled. Hongban was furious and couldn't control his suspicion. Are you shameless? Did you deliberately prevent him from raising his level? Soul power? He laughed bitterly. Do you think I'm sick? He angrily shouted. You are sick, and it's a brain disease. Everyone knows that. Hearing this, Hien Pham angrily chased away that Lee guy. Don't look for trouble. Leave now and don't bother me here. Hongban sighed sadly. 1 month left until he turns 12. If he can't break through to level 20, he probably can't become a true soul master. He smiled regretfully. What a pity for this child. He tiredly crossed his arms and explained, Today he asked for leave from me. I gave him 20 days off, hoping he can use this time well. Seeing Hien Pham's bored expression, he casually asked, So, do you intend to give up? Hongban sadly replied, I don't want to, but what else can I do if he can't reach level 20? There's no chance to try. He dejectedly proposed the last solution. Only register for your command system. Hian Vu had informed his parents about the teacher granting him leave. Lam Xiao was excited. Dad called Mom to book tickets. He obediently replied, Yes, Mom and Dad received your message and immediately booked tickets to Tian Do Star. Goodbye to Tian Loi and Lu Fong. The two of them need to prepare during their leave for the selection contest after the school opening. Hien Vu thought to himself, with the important information that the main contestants in the selection contest mostly come from Lang Tian Dai 6. Taking advantage of this day off, I must reach level 20. As soon as he got home, Cao Hanhoan called out, Mom! Nam Trong was overjoyed, hugging his beloved son tightly. Finally, you're back. Let me give you a kiss. Hien Vu was embarrassed by his mother's action. Mom, that's just saliva. Nam Trong pouted and asked suspiciously. Don't you remember me? He quickly replied. Of course I do. Understanding her son's exhaustion, she gently said, All right, sit down and rest for a bit. I'll cook rice for you. Nam Trong turned his face away and announced, Mom, today I'm terribly busy. Dad urged me to tell you to book the tickets. Tomorrow we leave immediately. Have you asked for teacher Nana's exact address yet? Hien Vu smiled and replied, Yes, I contacted Hien Thu today. Nana is in the capital of Hien Dao Tin. At that moment, Lam Tio cheerfully greeted his father. You're back, he eagerly asked his wife. Honey, have you booked the tickets yet? She happily answered. Yes, booked already. We depart tomorrow. I'll cook, and you two prepare your luggage. Cao politely responded, Yes, mother. Meanwhile, on the other side of the globe, the fans were enthusiastically cheering. Unable to contain their excitement, they shouted, The young master is so handsome. I love you. Duong Lac tram on, smiled charmingly. Thank you all for coming. After the performance, Kan Lin was endlessly curious, asking questions. So good, really wonderful. But when will he release new songs? Fans have been waiting impatiently. He replied indifferently with a hint of meaning. Fate has come, so naturally there will be new songs. At that moment, she cared and linked her arm with his. According to our original plan, starting tomorrow, you can rest. We should go to Long Vuong Tin for a vacation. Kan Lin gently held his hand. That made Duong Lac frown, noticing her shyness. She added, The beach there is really beautiful. Duong Lac did not pull his hand away. He could see the feelings Kan Lin had for him. She was not only his lifesaver, but also the one who helped him top the music scene. She had sacrificed so much for him. But whenever Duong Lac felt a bit of emotion, his heart would ache as if it was already full, unable to hold anyone else. Duong Lac pondered and changed his mind. I don't want to go to Long Vuong Tin. Tomorrow we will take the spaceship to Thien Dao Tin. Hearing this, she frowned. Not understanding why they were going to Thien Dao Tin, he gave a vague answer, trying to hide the truth. I just want to take a walk there alone. I can go by myself. Seeing this, Kan Lin hurriedly inserted herself. No, I'll go with you. I have nothing else to do. She didn't know what he was going to do, but suddenly felt uneasy. In the end, Duong Lac relented and accepted. The next day, Hien Vu's family prepared to move. He looked around with overflowing curiosity. It was a warship. Hien Vu excitedly pressed his face against the screen, watching the spaceships hovering in the sky. He was extremely thrilled. The warships here were so powerful. In the future, I will definitely become a warship commander. This was the second time Hien Vu sat on a spaceship, because this year, he had learned a lot of knowledge. When facing the spaceship, he was no longer in the dreamy state of last year. Looking around, he knew what each part of the spaceship was used for, feeling he could apply what he learned in practice. This made him no longer complain about the hardships he had to endure this year. Just as everyone in the regular cabin finished checking in, Duong Lac and Kan Lin had also boarded the premium cabin of this spaceship. During the flight, the spaceship slowly departed with a steady hum. The fatigue pressed everyone tightly into their seats, but for Hien Vu, there was no pressure at all. This year, he followed Ngan Thien Pham to learn precise control. The thrust of this fighter jet was completely different from the delicate fighter jet. Combined with passing through the atmospheric layer, the spaceship gradually stabilized. It would take 7 days to reach Thien Dao Tin, so Hien Vu entered a state of meditation. Now his distance to level 20 was getting closer and closer. His first soul orb directly appeared. He had asked his parents about this, but the answer was they didn't know. They didn't know if after reaching level 20, the second soul orb would appear directly as well. So he was very curious about what the second soul orb would look like and what soul skills it would have. Moreover, upon reaching the heavenly head star, he could meet teacher Nana. Thinking of her after a long time apart made his heart feel warm. He felt an urge to quickly snuggle into her embrace. This time, arriving at the heavenly head star, there were so many things he was looking forward to. At that moment, Duong Lac from first-class cabin went looking for him. He was gentle and quietly followed the boy's figure. In a flash, the spaceship had been traveling for 3 days. Hien Vu smiled like a flower, finally feeling more comfortable in his stomach. Just then, the spaceship suddenly shook violently. Then a piercing sound rang out. Passengers anxiously asked if it was a warning sound and what was happening. He worriedly tried to piece together the events. The shaking just now was something, and outside was a warning sound. Could the spaceship have malfunctioned? The attendant quickly reassured everyone amid the chaotic space. Everyone, please pay attention. We are being blocked by an unidentified spaceship. Please remain seated and stay in your positions. Until the danger is eliminated, please do not panic and stay seated without moving. After hearing this, Hien Vu was terrified and silently speculated. The unidentified spaceship was a pirate ship. Passengers were terrified and immediately panicked, shouting, "Oh my God, space pirates! Why did we encounter pirates? Isn't their target usually merchant ships? Why are we so unlucky?" The attendant racked their brain for solutions, wondering what to do this time. They didn't know how many ships these pirates had and hurriedly analyzed the situation. There were 5 small scout ships, still small class. This was not something a civilian spaceship like ours could handle. Isn't there a space fighter on our ship? How could that be a joke? How could a space fighter stand against a small class warship? Then the attendant shook their head in frustration and added more information. Moreover, we don't have astronauts on board. Facing 5 enemy warships, at least a top-tier astronaut is needed. At this moment, the warship shook violently once again. Everyone was shocked by the enemy's intention. Why were they attacking again? Could it be that they weren't here to loot but to kill us? Why? Hearing this, Hien Vu felt he understood the cruel intention. The pirates didn't want to loot, they wanted to kill. He steadied himself in this moment close to death. "No panicking, must stay calm. Just now," the attendant said. "There is a space fighter here." At the same time, in the luxury cabin, staff hurriedly announced. All bodyguards went out to reinforce. Not knowing how many warships the pirates had, Duong Lac hugged her, soothing her. "It will be okay." Kan Lin was scared, sweating profusely. Duong Lac said, "Don't be afraid, it will be okay." He gently patted her head to reassure her. She sincerely and curiously asked Duong Lac, "I always have a question for you. We've known each other so long. Have you ever liked me?" He was stunned for a few seconds after hearing that. Then Duong Lac answered in a deep voice, "Of course I like you. I protect you gently because you are my savior. I always treat you like my own sister. Don't worry, it will be okay. I will protect you." Hearing this, Con 07's face suddenly fell. Who wants a sister? At that moment, the spaceship shook more and more violently. Everyone was horrified, not knowing what to do. Why did the space pirates want to kill us? "Just spare us. We'll give you any amount of money." At that moment, Hien Vu boldly stepped in front of the staff and confidently declared clearly, "I am the pilot of the space fighter. I can control the space fighter. Quickly take me to the fighter on the spaceship." The staff was surprised, unable to believe their ears. Knowing there was no time left, Hien Vu urgently pulled their hand to hurry. "If we don't go now, it will be too late." Outside, the protective warships surrounded them. 12 armored fighters flew out from the spaceship. This was the entire combat force protecting the spaceship. Although there was a disparity with the enemy's combat force, there was no other choice. No resistance meant death. the attendant urgently announced. All passengers, please pay attention. Activate the protective shield at your seats. Repeating, all passengers, activate the protective shield at your seats. At that moment, the staff quickly directed him. Ahead was the bottom floor of the cabin. The two headed toward the area. Upon seeing the fighter, Hien Vu was amazed inside. It really was a space fighter. He politely spoke, then quickly sat inside. Thanking, Hien Vu stroked the control panel and then satisfiedly commented, "Very good. Although it's just a basic model, the control layout is still the familiar setup." He didn't hesitate and pressed the button. Immediately, the machine started reporting system activation. At that moment, an authoritative voice transmitted from afar. "May I ask if the AI is activating the refined fighter? I am Captain Hien Vu," he said earnestly. "Hello, Captain. I am a refined fighter control officer." A crew member on the ship said no AI can control the refined fighter. "The enemy is right in front. No time to ask for your opinion. Please let me join the battle," the captain said sternly. "May I ask, which team do you belong to as a fighter control officer? What is your unit number?" Facing a life or death situation, Hien Vu beat the drum, "Captain. Asking these questions now is meaningless. Once the protective shield is broken, all will be lost. Sir, you must trust me. Quickly open the cargo bay door." Seeing this, the captain was silent for a while. After some thought, he agreed. "All right, I'm counting on you." Hien Vu breathed a sigh of relief and composed himself. Now, tension is useless. He clenched his fist tightly and confidently pondered. "After 3 years of hard training, I can definitely do it. Don't keep me waiting." Hien Vu launched the ship. You boldly rushed out into space. Hien Vu skillfully escaped from the spaceship at this moment. Duong Lac and Kan Lin monitored the fierce battle outside through the window. He silently watched both sides. Duong Lac worriedly reasoned to himself. After our 12 armored fighters launched, they attracted most of the enemy's attacks. The opponent also sent 20 armored fighters into battle. Why is the force disparity between the two sides so obvious? At this rate, this spaceship's destruction is only a matter of time. Suddenly, he discovered something. Duong Lac cultivated and let his silky hair down. He calmly extended his hand forward. That supreme ability allowed her to handle people simultaneously. Meanwhile, Hien Vu piloted the spaceship approaching the battle, excited with every movement. Although different from the simulation module, the feeling of NDT-0 spiritual power also allowed him to easily sense the battle situation. Seconds later, Hien Vu anxiously frowned, but 12 armored fighters faced 20 plus 5 warships. The battle situation was quite unfavorable for us. 4 enemy armored fighters flew toward us, apparently still taking us seriously despite the dangerous situation. He closed his eyes, took a deep breath, then calmed himself down. Stay calm, the teacher has taught everything. Hien Vu studied the previous tactics carefully. If he wanted to confront the first armored fighter, he had to leverage the fighter's advantage. That was speed. Following the teacher's advice, he opened his eyes and made a decision. Hien Vu pushed the throttle in the cockpit to maximum speed. He gritted his teeth, tightened his grip, and increased speed first. As the engine reached its peak, the pirates panicked and signaled. He was flying back already. They angrily showed disdain for the name "Want to Die." They commanded each other to attack relentlessly. Brothers who were targeted started firing. Hien Vu pressed his lips, feeling challenged. The pirates wasted no words and unleashed a barrage of fire. He flipped the fighter upside down, then slowly pulled the throttle. Hien Vu skillfully dodged all their bullets. The pirates were shocked and exclaimed, "What?" They were terrified and admired him. Unexpectedly, he could control such complex evasive maneuvers. On the display, he aimed precisely at the target. Hien Vu's eyes blazed with fire. He pressed the missile launch button. The spaceship fired a laser beam, catching the pirates off guard. Instantly, one of their ships exploded. The pirates were stunned and asked each other what had happened. They did not expect that a single timely strike could have such a critical hit rate. The pirates shouted in astonishment, "How can he pilot like that?" Vu's eyes were cold as he stared straight ahead. They panicked and screamed in despair. He was coming. A commander urgently ordered rapid concentrated fire. Without hesitation, he flipped the spaceship upside down and counterattacked. Hien Vu fired like rain straight ahead, skillfully moving to another position. The spaceship fired a total barrage, chasing after Hien Vu. He expertly dodged with a light glide, weaving like a snake. The pirates helplessly ordered an attack. The warship also passed easily. Finally, who was he? Requesting reinforcements after leaving the ship. The ship moved away. Hien Vu was secretly pleased inside. Destroying 2 enemy armored fighters was great. The teacher's lessons really worked. He recalled the wise advice, a gentleman must avoid danger and not reveal himself. Only then could he use his artillery to handle the enemy. He moved around looking for an opportunity to deliver a critical blow. Hien Vu firmly focused on the next plan, which would be... Before he could prepare, he felt itchy and realized Hien Vu was caught in a net like a stranded fish. He was surprised and tried to maintain control of the refined fighter's hunting net reconnaissance fleet. Still the opponent's star level. Why equip this type of weapon instead of the ultimate one? At least attack fleets of star level or higher are equipped with it. Hian Vu was confused, trying to locate the target. Furthermore, exactly from which direction is the attack coming? The refined hunting net is a weapon specialized for fighting armored and refined fighter jets, shooting out a large electric current within a designated range, causing the control system to lose control. Then he saw a small ship flying over, immediately feeling uneasy. Something's wrong. 3 enemy armored fighter jets are coming here. Hien Vu doubted and wondered in his heart, how could this be? There hasn't been any attack source recently? He was furious and silently cursed himself for being too careless. His master had once said, never to be careless due to excitement. Hien Vu closed his eyes and recalled the past. His master had said so. Even if you can't see the opponent, you must change direction at any moment. What have I done? At this moment, all the gun barrels simultaneously aimed at his spaceship. In a dangerous instant, a strange light appeared, dazzling the entire space. Hien Vu squinted and was stunned for a long time. The golden light in front of him was a shimmering golden dragon, Hien Vu, and it locked eyes for a few seconds, only to see the golden giant dragon blocking the refined fighter jets, stopping the pirate armored attack wave. It gathered energy into its mouth, then the giant dragon opened its mouth and shot a blazing fireball accompanied by the roar of the golden dragon. The 3 armored jets turned into golden light and vanished. The golden giant dragon flapped its wings for a moment and eliminated the hunting blades on the refined fighter jets. He was dumbfounded witnessing its action. Hien Vu guessed inwardly that it seemed to be nodding at him. Could this golden dragon have intentionally come to save him? At the same time, he was confused and panting, suddenly feeling very hot. Hien Vu sensed a strong emotion running through his entire body, his blood vessels boiling. The golden giant dragon waved its fiery tail and quickly moved to another battlefield. It majestically absorbed 10 spirit energies into its mouth. Then the giant dragon exerted its strength and roared to the sky. Hien Vu was stunned, unable to believe his eyes. All pirate armored suits turned into golden light. It suddenly lowered its head slightly, revealing blazing red eyes. The giant dragon didn't hesitate and rammed straight into the center of the command ship, splitting the spaceship into 2. He was amazed and impressed inwardly. This is truly the ascending golden dragon. Just then, a strange light suddenly surged. Hien Vu directed his gaze far away to the star-level attack fleet, a stealth warship. He was horrified by the truth always lurking there. That refined hunting net just now was definitely fired by it. The main cannon. The light beam from the attack fleet was rushing towards the spaceship behind. Hien Vu's refined fighter was on the inevitable path of the light beam. At this moment, the thunderball was very close to the spaceship. At that moment, a powerful light enveloped the entire space. He was startled, realizing the attack suddenly froze. Hien Vu was confused by this strange phenomenon. Time stopped and froze. Everyone was extremely shocked. What? He was dumbfounded, asking himself, what exactly happened? Hien Vu's eyes followed the strange object standing in the middle of the sphere. What was it? As he saw more clearly, he was stunned, the figure of a person who could freely move without being affected by time. The next moment made Hien Vu even more dumbfounded. What? The maximum light beam retreated following his movement. Then the light beam returned to the cannon barrel. This is reversing time. Then he waited in suspense, wondering. He reached the main ship. Then what did he want to do? Duong Lac stepped onto the deck, then emitted a miraculous energy, his skill shining brightly, spreading throughout the space instantly. A golden dragon coiled around the spaceship, causing it to explode. Witnessing this scene, Hien Vu froze and wondered briefly, tearing apart the powerful star-level attack warship. How is this possible? One person with just human strength instantly destroyed a warship. Seeing the familiar figure, Hien Vu immediately recognized it was him, that soldier. At this moment, Duong Lac turned around, then raised a finger to his lips. He was startled but understood his meaning, smiled softly and said, "This is a secret between us." Then the gears suddenly turned. The timeline abruptly burst in an instant. The attack warship exploded. Time returned to normal. Almost everything went back to orbit. At the same time, on another battlefield, 5 pirate warships also exploded one after another, turning into a fireball. The battle ended. After all, Hien Vu kept pondering the power of someone who could reach this level. Could he possibly be the god from the legend? After the battle, everyone on the ship cheered joyfully. We're saved! We're saved! I don't want you to be taken away for experiments, Kan Lin reminded him carefully. Remember, you are a musician. Lam Tiu anxiously inquired, why hasn't Hien Vu returned yet? He went to ask the flight attendant. At that moment, the team leader spoke up to reassure. Warning to all passengers, I am the captain. This time we encountered an accident, but luckily no one was harmed. Kan Lin looks like Hien Vu. Seeing the final scene of the battle, Duong Lac destroyed the warship. He was confused and asked Han, why? She curiously rubbed his face. Are you real? Was it really you who did all that just now? Who exactly are you, Duong Lac? She sighed wearily. He smiled bitterly and replied, if I said I don't know, would you believe me? That giant dragon was probably my soul spirit. Usually he couldn't summon it. He still doesn't remember anything and doesn't know where these powers came from. Duong Lac guessed to himself, maybe I was once a soul master. Kan Lin worriedly asked for confirmation. Did everyone just now see that? He seriously affirmed no, he had covered everyone's perception. They didn't see him. She happily agreed and firmly said that was good. Absolutely no one must know. I don't want you to be taken away for experiments, Kan Lin reminded carefully. You must remember, you are a musician. A musician who only knows how to sing, not a great master at all later on. If it's not a last resort, then don't perform it outside. Duong Lac nodded in response, looking outside. Following the spaceship that just landed in the cabin, Vi Bin warmly welcomed him back. Good, the fighter safely returned. He respectfully clapped his hands and said, Greetings, I am the captain of this ship. Vi Bin thanked him for caring about them. Seconds later, Hien Vu stepped out of the spaceship. He was amazed to see the person appear. Vi Bin was confused, unable to believe his eyes. Are you the pilot? Just now, such a young child skillfully controlled the fighter and shot down 2 armored planes. He confidently replied, Yes, that's me. He shyly praised the boy. You're amazing. On behalf of everyone, thank you. You truly are a talented youth, Hien Vu shyly asked with innocence. Captain, may I ask a favor? Can you please not tell my parents what I was doing just now? Just say I went to the restroom and got locked inside, okay? Vi Bin blushed awkwardly. That's adorable. Finally, the captain could no longer hide it. After all, such a major attack would be investigated by the police even at Thien Dao Star. The captain went with Hien Vu to find his parents. He explained the whole story. Lam Tu's couple was extremely shocked. Standing before them, he expressed his apologies. Mom, Dad, I just wanted to protect you both. Nam Trung pulled Hien Vu back, lightly slapped his butt, then hugged him tightly, crying out loud. Hien Vu obediently stood still, not daring to say a word. Nothing happened on the way. The spaceship safely arrived at Thien Dao Star. On the ground, police officers had arrived at the airport waiting to take statements from each passenger. Passengers stopped at the Thien Dao Spaceport Center. Duong Lac from the police station greeted them warmly and proactively. We meet again. Your name is Hien Vu, right? The boy politely bowed. Yes, that's right, sir. He gently patted the boy's head, praising his achievement. I've heard everything. You're wonderful, a little hero. Before leaving, Duong Lac reminded, All right, I'll go first. If fate allows, we'll meet again. At that moment, Hien Vu suddenly remembered something and turned back. He silently transmitted through brainwaves, Remember our promise. After hearing that, the boy remained silent. Duong Lac's group turned and left. Kan Lin curiously asked, Why does this child look so familiar? Have we met before somewhere? He calmly answered the question, at a music show a few years ago. He held a child singing the song, Protecting Time, Protecting You. That boy was him. She was surprised and suddenly remembered, No wonder I felt. Kan Lin sincerely confessed, This child looks somewhat like you. Duong Lac Huai Ni wondered. Somewhat like, she firmly proposed an idea. Somewhat alike, but the aura is different. She looked at the child, who seemed quite clever. Do you want me to have our company's detective go ask? Waiting anxiously at the exit of the Eternal Aerospace Center, feeling a bit restless. Konana, why are they? They still haven't arrived yet. We've been waiting for a long time, she gently reassured. It was said their flight encountered pirates halfway through. They must be lining up to give statements. They'll be out soon. Nana dazedly looked at the group of guests walking by. At that moment, she suddenly noticed a familiar figure. Nana was stunned and looked up, then quickly turned her head. Then her eyes also turned a bright purple. Duong Lac seemed to sense it and was startled, turning his face away. In that tense moment, the bodyguard shielded her view, and at the same time, he turned his face away. She only saw the bodyguard's indifferent face. The two were close, but so distant. After a few minutes passed, the plane took off. Hien Vu was foolishly searching through the crowd. When he saw her, he excitedly called out to the teacher. Without hesitation, they both ran over together. Hien Vu happily reached out to hug Nana, but Thien Thu irritably blocked him. What are you doing? He was embarrassed and didn't know what to say. The girl was confusing, making the atmosphere even more chaotic. Suddenly, the two collided. Nana quickly caught the girl. At that moment, Thien Thu squinted before disaster struck within seconds. Hien Vu placed his small lips on the corner of the girl's cheek. This action made Thien Thu stunned and blush. The girl was shocked and hurriedly pushed him away. What are you doing? Hien Vu didn't understand and retorted, What are you doing? She hugged me tightly and spoke lovingly, Long time no see. You've grown taller now. Hien Vu was touched and excited, clinging to Nana. Nana also greeted Nam Trung and Nam Tu's couple, then led everyone to her place. Afterwards, they got on the bus to move to another location. On the bus, he curiously glanced at Thien Thu, who frowned shyly. Hien Vu was dissatisfied with the scrutinizing look. Why do you keep staring at me? Look at my eyes. They're not small either. Thien Thu didn't back down and threatened him. Wait and see, he complained, pointing out the illogical point. Are all your girls like this? The girl was upset and criticized. I have a bad temper. Clearly, you ate my tofu. People like you don't argue reasonably. Hien Vu refused to lose and explained, Who knows? You suddenly rushed out. I shouted quickly at that time. Not breaking in time, Thien Thu angrily questioned the other. So you just bumped into me? Both were annoyed and refused to look at each other. Nana stood between them, forcing a smile to soothe them. They teleported to Thien Dao Tin, Thien Dao City, Thien Dao Academy. In Nana's resting room, Thien Thu anxiously asked, Miss, can I take him to tour the academy? She gently replied, Of course you may go. The girl politely responded, Thank you, miss. Before leaving, Nam Trung excitedly whispered to her husband, This kid is so cute, with white smooth skin like a porcelain doll. Lam Tio agreed and added, Yes, continue observing and appreciating that beauty. Those big, lively eyes are really beautiful. Standing next to our Hien Vu, they really match perfectly. Thien Thu tugged his sleeve and invited him. Let's go, I'll show you around the school. Hien Vu was startled and speechless, reluctantly showing regret. After a hard time meeting Miss Nana, as she stepped out the door, the girl immediately let go of his hand, frowning unwillingly. I don't want to go, Thien Thu coldly asked. Is Han still following me? What? Hien Vu could only helplessly answer, Yes. The girl was not satisfied and continued probing. Still following? Why do you reluctantly obey? Obey. At this moment, Hien Vu hesitated with thoughts in his heart. Does she want revenge on me? That's why she called me out alone like this, even though Sao is also at school. Maybe she doesn't dare to openly take revenge on me. She's now a third-level soul honed, unless she uses that special soul fusion technique. Otherwise, I can't beat her. Looking at the girl's figure, he suddenly had an idea. If I can't fight, I'll risk running away. Hien Vu looked around and then started a conversation. This must be a super-level academy. Everyone's age isn't much different from mine. At that moment, Thien Thu smiled, then turned around and called Hien Vu. The moment their eyes met, it was like time stopped. The girl excitedly linked arms. Let's go over there and see. He was stunned, smelling the faint scent in her hair. Thien Thu excitedly pointed. Look, over there is a beautiful scenic lake. Hien Vu felt uneasy about this enthusiasm. Why is she suddenly so enthusiastic about me? At the same time, a group of male students jealously murmured, Who's that stinky kid? Why is he with Thien Thu? Who is that? The girl was conflicted and uneasy. Hien Vu was annoyed. It's the first time I've linked arms with a boy. If you weren't so annoying, I wouldn't sacrifice myself for revenge. However, the scent on him is so fragrant, fresh like the morning sunlight, and his arms are very strong. I must be crazy. Why am I thinking about what to do with this? Then, Thien Thu judged even more strangely, a male student like him. His eyelashes grew so long again. Both of them awkwardly tried to dismiss their endless thoughts and stopped overthinking. The male student was full of frustration, as if wanting to shout, You rotten brat, have you pulled my arm enough? The beauty of Thien Thursday. To all the male students in the same school, she had an incredibly strong attraction and naturally became the school beauty queen. Recognized by the whole school, although she was only 12 years old, the love letters had already piled up like a mountain. But she had never paid attention to any outstanding male student nearby until the day she stepped onto the podium. She wrote on the blackboard 4 words, Reject early love, then threw all the love letters into the trash, shocking the entire school in an instant. After that, very few dared to disturb her. The male students clutched their chests, crying, unable to forgive. absolutely not wasting her days. A few female students couldn't help but admire, wondering where that male student came from. So handsome, super cute, so handsome it's unbelievable, said the male students. They glared and whistled with bullet-like eyes. Rotten brat, don't touch my goddess, let go. The girl worriedly realized she was in a difficult situation. The people around seemed to be increasing. Hien Vu slowly glanced, hesitating and thinking for a while. Maybe I should give up, suddenly not wanting to make things difficult for him anymore. Hien Vu struggled, wanting to let go but holding back, wondering if she could just let him go that easily. It seemed he wasn't that hateful after all. Let it go. Standing in the middle of the crowd, Hien Vu thought carefully, pulling himself to stand in the middle of this crowd surrounded by all kinds of male students. With not-so-friendly eyes, this guy must want to use someone else's rage to deal with me. I can't be passive. I have to think of a way. Then he smirked, coming up with a bold plan. Got it. The girl voluntarily let go first and suggested, let's go somewhere else to watch. We've seen enough here. Just as Hien Vu was smugly thinking, Hien Vu suddenly grabbed her back. I'll let you off today. In the silent atmosphere, he pulled Hien Vu close and placed a light kiss on her cheek. Witnessing this, the male students were shocked into silence. Hien Vu was stunned, blushing deeply. Everyone was speechless, stammering repeatedly. So fragrant. Hian Vu had a teacher named Hien Pham, nicknamed the Demon Master. He confidently and arrogantly declared, I am Hien Vu's boyfriend. My name is Hien Vu. Anyone who disagrees, come at me. He learned from Hien Pham, not just knowledge. Hien Vu showed his cunning. Don't you pretend to be close to me? Then I'll use your own trick against you. And there's the Demon Master's pretense too. He arrogantly challenged, anyone want to try? Hien Vu angrily raised her voice as if wanting to devour Hien Vu alive. She was upset and blushing. Hien Vu anxiously, hurriedly waved his hand. Wait, not to the point of soul release, right? Without more words, Hien Vu cursed while attacking him viciously. She launched a continuous surprise attack. He was scared and ran desperately. He couldn't fight back and quickly returned to the teacher's side for safety. Hien Vu smugly calculated that later he would stay beside Nana. She couldn't do anything to him. Before he could leave, he sensed a strong aura behind Hien Thursday. She angrily summoned her second-level chaotic ice technique. Hien Vu suddenly tried to soothe her. Hey, this is too harsh already. He quickly turned into an ice shield and then fell into the lake. He seriously unleashed his ice elemental power to control Hien Vu secretly with a triumphant look. Her ice mace can't pierce me. At that moment, a shark spirit suddenly appeared out of nowhere. Seeing it, he panicked and shouted, Mom, what is that? Run! Hien Vu scrambled out of the water on all fours. Hien Vu seized the opportunity to jump and attack. Standing in front of the circle, he blocked. Guarding the front and wary behind, Hien Vu helplessly used his ultimate move as a last resort, concentrating all his strength into a golden dragon finger ascending. Just as the shark collided with Hien Vu, it closed its mouth. No matter how angry Hien Vu was, she had her limits. While he was turning his back, the girl angrily kicked him in the butt several times. Just as the shark VA collided with Hien Vu, it shut its mouth. No matter how angry Hien Vu was, there was a limit to it. Taking advantage of the moment when you were turning your back, the girl angrily kicked Hien Vu's butt several times with heavy blows. Then Hien Vu's anger gradually subsided. Originally intending to spare him, you showed no hesitation and put on a pitiful act of trying to kill her husband. Unbelievable! This action made the girl furious to the point of burning rage. How could this brat be so evil? Hien Vu chased after the scoundrel and stopped. Back home, Hian Vu burst into tears, begging Miss Nana to save his life. Hien Vu was too violent. He was scared and knocked on the door, shouting, Mom, please open the door quickly. The girl couldn't stand it anymore, hitting and cursing. You liar! That hurts! You liar! Save me! At that moment, the door instantly opened. Nam Trung was surprised and asked, Hien Vu, what happened between you two? What's going on? He quickly tattled to his mother. She hit me. Hien Vu wouldn't give up. She's upset and blaming her. Mom, he kissed me. In panic, the girl realized she had spoken out of turn and quickly covered her mouth. Why did I get so worked up and say that? Someone else heard it, so there's no denying it now. My name is Nam Trung, Hien Vu's mother. At the first moment I heard my son was hit by this little girl, I was very angry. But this little girl quickly turned the whole situation around. She said my son kissed her. This is an early love, moreover. It's Hien Vu's first love. Early love is inappropriate. They are still too young. I'm troubled by these painful thoughts, but these two kids really suit each other. They are like little angels. Now, nurturing them to grow up to be a loving couple, how could I not be happy? At that moment, he awkwardly asked, Mom, what's your next move? Causing Hien Vu to be scared. Mom, why did you close the door? Nam Trung sighed tiredly. Son, for your future, I can only help you this much. He trembled, knocking and earnestly pleading. Mom opened the door. Seeing no hope left, Hien Vu fearfully turned back to Hien Thu, who cruelly rubbed her knuckles. She really is a good person, Hien Vu said. Don't worry, I will respect her and not hit your face. Hien Vu screamed in pain. Help! Don't hit me anymore! Nam Trung anxiously asked. Honey, what should we do? Nana came out quickly. The stuff is gone, and Lam Tio isn't home. Lam Tio calmly comforted his wife. You did the right thing. Don't worry. It's okay. He smiled approvingly. Hien Vu is still there letting people hit him. He really took advantage of her. So now he deliberately lets her hit him to cool down. That rotten kid, this is good. The first time meeting and he kissed her, getting hit is good. After the girl gave him a thorough beating, Hien Thu felt both satisfied and puzzled. I hit him all day and he didn't fight back? Could it be he's letting me win? But he kissed me already. And damaged my reputation. He looks so good, how can he be so wicked inside? The girl was annoyed by his gaze. See, suddenly using that look on me, pretending to be pitiful? I didn't even hit you hard, Hien Vu sincerely suggested. How about waiting until we grow up? You be my girlfriend, I'll take responsibility for you. Hien Thu blushed deeply and refused. Who wants to be your girlfriend? The girl angrily hit and questioned. Who let you talk nonsense like that? After retaliating, Hien Thu angrily turned and left. Annoying little rotten kid. Hien Vu sadly realized his mistake. Maybe I really offended her today. Later, it might not be easy to call her again. Time passed. After he finished bathing, Nam Trung and Lam Tue happily questioned their son. Tell us, how could you do that? Both angrily scolded the rotten kid. She painfully reproached. Do you know how important your daughter's reputation is? You kissed her in front of everyone like that. A little girl like that, could she not be angry? Deserved to be hit, pitiful. Didn't anyone help or defend her? Agreeing with his wife. That's right, Mom, you're right. Hien Vu didn't back down. Are you arguing back? You two only think about outsiders. What if he wants to attack and take revenge on me? This is called proactive counterattack. Besides, if he wants to hit me, let him hit me. Nam Trung crossed his arms and exposed the truth. Stop playing tricks. You don't even have any injuries. You can see he didn't even use force to hit you, he protested. Mom, how grown up am I and you still spy on me bathing? Immediately, she seriously emphasized. No matter how grown up you are, I'm still your mother. Don't I worry about you being beaten by others? Hien Vu complained and sulked. Thick-skinned, hit without leaving marks. It's not my fault. I have to take responsibility for making her fall for me. Just then, Nana returned home. He was overjoyed as if meeting a savior. Miss Nana, you're back! Hien Vu stammered, trying to apologize. Sorry, I was wrong today. She smiled gently, patted his head and comforted. I heard everything. It's okay, just a misunderstanding. After we grow up. Do you really want to form a contract with Hien Thu? You were stunned, silently pondering in your heart. He said, give this to Nana. Nana's eyes were full of hope, sincerely advising that Hien Thu is very outstanding and also extremely hardworking. If you really want to form a contract with her later, you have to try to keep up with her steps. She's about to take the entrance exam for the Sulai Kak Academy. Later, if you want to stay with her, you also have to pass the exam. Your parents' eyes sparkled with excitement, encouraging their son to try hard and pass the Sulai Kak Academy. Keep it up, Sulai Kak. A simple name with a reputation that has shaken the great for over 60,000 years, back when humans only lived on the home planet of Duluo continent. It was once the #1 history academy of the great 60,000 years, even stretching back to 30,000 years ago. It is the oldest academy in the entire History Federation, a sacred place for soul masters. If you can pass the Sulai Kak Academy exam, even studying there for one day is the greatest honor in a soul master's life. Moreover, in the Sulai Kak Academy, there are legendary, god-level strongmen existing in the space of a high-class apartment. Nam Trung couldn't hide his anxious mixed with apprehension, but Hien Vu's cultivation is too weak. How can he get into the Sulai Kak Academy? Nana understood her worries and immediately spoke to reassure. It's okay. If your soul power reaches level 20 under 20 years old, you qualify to participate in the basic assessment. I will help you break through to level 20. Your child is a twin soul, still has a chance to try. Hearing that, Hien Vu was very excited, but suddenly remembered there was one more question he hadn't asked. Does our class have a primary test next term? Is it this assessment? She slowly answered the question. You are the high-energy youth class. It's very likely because of the registration selection for the Sulai Kak school that you came here. Hien Vu, do you have any objections to not mentioning this? His spirit immediately sank, filled with despair. Of course not. Everyone has already reached level 3. You just got level 1. Seeing her student was in low spirits, she gently spoke to reassure. It's not certain yet. Let's see how you change after your breakthrough. After finishing, Nana sat cross-legged on the ground, quietly observing an object. Very good. Your current situation is a bit better than I expected. According to your current condition, the danger during the breakthrough has greatly decreased. I always feel your aura is very familiar, almost like mine. So when I first met you, I felt close to you. Her words made Hien Vu unable to resist wanting to play around immediately. Is it because you're handsome? Nana, you also seem very close to her. Faced with his mischief, she just gently scolded the kid. Don't talk like that anymore. Look at what you did to Hien Vu today. I've never seen him so angry before. Then Nana went straight to the main point. At first, when your blood veins awakened, it was really very dangerous because inside your body, there are two powerful blood veins competing with each other. When these two types of blood veins awaken together, it causes great trouble for you. If not handled well, at best you'll be seriously injured and unable to cultivate for life. At worst, it's life-threatening. Speaking of this, she recalled that critical moment, her mind still lingering with some unease. So at first, when discovering your condition, she was very worried. After careful consideration, she decided to let them coil around each other on the axis so they wouldn't fully contact each other. Also to try letting them resonate, but danger always exists. So during the breakthrough, I must be by your side. It's just that what she didn't expect was she paused for a moment, then her eyes showed surprise at the novelty she had never seen before. The power in your body is so special. When you use the soul resonance skill, this special power guides it. The two types of blood veins will resonate with each other, thereby generating a third blood vein power. He listened attentively, his eyes showing concern about this issue. A third blood vein power like that, wouldn't it be even more troublesome? Seeing you still confused, Nana slowly explained thoroughly. No, it's not like that. This type of blood vein is the product of the fusion of the other two blood veins. Every time you use the soul resonance skill, it's like harmonizing the two blood veins. When you use it enough times and your third blood vein power becomes strong enough, you can absorb and store the power of the two blood veins first. Waiting until they completely merge into one will become a kind of power even I cannot subdue. Hian Vu was extremely surprised by this result. Is it really that powerful? She smiled gently, her eyes sincere as she looked at him. It will definitely be very powerful, but the process will be very long. You must continuously use the martial soul fusion technique. She seriously analyzed to calculate that during your breakthrough at each level, using the martial soul fusion technique 10 times means you can break through without any danger. Hearing such a huge number, your ears started ringing as if shocked. What? 10 times? Isn't it that every time you increase 10 levels of soul power, you have to cultivate 20 levels? In just a moment, his mood completely collapsed. Originally, his soul power was already low, and he still had to cultivate twice? That's death! To encourage him, Nana gently reassured, don't worry. With hard work, iron will become gold. Little by little, it will accumulate. In the future, when you reach the limit, you will ascend in one step. Her words made Hien Vu completely trust and immediately feel much more excited. Really? I'm very much looking forward to it. So how long will it take, Conan? She said happily as if it was normal. Maybe 200 to 300 years. Hearing that, he was so shocked he almost fainted on the spot. Huh? Despite his strong reaction, Nana continued to encourage him. It's okay, your bloodline is very powerful, and your lifespan will definitely surpass that of ordinary people, he awkwardly replied. Yes. After preparing everything, she seriously began the most meticulous training, especially since they were in a hurry. Now let's proceed with the breakthrough first. Let's see what the second soul stage can bring you. Hien Vu, originally passionate about training, was now full of anticipation. That's right. First break through to the second soul stage, then we'll talk. After some explanation, she concluded, you start attacking yourself. I will protect you. Following her guidance, he gently closed his eyes, calmed his mind, and gradually felt his body. Hien Vu soon reached the breakthrough boundary. He circulated the Huyen Thien technique, and his whole body felt light. He officially completed the breakthrough and reached the second soul stage. Seeing Hien Vu become a bit careless, Nana immediately reminded him not to relax. It's just the beginning. As soon as she finished speaking, he suddenly felt a tightness and extreme discomfort in his chest. It turned out that the golden and silver spirals in Hien Vu's chest suddenly surged with hot and cold energy at the same time. Countless golden and silver energy rays poured out from his meridians and bones. When they collided, they caused intense pain. Amid the chaos, a sudden bright idea appeared in his mind. The spiral. Yes, the spiral. I can control the spiral. He steadied his mind and skillfully controlled the surging energies. He blew soul power into it to increase the spinning speed. the golden and silver rays began to gather into the spiral. The golden and silver energies seemed infinite, making the spiral grow larger and larger, almost uncontrollable. These two types of energy became more and more frenzied, causing Hien Vu unbearable pain and leaving him speechless. "Konana, save me!" In a moment of life or death, a firm and warm voice echoed in his mind. "Calm your mind." Neither happy nor sad, that voice was very familiar, making Hien Vu immediately think of the name Konana. Under her reminder, he calmed down a bit. Yes, calm down, really calm down. Only then could he find a way out. After calming down, everything gradually improved. Although the stability of the spiral strengthened somewhat, the spiral still kept growing. The energy in his body was truly excessive. It had reached the limit. Hien Vu could endure it, but he felt like his body was about to explode. Seeing the time was ripe, Nana immediately guided Hien Vu to fuse the martial soul. With her help, he gritted his teeth and endured. His focused gaze gathered strength, and immediately his two hands clenched tightly. The two bloodlines exploded with power, the suppressed strength so intense it seemed to tear space apart, radiating dazzling bright light. At that moment, a mysterious power silently formed, creating an invisible pressure. After a while, he felt everything finally gradually return to normal. The energy in his body stabilized, and the spiral had grown considerably. Both golden and silver energies stabilized, and the seven-colored speck seemed to shine brighter. His soul power showed no change, apparently dropping one level. Before this new step forward, she praised him wholeheartedly. "You did very well. This upgrade is extremely stable. When your soul power level increases, using the martial soul fusion technique can cause the energy in your body to fuse explosively." At this moment, Hien Vu finally breathed a sigh of relief. Finally succeeded. Your eyelids closed, body relaxed, but still feeling the special movement of the two sources of bloodline silently stirring as you opened your eyes. Two opposing powers in your eyes seemed ready to burst fiercely and intensely. That made Nana unconsciously startled. Then Hien Vu withdrew his power. His gaze returned to normal. This result made him very satisfied. This bloodline, chi power is too overwhelming. Luckily, she is here. Otherwise, it would have been troublesome. Everything was done, but she still kept reminding him thoroughly. With this experience, maybe it will be much safer next time. Must remember during the next breakthrough process, to use the martial soul fusion technique 10 times to cultivate the third bloodline. He nodded slightly. "I understand," Nana said gently. "Continue and see if your martial soul has changed." He was also very excited and enthusiastic. "I've been expecting this for a long time." Then Hien Vu started activating his power, testing the left hand first. After gathering strength in his hand, the blue-silver grass appeared, looking both solid and soft but hiding immeasurable power. This surprised him a lot. It changed. The golden patterns seemed to become more orderly. On the other hand, he couldn't wait and activated his right hand to test. As expected, it also silently became stronger, evolved, and became more solid. Suddenly, a streak of golden light appeared. It startled both of them. Hien Vu's eyes showed curiosity and awe when he realized what it was. He couldn't help but exclaim in amazement. "The golden light is a 100-year soul orb. The soul orb has evolved by itself. I haven't fused the soul spirit yet, but it already advanced to a 100-year soul orb." Feeling this was too mysterious, he asked her to explain. "Nana, what is this? Your soul spirit not only appeared by itself, but the soul orb also evolved to 100 years on its own." Seeing this was not simple, she kept a serious expression. "This matter relates to your martial soul. Absolutely don't tell AI. Your current strength is still not enough to protect this secret." Hearing Nana say that, Hien Vu also became cautious. The recent event made her check more carefully. "Continue. Let's see how your soul technique is." Following her words, he immediately activated the energy in his body, controlling the water element. Seeing the qualitative change marked a breakthrough step, he couldn't help but be delighted. The 100-year soul orb is indeed much stronger. Inside, the blue-silver grass was also full of water element, even able to use it as a resource for a burst. Nana noticed this too, so she suggested switching to the second soul orb. Hien Vu quickly obeyed, but just as he began to switch, he felt an unusual power boiling inside his bloodline and was very surprised. What? A faint circle of light spread, enveloping Hien Vu's figure as he changed to the second soul orb. Then flames burst from within the light. He could only stand dumbfounded, not understanding what was going on. Nana widened her eyes in surprise. The flames kept intertwining. Hien Vu unconsciously opened his palm, and from it countless swirling flames shot out, his eyes wide open, mouth agape. How can this be fire element? How can it rush beside the water element in the air? How can these be two opposing elements? Water and fire are incompatible, yet my two soul techniques fundamentally cannot support each other. A speechless feeling surged inside Hien Vu, a martial soul, with two opposing elements. Never heard of this before. He looked blankly at her. Water and fire are incompatible, Nana? How can it be like this? She seemed to understand something, only smiling slightly without a word. Then Nana gently opened her palm, and a small flame appeared. Hien Vu's mouth dropped in amazement. In an instant, her palm became the focal point of the fire spirit. Seeing the huge fireball spinning before his eyes, he couldn't help but exclaim, "Fire element control, Nana? How come? You have it too?" Nana raised the fireball high, a smile flickering at the corner of her lips. "No wonder she felt very close to me. Your second soul technique has proven my guess. Our bloodlines might be similar." Hien Vu was puzzled. What is Nana's bloodline? She lowered her eyes, a bit sad. She couldn't recall the power gradually recovering, but not the memories. Nana looked straight into his eyes but knew how to teach him. Perhaps in this world, there is no AI better suited to be your teacher than me. Hien Vu seemed excited. So what should I do? Nana's other hand appeared with the water element, simultaneously holding both water and fire elements, which is not a bad thing. Two things that simultaneously contradict each other can also potentially generate synergy. Then Nana's right finger gently rose. A stream of water element shot straight into the fireball. If this way, the two opposing elements would blend together. Streams of blue water wrapped around the blazing red flame. Hien Vu gaped and exclaimed the fireball grew bigger. Then she just smiled and explained, "When water is weak and fire is strong, water supports the fire. Conversely, there will be a very special transformation. So water and fire are not completely contradictory. You look at Nana's palm resting on your shoulder, so how can you use them well?" She smiled and gently patted Hien Vu's shoulder. "This you need to feel for yourself." Just as she said, the bodies of both gradually faded away. The two had left the room. Stepping outside, he opened his eyes wide and looked around. Why had it turned into a hill now? Nana stood beside Hien Vu, looking carefully at her palm where the water element slowly grew, spreading blue waves, reflecting sparkling light like crystal. He gaped as the water element began to spin faster. The water sphere became hollow, and before Hien Vu could steady himself, the fire element suddenly appeared. The fire element spun in the opposite direction, beginning to concentrate internally. He stared at the two elements ahead, watching them slowly approach each other until they touched, radiating a brilliant glow like a cosmic painting. The two elements were in contact and merging, and at the moment they touched, Nana suddenly swung her hand, launching both elements far away. As they were propelled, the power of the two elements immediately erupted. Dazzling light and roaring shockwaves, overwhelmed by the fierce power surge, Hien Vu couldn't help but shout inwardly, "The force is so great, it turns out it can be used like this." She turned to look at his expression and explained that combining two elements produces exponentially greater effects. It's very difficult. No one can teach you how. The key lies in personal comprehension and the proficiency level of the individual. Hearing that, Hien Vu opened his eyes wide and exclaimed. Suddenly both were surrounded by light and then returned to another room. As soon as he stepped in, he couldn't help but observe. This was the elemental space master control. Nana glanced over and nodded. "If your bloodline really resembles mine, then you will also have the ability to use elemental space." Hien Vu's eyes sparkled with curiosity. "Nana, so how many elements can you control in total?" Nana didn't answer, just took out the two elements, fire and water. Then, under his wide-eyed gaze, 5 more elements appeared around Nana. At this moment, Hien Vu was speechless, unable to utter a word. Controlling all 7 elements, how? Just how strong is Nana? Looking at the light enveloping her, if compared with Uncle Duong Lac, between the two, who is stronger? He began to get excited inside, really wanting to ask. Can Nana destroy a warship? Hien Vu suddenly thought of him and couldn't help but laugh. He quickly covered his mouth but failed. "I already agreed to keep it secret from Uncle Duong Lac. Better not ask." Nana didn't pay attention to Hien Vu's reaction. "If your bloodline continues to evolve, your future self might also be able to do it," he shouted happily. "Really? That's amazing." She hesitated a moment, then spoke. "But the elemental comprehension must be felt by yourself. Our comprehension won't be exactly the same. If you only practice according to my method, you won't be able to surpass me." Hien Vu nodded repeatedly. "So that's how it is." His eyes sparkled as he looked at Nana. "She's really good. Hearing her guidance made me very happy, but just thinking about leaving soon made me uncomfortable." Hien Vu immediately transformed into a small obedient cat. "Nana, when can you return to Tien La Star to continue teaching me? I just want to stay by your side." Nana laughed and gently shook her head helplessly. She hasn't agreed with others yet, haven't left here temporarily. When needed, you can call Hien Vu. To help you pass the message, he quickly asked. Nana, the History Academy. Lai Kak, if Hien Vu wants to take the exam, it won't be too difficult. Nana smiled confidently. She thinks he can do it. If she fights, I'm no match for him. Hien Vu pursed his lips. That's because our soul power has a gap. If soul power levels were equal, I would definitely win. His eyes flashed with some discomfort. Nana explained soul power isn't absolute. Everyone has their own talent. When he fought you, he actually held back a lot of strength. Seeing Hien Vu's childish expression, she couldn't help but smile gently. It's just that she was afraid you'd really get hurt. After hearing that, you quietly stepped back away from Nana. We studied for several days, and since then, Hien Vu hasn't met Thien Thursday. It seems she is angry. You don't have time to think much because you follow Nana to study, as if hungry for knowledge about the elements. Nana's guidance is unmatched by anyone, and her pointing out is extremely suitable for Hien Vu. The beautiful days passed very quickly. The time to return has come. When seeing them off, she personally escorted them to the aviation center. Upon arrival, you couldn't hold back tears and hugged Nana, crying out loud. Nana, when can we meet again? I will definitely try to become stronger. She thought for a moment and said she couldn't easily leave Thien Dao Star. Wait until you come back strong enough. Nana wore a mask, her eyes gentle and comforting. Then try hard to get into the Sulai Kak Academy first. That way, you can study with Thien Thursday. Hien Vu stopped crying and raised his head. This time, I still haven't seen her anywhere. Conan, please help me say sorry to her. That day was my fault. You lowered your head with a determined look. I will definitely try. Next time we meet, I will be much stronger. After that, Hien Vu said no more, suddenly kissed Nana on the cheek, then hugged her tightly again. Goodbye, Nana, gently patting her head. Hien Vu, a brave man, courageously admitted it was a good thing. All right, time is running out, hurry up and go. Although reluctant, you still turned and ran quickly. Bye-bye. She stood there, waving, watching Hien Vu's figure gradually disappear. In Nana's heart, she pondered again about the discovery from the other day. That after discovering its bloodline was similar to hers, the feeling of closeness became even stronger. She didn't notice someone approaching behind her. Van Diem stepped forward cheerfully and spoke. Already left? Seeing Nana not paying attention to me, I looked into those eyes. So many years, yet still so beautiful. I got married and have become more mature. It seems the years have been extremely kind to her. Could it be that freezing for 1,000 years made her age stop? After a moment of contemplation, Van Diem suddenly raised her head and asked, "Can I do another physical test for you?" This time, going to Sulai Kak Academy on Dola Star for the Academy's examination, the Federation agreed. That place has the most advanced doji techniques in the entire Federation. Nana didn't bother with her words, directly ignoring and walking away. I won't go. I just want to live a normal life. Don't bother me. The Federation was actually extremely generous with Nana. With her dangerous level, they probably had to supervise and restrict her even further. What Van Diem didn't know was that among the evaluations given by the War God Hall to the high-level Federation, one note was extreme suspicion. She had broken through the human limit. Seeing her cold demeanor as she turned her back and left, Van Diem could only sigh. She said she wouldn't go, and I can't do anything about it either. I'll have to think of ways to persuade her later. The evening light gradually faded, dyeing the sky a pale red like a dying flame. Nana gently pushed open the door and stepped into Hien Vu's room. She bowed her head slightly, leaning close, her voice soft as a whisper in the ear. They left already? Are you still angry? Are you? The girl raised her head, cheeks slightly flushed, denying it. I want to, but I'm angry at him. But he's not a good person either. I don't understand why I like him so much. Hearing that, Nana turned and walked away. You have to prepare well for the upcoming test. Getting into Sulai Kak Academy isn't easy. Seeing her ignore Hien Vu, she quickly stood up and called after her. Nana, if you get into Sulai Kak Academy, can you come with me? Will you be a teacher at Sulai Kak Academy? Nana stopped by the window and looked outside. I won't go anymore. I'm used to everything here and don't want to leave. If you have any problems with cultivation, you can always come ask me. Now, with communication technology developed, that's no longer a big obstacle. The girl's lips moved slightly, but didn't know what to say. Hien Vu silently glanced aside, her hand unconsciously clutching the hem of her dress. For a moment, she found many petty excuses, but if she wasn't by her side anymore, their summoning magic wouldn't be able to call her over there anymore. Nana directly interrupted, holding a cup of hot water, asking Hien Vu, "Is it true that you already like Hien Vu?" The girl gently brushed hair strands blown by the wind, shaking her head to hide it. No one likes that guy. I hate him even more. I absolutely never like him. Don't think nonsense. Hien Vu was flustered, her eyes wavering. I absolutely don't like him. Her cheeks flushed red, her voice stammering. I just. Nana didn't let Hien Vu respond. Min immediately replied, No, I have a way to help you solve this summoning problem. The girl looked at Nana confusedly, only seeing her two hands tightly clasped together, emitting dazzling seven-colored rays of light. When Nana opened her hands, a piece of jade suddenly appeared in her palm, radiating a faint, mysterious glow. Hien Vu, not knowing what it was, curiously asked, What is this? Nana slowly began to explain. This is a piece of jade that stores your fluctuating power, similar to your spatial positioning. It can receive the summoning. I specially fixed the elemental spirit power on it. We can use it to call you. The girl was amazed and fixed her elemental spirit power. Nana stepped forward, gently lifting the cord and placing the jade piece around her neck. You can wear it like a necklace. This is a gift I give you. The girl was touched and thanked her. As night fell, Nana leaned against the window frame, the moonlight casting a slanting glow on her. Her eyes gradually closed as she silently pondered. It was as if she was hiding an unspeakable sorrow in her heart. She unconsciously raised her hand to her chest and took out a golden necklace from her clothes. On it hung a pointed object. Nana held the necklace up, admiring it. This necklace existed in a space only she could sense. Shortly after thawing, Nana sensed the presence of the necklace, so she called it to her side. Nana always felt this necklace was extremely important to her, but whenever she recalled memories and everything related to it, her head would ache as if it was about to explode. It seemed her body was resisting this part of her memory. At the crime scene, countless voices echoed, overlapping each other. What? 7 kills already? How can you get 7 kills on a level Comet-class attack ship plus 5 Comet-class precision ships? Destroying a civilian spaceship might just take a moment. The latest news is that the Long side seems to be calling for Long Kim Sak. After that, no more news came through. Perhaps the entire army was wiped out. A furious voice suddenly roared, tearing through the atmosphere. Trash! A bunch of trash! The scenery gradually shifted back to Tien La Star. Upon returning, his foster parents immediately rushed over. Speaking non-stop, this vacation of Hien Vu's has really improved a lot. Our child is about to sprout wings and fly high. Rest at home for a day. You're about to return to the academy, and you still haven't rested enough. Lam Tu bent down and placed a hand on his shoulder. But Hien Vu, there's something your father needs to remind you about. Look me in the eyes and speak. Lam Tu's eyes suddenly turned serious. Remember, no matter what you face, do not get agitated. Next time, remember we are still at home waiting for your return. Hien Vu took a breath and nodded firmly. From now on, I won't get agitated like that anymore. I will study hard to become strong and eventually become a true powerhouse to protect everyone. After those words, the three of them silently embraced, feeling closeness and silent comfort. The next day, he returned to Hong Ban's room. Hien Vu entered and looked at his back. Teacher, I have a few questions I want to ask you. Can I? Hong Ban frowned seriously and turned around. What's the matter? Right, does my soul power show signs of breakthrough? He replied, Teacher, I want to tell you this. I have already broken through to the second stage, and I don't know why my soul stage suddenly mutated into a century-old soul stage. Hearing this, he was astonished and curious. Huh? Show me quickly. Hien Vu extended his hand forward. Silver script and blue grass unexpectedly intertwined. Hong Ban stared intently at their movement. How come? 2-century-old soul stages are still inside? The key point was that the silver script and blue grass had completely transformed. Their shapes had changed greatly. They were no longer the weak forms they were at first. His eyes widened in astonishment. Such a change, only a mutated martial soul could produce. Seeing it gradually transform into the fire element, Hong Ban hurriedly asked, What is a soul skill? Release it. Show me. He pondered deeply inside. Its soul skill is clearly water element control, so why is there also a fire element? What is going on? Hong Ban muttered. For a soul master, having water and fire elements simultaneously is equivalent to having twin martial souls. Hong Ban muttered that for a soul master, the simultaneous appearance of water and fire elements was equivalent to the existence of twin martial souls. It couldn't compare to true twin martial souls, but was much stronger than a single martial soul. He still couldn't understand your true strength, but Hien Vu's current situation was even more special. He already had twin martial souls, and now he had an additional fire element. What did that mean? Hong Ban's voice deepened with admiration as he praised, Very good. Water and fire dual elements. These two soul skills were both fire element leaders. That must be very powerful. You withdrew your hand, eyes still shining with curiosity. Teacher, Water and fire are mutually antagonistic elements. Is it really okay for them to be together? He excitedly threw his arm around Hien Vu and burst out laughing. Who says antagonism is bad? Sometimes antagonism is even better than mutual growth. Two antagonistic elements, after special processing, will generate immense energy. This is truly a rare condition. Hearing that, he breathed a sigh of relief. That's good. The teacher and Miss Nana basically agree, and I also know how Miss Nana uses it. Hongban happily grabbed Hien Vu's hand and shook it hard. Good, really good. I really wasn't mistaken about you. This kid always brings me surprising joy. Great, during this time you don't need to go to the Tianfan place anymore. I have to retaliate for you. He only smiled awkwardly upon hearing that. Hien Vu didn't expect him to be so happy. It was also the first time he saw his teacher so excited. Just as Lao Gui finished speaking, the door was suddenly slammed open by someone. He frowned, crossing his arms and questioned, "What's going on? Just got back and already snatching people?" Tianfan's gaze cut like a knife. "Do you still have any dignity, Lao Gui?" Hongban heard this and got angry, veins bulging on his head. He was speechless. The two immediately launched into a verbal fight. "What are you doing, Hien Vu? You just got back and already snatched someone. What did we agree on before?" "You fool! Shui Huotong Yuan is a rare opportunity. Why do I care so much?" Hien Vu tried to intervene but failed. Neither of them was willing to yield. They clenched their teeth, determined to confront each other. He was only level 20. How can you fight others? Besides, the preliminary test is in a few days, then comes the selection for the entire star system. There are only a few days left. What can you teach him? Don't worry, learn as much as you can. In short, you have to set a training direction for him. Don't you understand this, Tianfan? He snorted coldly. His sharp gaze pointed straight at him. Nonsense. Hien Vu, learning from me is enough to use. I guarantee he can pass the Star Commander system. Can you guarantee he'll pass the Dokai system? Hongban immediately retorted. Nonsense. How can you guarantee that? Talking arrogantly and recklessly will have consequences. Hien Vu wanted to reconcile but couldn't intervene. He smirked. His smile made it impossible to guess his thoughts. Let me show you something. Tianfan finished speaking and immediately pressed his watch. Instantly, many images lit up. In the images, many flashes flickered and reflected but couldn't clearly reveal the true form. Instead, he immediately recognized the person and hurriedly turned away, then said, "What?" He grinned, showing off his handsomeness. "I just received this commendation letter and painting from the star battle. Its knowledge and experience, combined with self-control ability, can you say whether it will pass or not?" Looking at Tianfan teasing him, Hongban clenched his jaw angrily, analyzing in his mind. The difficulty and speed of this kid's operation are really impressive, I can tell. This can't be separated from Tianfan's guidance. Hongban clenched his trembling hands. He could completely rely on manipulating the two elements, water and fire, to solve the remaining cultivation problems. But now Hien Vu has already broken through twice. Its spiritual power is also close to the Ling-Hai realm. Once it breaks through the Ling-Hai realm, it will be a top genius. I must persuade Tianfan. In the tense atmosphere, Hien Vu suddenly spoke up. "Teachers, I have a question to ask him." He spoke proudly. "Ask away, my proud disciple," he said, revealing his inner thoughts. Can an individual's personal strength resist a warship? Is it a top-tier strong warrior like Song Jialiu? Or is the Federation's warship stronger? Hearing this, Tianfan laughed loudly and nodded. "Of course, the warship," the little darling Hien Vu asked again. "Then is the ultimate human strength capable of destroying a planet?" He stood behind. Hongban's voice was low and sarcastic. A frog at the bottom of the well, narrow-minded and shallow. Those who don't know don't fear the peak strength of an individual human. Now no one knows the top human strong warriors. Even if they can't resist a carrier, there are many ways to destroy a carrier. As soon as he finished speaking, he rushed into a verbal fight. "Lies! How can that be? The carrier is the Federation's ultimate weapon. No one can destroy it," he shouted loudly. "So I'm telling you." Hongban's pink eyes became serious as he analyzed. Looking only from the perspective of energy intensity, it really couldn't compete. But at maximum volume, there must be a loophole in his mind, revealing the image of the warship increasing speed in the blink of a god-level strong's eye, faster than the flagship. If they infiltrate inside the flagship, then WHO can stop them? Every flagship has a god-level strong sitting in command. This is the worry. Could it be that you don't admit it? Thien Pham frowned more and more. No rebuttal. Seeing him like that, Hongban continued. In each fleet of the Federation, every flagship has a god-level strong sitting in command to prevent powerful enemies from infiltrating. The situation of the flagship being infiltrated by enemies has never happened until now. This is mainly a precaution against rebellion. Pause for a moment. His eyes slightly glanced at Hien Vu. In some sense, a god-level strong sitting in command inside the flagship even has the effect of supervising the military, holding a supernatural status. At the last sentence, Hong Ban stepped closer, approaching each word. A person with smaller volume than a warship can do many things. The more he listened, the more his spirit collapsed. Two Dokai masters have always been the strongest group. One warship against a group of Dokai masters, the Dokai masters would definitely win, absolutely. The next words made Hien Vu so angry he almost vomited blood. BA, you have also studied Dokai masters. You know how terrifying the peak is. So I hope you don't say such nonsense, it's very embarrassing. He couldn't stand it anymore and pointed his finger straight at Hong Ban's face. Speaking as if you saw it with your own eyes. I'm 100% sure to get into the command system. If you don't have it, then don't waste words. Looking at Hien Vu's angry, distorted face, he pondered, indeed, now entering the command system is possible, but entering the Dokai system would be 10,000 times harder. Once again, Hien Vu spoke up, breaking the tense atmosphere. Teacher Ngan's eyes shone brightly with determination mixed with confidence. I am sure I can pass the command system exam, so I want to learn elemental control from Teacher Kwai. Both were shocked, looking at Hien Vu in disbelief. Then Hong Ban happily stepped forward and pinched his cheek. Good, good, truly a child who knows foresight. Leaving him shocked to the point of fading, Hien Vu couldn't stand it, growling angrily. Hien Vu, brat, did you take the wrong medicine? Do you know what test you are about to face? He still calmly looked at him. The competitive exam for the Sulai Academy is different, right? Hien Vu's mouth dropped open in surprise. Brat, you also know? He was so angry he felt embarrassed, then slammed the door and left. Who leaked the news about the live handling of the Minvan Academy rules? Before passing the preliminary test, students are not allowed to speak. Understood? Hien Vu, after studying with him, quickly come back to find me. Hong Ban helplessly said, all right, stop threatening here. He looked at him with admiration. It seems your interest in Dokai Masters has increased. Hien Vu patted his chest. Teacher Kui, I want to become a strong. Relying on my own strength to defeat a warship, Hong Ban immediately replied sharply, truly an innocent child. Relying on personal strength to fight a warship is not that easy. You need to try much harder. In the following days, Hien Vu lived in boiling water, every day after exhausting his soul power. Only then could he think about recovering soul power. Dear Hong Ban truly made up his mind to prepare a large amount of rare food for Hien Vu. Hien Vu also said and did it, starting to let Hien Vu use the refined battle machine to really try flying in the air, applying all the knowledge learned before into practice. Seeing his effort, he sighed and admitted defeat. All right, from now on you can rest. Rest about 8 hours, sleep deeply to recover energy, and relax the spirit. Hien Vu opened his eyes wide, looking attentively at Teacher Kwai. When does the competitive exam start and where? Hong Ban seriously reminded him. The preliminary test will be held at our school. The test is very simple, no need to worry. The preliminary test mainly determines eligibility. Then the C selection begins 3 days after the test ends. We will continue training. In Hien Vu's room, he was still sleeping soundly when the voice of Tian Loi rang out, shattering Hien Vu's sweet dream. Wake up! He rubbed his eyes, still groggy, not yet fully awake when he was pulled away. No time, let's go. Today is the preliminary selection. At the training ground, groups of students stood in clusters, chatting noisily. A young man. Stepping into the introduction area is Tran Nge Loi, an internal disciple. Hello, I am Tran Nge Loi. Today's test is very simple. Mainly to test everyone's core spirit, mixed power, and mental strength. Next, we will begin. Someone behind spoke up. Hello, I am Lu Thien Tam. He smiled and nodded gently. Just relax. On Inga Loi's hand appeared a gray sphere. The sphere flew to him and began testing core spirit, 13 years old, mixed power level 33, mental strength 241 points. After finishing, Ni Loi retracted it and announced the test passed. Thien Tam bowed and thanked the teacher. Thank you, teacher. Qian Loi looked around from another side, exclaiming, oh my god, today is really nerve-wracking, isn't it? Looking back at Hien Vu, he was dozing off. He panicked, rushed over, and shook Hien Vu wildly. Now is not the time to sleep. This guy, wake up quickly! He was still deeply asleep, completely unaffected, unaware of anything outside. However, these past few days must have been very tiring, exhausted to the point of no strength. Qian Loi's anger had nowhere to vent. Before calling him, just let him sleep for a while, then call him later. While his anger had not yet subsided, a voice from behind startled him. Qian Loi, it's your turn. He quickly raised his hand. Yes. After a few minutes, the announcement sounded again. Test passed. Qian Loi happily ran over, grabbed his hand, spun him around. Hien Vu, I went first. Now it's your turn. Hurry up! Hian Vu finally woke up, eyes half open, walked forward. What's your name? Hian Vu, he introduced shyly. The other reminded him to stay alert or it would affect his mental strength test. Ning Eloy observed Hien Vu from head to toe, judging he was not fully awake. Such an important test, everyone was waiting seriously. First time seeing someone so relaxed, his psychological quality is not ordinary. He startled, regained composure, nodded, yes. The test sphere slowly lowered onto Hien Vu's head. He exclaimed in surprise, What? Core spirit 10 years old? You're not even 11 yet? How? Hong Ban nearby was also surprised. Hien Vu smiled wryly and gently replied, I'll be 11 inches a few days. Inge Loi was a bit confused, but on the registration paper it said he was 12. How could he be 1 year younger? Hien Vu rubbed his head shyly. Maybe when I first enrolled, my parents reported the wrong age. After hearing this, he widened his eyes in surprise, worried he had exceeded 12 years old. The soul power only reached level 20. In the next test, there might be trouble, but if under 11 years old, the overall evaluation score would be very high. He sweated nervously, hurriedly asked, pressing Hien Vu who could only nod. Soul power level 20? Why not 21? You have a second soul completion? Yes, mental strength 499. Hearing this number, Ingeloi showed slight admiration. 499 mental strength for this kid is amazing. Not even 11 years old yet, mental strength is almost at the spirit sea level. Could it be a spirit system, Hoshi? He moved his lips, release his martial soul to confirm if he really has a second soul completion. Right after speaking, a surge of aura swirled around Hien Vu. Ningeloi shouted, Passed! He stepped down from the chair, breathed a sigh of relief. Luckily, Qian Loi woke him up. Thien Tam stood silently aside. Watching the group, Hien Vu was happily sewing. Cao Kui frowned thoughtfully. He did not expect Hien Vu's strength to far exceed imagination. His soul power increased, and his martial soul seemed to change a bit. The soul completion also strengthened, and his mental strength reached 499 points, about to enter Spirit Sea level. Entering Spirit Sea is a new level of mental strength. Hong Ban quietly approached from behind. What's the story with your age? Not far behind, Thien Pham approached with a puzzled look. You're not even 11 yet? He skillfully controlled the war machine to destroy 2 armored machines. This was truly astonishing. After a moment of thought, he spoke. It seems at first my parents registered me like that. I don't know how this happened. Hong Ban frowned. Now you have 2 choices. You might not need to continue participating in the selection this year. Wait until next year and try for 2 years. Hien Vu nodded without hesitation. I will participate. Not letting him change his mind, he immediately took Hien Vu away to continue training. For the next 3 days, Hien Vu continued living in a boiling hot situation within the vast school space. Hong Ban stood on the podium, eyes scanning the classroom. First, as a teacher, I congratulate everyone for passing the preliminary test. The next assessment is also extremely important, so you all must remember every word I say next. After pausing for a moment, he slowly descended. Before passing the preliminary test, I cannot tell you the purpose of this assessment. What is it this time? It's been 4 years, and you have all become well known in your age group. But graduating here only makes you well known in the Tien Latin. Hong Ban's tone became more serious. The Academy opened the advanced youth class to truly give you the chance to step into the pinnacle hall. A pink light flashed in his pupil. I believe you have heard the slogan, only monsters are recruited, not ordinary people. As soon as he finished speaking, the students below immediately stirred. Could it be that there really is a chance there? How do you know? I have heard about it before. Hong Ban closed his eyes slightly, seemingly deep in thought. There is a place with that name where soul masters come and go. He pondered for a moment, then slowly recounted. It is said that place focuses on nurturing elite talents, especially the Sea God Hall 3. Within it, they single-handedly created the sect, which is the strongest sect, inheriting a history of over 30,000 years. It is said that the 7 monsters of that era have all cultivated to the divine level. That is the Holy Hall. All soul masters want to go there. Its existence can rival the government federation in some sense. It even surpasses the government federation. Hong Ban raised his voice at the last 3 words, frowning as he looked at them. But it is even harder to get into than you imagine. The number of people suitable for the preliminary test across the Federation reaches 100,000. But do you know how many people the Holy Hall recruits each year? Then he raised his hand to his badge. Only 30 people, a ratio of 8 to 10,000. Hearing this, all the students there were amazed. Hong Ban spoke again to encourage the students. The assessment is extremely beneficial and meaningful both for you and the academy. The academy has only one requirement for you, he said solemnly. Do not hesitate about anything. Release the brightest light of yourself and try your best to achieve the best results. The more he spoke, the more passionate he became. Hongban's eyes blazed with fire. If you succeed this time, you will walk the path to the heavens. Even if you fail 7 times, you will not regret it. Because this will be a beautiful experience you get to have in your life. He slammed his hand on the table and asked loudly, "Did you hear clearly?" The students below were also pushed into a fierce atmosphere and responded loudly, "Yes, sir." As for Hien Vu's team compared to others in the team, you must be much calmer. After all, he had already guessed that Hien Vu suddenly remembered the image of Hien Thu. She would also take the Holy Hall exam. She is probably stronger than anyone else in our class. It seems that passing the Holy Hall exam is not easy at all. Then Hongban returned to seriousness and continued. The specific method of the Sea God recruitment assessment is still unclear, but it is definitely a comprehensive test. Moreover, it will be conducted in groups of 8 people, Thien Tam asked in confusion. 8 people in a group? Does that mean all 8 pass or all 8 fail? He answered seriously. Yes. This affirmation shocked the students below even more. Hongban continued to explain. The so-called comprehensive test covers all positions. Don't even try to guess the purpose of the Holy Hall assessment. The Holy Hall Academy has never released test papers before. Normally, he explained, the only thing I can point out to you is to rely on yourselves. That is the basic existence. Then the students moved together to the Doluo Sea God recruitment. The advanced youth students followed the teacher. Entering the Duluo world, everyone stopped in front of a podium where someone was standing. After the students approached, she introduced herself. Hello, everyone. I am the guide for this assessment. Lang Yi stretched out her hand. Purple lights radiated from her palm, enveloping the students. Let's go to the Sea God recruitment arena. Trung Tien looked at Hong Ban and asked, Elder, you are the one who understands the Holy Hall Academy best. Do you think these kids have a chance to pass? He answered indifferently. I don't know. The Holy Hall's assessment methods change every year. Trung Tien asked again, then which sect do you rate the highest? Hong Ban closed his eyes to think, then answered, perhaps Hian Vu's sect. He was a bit surprised and quickly asked again, huh? Regarding cultivation level, perhaps Thien Tam's group has the greatest chance? He looked at Trung Tien and explained, that's because you don't understand the Holy Hall Academy. The Holy Hall Academy's slogan is to only accept monsters. Does not accept normal people. Looking at Thien Tam's team and Hien Vu below him, he continues, Thien Tam, they are not bad, but still ordinary. Although Hien Vu's team looks very weak, they are enough to be monster hunters. Thien Tam seems to understand and clearly shows surprise. So that's how it is. From now on, when we select students, we must also consider the monster aspect. Saying that, Hong Ban immediately went forward to see if anyone passed this time. If one AI passes the advanced youth class, it might not continue. The scene shifts to a desolate cliff. Yi looks at the students and announces the contest rules. The next task for everyone is survival. Using small groups as units, 3 people per group. The longer the survival time, the higher the score. She turns around and continues, if you can hunt soul beasts. Depending on the different levels of soul beasts, there will be different scores. If killed by a soul beast, the test ends. Then Yi gives the students an encouraging smile. Well then, let's start the test. Good luck, everyone. Immediately, her figure disappears, leaving only green streaks behind. Looking at Hian Vu, he feels a bit strange. Now we have more than 20 people acting together nearby. Isn't that safer? Suddenly, the ground shakes violently. Thien Tam hurriedly looks down the cliff, astonished. What is that? Only to see black smoke spreading from inside. Seeing the black smoke spreading more and more, he quickly orders the others to prepare. Be cautious and hide. They have no objections, and immediately hide behind rocks. Hien Vu stands behind a rock outcrop. Watching the shaking that doesn't stop, he feels a bit worried. It seems some kind of giant soul beast is approaching. And the gathering sound just appeared. He is terrified. A pack of soul beasts is coming here? Suddenly, something catches Hien Vu's attention. What? Dense, dark shadows suddenly rush out from the cliff. The surprised cries of other students ring out. That is, the earth fire ants. Too many in number and they keep rushing here. Earth fire ants. Fire attribute soul beasts with super defense, usually living near volcanoes. One is 3 meters long, possessing fire attribute power. Hien Vu's face darkens with worry. There must be over 1,000. Thien Tam peeks out from a cliff. Hurriedly tells the others to leave here and scatter toward the mountain peak. 7 student groups of the advanced youth class immediately act, rushing up the steep cliff, moving toward the peak. He is climbing the mountain peak. Suddenly feeling a bad premonition, looking back, It is that black smoke spreading around and rising toward the peak. Inside the mist, a giant red earth-fire scarlet dragon is roaring angrily. Hien Vu freezes, clearly surprised. Too big. This one must be 30 meters tall. He is clearly scared. What is this thing? He looks at the earth-fire scarlet dragon anxiously. What species is this? Never seen before. It must be at least a 10,000-year level. We can't fight it. The earth-fire scarlet dragon suddenly inhales deeply, then launches a fireball at them. The fireball spins in the air, growing larger. Kim Tuong looks at the fireball rushing toward them fearfully. Thien Tam also shows fear. Too terrifying. The fireball is close and about to explode. Someone shouts, "Run!" Hien Vu tightly grabs his hand, then looks up and grabs the hands of the remaining teammates. Lu Feng, go! Immediately, the fireball crashes into the cliff, creating a huge explosion, dust flying everywhere under the thick smoke and fire. Human figures gradually blur, relying on the reinforcement of Kim Van Lam and Engan Thao Lufeng pulling two people. They quickly advance upward. Students successively avoid the fireball. 4 student groups choose to move down the mountain. Thien Tam and Kim Tuong lead 2 groups, along with Hien Vu's group choosing to go up, while the giant soul beast is charging in their direction on the cliff. Looking at the earth-fire scarlet dragon rushing, voice uneasy. Hien Vu, what exactly is that? He answers anxiously. I don't know either. Maybe a mutated soul beast, while it inhales preparing to launch another fireball. Hien Vu slowly speculates. It is an existence between a fire dragon and a scarlet dragon, moreover evolving according to the dragon lineage. Let's temporarily call it Earth-Fire Scarlet Dragon. Then he suddenly looks at Hien Vu with hopeful eyes. He says, what about me? Can I summon such a strong soul beast? Hien Vu can only smile helplessly. Wait until after you reach level 7, then think about this problem. Immediately, the Earth-Fire Red Dragon launched that fireball towards the other team members above. The team of Hien Vu Red Dragon continuously spit out fireballs. Everyone whispered that it was attacking the 4 student groups below the mountain. At that moment, as if realizing something, Hien Vu frowned. The red dragon just appeared and attacked us right after we dispersed. It then chose to attack the 4 groups above, you shouted. Quickly widen the distance from the 2 groups. They are the number of people it prefers. It seems to like attacking places with many people. The 4 groups below lost 7 people in the fire. 5 others were surrounded by flames on all sides. Hien Vu couldn't help but think, no wonder it wanted us to act according to small unit groups. Otherwise, the Earth-Fire Red Dragon would attack directly. It started attacking Hien Vu's group, Kim Tuong group, and Thien Tam group, you shouted. Indeed, split up quickly, avoid it. Hien Vu's voice echoed, making everyone surprised. Using the group as the unit of action might prevent it from attacking further, you shouted loudly. All groups split up. Meanwhile, the red dragon's eyes flared up. The fireball rushed toward Thien Tam's team. He hurriedly reminded his teammates below to jump down. Right after they let go and jumped down, the fireball immediately collided with the cliff, creating a big explosion. Thien Tam saw large rocks falling toward his position and teammates. He took a breath and used a skill to blow away the rocks, then quickly clung to another spot, looking back at the other team members far away. The scene was chaotic. The 5 people below also split into 2 groups to act, then looked at the red dragon. The red dragon was switching to spit fire to attack the earth fire creatures. He had a thought. That creature started attacking the earth fire creatures around, and indeed stopped attacking us. Looking up, Thien Tam's eyes followed Hien Vu with admiration. The fact proved his prediction was correct. Hien Vu was formidable. His team quickly reached the mountain peak. Lu Feng breathed a sigh of relief. Upon reaching the peak, the 3 quickly went to inspect the other side of the cliff. Lu Feng stood beside Hien Vu. Looking down the cliff, he asked what was on the other side of the mountain. That other side of the valley was another testing ground. The condition was the same as this valley, but this side was more tragic. Only 5 people remained, just as they intended to inspect more closely. A fireball suddenly rushed toward them. Seeing that, he quickly turned back and reminded the 2 others, hurry back to the cliff. Hien Vu's group hurriedly ran down the peak to avoid the attack of 2 fireballs from both sides. Seeing this, he quickly realized. It seemed whoever climbed the peak would be attacked by the earth fire, red dragon from 2 sides. Kim Tuong group had also returned from the peak. But they could fly? The 3 were full of fear? What to do now? The number was really too many. Using flying to avoid the earth fire creatures, Kim Tuong still looked tired. Looking down, just glanced and saw the red dragon tilting its head back to the sky, launching a fireball. The fireball reached a certain height, then split into many smaller fireballs launched around. His face immediately darkened. The fireballs quickly attacked Kim Tuong's team and affected even those below in Hien Vu's group hiding by the cliff. Avoiding the attack of the fire meteor, he clung behind a rock, realizing the Red Dragon's intention was to attack the soul masters of the flying system. Then Hien Vu sighed helplessly. How could there be a flaw? The three of them were really too careless. Then he suddenly realized something, recalling his smile. This survival test was clearly not to check combat power. If from the beginning they had known the characteristics of the Earth Fire Red Dragon, even those with weak cultivation could survive for a while. Now only two groups of students remained. Hien Vu looked up at Thien Tam's team above, realizing this was the survival test of the Sulai Kak Academy. Thien Tam led the members, attentively watching Hien Vu's actions, while quickly clinging to the cliff to avoid the fire meteor. Vu anxiously asked the class leader, "What to do now? More and more earth fire creatures are crawling up." He quickly thought of a solution and said to stay here to defend. It could buy time. The other two groups were still persisting on the cliff, fighting the earth fire creatures crawling up from below, while Hien Vu decided to hang on the white dragon's spear of Lu Fong, creating an ice layer under the cliff to block the earth fire creatures from climbing. Thien Tam looked at him and asked Hien Vu, "Next, what to do? Do you have any ideas?" Hien Vu could only show a helpless face. "I have no ideas either. Now we can only wait for time to pass." Qian Loli sat next to Lu Fong on the thorn tree, happily chatting with them. With a panicked expression, trying to warn the two, Qian Loi did not notice and turned to look at Lu Fong but was hit on the head by some small stones. If he didn't look, it would be fine, but as soon as he looked up, he screamed in fear above. Above, there are also earth fire monsters emerging, so from the mountain peak, they rushed down in waves, and on the mountain peak, earth fire monsters also charged out. Thien Tum was startled and terrified, eyes wide open in fear. What? Could it be that a soul beast emerged from one side of the valley? Looking, the students on the other side were all wiped out. Qian Loi cried, tears streaming down, attacked from all sides. It's basically over. In this dilemma, Lu Fong had no choice but to give up. Hien Vu, what do we do? He was silent. A vague thought flashed through his mind. Hien Vu's brain worked quickly. Her figure briefly appeared. Lung YY spoke very clearly. Besides the short survival time, they also had to consider the number of soul beasts to kill. Moreover, if they were not the same species, the numbers would differ. As soon as that thought passed, he widened his eyes. Wait, not the same species? Images of earth fire monsters and red dragons suddenly flooded back. In this valley, there are only two types of soul beasts: earth fire monsters and earth fire red dragons. Hien Vu suddenly had an idea. Could it be? Based on the clues before him, he silently speculated that earth fire red dragons might also be able to kill. Hien Vu slowly shook his head, clearly denying the idea. But with cultivation like ours, how could we kill them? His mind was a tangled mess. But why did Ling YY say that? Every word she said had meaning, and it was still possible. Hien Vu was silent, pondering for a while. That miraculous possibility might be hidden in the valley. He suddenly shouted loudly, "Let's go down." As soon as he finished speaking, both Qian Loi and Lu Fong immediately spoke up. What? Although they didn't understand Hien Vu's intention, they implicitly trusted each other after a long time. Causing Lu Fong to jump down next to him in an instant, he was surprised to see Hien Vu's group gradually retreating. What? Below, they were still attacking frantically without stopping. Are they crazy? Class president, what do we do? Thien Tum couldn't see through Hien Vu's purpose. Choosing to hold their ground, his people continuously broke through. Opening a path through the monsters to escape outside, Lu Fong saw the situation was bad. How many earth fire monsters were below? What do we do? Hien Vu gritted his teeth, his eyes blazing with determination, jumped down deeply. As far as possible, avoiding the area where many soul beasts gathered below, he resolutely nodded without hesitation. Immediately after, Lu Fong unleashed a technique to attack the second soul skill. White Dragon's giant red dragon's body shook, watching. It opened its mouth wide. A fierce flame burst out, roaring into the sky. It's over. It discovered us. It's releasing the fire meteor, he panicked, his face pale. What do we do now? We can't go back to the cliff anymore. Qian Loi's face turned pale, tears streaming down. We can only come this far. He quietly lowered his head. In his eyes suddenly flashed a mysterious blue light. Hien Vu suddenly shouted loudly, his voice echoing as if tearing through space, rushing with full force toward the earth. Fire red dragon. He widened his eyes, face full of surprise. What? He gritted his teeth and issued a command, rushing down toward its belly. Only now did Lu Feng realize, so that's it. In a flash, the fire meteor fell down. The belly of the earth fire red dragon was the safest place in the valley, and immediately both followed the command simultaneously. Each blazing flame from its mouth erupted fiercely. Falling from the sky, he used all his strength to dodge the attack. Suddenly, a giant fireball rushed straight at Hien Vu. He gritted his teeth. A fierce power surged from his palms. The fire gradually exploded right there. The red dragon's space burned brightly. Red flames engulfed everything, roaring like a waterfall of fire flowing deep into the dark mountain crevice. What power could extinguish this raging fire? The fire beneath it exploded fiercely, blazing without diminishing, right under the red dragon's belly. His people were protected by a shield of spirit. Their tension was like a stretched string, ready to snap at the slightest touch. He leaned close and whispered, "What do we do now?" Hien Vu slightly curled his lips. A cold smile briefly appeared in the darkness under the lamp. He calmly analyzed every detail, moving according to the earth. Fire red dragon. Its physique is too large. It might detect us. Let's wait for the fire to die down, then we'll find an opportunity to get out. Its giant foot stomped down, shaking the ground violently. The red fire dragon took heavy steps like that. Moving straight ahead, that giant figure slowly faded into the smoke and fire. "Prepare well, Liu Feng. Soon we will charge out from its left foot. You stand behind." He nodded immediately upon receiving the answer. Hian Vu quickly seized the opportunity. Liu Feng prepared. He immediately gave the order. His decisive voice echoed. The three quickly withdrew from under its belly. Carefully, step by step, they entered the mountain valley, now near the cliff where the heavenly ambush nest was located. A huge explosion occurred. He suddenly startled upon hearing the sound and quickly turned around, fully alert. The cliff was blown open, creating a hole. The heavenly ambush sweated, his eyes tense and strained. "Oh my God, that's another giant dragon beast." In the blink of an eye, the second red fire dragon appeared in the mountain valley, suddenly emitting a golden light. This shows the sea selection test has entered phase 2. At this stage, the red fire dragon prioritizes attacking all humans. The two red fire dragons simultaneously launched an attack on the heavenly ambush nest. His scream echoed, revealing extreme terror as he jumped. Immediately, the place where heavenly ambush stood was hit by a shockwave, exploding violently. Seeing the situation, Hian Vu was also very surprised. He shouted loudly to warn the frontline summoner. Just after hearing it, he acted immediately without hesitation, summoning the second spirit gate. Hien Vu used the golden script blue-silver grass to assist the summoning. At the same time, he observed the situation inside the mountain valley, lowering his gaze to assess the overall surroundings where the red fire dragon appeared. There was a huge lava lake. Perhaps there, they could find a way to kill the red fire dragon. The frontline summoner's voice rang out, and the dragon appeared. "Go, it's a super strong defensive force." The iron shell dragon, skilled in combat, immediately leapt onto its back. Hien Vu told the frontline summoner, "You sit on the iron shell dragon and charge forward. Liu Feng and I will follow behind you." Hien Vu's eyes narrowed slightly, showing seriousness. They charged toward the lava lake. The iron shell dragon powerfully rushed toward the lava lake. Along the way, they collided many times with the red fire dragon blocking the path. Liu Feng was assisted by Hien Vu. They used all their abilities to kill them. Meanwhile, the battle on the other side ended. The female heavenly ambush nest withdrew from the test. Then the two red fire dragons simultaneously turned their heads to look at the only humans left in the mountain valley. At Hien Vu's nest, those fleeing saw the situation. He immediately turned to Hien Vu. "Both are coming this way now." "What do we do?" he muttered, standing there. "Nothing at all." Hien Vu gritted his teeth, focusing all his tension on each breath. Could it be that the designer of the sea selection test really left us no chance of survival? But why did Lang YY say otherwise? His face trembled as a thought flashed through his mind. Maybe there is a chance, but what exactly is the chance? Hien Vu suddenly woke up, realizing something. Wait, that's not right. His eyes slowly analyzed the situation ahead. The red fire dragon also crawled out from the lava. They were just century-old soul beasts. How could they withstand the high temperature of the lava? In excitement, Hien Vu shouted, "I understand now." He turned toward that direction, eyes focused. "We just spoke." Hien Vu leapt into the lava. "There's a problem. Jump into the lava lake." Liu Feng opened his mouth wide, eyes round with astonishment. "What?" On the contrary, the frontline summoner turned pale. "Are you crazy?" Without hesitation, Hien Vu immediately plunged down at lightning speed. Boom! Inside, a bit scared, he shut his eyes. After sensing nothing around, Hien Vu opened his eyes. Indeed, a brilliant blue light surrounded his body. Although the lava was hot and full of fire elements, the actual temperature was only 6,710 degrees. This lava lake really is the opportunity the test designer left for us. He surfaced, looking at the two still waiting. Hurry down! What are you waiting for? Seeing Hien Vu safe and sound, both widened their eyes and gasped. Immediately, they also jumped down after him. As soon as they entered the lava, he gave a thumbs up. Awesome! The ground above began to shake violently. The red fire dragon was coming this way. The sound probably meant it was fighting the iron shell dragon. Not long after, the lava shore suddenly quieted down, enduring. After about 5 minutes, outside the lava came a loud boom. He looked up curiously. What exactly happened? Hien Vu's face began to feel uncomfortable because he could hardly bear it. They didn't detect us at all. All three started swimming up to the surface of the lava lake, but we can't hold on much longer. We have to get up and breathe the air. As soon as they surfaced, all three gasped for air. To their astonishment, on the ground, the red lava dragon opened its mouth wide, full of fangs. Its tail twisted, eyes cold as ice. Seeing this scene, you stared blankly, not knowing what to do, only seeing two giant red lava dragons wildly, clashing and attacking each other brutally. Hien Vu's eyes widened, filled with astonishment because they had no target and were fighting each other. The entire sky turned into a sea of fire. He lowered his gaze. A deep voice echoed, Ibeo, prepare your second soul skill well. Waiting for my signal, Qianloi curiously turned to him, wondering what he was going to do. A slight smile appeared on Hien Vu's face. Seeking advantage, Liu Feng's gaze and his couldn't hide their admiration. Hien Ka truly is Hien Ka. Later, you will be my brother. Ending the discussion, all three immediately continued diving down, holding their breath, jumping below. The three stayed underwater in the lava lake, waiting for the right moment. Only when they needed to change the air would they lift their heads to observe the situation. 15 minutes later, Hien Vu surfaced again to observe the two red lava dragons, now covered in wounds all over their bodies. At this time, they needed to rest for about 10 seconds before they could attack again. It seemed both sides were already seriously injured. After observing for a while, he ordered Qianloi to prepare the second soul skill, waiting for them to finish their next attack before activating it. Excitement was evident on his face. Boss, you really are ruthless, but I like the second soul skill, Restoration. Qianloi's second soul skill, Restoration, can summon the first soul skill, the Soul Beast, to perform Restoration. After Restoration, you can directly call your Soul Beast to fight for 30 seconds. Originally, the three wanted to restore the 1,000-year treasure, but when they tried again, they only summoned a shark. It couldn't fight on land. The strongest soul beast Qianloi could summon at the moment was the natural azure demon bird. With its ferocity and extremely strong attack power, in the blink of an eye, the azure demon bird flew out and directly attacked the eye of one red lava dragon. Its prey was the brain fluid of the soul beast, the red lava dragon. The other one noticed the presence of the azure demon bird. Seeing its companion attacked, the red lava dragon's eyes showed anger. It immediately attacked to stop the azure demon bird. The demon bird darted fiercely towards it with tremendous power. The red lava dragon widened its eyes, observing cautiously all around, then suddenly closed both eyes tightly. At lightning speed, the demon bird rammed straight into the red lava dragon's head and bounced off in fury. It spat out blazing sparks. The demon bird weaved through and plunged into the flames, creating a deep hole. Its eyes lit up, radiating a threatening aura. Their eyes met, tense to the point that neither side would yield. As fast as lightning, the demon bird struck the red lava dragon's body, unleashing a tremendous force. The strong push made it fall back, unable to resist. The red lava dragon lay down beside the other one, motionless. All three's eyes were filled with extreme surprise. Immediately after, cheers erupted, full of joy and excitement. We did it! We killed 2 red lava dragons! This time, the red lava dragon really went all out. It's unbelievable. While they were celebrating, suddenly, a teleportation gate opened. Before their eyes appeared a teleportation gate. Now, the lava lake. All three approached the gate and entered to see what was inside. As soon as they stepped in, the surrounding scene immediately changed. Hien Vu looked around with suspicion. Why didn't it take us outside? Could the test still not be over? We might be the team that lasted the longest. While pondering, he suddenly noticed someone approaching. There's movement, be careful. Hien Vu noticed the silhouette of a girl walking toward him. The figure gradually became clear. Getting closer, he recognized her as Sister Lang. A slight smile appeared on her lips. Don't worry, the test is over. Everyone did very well. I have something important to tell you. She turned to look at them attentively. Qianlui looked at his bewildered face. You were admitted first. Qianlui still gaped in surprise, so surprised he couldn't say a word. She spoke gently. Your martial soul has been recognized by the Lai Kok Academy, so you were admitted first. As long as you agree, you can now become one of the 30 new students. Hearing this, he widened his eyes, his face pale. He clapped his hands to emphasize what was just said. I have good news for you. You have been accepted early. Qian Luo still didn't believe it and asked again, Am I really accepted? You're not joking, right? She patiently smiled and nodded gently. Yes, that's right. As long as you agree, you are one of the new students this year. Hearing the confirmation, his eyes lit up with excitement. Of course I agree. Qian Luo joyfully spread his arms wide and rushed back to the two teams. We got accepted. Congratulations, well done. Great. Then Qian Luo, but why ruined the happy atmosphere? But you two don't need to continue participating in the later tests. After hearing this, all three were stunned, their faces pale. Liu Feng reacted the fastest and questioned without hesitation. We can't continue the tests? Doesn't that mean we're eliminated? Hien Vu took a deep breath to regain his composure. Sister Lang. It's okay, we can't continue either. Let us keep participating, please. She tilted her head, her eyes firm as she refused. Sorry, this is the rule. Think about it, your group already has accepted members. For your academy, that's already very good. You can't have two people from the same group continue the tests. After saying this, Wai waved her hand, and a pillar of light flared up, surrounding the two. Really? Sorry. He wanted to say something but didn't have time. She interrupted. Goodbye. And the two were immediately teleported back to the previous area. Liu Feng opened his eyes wide. We were sent back! He trembled uncontrollably. It's not fair! Why is the History Academy like this? Hien Vu came over and patted his shoulder to comfort him. Maybe this is the artifact. But Liu Feng was unwilling and shed tears. I thought we still had a chance. He wiped away his tears hastily. After all this effort, I'm not willing. We can't change the result anymore. Liu Feng was frustrated, his eyes full of grievance. Could it be that there really isn't even a little hope? Hearing this, Hien Vu couldn't help but laugh. Hearing that, he looked confused and glared at Liu Feng angrily, then shouted, How can you still laugh now? That's really bold. He forced a laugh twice. No, it's not like that, Hien Vu explained. I just thought this is the History Academy's test. Different. In his heart, suspicion arose. Test? What are you saying? Could it be that everything just now was a test? Hien Vu sat down heavily, shook his head, and sighed. It's just my guess. An academy that has lasted for 30,000 years until now. How could there be such unfairness? Seeing Liu Feng sit down, Hien Vu began analyzing the situation. Think about it. We weren't sent outside but returned here. Could it be? Not to let us quit the test? That would make more sense. Right now, Qian Luo is the most dangerous. This is the test for the three of us. Hien Vu's eyes were determined, staring straight ahead to see if he would abandon them for himself or if they would resent his choice. He grabbed his collar and shook him hard. Are you even human, staying calm and analyzing in a situation like this? Hien Vu was dizzy but still tried to answer. Let's wait and see, then decide. Liu Feng sighed helplessly, his shoulders slightly slumped. Tell me, can Qian Luo pass the test? Hien Vu shook his head. I don't know. Let's just wait. His mood gradually improved, becoming less tense. Looks like we have to pray for him. Looking up, he saw his close friend. Look, it's Qian Luo. He's sweating. He stepped forward heavily. Guys, Qian Luo's eyes were teary, looking as if abandoned in the world. Liu Feng looked closely, a bit suspicious. Why did you come here? Weren't you going to register? But deep in his eyes was a faint smile. What are you crying for? Did you do something wrong to us and then face retribution? Qian Luo couldn't bear it. Tears kept falling. Do you still have a conscience? He shouted loudly. I gave up the chance to be accepted for you. The two were stunned and exclaimed simultaneously. What? Qian Luo wiped his tears and explained. If I let you two be eliminated for my own sake, could I accept that? Without you two, I'm nothing. I definitely wouldn't have come this far. I want to continue the test with you two. Liu Feng's eyes widened in surprise. Before he finished, Hien Vu interrupted. Good brothers. Then all three hugged and shouted. We will definitely get into the History Academy. The three of us will work together. They were happy when a mechanical voice rang out. Recruitment ended. YY appeared behind them. The three had already left. You guys are the last ones. Hien Vu was startled and turned to Sister Lang. If Qian Loi accepts the invitation, will we be disqualified? She turned and left, leaving behind a sentence. Different choices will lead to different paths later, you will understand. He hurriedly asked, So if I am accepted first and give up on those two, Will I really be accepted? A faint smile appeared on his lips. Hi, I don't know either. This depends on the teacher's decision. Your ability is indeed very special. The academy already has a teacher watching us. Then he saw she was about to leave. Hien Vu couldn't help but speak up. Sister Lang, what about our results? Hi, directly interrupted. Later, the specific announcement will be unified. Until then, just look at the board. Outside, you gradually opened your eyes and woke up. Hien Vu breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, it's over. Just going outside makes me sleepy. I wonder what happened to those two. At this time, Qian Loi and Lu Feng also stepped into the crowd, tiredly scratching their heads to see. Everyone is tired too. Everyone is waiting for us. Hong Ban frowned slightly and asked how the situation was. He scratched his head and smiled happily. Maybe it's still okay. Not sure about the results. They said the announcement will be unified. Suddenly, someone stepped forward, calling Hian Vu. Thien Tam smiled and waved. Thanks to you two. They high-fived. Hian Vu replied, no problem. It's what should be done. He crossed his arms, a smirk on his lips, and asked, after we went outside, how much longer could you maintain? At that time, I thought you guys had finished the test. Hien Vu winked happily and replied, then we discovered there was a problem under the magma lake. So we hid under the magma lake. He smiled and breathed out. Luckily, we could hide under the belly of the earth-fire red dragon. Quite lucky. Thien Tam thought silently. I should have gotten to know Hien Vu from the start. He's definitely not simple. Usually he does nothing, always looking dazed, sleeping or talking in class. Unexpectedly, in real combat, he was so calm. He nodded sincerely and invited, if later we can still continue to participate in the test, let's form an alliance so you can unify command. Hien Vu's eyes flashed a complex emotion. He raised his eyebrows and smiled. Agreed. If we still act together, we agree to the alliance. If you trust me, just let me lead. Looking at the three people chatting cheerfully ahead, he couldn't help but ponder. At first, I didn't appreciate him choosing to follow Thien Tam. Maybe it was the wrong choice. She frowned sadly, turned her back and left with a heavy heart. During this time, he matured a lot, no longer like before. Over there, Hien Vu patted Qian Loi's shoulder and laughed loudly. All right, don't be gloomy anymore. He clenched his hand tightly. Not because of you guys. Qian Loi irritably reminded, keep this confidential for me. This must never be told outside, or others will think I'm stupid. Hien Vu squinted teasingly. Being stupid is also very cute. Qian Loi gritted his teeth and threatened, if you say that, I'll cut ties with you. The two laughed and walked on. He hugged his chest dramatically. My heart hurts so much. My heart hurts so much. I've never suffered such a deep loss in business before. The three played around a bit more, then calmed down. At that time, everyone felt exhausted and naturally went to rest. Hien Vu sat on his bed, silently feeling the flow of soul power in his body. The golden-silver dual-colored energy aura was much stronger than before. Moreover, they had harmonized much more. The two things were still clearly distinct but had no conflicting ideas with each other. Hien Vu gradually entered a meditative state. Inside him was a clear space and a silent environment. He seemed to hear the roar of a giant dragon, as if returning to the dark void. Beside Hien Vu's ear, it seemed to make a sound. The heavy stomping of the earth-fire red dragon's steps was headache-inducing. Like each step was inside his brain, the young master stepped towards the massive warship. The final step was heavy. 8 golden dragons flew up and down, destroying that warship. Everything was silent. A warm sensation spread throughout his body. Hien Vu gradually fell into a state he had never experienced before, forgetting everything. Time quickly passed to the next day. Lu Feng yawned widely and woke up, propping himself up. He was silenced by Qian Loi, who gestured for quiet. His eyes were still dazed. He only pointed behind him with a low, anxious voice. He had slept straight until noon. The scoreboard reached the threshold of 199. 199 already? Those around silently watched. Call him to wake up? Could it be that he fainted from hunger? Or should we ask the teacher? Upon hearing the news, he immediately ran over in panic and asked where the person was. Hong Ban silently observed Hien Vu from head to toe. This child's aura was stable. It didn't seem like he was unconscious or asleep, more like he had some understanding. He tilted his head in suspicion. Could it be Qian Luo? Worried, Chen asked, Teacher, what exactly happened to him? Hong Ban thought to himself, this kid isn't even 12 years old. It seemed that yesterday's high selection had agitated him quite a bit. On the surface, he only slightly waved his hand to signal quietly, and he had already entered a deep state of contemplation. Everyone was amazed, mouths agape, exclaiming how powerful deep contemplation was. Hong Ban immediately assigned the task to Qian Luo and Liu Feng. The two of you don't need to attend class today. Stay in the dorm to watch over Hien Vu. The two responded in unison. Yes. Trung Tin stood up and looked at the screen with a calm voice. High selection is the most intense competition. Many are eliminated. He continued. Among thousands of examinees in Thien La Star, only the top 100 advance to the next round. Fortunately, the endurance time of the students behind is quite long. Now, let's see their final results. The screen finally displayed the live announcement of the High Selection Academy results. Hongban and he anxiously looked up at it. Slowly, the list appeared. Hongban's eyes were serious. Got it. On the ranking board, number 99 was clearly visible. Kim Tuong, Duong Lac, Bang Ban from Thinla Academy 39. Trung Tin joyfully shouted, Kim Tuong's team made it. Great, everyone's amazing. Hongban also found it hard to believe that Kim Tuong's team got in. This means that the high-energy youth class of Thien La Academy must have at least 5 teams advancing. Moreover, the achievements of the other 4 teams will be even higher. Kim Tuong's team's luck was indeed not bad, just barely avoiding elimination. Trung Thien quickly checked again. Look, another list appeared, numbers 75 and 67, all from the high-energy youth class. A total of 7 teams, 5 of which advanced. That's quite respectable. The high-energy youth class's heavy resource investment wasn't in vain. He calmly reminded, don't celebrate too early. Wait until someone actually passes the Sulai Kak Academy. It's not too late to be happy. Only the top 10 qualify for the final assessment at Sulai Kak Academy. I wonder what ranks Hien Vu's 2 teams Thien Tam hold. Top 3 gets a material prize, right? The lucky spinning disc? But I'm not sure how effective it is. Just then he shouted, another new list, quickly, look. Hongban anxiously prayed their numbers would appear later, preferably not now. Don't appear, don't appear. As the data reached 20, they still hadn't appeared. Unable to contain his excitement, he slammed the table, jumped up, and cheered. Great, they're not on the list. Feeling more confident, he saw that their 2 teams had entered the top 20. Awesome. Then Hongban anxiously continued to watch. Seeing the data still rising, he whispered, luckily they're not there. Great, they made the top 10. Looks like Hian Vu's performance will be better. The ranking reached number 9. Thien Tam, 0 points. Thien La Academy, 531. He tensed up slightly. 5th place wasn't bad, until Hongban was stunned seeing the champion of Thien La Star High Selection. It was number 1, Hian Vu, champion of Thien La Star High Selection. His group ranked first with a total score of 20,341. Trung Thien happily shed tears. Great, great! Hien Vu's team is first place! I'm not mistaken, Hongban whispered. Don't cry yet. Look, the score difference is huge, higher than the second team by 19,000 points. Hearing this, he scratched his head in confusion. Such a gap? Am I seeing things? He checked and calculated that the combined points of the 99 teams behind weren't even close to theirs. This made Trung Thien tremble. Could this be a machine error? Don't let me be happy for nothing. What if they announce disqualification later? Then our joy would be wasted. Hongban immediately denied, no way, Sulai Kak Academy is too strict for that. With over 20,000 points, this achievement should top the entire federation, though the score is indeed very high. He was startled. The entire federation? What does that mean? Trung Thien couldn't contain his impatience. I can't wait anymore. I have to find out what exactly they did. He hurriedly chased after, I'm coming too. Wait for me. Then they headed to the dormitory area of the examinees. Qian Luo was startled when asked, what? We ranked first, the champions, he affirmed repeatedly. More importantly, we might be the top in the entire federation. The second team only scored over 1,000 points less. You scored over 20,000 points. What exactly did you guys do? On the face of Trung Thien appeared an extremely curious expression. Then the 2 Liu Feng looked at each other and laughed in unison, saying it couldn't be reported. We have to wait for Hien Vu to wake up and then consult his opinion. If he doesn't want to say, then it's a secret among the 3 of us. We apologize, teacher. At this moment, in his own world, he felt the golden and silver dual colors spinning in a vortex. Suddenly, each meridian and marrow was covered by golden light and silver light reflections. A thin layer of golden light and silver light distinctly covered his entire body. His consciousness returned to his spiritual power projection. Hien Vu did not open his eyes, but he could feel everything. Projecting spiritual power can see places beyond the mind, like an endless surging sea. This is the Ling Hai realm. After a while, Hien Vu breathed out and woke up. The 2 Qian Luo cheered. You finally woke up. We won the championship. Hien Vu was confused. Championship? The comrades confirmed. Yes, we heard we can go to the lucky spin disc. Each person spins once. You noticed something else first. I'm hungry, they shouted. Let's go eat. Next, the three of them went to Tian Fan to have a meal. After being full, Hong Ban was also called to face the two teachers and dared not hide anything. Hien Vu recounted everything in detail. Throughout the process, what did you face? Tian Fan laughed loudly. Very good, worthy of being my disciple. He calmly reminded that personal strength is the foundation of everything. Your over 20,000 points were also gained by luck. You must train harder. This made him angry. What did you say? You failed to enter the inner academy because you only know how to train foolishly. You really are a deadbeat. Hong Ban was not afraid to argue back. Someone was directly expelled. Do you want him to follow your old path? Qian Luo hurriedly stopped and asked. Wait. Teacher Li, Vice Dean. Hearing the two speak, it turned out both were students of Sulai K Academy. The question made the atmosphere silent, then he admitted it was true. I graduated from Sulai K Academy Outer Institute but achieved nothing, bringing shame to my old school. Tian Fan angrily scolded, insulting who? I was the one eliminated. So what, good or bad? Later, I relied on my own ability to command the fleet. Hong Ban heard this and was also weak. The matter back then really couldn't be blamed solely on you. Actually, at that time, we all thought you could enter the inner academy. He tiredly held his head and left. Now, saying anything is useless. Today, I will tell Hian Vu the story from back then, so he can be cautious. Then Tian Fan let Hong Ban take Lu Feng and Qian Luo away. He told Hian Vu about his past. He crossed his arms with an unhappy face and recounted being eliminated until now. I still partly feel regret. Back then, at Sulai K Academy, my achievements were outstanding. At that time, I only thought about entering the inner academy, which was like a strong wind, but the horse's legs were sick. Do you know how many classmates in the class were girls? Did they like me? If not for the academy's rule forbidding romance, you would be speechless. Wait, teacher, you digressed. Then, Tian Fan sighed and reminisced. Thinking back now, all were painful memories. My teacher said I had a talent for refined combat, but the only problem was liking to win by surprise. I needed to improve direct combat ability, but I didn't think that was right. For me, taking the smallest price to gain the greatest victory was the most important. That was the final exam of the 6th term. I was confident I could show my skills, then participate in the inner academy test. But I was really arrogant then. For the final exam, I arranged a large-scale mock campaign. 3 people formed a team. Each commanded a fleet, combined into a joint fleet to fight against other teams. I commanded 2 teams and seemed to win wherever I fought, but soon we were besieged and attacked. 3 opposing teams formed an alliance against me. Surely they feared my strength. I naturally did not retreat and fought them using all kinds of tactics. I set various traps and used the enemy teams to understand the enemy well, but in the end, they still couldn't stop me. To improve their results, they chose to negotiate an alliance with me, promising to follow my orders. He sighed with regret. Only, I was really too arrogant then. I felt with my strength I could win the championship. Moreover, their alliance against me caused me to harbor resentment. So, on the surface, I appeared to agree with them, but when the Alliance launched the surprise attack, we destroyed their entire fleet. Unexpectedly, my 2 friends were not satisfied at all. No matter how I explained to them, they remained extremely angry, and I was also provoked by them. After that, I made a decision I would regret for life, to completely destroy the fleets of those 2. Hien Vu was a bit startled upon hearing this. Tian Fam's voice deepened. My achievement as champion was not unexpected, and the Academy's expulsion came from that point. Because of the people who came to my comrades, I couldn't let the future slip by. I could only become a cunning old fox. The Academy not only expelled me, but also completely destroyed all my glory and informed the Federation not to allow me to continue studying the elite command system. The next 2 years were the darkest period of my life, but it was also because of that blow that I rigorously disciplined myself. Then I chose to join the military, relying on my own strength to steadily advance and eventually earn the rank of Brigadier General. But the stain from the Academy meant I could only stop there. It was a mistake I made myself that caused me to lose everything. So, Hien Vu, remember, no matter what you learn from me, you must be upright. Because only by being upright can you go far. You can't see it, but I'm choked up. Is the Academy's handling a bit too harsh? His back hunched as if bearing the weight of guilt. Maybe so, but I gradually understood that their choice regarding me was probably the best decision. Not being able to enter the Elite Command Academy's inner circle was the biggest regret of my life. Hien Vu, if you can pass the Elite Command Academy entrance exam, would you be willing to fulfill the old master's wish to join the Elite Command system? You were moved to tears and said, "Yes, teacher." Unexpectedly, a sharp voice interrupted, "Chen, You fool, making him tear up. Join the elite command system? Hong Ban stormed in to scold you. Don't you have any shame? Kicking me out was just to lure Hien Vu, to make him want to enter the elite command system, right? The infam hurried to defend. Everything I said is true. He was furious and sneered. Do I need to tell him how you came down from the military? Don't make me expose Lao Li. The Academy's initial expulsion of you was not wrong at all. Upon hearing that, he quickly chased the person away. All right, Hien Vu, go back and rest. You're powerless, your emotions are running wild again. They bickered every day. Actually, Hien Vu really hadn't made a choice for himself yet, but he wasn't troubled by that. He believed that facing the test with full effort was the right principle. Those other issues, wait until you pass the Elite Command Academy exam to talk about them. Then he returned to the dormitory, where Trung Tien was waiting just in time. You have to enter the chamber to draw your prize, and YY is already waiting in the Doluo world. Congratulations on winning the Champion of the Sea selection. Moreover, your total score ranks first across the entire Federation. That's really amazing. Previously, basically all the top positions were occupied by Mayu Tin candidates. This time, you truly brought great glory to Tin La, Tien Vu, and Tin Nich. Ask Ling sister. Being first in the Federation, is there any other prize? Like an extra chance to draw a prize or something? She was a bit surprised. This kid is really impressive. My spirit has been completely attracted by him. Her expression now was completely different from her calm and brave demeanor during the sea selection. Her thoughts and courage were totally unlike before. How to nurture someone like this? YY remained calm, waving her hand. To be fair, these two things are basically the same. All right, get ready to draw your prizes. She pointed to the space gate. Go inside. Hien Vu entered, wondering if inside was the prize drawing room. Then the scene before them surprised them. A colorful circle appeared. Quick, look, it's a spinning disc. Yai's guiding voice sounded. Now you can walk around the lucky spinning disc once. Choose a spot for yourself, then stand still. When the disc stops spinning, your prize will appear. Moreover, after standing firm, you won't be able to move anymore. Each spot can only hold one person. After explaining, she urged them to go down. You jumped up first. Don't stop there. Hien Vu checked the spinning disc, feeling a strange aura. It was unlike normal. Some slots had a faint fragrance, some were sinister, giving a sense of resistance, and some had no aura at all. No, I don't have enough clues to judge how to choose a better prize. Hien Vu turned around and said to Tian Loi, find a place to stand. He obeyed and followed. As soon as his feet touched the ground, a bright announcement appeared. All soul cores' age increased by 500 years. Tian Loi was startled. What? Hien Vu breathed a sigh of relief. That's great. The reward is relatively good and even suits you well. This reward is before you stop, said Tian Loi. A fragrant aura spread within 4 steps. Lu Fong signaled to continue, and he also stopped. He obeyed. The circle beneath his feet lit up instantly. Hien Vu sensed a fierce aura within 7 steps. But the announcement kept repeating. Spirit Tower crafts a 2,000-year right-hand soul core, accompanied by a soul skill. He was amazed. For a soul master, the importance of a soul core surpasses even a soul orb. This was truly an excellent item. After a soul master absorbs that soul core, it will bring a significant enhancement and also add a soul skill. In recent years, one of the most important organizations in the Federation, Spirit Tower, gradually researched artificial soul cores, causing soul cores to become more widespread. But the amount of money needed to buy artificial soul cores is astronomical, so ordinary soul masters cannot afford them. The Federation usually awards this prize to soul masters with great contributions. Lu Fong was delighted. Unexpectedly, the prize on the lucky wheel included a real soul core, which was a huge surprise. Facing these rewards, Hien Vu became even more tense until he stopped before a green square. He felt a bit helpless. He sensed an aura spreading within 10 steps. This lucky wheel had no rules to follow. The timely announcement sounded. Prize enters the beginner Ascension Spirit platform. He was confused. What is the Ascension Spirit platform? He asked. Afterward, someone will deliver the prize to the school for you. Your prize and Tian Loi's need to be collected at the Spirit Tower. Hien Vu. I suggest you wait until the selection competition ends before claiming your prize. If you rush, the prize's value will be greatly reduced. Outside, hearing about the prizes the three obtained, Muk Trong Tien was very excited. He asked his teacher curiously, what exactly is the Ascension Spirit Platform? The teacher smiled and explained, the Ascension Spirit Platform is a product of soul science and technology. There, the rank of soul orbs and soul cores can be enhanced. The chance to enter the Ascension Spirit Platform is extremely rare, Soul masters inside the platform can kill phantom soul beasts to obtain energy that can raise the rank of soul orbs. If lucky, they might even surpass Tian Loi's prize. After the spin, Hien Vu and his two friends returned to the academy to report the situation to Thien Pham and Hong Ban. He expressed his opinion, regarding your prizes, I think we should coordinate and combine the soul cores after collecting them. We will see which one suits whom best and assign usage accordingly. Do you have any opinions? The group fell silent. Lu Fong, who got the soul core, responded first. No, sir. Thien Pham was stunned. He was about to persuade, but was met with a firm answer. Hong Ban asked again, You really have no opinion? He was extremely relaxed and replied, Deputy Director Lai, I really have no opinion. Without teammates, how could we have a chance to become champions? Assign the prize to whoever it suits best. Only then can we achieve the best results later. Thien Pham was stunned. This kid was really sensible. Lu Fong glanced at Tian Loi, standed, recalling past events. The chubby boy gave up his prize for another chance to enroll, which was nothing. Moreover, without him, we would have been eliminated by the high-energy youth class long ago. He sighed and said to his friends, They are all good kids. Lao Lai, these are our old faces. Should we try a little harder? At the principal's side, let me talk. As long as they make the top 10 inches, the selection competition, even if we have to throw away these old faces, we must get 2 more spots for them so the 3 can enter the Ascension Spirit platform together and raise their realms a bit. Hong Ban immediately agreed. Great, I support that. We must let the people at Lang Tian Academy see that our Thien La Academy also has talented successors. The students looked at each other happily. We also need to get 2 more parts for them, so the 3 of them can enter the Ascension Spirit platform together to raise their realm a bit. Hong Ban immediately agreed, saying, Very good, I approve. We must let the people at Lang Tian Academy see this. Our Thien La Academy also has talented heirs, the students said, looking at each other happily. The 3 of them together, at that moment, Lu Fong suddenly felt that your abandonment seemed to bring him a better response. In his heart, and Tian Loi felt a bit strange. It seemed that after giving up good things, even better things came rushing in. Giving up turned out to be such a good thing. Things upstairs moved quickly. By the afternoon, the prize was delivered, a piece of soul bone, and 2 usage cards for the Spirit Tower soul bone. Right hand of Ngan Ngyet Lang Ren, 2,000 years old, brought along soul skill Ngan Fong. Can carry Feng Rui Chi Chi, carry it on the right arm, soul core right arm, silver moon, wolf, or transmit into an object to form a 3-inch silver moon wind consuming soul power. Everyone looked at this item with great admiration. Tian Fan was satisfied. Good luck indeed, good luck. Since it's yours, it won't run away, Liu Feng. This thing just compensates for your lack of attack power. Now fuse it, we will protect you. He happily expressed gratitude. Thank you, Vice Dean. Thank you, Teacher Li. During training, Hong Bin explained releasing martial soul, searching soul power into the soul core. At that moment, searching soul power into the soul core, immediately turned into silver light, transmitting into Liu Feng's right arm. His body contained terrifying pressure. Veins bulged on the arm, muscles developed. Liu Feng couldn't help but scream in pain. He reminded himself to stay calm and keep consciousness clear. Must have patience. Hearing that, he gritted his teeth and endured. Red veins appeared on the arm. Hong Bin's sharp gaze. 2,000-year-old soul core fusion is indeed not easy. Tianfan was worried. It was easy to see. Once fusion succeeds, Liu Feng's enhancement will be extremely great. Hian Vu behind spoke. Teacher, can I help him? He thought, then nodded. Go ahead. He didn't hesitate to release energy. The power wrapped around Liu Feng's arm. Fierce Feng Rui Qi came from lamb silver grass. Hian Vu activated his own blood qi and qi power. A layer of golden light passed through lamb silver grass toward him. Golden light suppressed the soul core's power. Liu Feng's white dragon spear also turned into a small white dragon around the right arm. Hong Bin was surprised. The qi stabilized, then used martial soul to suppress the 2,000-year-old soul core. He just reached level 2 cultivation, really good. Next, with Hian Wu's help, half an hour later he finally successfully completed the fusion. When finished, his arm looked like it had changed flesh. He nodded in satisfaction. Not bad. Soul power also increased, almost level 30 now. You're only level 20, he breathed out. Great, done. Hong Bin reminded. In 2 days, you will participate in the selection competition. Before that, you must quickly get familiar with this soul core. 2 students replied, yes. The next day, the fee was obtained. Muzhong Tian led to the Seoul Core Tower branch in Tianla City to improve the soul limit. Hian Vu continued to stabilize his mind, broke through to Linghai Realm. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. 5 groups of students gathered after C selection, preparing to participate in the selection test of Shilai Ka Academy in the simulation room. An announcement sounded. Welcome to the selection round of Shilai Ka Academy Tianla Star. Selection rules are as follows. First, operate under unit groups. Small groups enter the Spirit Battle Great Forest simulation to hunt soul beasts. Each group will make their own plan. The last person to kill the soul beast will be rewarded points. Second, small groups can kill each other. The winner will get half of the opponent's points from the killed group. The final score will be half of the original points. Third, the selection test lasts 7 days. After 7 days, the selection competition ends. Preparing to enter the field. Countdown 19832. A test begins. The whole group moves into the forest. Tian Lei asked, "Which way do we go?" Hian Vu spoke. "Don't rush. Analyze the situation. It seems it's still a comprehensive aptitude test as before. Total 7 days. The deeper into the forest, the higher the score probably. In summary, go deeper into the forest. Kill soul beasts and kill other groups. Still 1 point to note, if killed by another team. Points will be halved, so better to be killed by soul beasts or self-destruct than let other groups kill you." Liu Feng was confused hearing this. "So what do we do now?" he reminded them. "Remember the Spirit Battle Great Forest where Teacher Li went? This place is divided into Outer VI Zone, Mixed Zone, Core Zone, and Ferocious Beast Zone. We have probed recently and sensed some situation in the forest and the strength of the soul beasts. Then choose a direction to start going deeper." Lu Feng went ahead to observe the surroundings. There were no soul beasts here. "We can leave here." Then Hien Vu turned and said, "Call a soul beast to use it to scout the path." Qian Loi agreed. Suddenly he realized something. That's right, Hien Vu hadn't called Thien Thu for a long time. He shyly explained, "I offended her, so now if I call, she won't come. Moreover, she is probably participating in the selection now." Qian Luo nodded in agreement. "That's right, let's go." Hien Vu was a bit surprised as he examined the fire residue beast species. It seems to be an evolved form of the earth fire residue beast. Then the 3 of them, along with a beast, started scouting in the direction. With the enhancement of soul environment and the summoning time of Qian Luo extended to nearly 1.5 minutes, the summoning range can reach up to several kilometers. After the summoning time ended, the 3 of them rested for another 15 minutes. He was able to summon soul beasts again after resting. Qian Luo sighed. "I really want to get to the ascension platform a bit earlier, to raise the first soul level to 1,000 years and see how effective it is. If I can summon soul beasts without interruption, that would be great." Hien Vu smiled and said, "It's not impossible. Many factors affect your summoning. Soul power, mental strength, and soul environment all have an impact. To shorten the summoning time, you have to act on many fronts. From my observation, your mental strength increase probably has the biggest effect on summoning," he said excitedly, nodding vigorously. "That's right, exactly. So I'll try to raise my mental strength to 500 this year, but increasing mental strength is really troublesome. You can only imagine and keep using Lu Feng," he frowned. "By the way, you're too lazy. Using many summoning formations isn't enough?" Qian Luo jumped up and shouted, "I'm lazy? Do you know how uncomfortable mental exhaustion is?" "Talking doesn't hurt the stomach," he replied seriously. "It's precisely because of the pain that it works better. You have to admit, if you tried harder, you would have broken through to the Spirit Sea realm by now." Looking at his silent friend, Hien Vu comforted him. "If it's just in our class, your ability is enough. But if you enter the Shulai Academy and want to stand firm there, bro, you have to be harsher on yourself. Whether good or bad, you still have choices. I basically don't need to be cruel to myself, because the 2 teachers have already helped me do that." He used himself as an example. "That's right, it's already harsh enough." Lu Feng laughed loudly and said firmly, "We all have to try hard," Hien Vu said. "To stand firm in Shulai Academy," Qian Luo continued, "we have to do more." Then they didn't stop. "Let's keep going." Thus, the first day passed peacefully. The 3 of them went about 20 kilometers deep into the Spirit Battle Great Forest. At dawn the next day, they began. Qian Luo turned to ask, "Not summoning beasts?" Hien Vu frowned cautiously. "Yesterday was a bit too peaceful. Do you 2 feel uneasy?" He was puzzled. "No, we didn't detect any danger," Lu Feng emphasized. "Uneasiness is not the same as danger. Don't forget our assessment goal. We need to get as many points as possible. But yesterday we didn't achieve anything, so how are the other teams doing? We might be falling behind. This means we might be eliminated." What Hien Vu wanted to say was probably this. "I'm sorry," he said. surprised, looking at his teammates. Why did you suddenly become so insightful? He teased proudly. You have to be good at observation and thinking. I learned this from Hien Vu. I thought you were just dumb and clueless. You're the dumb one, he retorted angrily. Hien Vu smiled and cut them off. Let's go. Based on yesterday's situation, we don't need to be too careful. This time, it's likely a test of our mental courage, along with adaptability during the process. Bravery, meticulousness, strength, and sensing ability are probably the key points of this test. Looks like we have to make it more impressive. From the distant forest, suddenly a flock of birds flew up into the sky. Qian Luo immediately paid attention to them. Something's moving over there, Hien Vu whispered to Lu Feng behind him. Lu Feng, go check it out? Yes, sir, he quickly obeyed. The flock of birds circled in the deep blue sky. Lu Feng returned. He reported the situation. Two soul beasts are fighting, a golden iron horse and a bronze deer bear. They seem to be fighting over something fiercely. Both are injured. Hien Vu's eyes suddenly shone brightly. He immediately said to him, let's go over there. The two of them hid behind a giant tree to observe the monkey and bear fighting. The golden iron horse frowned angrily. This 2-meter-tall golden iron horse has at least 1,000 years of cultivation and always initiates the attack. Opposite it, the bronze deer bear was no less formidable. Its opponent was a 1,000-year cultivated bronze deer bear. It seems to always be in a defensive state. Xian Yu slightly raised his head to look and sense something. Something was off. That Tonglu bear always stood still without moving, as if it was protecting something. Ma Yuan continuously rushed forward to attack, but Lu Heng only defended without taking a single step. Curious, he scanned around and found something that had caught Xian Yu's attention. It turned out to be a small Lingji mushroom behind a rock. That was why the Lingji mushroom was shimmering and glowing. This was a 1,000-year-old Lingji mushroom, a soul beast. After eating it, one could increase their cultivation by 1,000 years. No wonder the two soul beasts were fighting to the death over it. The tone of Qian Luo beside him was extremely excited. It's a 1,000-year-old Lingji mushroom, a heavenly treasure. If we eat it, our soul power will increase by 5 levels. Xian Yu asked back, making him freeze stiffly. You have no eyes. If you don't believe it, then what use is it for you to eat it in the Duluo world? He looked at the two beasts and hinted to Qian Luo, letting him know it was time for him to show his true strength. Qian Luo was very confused. Do I need to call them? Xian Yu's eyes were very determined. No, you go connect with them a bit. Qian Luo hesitated and pondered. If I can, then okay. But they're not soul beasts. If I call them out, they might be very hostile toward us. He had no choice but to lean in and instruct him on the skills. Just do as I say. You do this, like this. Enlightened, Qian Luo happily gave a thumbs up. Oh wow, that works? Boss, I feel hopeful now. How did your brain come up with that? Amazing. He looked straight ahead, no longer hesitating. All right, I'm going up there right now. Seconds later, Qian Luo's eyes lit up as he saw the barrier had been created. The barrier was moving closer to Ma Yuan and Lu Heng. They also sensed something and simultaneously turned to look, their eyes filled with anger. Luckily, Xian Yu stepped out to block in front of Qian Luo. He roared loudly as flames engulfed his entire body. Long Ingam, the two animals were a bit intimidated and immediately retracted their aura. Seeing this, Qian Luo frowned and transmitted sound to Ma Yuan, who listened silently without any strange reaction. Suddenly, its eyes shone brightly and unusually. Within less than 3 seconds, it nodded in agreement. Qian Luo happily shouted, "Great! It agreed! It agreed to cooperate with us." Without another word, Ma Yuan leapt toward where Lu Heng was standing. Its eyes blazed red, claws sharp, and a strange twisted ring appeared behind it. Its whole body radiated golden light, full of power. The golden and blue runes of Lam Nian Thao from Lam Xian Yu gradually enveloped the body of Kim Ti Ma Yuan. Its bright eyes locked onto the target, helping it increase a large amount of power. Ma Yuan roared loudly, unleashing an astonishing burst of strength. Kim Ti Ma Yuan sensed a huge surge of power and faced Tong Lu Heng's innate skill without fear. A monkey and a bear charged at each other relentlessly, fiercely attacking forward. The interaction of their power was so intense that Lu Heng was knocked back. The Lingji mushroom then appeared right before Ma Yuan. It reached out to grab the Lingji mushroom. Before it could hold it, the silhouette of Lu Feng flashed by and snatched it away. He held the Lingji mushroom in his body. He informed Xian Yu that he had obtained it. Xian Yu looked in that direction, his body blazing with fury. At this moment, it shifted to a mysterious blue. Kim Ti Ma Yuan was preparing to chase Lu Feng, but the aura of Lam Ningan Thao suddenly changed. From a fierce growth, it suddenly transformed into a bloodline-level pressure. Lu Heng roared. Overwhelmed by that power, Qian Luo transmitted sound to urge Ma Yuan, not giving it time to think. Decide quickly. If you ally with us, then turn the suppression into growth. It nodded without hesitation in the blink of an eye. Kim T Ma Yuan nodded, and the light returned to the golden color as before, in a suppressed state. It immediately transformed into a growth state. At the same time, Xian Yu from afar was also using all his abilities. To support Ma Yuan, let me help you. Holding a long treasure in his hand, he crawled. Crawling to the feet of Lu Heng, under Xian Yu's control, it slowly moved to Lu Heng's waist. It also somewhat felt the sense of restraint. Suddenly, an illusion of a huge mouth appeared from nowhere and dropped down. The illusion stopped right above Lu Heng's head, seemingly about to swallow him. Lu Heng saw it and was terrified. Trembling uncontrollably, he couldn't stop. On Ma Yuan's side, it seized the opportunity as Lu Heng was careless and quickly charged. Kim T Ma Yuan, now grown stronger, naturally would not miss this chance and launched a full-force attack. A surprise attack from behind could take it down instantly by breaking Tong Lu Heng's neck from behind. Lu Heng fell heavily to the ground, unable to get up. Ma Vian glanced around, looking for the person who helped him. Hien Vu and Tian Loi were now far away. The two of them became increasingly blurry and indistinct, appearing to him through Tian Loi's telepathic message left behind. Telling him to leave the moment to kill Tong Lu Heng for us, he shouted once as a reply. At the same time, the Lingji plant was fluttering and glowing. Tian Loi turned his head and whispered that it agreed. Then Hien Vu subtly signaled to Lu Feng. You go up. He didn't answer but grabbed the blade and lunged straight into Lu Heng's throat, the silver moon wind blade. Its body was gradually shrinking as energy escaped from it, and that energy was absorbed by the three of them. The energy emitted from Tong Lu Heng's corpse turned into points added up for the three of them suddenly. Hien Vu's tone and gaze were very strange now. Next, let's negotiate. You make the first demand. He told it to cooperate with us. The 1,000-year Ziji will be its, just come with us for 6 days and fight alongside us. Besides, Hien Vu also added a threat. If it refuses, we will destroy this Ziji. Then a life or death battle with it. Ma Vian glanced with hatred. Kim T Ma Vian was very afraid of Lam Gan Thao of Lam Hien Vu. It understood that the growth and suppression of Lam Min Gan Thao was just a thought of Lam Hien Vu. So it made a decision. It hesitated for a long time, then bowed and agreed. Tian Loi received the reply from Ma Vian and happily told Hien Vu. It agreed, but if it encounters an opponent it can't handle, it will leave. Everything seemed to be going according to plan. You predicted very well. Their group had cooperated with Ma Vian. The preliminary alliance was complete. They traveled a long distance. Tian Loi was still curious and asked, "What now?" Going deeper into the forest, Hien Vu glanced around and proposed a plan. It wasn't enough yet to gain Kim T Ma Vian's trust. Although SAO soul beasts always reject humans, he didn't forget to assign Tian Loi the telepathy task and said to him, "We can help it deal with its enemies as long as the right to make the final kill is left to us." Ma Vian accepted. Initially, it reacted strongly to the signal but then returned to normal. Tian Loi reported the situation back to him via telepathy. It said its mortal enemy was 3 Kim Nan Bao. The 1,000-year Kim Nan Bao had eaten its Ziji core. It wanted us to help kill those 3. Hien Vu widened his eyes in surprise. 3 Kim Nan Bao? What's its cultivation level specifically? He answered. From what I understand, about 1,500 years. Both his gaze and voice were very determined. We will help. It said it would lead the way. The terrifying guard ahead was quickly passed. Ma Vian sat on that cliff. Then it looked down at the plain below. Hien Vu and Tian Loi closely followed, observing the situation. It was luring the 3 Kim Nan Bao here. Preparing to fight, the 3 Kim Nan Bao quickly rushed from afar to surround Kim T. Ma Vian attacked from 3 different directions. The Kim Nan Bao slowly approached Ma Vian with a furious expression, full of rage. Taking advantage of the Kim Nan Bao's distraction, Ma Vian dashed forward, intending to strike from behind. Unexpectedly, the Kim Nan Bao's teammates saw it and roared to alert their members. The Kim Nan Bao in front activated the innate skill Kim Nan Nung Ti in an instant. It can cause the opponent's body to stiffen. This made Kim T Ma Vian, who was charging, lose balance at the crucial moment. Ma Vian fell into a weak position. The 3 Kim Nan Bao simultaneously charged up, and the 3 Kim Nan Bao took the opportunity to surround and attack. The situation was extremely unfavorable for Kim T Ma Vian. Luckily, SAO had Hien Vu there to support. He muttered a spell under his breath. A climbing rope was summoned, flying swiftly to tightly wrap around Ma Vian's waist. The 3 Kim Nan Bao just charged in. That was also the moment Ma Vienne was rescued from the encirclement. It poured all the accumulated energy. Kim T. Ma Vienne understood. Now was the best opportunity created by the opponent. It gathered all its strength to unleash its innate skill. Kim T. Ma Vienne's Kim Nyan Bao only realized now, but it seemed too late. Kim T. Ma Vienne charged forward recklessly, launching an attack that shocked the three Kim Nyan Bao. They curled into balls, then fell freely. They hurried to defend their stronghold, enduring Kim's attack. Our beasts fell straight down without any support and landed directly on the ground where they were supposed to land. At this moment, Tian Loi, Hien Vu, and Lu Feng were also using all their internal energy to catch the three eye beasts. It was exactly where the three Lam Hien Vu people were hiding. Tian Loi summoned a dragon head right in front of the #1 soul beast. Summoning Chi disciples, two other soul beasts with two dragon heads wide open mouths were ready to swallow them as they fell straight down. A streak of moonlight flashed in an instant. The silver moon wolf followed closely by Lu Feng holding a spear. Thrusting straight forward, Silver Moon Wind carried towards Hien Loi. In his hand was a large energy-storing orb. Hien Vu's eyes flashed across a streak of light. Without hesitation, he raised his hand to the sky and summoned the Golden Dragon Ascension attack. A huge explosion appeared simultaneously in 3 locations, shaking the entire demon forest. Sitting aside, Ma Vienne waited for the result. Smoke rose from all around, making it a bit surprised. Even Kim T. Ma Vienne couldn't believe it. The battle began, and within less than 10 seconds, the 3 eye beasts seemed to have disappeared from the air, their auras gone. The 3 golden eye beasts had completely vanished. Amazing, it's all over, Lu Feng wondered and immediately asked. Those were 3 natural soul beasts. They've been dealt with by us, right? Tian Loi nodded in response. Luring the enemy and surrounding with full force attacks originating from Kim T. Ma Vienne was the key point of this battle. We are also responsible for the finishing blow. Hian Vu smiled, looking at the two of them. We have to talk about the boss's brilliant strategy. He walked over and stood in front of Ma Vienne. Hien Vu took out a Lingji mushroom and assigned the task to Tian Loi. Give it to him to help restore his stamina. His gaze was very serious, without any deceit. We trust he will keep his promise. Ma Vienne looked at him suspiciously, but quickly grabbed the Lingji from Hien Vu's hand. Then he just put it straight into his mouth without asking for permission. Ma Vienne jumped to another spot. Then Hien Vu calmly asked Tian Loi what he was doing. It seemed he was going to the corpse of the golden eye beast and wanted to do something. At this moment, Ma Vienne returned, holding something in his hand. Here, he said as Hien Vu looked and felt a strange itch on his hand. It was the skull of the golden eye beast's soul core. The group was extremely happy. This is an extremely rare soul core skull. Hien Vu, Tian Loi, and Lu Feng frowned, remembering that this place was a simulation world. The 3 of them cried together in regret. Moreover, this was a special testing area of the Sulai Academy, different from Duluo Continent, and could not be exchanged. The 3 fell into a silent contemplation, suddenly wanting to cry. I wish I had never seen this thing. Putting emotions aside, Hien Vu picked up the skull and stared at it. He turned and handed over the task to Tian Loi. He told Kim T. Ma Vienne that he needed this more and told him to keep it and use it. Ma Vienne looked confused at their actions. This humanoid soul beast can also fuse with soul cores. Holding it ourselves is useless. Better to give it back as a favor. Ma Vienne's eyes widened and he pointed to himself, asking if he could really fuse it. Hien Vu nodded and put it in front of him. Ma Vienne looked at Hien Vu then at the item in his hand and smiled. He happily accepted it. Kim T. Ma Vienne took the soul core and began fusion. Adding the 1,000-year Lingji he had eaten before, after the medicinal power took effect, he fell into a deep sleep. Hien Vu and Tian Loi focused on him without blinking. Our current integral achievement others may hardly surpass. Let's help him as guardians. The sunlight was gradually breaking at dawn the next day. Kim T. Ma Vienne still hadn't woken up. Branches and leaves covered Ma Vienne's body. Hien Vu used branches and stones to conceal Kim T. Ma Vienne's body. The 3 continued carefully deeper into the jungle. Hien Vu led the way, searching for paths. For the next 2 days, they didn't hunt any more 1,000-year soul beasts. Time passed, the 5th day of the selection test. Tian Loi's tone was extremely worried. Only 3 days left. I don't know how our results will be. Hien Vu spoke to reassure and ease the worry. Don't rush. It's very likely. It will turn into a situation where teams rob points from each other, for us. The most important thing is to maintain the best state at all times. His eyes showed certainty. Few AIs can do that. Once we meet the other teams, we will have a chance. The 2 looked ahead. Tian Loi seemed to have discovered something. Hey, looks like someone passed here. The group quickly moved up a tree to take shelter. The sound of fighting was moving towards us. We saw it, and Hien Vu opened his eyes wide in surprise. Below, there was the silhouette of a little girl running in panic. That person was no one else but Zero G. Could it be Zero G? There was still a wound on the girl's face. She was alone and seemed injured. Behind her, there were 3 people chasing after her. The silhouette of the pursuers gradually became clear. He recognized them when he saw their name tags. They were people from Lang Thien Academy. Lang Thien Academy, Lang Thien Top 6, wearing blue, Top 6 of Thien La Academy. Thien Lang Academy is the #1 academy for hundreds of years in Thien La Star and is also the main target that Thien La Academy wants to chase down. Thien La Academy, Lang Thien, top 6 achievements in Hai Tuyen, except for the Lam Hien Vu group leading. The other 4 groups all came from Lang Thien Academy. Lu Fong stood watching, seeking advice from Hien Vu. What should we do? Should we help? He did not answer. He was still busy asking himself questions. Why did Thien Lang Academy's scores rise so high? Why didn't they take it? Back to Zero De, the girl continuously dodged attacks while 3 strangers relentlessly assaulted her. One of them appeared right behind Zeroed, intending to strike her from behind. At that moment, she turned her head and realized it, but was too late to escape. Zeroed opened her eyes wide, thinking she would die. Lu Feng intended to strike from behind, but died here. It was over. Luckily, there was a rope that wrapped around the girl's waist just in time. Zeroed was startled and realized something. The person swung a strike to finish her off, but the rope pulled her back. That person turned around in shock. Opposite was a dragon opening its mouth wide, gathering a technique. It unleashed a move, causing a big explosion, forcing that person to dodge aside. The blue-haired guy was still dazed, searching but not realizing what happened. Lu Feng intended to strike from behind, but it was a spirit beast. The blue-haired guy's teammate appeared just in time to block, saving him. The blue-haired guy carefully ambushed. Hearing Lu Feng's voice, he turned to look but couldn't dodge in time and was hit, thrown far away. On Zero's side, the girl had been saved by Hien Vu. He stood right beside her. The girl looked up with wide eyes. Indeed, Hien Vu looked straight ahead, very handsome. It was him. The strangers earlier were looking around, searching for Zeroed. Unexpectedly, our sudden ambush was easily countered by them. It seemed this group. He commented that these people were much harder to deal with than imagined. Hien Vu looked at Zero Day in astonishment. What? Lu Tian Tam and Thuong Kiem Jiat were already killed by them? The girl honestly answered without hiding anything that they ambushed. We were dealing with the 3,000-year-old Thien No Ma Su at that time, but they easily took them down. Only I managed to escape. They still hadn't left, determined to find her no matter what. He looked at them with burning anger. It seemed this group, whether in strength or strategy, they were excellent. Du Min was the one who started talking to the other 2, trying to get acquainted a bit. Lang Tien Academy's Tu Sien and Vin Ham finally spoke. Tu Sien Academy, Lang Tien. Hua Vin Ham, Lang Tien Academy. Hien Vu immediately recognized their names upon hearing them. They ranked 5th in Hai Tuyen, his voice faintly coming from the distant bushes. Lam Hien Vu, Tian Loi, Lu Feng, Tien La Academy. Dumin immediately remembered they were the champions of Hai Tuyen. He put on a friendly face, wanting to talk to Hien Vu. So they are the champions of Hai Tuyen, admired for a long time. I believe you understand that if we fight, both sides might get hurt. Dumin was rude enough to make a request to him. As long as Lam Brother agrees to hand over that girl, we will leave immediately so we can all have good results in the selection. This time, Hien Vu didn't tolerate them anymore, loudly and angrily raising his hand. They were confused and couldn't understand what was happening. Immediately after, lightning bolts appeared, striking directly where Dumin was standing. He threw the rope and said to Zeroed, Diep Zeroed, get up. The blood and chi power of Lam Hien Vu entered Diep Zeroed's body in an instant. It caused her heavenly pulse to recover to its peak. The 2 Dian Long continuously released thunder and lightning spheres, refusing to stop. Dumin hesitated, thinking of ways to control the 2 Dian Long's too fast attacks. He ordered Quang Ho. Quang Ho handed over to that person. As soon as he finished speaking, Tu Xian and Vin Ham rushed together, wanting to capture Zeroed alive. Suddenly, a pink streak flashed in the girl's eyes, surprising them greatly. The next moment, Zeroed exploded with power, throwing the 3 of them far away. They were extremely shocked. Maybe until now, Zeroed has never been able to do this strong. Why suddenly is she so strong? And Lam Hien Vu does not participate in their confrontation. The target is aimed directly at Li Dumin. Dumin's eyes are very serious behind him. Appears the illusion of AI that was despised by others. Why did he just direct the orb to fly forward? Hien Vu did not dodge. Still busy thinking. The elemental light is too powerful. This light orb is quite formidable. The large ice wall was directed by him to grow. Right in front the ice wall, the destructive power of the orb was too strong, causing the ice wall to not withstand and just broke. Hian Vu used all his ability to try to restrain the orb. Kim Von Lam Non Thao, second soul technique, Ba Body. An orb was gradually formed in his palm. Hien Vu put all his strength into unleashing the move he had been nurturing, Kim Long Kin Thien. Duomin opened his eyes wide in surprise. This move is not simple. He hovered in the air and made a decision. Had to use the strongest move, then third soul technique, natural soul orb, Qi Kuang Min, divine talisman body. Tian Loi watched anxiously on the side, controlling the power with the elemental light too strong the sky darkened. The orb of power on Duomin's side grew bigger, and Hien Vu's orb was no less bright. Flashes lit up the sky. The two orbs were released and rushed at each other. He was pushed back by the strong force. A few steps. Duomin was also pushed back. He actually gave Hien Vu praise, not in vain champion of the C selection level VI so far behind, but still able to push me back. Duomin sneered with a look full of contempt, but to defeat me, the scene before him shook him deeply. Before he could laugh much, Duomin stiffened in shock. Something was gradually disappearing. Tuima bird at the same time flew across the fading golden light, evaporating without a trace. Hien Vu's eyes were deep and thoughtful. Kim Long ascended from the start was to release. To conceal our real killing move, Tuima bird flew past the real killing move was Tuima bird itself. Vin Ham suddenly turned to look in the direction it flew. The team leader immediately detected someone trying to ambush behind him. That person was none other than Lu Fong. He decisively struck down the ground. Luckily, Vin Ham dodged in time. White Dragon challenge. Vin Ham tried to encourage himself, just hold him back, wait until the team leader and old book finish the opponent. No sooner had the words ended than a streak of light flashed before his eyes. Tui Ma bird flew in circles. Tian Loi hid in the bushes, scheming, watching it. Not right, not right. The secret weapon leading to victory in this battle is from Little Kaka. That was Hien Vu's very confident tone. Dealing with the opponent as fast as possible is the best solution. This battle depends on you, big brother. 2 enemies were dealt with. Only one was trapped in midair. Now only one opponent remains. Victory awaits. He was stunned, looking around. How could this happen? Finally, what happened? Only I remain. Why? The expression on his face gradually showed fear. I must escape, otherwise the points will. Tui Ma bird kept appearing and disappearing mysteriously. He opened his eyes wide following it. Tui Ma bird darted toward the Tide Man. He stubbornly defended to the end. Yu Min clone. Tian Loi on the side gave the order go Tui Ma bird. The trapped man frowned, grimaced, trying to hold on to the end. Less than a minute, he had to go meet his ancestors. Hien Vu already had a plan in mind, but the orb still brought some surprise, although it didn't hit and win immediately. It still hit him, then suddenly the sound of running from afar attracted his attention. Diab-Zeroed said nothing, just did as she wished, her eyes full of hatred inside. Diab-Zeroed she wanted. Zero Day clenched her fist, then used a strong force. Her fist was so strong it emitted smoke and fire. Hien Vu and those present were all stunned. Terrified, Zeroed was absorbing that person's energy. Tian Loi panicked. Diab-Zeroed, what are you doing? Zeroed didn't answer. He was very worried. Hien Vu, she stole all the points. Then the space fell into silence. No one spoke to each other. Hien Vu said in a low voice, why do I need an explanation? Zeroed's face slightly turned away, not daring to look straight. I'm afraid he'll run. Her eyes flashed with obvious deceit. He's too fake. If by chance you let him escape, you won't hold back anymore. Tell me honestly, Diab-Zeroed, do you think we're fools? Why? Can he be faster than Lu Fong Sao or faster than Tui Ma Dieu? Both the words and eyes of Hien Vu shone with anger. You were in danger and we saved you. You act like this to repay us? Sao 0D. A bit cowardly. In the end, you still have to apologize. Sorry, I didn't know I would get so agitated after they stole my soul beast points. I really can't accept it. The two of them argued back and forth endlessly. This concerns whether I can pass the test or not. At worst, the next test I will cooperate well with you guys. Help you kill a lot of soul beasts to compensate for this matter. Hien Vu flatly denied. We don't need a 1D team like you. Do you know what your recent actions are called? You've lost all patience, and it's called repaying hatred with gratitude. I really didn't expect you to be such a selfish person. 0D doesn't want to understand the problem. I'm selfish, but only for my team. We're all classmates helping each other a little. How can you blame Hien Vu instead? Why are you so petty? Lu Fong stood by, gritting his teeth and listening. At worst, I can just leave, right? It's just 1 point of soul beast points. SAO, he couldn't stand it anymore and jumped in to argue. It's really hard to understand you. You suddenly took action without asking us first? SAO, then we're the petty ones? 0D gritted her teeth, creaking, and shouted loudly, I'm talking to Lam Hien Vu. Stop wasting words. 0D suddenly opened her eyes wide, as if realizing something. Her whole body was surrounded by strange light. The enhancement of Lam and Gan Thao had turned into 0D, groping to guess the bloodline suppression. Hien Vu said nothing, just stretched out his hand in front and performed a move. Fear ran through her body. Lam Hien Vu. Hien Vu grabbed 0D's neck and then lifted her high. She wasn't afraid and tried to utter each word. You intend to do what? You stayed silent without answering. Hien Vu looked up and sternly warned, no one insults my brothers. My brothers. Lu Fong is my brother, Tian Loi as well. Hien Vu was determined to the end. You want to help your team earn points? That's right, but I also have my friends. Each word Hien Vu uttered made the atmosphere there increasingly tense. If it weren't for my decision, they wouldn't have risked saving you. The points we earned were also reduced. Your silent attitude from the beginning hasn't changed, and all of this is because of me. I have to take responsibility for it. Hien Vu made the decision. Diep0D, your decision today means we will never be friends again, even less likely to be teammates. Your tone grew deeper. You have betrayed our trust. Hien Vu's eyes contained deep anger. From now on, we each go our own way. Goodbye. 0D was resentful, as if wanting to say something. But Hien Vu closed his eyes and ignored it. You dare? Lu Fong beside was somewhat worried about this situation. Hien Vu, you squeezed tightly, making her weak and unable to resist. 0D suddenly stopped and then she disappeared into thin air. Both Lu Fong and Tian Loi were stunned by this situation. The dust was gradually clearing. Hien Vu sighed tiredly. Tian Loi frowned slightly. Hien Vu, this isn't very good, right? The question was still raised, how to go back and talk to the class. At this moment, he turned back to answer with a slightly hesitant expression. Sorry, this is my fault. I will take all responsibility. Lu Fong and Tian Loi did not abandon Hien Vu. They took turns comforting him. What are you talking about? Aren't we a team? SAO, we have responsibilities and we all share the burden. He's right, why split hairs? Both of them were sure of one thing. No matter the outcome, we will face it together. Hien Vu opened his eyes wide, very surprised. He happily nodded in agreement. In Lam Hien Vu's heart, he was also very clear about himself acting this way. The main reason was because this was a virtual space. If it were the real world, he definitely wouldn't have acted like this. The flock of birds suddenly flew up from the forest edge. Lu Fong immediately paid attention to the movement. It seemed like a soul beast was coming this way. Quick, hide! As soon as the words ended, the three of them simultaneously crouched behind the mountain bush in front. No one's figure was seen yet. After waiting a while, someone appeared. They saw a familiar figure and peeked out to confirm it was. After a while, someone appeared. They saw a familiar figure and looked up to confirm it was. Kim T Ma Vien was the child we met before. The Demon Academy member hurriedly ran forward. Loi immediately transmitted a sound signal to him. He received the signal and raised his hand in response. He turned and reported the information to Hien Vu. He said he came to fulfill his promise and apologized for making us wait so long. You showed a faintly sad expression, realizing sometimes humans were even worse than beasts. The Demon Academy member happily walked over to the three of them, Hien Vu. The warriors sat on the tree and proposed the next plan. Next, we all have to find people based on the current situation. In the last 3 days, we might encounter many fighters, possibly from the academy. Lai Kok Academy actively arranged for us to meet. He rested his chin, thinking that the first 4 days of this 7-day test might be for us to accumulate points. The last 3 days will be for us to engage in chaotic battles to seize points. This seems very serious. Therefore, in the next period, we have to face the mutual slaughter among the examinees. Lu Fong and Tian Loi are still a bit confused and scattered. Mutual slaughter? What should we do? Hien Vu gave the mission to Lu Fong. He opened a cave near that tree canopy. We will hide inside to rest. He also didn't forget to assign tasks to Tian Loi. Tian Loi was told to send the Kim Tim Ma Vien to scout around. To gather information about the human soul masters but avoid conflicts with the opponents, he instructed carefully. We must protect ourselves well and wait for them to fight each other first. Once it's quite chaotic, we will go out and look for an opportunity to strike. Just as Lam Hien Vu predicted, the number of human soul masters Kim Tim Ma Vien encountered kept increasing. It seemed that every hour there was news of human soul masters fighting until the 6th day. What caught Lam Hien Vu's attention the most was a team of 9 soul masters, seemingly 3 soul master groups united together. They specialized in killing the remaining groups. Hien Vu's expression was very serious. 3 united groups? Indeed, they acted extremely ruthlessly. Hien Vu reported the situation. These three groups might all be from Lang Tian Academy. As long as their members are divided evenly, they can launch attacks together. This team might be the biggest obstacle we have to face. From now on, just keep an eye on this team. Kim Tim Ma Vien continuously brought back news until the 6th day when it was about to end. This team had already eliminated more than 10 Soul Master groups with astonishing efficiency. Hien Vu glanced over and evaluated internally. There must be a master commanding them, and their abilities are relatively outstanding. He sat alone at the cave entrance, waiting for the night before the 7th day. Lam Hien Vu seemed unable to sleep. He kept thinking about the final strategy. The sun rose on the last day of the selection test. Before starting, Hien Vu didn't forget to warn them that this plan was quite risky. If we fail 7 times, we are very likely to be eliminated. He seriously outlined the privileges if they won. If successful, we might become the champion. The success rate of this plan is about 67–70%. Hien Vu asked Lu Fong and Tian Loi, "So, should we take the risk?" Scene shifts to the high mountain peak, Bang Tian Luong standing and observing below. The leader of Lang Tian Academy, Bang Tian Luong, briefly introduced himself. He was a genius, recognized by the masters and students of Lang Tian Academy. Teachers even called him the most outstanding student in history. Due to his excellent performance, Lang Tian Academy was accepted by Su Lai other academies earlier, but Bang Tian Luong did not accept because of absolute confidence that he would definitely pass Su Lai other academy. Until the final results of Hai Tuyen were announced, he clearly felt the sensation of failure for the first time. Moreover, it was a devastating failure with such a large point gap that in his heart formed an invisible feeling. After calming down, Bang Tian Luong analyzed silently and guessed that the opposing team might have let 2 dragons kill each other, waiting until both were injured, then striking at once to get such a high score. He affirmed this in his mind. Lam Hien Vu, we will eventually find you. The voice of a young girl pulled Tian Luong back to reality. The big person was none other than Luong Thuk Thi. Luong Thuk Thi, childhood friend growing up with Bang Tian Luong. Tian Luong turned his head slightly and reminded, "So?" Thuk Thi said, "Don't call me that and don't imitate them." She smiled happily. "That's cute. Then how should I call you?" Seeing him uncomfortable, Thuk Thi gently asked, "Bang Ka Brother Bang, is that okay?" He helplessly agreed. All right, go ahead, what's the matter? Get to the point." Thuk Thi immediately became serious. She discovered another human team, and their strength seemed not bad. Tian Luong asked for more information to confirm their identity. She answered honestly, "Maybe they are not the people you are looking for, not from Thien La Academy." His tone was somewhat hesitant. "Then what?" Both of them jumped down below. "Let's go prepare to fight." The Mavian hid in the trees. I saw their group crossing immediately. The next second, it suddenly disappeared, a group of people entering the forest. Long Feng's Soul Master Academy small team just discovered a seriously injured soul beast. It is a golden demon beast with at least 1,000 years of cultivation currently quickly chasing it if Nut V stops to check. The traces left on the ground, fresh blood dripping. He looked up to orient the situation. Chasing it won't escape like this. We'll lose some energy, wait a bit. Attacking will be easier to deal with it. He gave the order, then dashed off chasing the demon beast. It was holding something inside, looking around, observing the situation. In the demon beast's hand, still holding something small, blood drops fell to the ground, deliberately leaving a trace without hesitation. It threw that thing forward. After completing the task, the demon beast left. Nutvi already sensed his extremely excited expression right ahead. Must catch it back. Tian Luong frowned, determined to get it done, still the same as before. Catch them all in one sweep. Nutvi looked ahead, suddenly stopped, raised his hand, signaling, "Wait, something is wrong." He glanced left and right to confirm the situation. The group stood still, not daring to move. At this moment, the gray-haired man realized, shouted, "Run quickly," but it was too late. A strange voice sounded right behind, "Stay here." A strong electric current with bright light was right behind them. Nut V was extremely terrified. That Tian Luong appeared with a very spectacular opening scene. How could a fourfold soul master be possible? He looked at them with cold eyes, truly a monster. Nut V glanced, counting enemy numbers. There were 6 of them in total. He seemed trapped in a dilemma, unable to escape. Nut V gritted his teeth, thinking of a way. He lowered himself, begging, "Please don't act." Nut V bowed, not daring to raise his head. "I am female, Nut V of Long Feng Academy. Can we make a deal, just spare us?" He proposed a condition. "I'm willing to exchange 1,000 Dula coins." Tian Luong then offered an exorbitant number, 3,000. I was still thinking. Nut V refused, shouted 1,500, no higher. That's the whole class's savings. Seeing him like that, Tian Luong just smiled lightly. Nut V was stunned, thought he agreed. Then what next? Second. His team was electrocuted to death by Thien Luong. He darkened his face, looking at them with a murderous gaze. Determined not to spare, killing Note V gaped speechless. The teammates of Thien Luong ran away, leaving only Note V and him there go. Without a word, Thien Luong rushed at him. A deadly aura, soul light radiated on him. Freezing, Thien Luong launched himself. He shone brightly in an instant before female Nut V. Too fast, how did he get here? Nut V was no weakling. He then unleashed several treasures, but I'm not easy to deal with either. A big explosion occurred between them. Thien Luong had to stop to avoid injury. He frowned, looking ahead without delay. Thien Luong chased right behind him. He skillfully dodged obstacles. Nut V looked back, observing the situation. He was stunned, unable to stop himself from being caught. Nut V continued to throw more treasures, releasing 3 soul technique treasures. The female soul shards separated, then glowed. Light shone on Thien Luong's face. But no one was seen right after it exploded. No one appeared, seizing the opportunity. He quickly fled. Nut V set a target for himself, maybe blocking them, then escaping at all costs. But his soul power was already more than half depleted. In the vast forest, not far, a scream echoed through the woods. A young girl alone chasing the demon beast. Fearless Thuk Thi reported information. Tio Tien was left alone. Thuk Thi's face darkened, seeming to suspect this golden demon beast was a trap. The demon beast stopped preparing to counterattack. The great sect sent 3 people. We are chasing the injured soul beast. Unexpectedly, this soul beast turned around, opened its mouth and roared. It was a golden demon beast, 3,000 years old in full prime. A familiar figure lurking far away, acting with it. That person was Hien Vu, and a human soul master. Thuk Thi opened his eyes wide in surprise. Looking at him, he was probably the one urging the demon beast from behind, rushing forward, punching hard into the ground. She stepped back, then assessed the situation. This golden demon beast was unlike a spirit, nor could it be his true power that could be summoned. Behind it, Hian Vu was still guiding, but one person, one beast. Why are they coordinating so strictly like that? Moreover, he seems to be strengthening this demon orb. After a moment of thought, Thuk Thi immediately realized that he was the champion of the Hai Tuyen Hien Vu competition and did not hesitate to answer her. That's right. At the same time, a few darts flew towards her. Sure enough, Thuk Thi opened his eyes and looked at him. He was the person that Bang Ka Ka wanted to find. She stopped, preparing to use her skills. Since escape was impossible, she thought of a way to seriously injure this golden demon orb. Because Bang Ka Ka won by defeating the enemy and clearing the path, Thuk Thi was not afraid and looked straight ahead. Using 3 soul techniques, Quang Theme, she and the demon orb rushed to attack each other. It punched once, and Thuk Thi immediately stepped back to dodge. She thrust the weapon in her hand, straight at the demon orb, seizing an opening. Your eyes? I'll take them now. Suddenly, the demon orb smiled bizarrely. Thuk Thi stopped, somewhat confused. The whole body emitted a dazzling light that was hard to see through. No, this isn't good. My eyes. The demon orb raised its hand and opened its mouth wide. Before Thuk Thi could escape, it grabbed her and bit into her neck. That image spread throughout the forest. Thuk Thi and Thien Luong seemed to have a telepathic connection. He witnessed the entire scene. She had to endure the deadly demon's attack. Thien Luong's face turned dark and stiff on the spot. Thuk Thi's anger exploded, unleashing terrifying power. While Hien Vu was absorbing power, he immediately detected a problem. The absorption was unstable. He climbed onto the demon orb and ordered it to leave quickly. However, Thien Luong was already chasing closely behind. Wherever it went, he followed closely. Hien Vu was surprised by the situation. Why is he so fast? He's almost caught up. He slightly turned his head and saw Thien Luong, now very angry. With all 4 souls gathered, he furrowed his brows tightly. You try to hold back, Hien Vu said, turning and kicking the demon orb in the back, then made a decision. You can't escape. He released the bindings wrapped around his arm, put both hands forward, and unleashed a move. A huge golden dragon, the heavenly dragon, appeared and rushed toward Thien Luong, who frowned in annoyance. Their powers clashed directly, and a massive explosion immediately erupted. Hien Vu was at a disadvantage and was thrown backward. Only Thien Luong maintained a stable position. Hien Vu couldn't stop and crashed into a tree trunk. The demon orb tried to sneak attack Thien Luong, who was sitting hidden in the tree trunk. Blood flowed from his mouth as his cultivation level dropped. Hien Vu was battered and covered in wounds. The gap between them was too large. It seemed any plan. Facing a strong opponent, his vision gradually blurred, only seeing the demon orb blocking attacks for Hien Vu. There was always a chance of reversal. Though his body ached, Hien Vu gritted his teeth and persevered, refusing to faint. He had to stay alert and maintain the golden-silver vortex at his chest. 2 types of golden-silver bloodlines in Lam Hien Vu's body circulated quickly to heal him. Someone on Thien Luong's side immediately noticed the two types of bloodlines. Hearing this, the man gritted his teeth and ordered someone to check if he was dead. The subordinate immediately rushed off. Thien Luong's eyes were full of hatred for the person who participated in killing Thuk Thi. He vented all his anger on him. The golden demon must die here. For me. On the other side, Dao Nat had already flown to the tree trunk. He was Sao. Hien Vu struggled to breathe. Seeing this, he immediately pulled out a dagger. Not dead yet? Then I'll send you off. As soon as the words ended, the dagger slashed down decisively. He could only helplessly raise his hand to block the blade and the edge. The two had to escape, but unlike expected, at the contact point between the dagger's tip and Hien Vu's hand, a sudden blue light flashed. It pierced the ring on his finger, instantly awakening a space resembling the universe. From it emitted a terrifying energy that forced Thien Luong to stop his movement. Others also turned to look back simultaneously. The man couldn't help but tremble when he saw red blood streak across the sky. What is that? Why does it make me feel so scared? His gaze remained fixed on their direction, while his mind was full of speculation. Those blood strands were heading toward the place emitting blue light. Some small droplets floated beside Hien Vu, but then all gathered to form the shape of a spear. LitRPG, this was himself, who was also very surprised. His hand grasped the spear shaft, unconsciously tightening his grip. What is this? But very quickly, LitRPG disappeared again without a trace. He bent down to look at the sparkling object in his hand. It was that ring. In Hien Vu's mind flashed images from the past, something that suddenly appeared when he was a child. He looked at the remaining blue energy. Then he fell into deep thought. It could transform into a giant spear, but it seems he still can't control it now. Thien Luong saw this and immediately felt a few parts of caution rising. That guy still has a backup move, so the Kim Tima Yuan was shaken by that aura. It turned its head to look at Hien Vu, then immediately discharged electricity to fiercely attack and resist him. The 5 people from Lang Tian Academy. At this moment, the grass beside him suddenly made a sound calling Hien Vu. The worried guy immediately asked about the situation. Are you okay? Long Fong Tu was already handled by me and Fong Tu. The points are in hand, but now I can't contact Fong Tu. Hearing this, Hien Vu lowered his eyes and pondered. If teammates come back to save me, escaping won't be that easy once all 3 are killed. Thinking of this, he immediately resolved to open the summoning gate. I'll help you quickly. Then a beautiful glass gate appeared. Hien Vu reached out using lamnon grass to cling to the gate. The kid saw this and continued to inquire. Then what? Although painful, each word he spoke was very clear. Immediately left and returned to our tree cave, sealing off his aura until the test ended. Tianloi heard this and instantly refused. What? You? Hien Vu calmly comforted him. Don't worry, among the 3 of us, one must survive. Only then can the points be fully secured. Watching the kid run away, he finally dared to breathe out. Hien Vu looked up at the sky, feeling somewhat vague, wondering if help would come, but for now, he could only patiently wait. The current situation means he could only hope for you, not knowing how long it would take. A voice came from inside the gate. Summon me. What do you want? Hien Vu finally relaxed, even having time to speculate. The tone seemed emotionless. He struggled to say to Thien Thu inside the gate, help me, I'm about to be done for. Hearing this, a pair of legs immediately stepped out, followed by the beautiful face of Thien Thu, and finally her whole body emerged from the gate. Her eyelashes slightly lifted, then her gaze glanced over. Immediately, Thien Thu's expression became full of interest. As if she had just encountered something rare, she curiously asked, why did you let yourself get roasted like that? Hien Vu heard this, and immediately a black vein appeared on his head. What roasting? Can't you see I'm all battered? Then the two quickly exchanged information. Why did you call me? This is a selection test for the history department. You're not participating. I've already been assigned there, so can you help me? Thien Thu heard this and covered her face cutely. Why do I have to help you get into the history department, so I have to see you every day? Hien Vu hurriedly said. Anyway, you once hugged and kissed me. Before he finished, she snapped at him. Silence! Shut up! Otherwise, I'll end your test now. He looked up with sparkling eyes and obediently nodded. All right, I'm sorry, I won't say any more. So what do you want me to do before you help me? Thien Thu raised 3 fingers. Meet 3 conditions, then I'll help. Hien Vu again spoke faster than thinking. Let me hug and kiss you back. At worst, I'll even give you a kick. Is that okay? No problem. Understandably, the result was a punch that nearly killed him. Now I'll send you off. Thien Thu was very determined. You must agree to my 3 conditions. Whatever I tell you to do, you must do it. Don't worry, it's definitely something you can do. Hien Vu fell silent, only thinking about himself. He absolutely would not mind this. At worst, he could retake the test next year. But what about Fong Tu and Tian Loi? They no longer had a chance. He glanced toward Lu Feng, who was fighting someone. He used the white dragon to force the opponent to retreat, but that was the result of 2 against 1. Hien Vu sighed softly. When he opened his eyes, he was very determined. All right, I agree with you. Hien Vu nodded, satisfied. Good, then let's go. Then her face immediately turned cold. Who hurt you? He hesitated and pointed toward Thien Luong. Perhaps it was that guy. At this moment, he also noticed the situation here. What's going on? Why is there a female student on that side? Thien Thu looked over, a bit surprised. She's the 4th strongest on this planet, and there's someone her age with such cultivation level? Scanning the entire school, she immediately felt more indignant. Moreover, the opponent was 5 people, truly playing evenly. Thien Thu silently miscalculated the summoning time limit. She quickly made a decision to go all out. Hien Vu, seeing this, immediately sighed in relief. Great, finally this old lady is taking action. Bang Tian Luong's sect sent 2 people to fight the new opponent. Vu Tian obeyed the order and charged forward. Let's go, La Hui is not far behind. Quickly releasing countless Thien Thu vine ropes, seeing this, she immediately spun the ice spear in her hand, cutting all the approaching vines. Han Man seized the opportunity to launch a counterattack. Vu Tian, a strong offensive soul master with level 33 soul power and the soul skill Blade Vein. The sword in Vu Tian's hand was heavy as he swung it down, using the top soul skill Blade Vein to strike. Thien Thu frowned slightly. In her heart, she quickly chose a countermeasure. That strong momentum must not be allowed to suppress her own. Vu Tian stood there with a panicked face, unconsciously thinking, what is this girl not running away at all? No need to live anymore? Meanwhile, Thien Thu fiercely charged forward with the ice spear. In an instant, a fierce clash occurred. Thien Thu's ice spear contacted a vein, causing the blade to lower. Moving sideways, the strike was deflected to one side of Thien Thu's body. The scene before her eyes made Thien Thu somewhat surprised. With her sharp reflexes, Vu Tian quickly retreated several steps. In a blink, he launched another attack skill, the 2 soul skills like blades. That sudden move caused Thien Thu opposite to fall into deep thought. Sacrificing herself to attack? How could she dare to risk herself against you? The next moment, the weapons of the 2 clashed again, but this time, Vu Tian's sword froze instantly. The cold ice spread rapidly and wildly. At the moment he reacted, it had already spread up his arm. This scene made Vu Tian suspicious. This girl's agility was too good. She even froze my sword. Then he suddenly shouted angrily, "Take my ultimate move!" Just like that, a powerful force shot straight into the air. This was the technique of the 3rd soul skill, Blade Vein. At this moment, Vu Tian revealed a triumphant face. He calmly said, "In battle near Vu Tian, I have never feared anyone." Facing the opponent's excitement, Thien Thu appeared very pensive. Suddenly, around where she stood, a white smoke began to spread. While Vu Tian was attacking, Thien Thu's whole body suddenly started to expand. Escaping from behind, it quickly covered everywhere. What happened then made La Hu extremely horrified. In an instant, she was pierced through the chest by Thien Thu's flying ice spear. Now, her face only showed an unusually serious expression. After defeating the opponent in the blink of an eye, Thien Thu did not look back and immediately charged at Bang Tian Luong. Witnessing this horrifying scene, Vu Tian unconsciously shouted loudly, drawing Tian Luong's attention to something suddenly appearing behind. Damn it, I can't retract my move now. He unconsciously revealed a disgusted face along with the thought, can I safely retreat under Vu Tian's move and take down one of my men? This female student's 3rd level cultivation is really not simple. Now, in front of Tian Luong, Thien Thu created a giant vortex, but he just lightly waved his hand with a calm face. A lightning bolt quickly pierced through the smoke ahead. At the moment swallowed by the white smoke, he was shocked and exclaimed, "The ice is absolutely pure and non-conductive?" Meanwhile, Thien Thu stayed, revealing a cold face as she cleared her throat. "You can't run away now." Thien Luong, standing in the white smoke, became awkward. He continuously evaluated everything around cautiously. In the ice mist, there was something with a terrifying aura. Don't underestimate these illusions. I must use my strongest method, the 4th soul power. In a blink, Thien Luong created a giant sphere that could help him fly to the final stage. Immediately after, a huge explosion shook the entire place. Thien Luong now showed a somewhat cowardly face, but after a while, he calmed down and began to reflect. The ice attack just now was 4th level ice. For a 3rd level, I really took a loss with this move. By the way, this girl is really beautiful. Suddenly, a familiar voice sounded. Thien Thu, as soon as the words ended, immediately replied, Fengzi came to my place. Now Lam Gan Thao was sitting there with a dirty face. I unconsciously blurted out, "Already, has aura energy released the martial soul to enhance you guys?" Meanwhile, my mind kept calculating. The current situation is 2 against 4. The summoning time of Dong Thien Thu is almost over. The outcome must be decided soon. Suddenly, Thien Luong beside me softly spoke. Before he finished, Lam Ngan Thao hurriedly responded, "People from Thien La Academy." Thien Luong's voice full of astonishment kept echoing, "People from Thien La Academy." Immediately after, Lam Ngan Thao responded without hesitation, "Correct." He hurriedly questioned the previous C recruitment champion. "You guys came here?" At this moment, he affirmed, "Yes." The words just spoken made Thien Luong's eyes widen in horror. He unconsciously clenched his teeth and began muttering, "Very good. The champion of this recruitment round definitely has no fate with you guys." Facing such a somewhat crazy action, Lam Ngan Thao just calmly thought, "It seems he has long disliked us." After a while, he began to agree with a calm tone, "Then come and see who finally dies by whose hands." Now, Lu Feng's whole body emitted a dazzling golden power. Meanwhile, Thien Thu's body radiated a blue-green power. I unconsciously evaluated the opponent with a naive expression. The enhancement effect is even stronger now. Feeling that the summoning time has also lengthened. This kid is a support system, right? Meanwhile, Thien Luong fiercely ordered his teammates, "Little Lamb, you fall back." Now he was carefully assessing the situation. His team was down to just himself. He must keep his points. Yet, in the end, Thien Luong's cold but somewhat smug voice kept echoing. "To let you understand a bit the power of the strongest combination of Lang Tien Academy, Lam Dong Hui, level 32, strong attack system, Battle Lake Master." In an instant, the entire place was covered by a powerful energy source. Witnessing the scene, Thien Thu quickly raised her hand to resist in an instant. The huge fireballs were blocked by her thick white smoke. What was happening now? Even Lam Ngan Thao had to widen his eyes in amazement. Meanwhile, Thien Thu's body was tightly protected. On her face, now remained only determination and coldness. Thus, Thien Luong and Lu Feng continuously fought without hesitation. Now he unconsciously clenched his teeth and silently thought, "That move again." After a while, Thien Luong hurriedly shouted, "Everyone be careful!" Even Lam Ngan Thao screamed in fear. Lu Feng heard and quickly responded, "Understood." In a moment, a powerful shockwave erupted here. Dong Hui tried to resist, to avoid injury. On the other side, Thien Luong was the same, but he seemed a bit calmer. On Dong Hui's face now was only bewilderment. Suddenly, something flew through his right shoulder, causing him to groan softly in pain. Still, Dong Hui used all his strength to resist the opponent. In the white smoke, a slender hand suddenly reached out. The owner of that hand was doing some actions. This unexpected action made Dong Hui widen his eyes in surprise. That thing quickly left on his chest. Something blue, then disappeared. That strange thing quickly spread throughout Dong Hui's body. Meanwhile, the strange power flew swiftly into the nearby spatial door. In an instant, his whole body suffered a powerful explosion. The terrifying scene attracted Thien Luong's attention. Opposite him, suddenly something appeared near where he stood. This made Thien Luong even more shocked. Now Lu Feng dashed forward at an incredible speed. Suddenly, a loud shout rang out urgently, "Little Lamb!" Facing this scene, Thien Luong unconsciously assessed these guys. Meanwhile, Lu Feng smiled with delight, "And the points are in hand. That's worth it." Just like that, a huge power descended straight onto the opponent's body. Vu Tin witnessed the scene and was stunned, muttering, "Dong Hui and Little Lamb were screwed by them. Clearly we had an absolute advantage, so how did it end like this? They stole half our points. Unforgivable. Unforgivable." Not far away, Lam Ngan Thao's body continuously emitted a dazzling golden power. He slightly raised his head and began to ponder. "It's over." Immediately after, a large sword was swung down fiercely. Yet Lam Nan Thao still closed her eyes and smiled with satisfaction despite all the danger. But we achieved the goal, choosing one sword strike that caused Hian Vu's blood to splatter, avenging his comrades, making Vu Thien proudly shout. Finally, it made this criminal mastermind pay, but he quickly noticed the unusual smirk on his face. Although his body was full of wounds, Hian Vu smiled confidently as if he had succeeded, while the other only realized he was trapped. Then he saw the boy's hands begin to perform a technique. As Hian Vu clasped his hands, light started to seep out, creating a martial soul fusion technique. Under his determined gaze, Vu Thien inadvertently showed worry. Hien Vu's ultimate move condensed into a small sphere, then instantly formed an explosion. Thien Luong looked toward the explosion happening and, with the beasts approaching, wondered what it was. Along with the beasts attracted by the strange power, the golden demon instinctively tried to get closer, hesitated a bit, then jumped inside, then disappeared along with the explosion. Hien Vu's ultimate left behind a yellow flower and a small hole beneath it. Witnessing everything unfold, the man was horrified as he looked at the hole and the smoke surrounding it. Thien Luong was silent for a few seconds, then immediately panicked. Why is it like this? He gritted his teeth, unwilling to accept being left alone. Clearly, there were 9 of us. Then his body slowly sank into chaos, and his power far exceeded theirs. How could they have taken almost all the points? Although they eventually eliminated all of them, Thien Luong soberly noticed something unusual. Wait, that's not right. Only one question remained in his mind. Where are the points? He searched around the forest. His mouth kept mumbling. Why? Why aren't the points showing up here? They clearly left the competition. Suddenly, Thien Luong froze and shouted, "No!" Then recalled Lu Feng's joyful eyes before being eliminated. Their final expressions revealed, along with the triumphant smile of the boy that was not a face going to death. And Tian Loi's escape made him realize too late. Could it be that Fat Guy was the last member of that group? Knowing he had been played a cruel trick, Thien Luong angrily shouted loudly, his voice echoing throughout the mountains and forests. It reached a tree trunk inside where he was busy, mouth agape in astonishment. Oh my God. Feeling a large amount of points flowing into him made Tian Loi unable to stop exclaiming as they kept pouring in. Hian Vu Fong too was so happy that even the scenery outside could not hide his excitement. The two of them wondered how many points they had robbed. They were about to get rich, even outside. Hien Vu hurriedly checked the vortex inside his body as soon as he came out good. The soul force had not dropped below level 19. However, in the gold-and-silver vortex, he saw nothing concerning and breathed a sigh of relief. Then Hien Vu drew a conclusion. It seemed to consume a lot of blood and spirit energy. This martial soul fusion technique still couldn't be used recklessly. After finishing, opening his eyes, he saw Lu Feng smiling and saying, "It's okay, don't worry." A moment later, he excitedly grabbed Hien Vu's hand tightly, sharing that even Tian Loli's half of the points was enough for them to enter the top 10. While the two were happy, suddenly Zeroed loudly called Hien Vu's name. She rushed over angrily and grabbed Hien Vu's collar, intending to scold him. He was stopped by Hong Bon, who raised his hand. Finally, he looked seriously at their team and made a request to Hien Vu and Lu Feng. Diep Zeroed reported that the two of them killed her while robbing points inside. She needed an explanation from the two. Hien Vu received the order and did not hesitate to nod in agreement after the accusation. Hong Bon immediately interrogated Hien Vu's team, demanding an explanation from the two, while Hien Vu wore a serious expression. Then, Lu Feng exclaimed in surprise, "Why?" and angrily shouted at Zero Day, "Do you have no shame? You also know how to twist right and wrong, Tien Tum and why?" Hearing the scolding, they all showed suspicion, especially Hong Bon, who seemed to be scheming. Could it be that Zero's words had been reported by the opponent who ran over then? With a pitiful look, Zeroed accused Hien Vu of robbing her points, causing her to have other motives. Hien Vu had been silent until now. He placed his hand on the boy's shoulder to reassure him, then seriously said, "Teacher, I can explain and take full responsibility. For every word I said, then the teacher could proceed with an inspection along with the academy's disciplinary committee." Observing that serious expression made me a bit worried, while Hong Ban gently said, "Please go ahead, there's a chance to explain." Hien Vu immediately confronted her. "We are questioning directly. I ask you, at that time, were you being hunted by the Lung Tian Academy team to the point of near death?" The other party hesitated before answering, "Yes." But I didn't allow any excuses and bluntly interrupted. "Just answer me yes or no. At that time, if we hadn't intervened, could you have escaped?" She didn't answer immediately, but tried to justify, "I had already injured them." Hien Vu calmly continued to ask, "But the other two were 3 perfect masters. Could you handle them?" Hearing this, I could only grit my teeth angrily, then turned my face away, letting out a strong hum, as if admitting defeat. Seeing the other party had no way to deny, I then turned to him and spoke. "Class President, Tong Kiem Jiat, you probably know how formidable they are. We, to save me, seem to have revealed all our trump cards. But in the final attack, we barely defeated the opponent. At the crucial moment, you suddenly intervened, killing the last enemy and taking half of their points." Thien Tam and Kiem Jiat were stunned upon hearing this. Hien Vu continued with sharp reasoning. "She stole points for her teammates. I can understand, but I also have to be responsible for my team. I cannot bring along someone who repays kindness with hatred and let the points fall into another academy's hands. It was a last resort." Using that desperate measure gave a full picture. He was somewhat thoughtful, realizing so many things had happened. The other two, after understanding the whole story, were a bit surprised but nodded in acceptance. Only I had an unusual expression. She gritted her teeth stubbornly and opened her mouth, but I reasoned so well that I even used gender as a justification. I am a girl, so. Can you really attack a girl? Hien Vu gave her an answer. If this were the real world, I wouldn't kill you. Then straightforwardly said a sentence that made me choke. But in this simulated test world, I cannot let your actions affect the team's results. She said no more and immediately looked toward Hong Ban, asking for help from teacher Lai Lam. Hien Vu, if you kill a classmate, isn't that a bad thing? The school must maintain fairness for us. And he witnessed everything develop like this, frowned in discomfort, and before leaving, left a sentence. You two have disappointed me. Receiving the bad evaluation, I felt dejected and sighed. Meanwhile, I calmly bowed my head in acceptance, then sat down to continue meditating. Thien Tam, seeing this situation, could only grit his teeth and endure, then beckoned Kiem Jiat to leave. Seeing myself abandoned by teammates, I began to cry, sobbing loudly, and ran away. After a while, when dusk had fallen, Tien Loi excitedly ran to report the success. All the points have been brought out. He smiled happily, hugging Hien Vu tightly. Great, I lasted until the end. Overjoyed, Tien Loi dreamily asked, Hien Vu, tell me, do you think we can be champions again? He was very happy but still calmly answered, that's uncertain. Let's wait for the results. While their team was celebrating, Hong Ban came to remind, making the top 10 is probably achievable, but Shulai Kak Academy values natural talent highly. Killing Diep0D might negatively affect you. Receiving the warning, the other party spoke indignantly. That's because Diep0D was too selfish and excessive. Hien Vu couldn't hide his curiosity. What influence will Teacher Li have? Hong Ban shook his head in frustration. I don't know either, but in this aspect, Shulai Kak Academy is extremely strict. He was a bit surprised, then immediately understood. Indeed, I couldn't think it through thoroughly. About a few minutes later, Hien Vu solemnly bowed, then sincerely admitted his fault to him. Teacher Lai, I know I was wrong. Hong Ban sensed the sincerity, then seriously advised, knowing your mistake means you can correct it. Remember, being upright is essential. He obediently replied, yes. Suddenly, Trung Thien burst in, interrupting, is everyone here? The results are in. Immediately after, he hurriedly announced, our academy only has one team in the top 10. That is Hien Vu's team, and their point ranking is first. Everyone was stunned upon hearing the news. Only Tien Loi was delighted, exclaiming, really? That's great. The joy didn't last long. Trung Thien anxiously asked a question that surprised him, but Hien Vu, what exactly did you do to Shu Lai Kak? The academy will quickly conduct further checks on you alone. Finally, he ended with another shocking statement. If you don't participate in the additional test, your team will be frustrated and lose achievements amidst the beautiful natural scenery. A thought appeared as Hien Vu sat on the tree trunk. It was already noon, and he easily calculated the wasted time. Yesterday, we started the additional test here, saying we must survive in the Great Spirit Forest for 24 hours. 20 hours have passed, but nothing happened, and because of that, he yawned repeatedly out of boredom with no effective way left. Hien Vu pinched his cheek to wake up, determined to persevere to the end and never give up. White smoke rose from the tree bed ahead, making him open his eyes wide. Sensing movement, Hien Vu was startled when he saw a mysterious person. This figure was unexpected. He never thought he would meet a friend from Thien Thu. Why is it her? She looked miserable and kept launching attacks. A strong enemy was chasing her from behind. A dark shadow was chasing Thien Thu from behind, about to attack. Hien Vu was very surprised when he saw it. That is a dark demon tiger, a top-tier spirit beast ranked third among tigers, moreover, from the dark demon energy on its body. He could see it had at least a 10,000-year cultivation level. Why would such a spirit beast appear? This is basically not a spirit beast, but our strength can resist it. The roar of the dark demon shattered the peace of the space, although Thien Thu quickly fled. The black smoke still followed her. When Thien Thu looked back, she was already surrounded by that aura. Now there was no way back behind her. In front was the large shadow of the dark demon blocking her path. It seemed Thien Thu's hope of survival was gone. Just then, the blue-silver grass suddenly grew long, and her figure disappeared in the encirclement, leaving only the dark demon and the thick smoke. Along with anger when its prey disappeared, it realized Thien Thu had escaped early with someone else thanks to the blue-silver grass. Only Hien Vu possessed this power. She was surprised to see her rescuer was not a stranger. A stranger? Why is it you? Actually, I have the same question. I want to ask this too. Hien Vu appeared shy and did not speak. The close distance revealed the aura on him was pleasant and had a hint of sunlight scent. Although the two had gone far, the dark demon insisted on chasing at high speed. It unleashed one of its innate soul skills. The sound wave quickly spread to Hien Vu and Hien Vu. Under the stimulation of the tiger's roar, the blood vessels in Hien Vu's body reacted. Fiercely, Hien Vu's eyes turned yellow. The power of the dragon chant covered his and Hien Vu's bodies. The dark demon spread its wings and rushed forward. It was startled by Hien Vu's aura to the point its eyes turned blood red. Hien Vu seemed to fall into confusion. What is this feeling? The blood vessels in my body suddenly boiled. The aura on him suddenly became extremely intense. Hien Vu wanted to help her escape the dark demon's pursuit, so he specially warned us to split up and run because of the roar just now. It will definitely chase me. You run in another direction. Worry for Hien Vu appeared in his eyes. The blue-silver grass was thrown far by Hien Vu. He did not forget to urge her to hurry. The memories in his head made him question himself clearly. Last time in the Spirit Battle Star, we offended her seriously, but when we were in danger, she did not hesitate to come. The serious expression on Hien Vu's face showed determination. So I must save her. Hien Vu's attitude toward him gradually changed. The blue-silver grass appeared on Hien Vu's arm. Immediately wrapping tightly around the tree branch, he couldn't help but worry and kept thinking, the dark demon tiger was too strong. Only splitting up and running could give a chance to survive. My dragon silver will surely make it chase me. At that moment, Hien Vu suddenly startled and stopped. Clearly he was flying forward but was pulled back by an external force. It turned out the person causing all this was Hien Vu. He faced her and scolded her for the recent action. What were you doing? Doing that, none of us could escape. Hien Vu ignored the criticism and tightly grabbed Hien Vu's wrist. Don't waste words. The two jumped high and quickly left the area. Even now, he was still fierce with Hien Vu. Was he stupid? She hesitated for a long time before admitting, even if I'm stupid, so what? Hien Vu was also stunned by this strange attitude. Something suddenly flashed through the forest. He calmly turned to look back and caught sight of the dark demon chasing. Sat Jiat behind Hien Vu, tightly pursing his lips, calculated extremely fast, then resolutely opened his mouth. Hien Vu, I still have an unverified method, which is to use my two types of Lam and Gan Thao simultaneously to enhance. This might cause excessive enhancement, leading to bad results. Perhaps this is our last chance. Hien Vu looked toward Hien Vu, slightly nodded. Do it. You try to keep your focus, then use your hands covered by Lam Gan Thao. Grasping her hands, the two energy sources seemed to merge into one, easily creating a power sphere. Hien Vu widened her eyes in amazement at what was happening. Two energy sources, hot and cold, intertwined, enveloping her body. Hien Vu couldn't help but startle when a light flashed in her eyes, but in the end, all that remained was white smoke. Hien Vu and Hien Vu's bodies were wrapped by many streams of air. Hak, carrying an aura, rushed to the front, only a giant magic coil. Its cold, sharp gaze fixed on Hien Vu, but she had become more confident than before, even facing the mountains sinking into a calm atmosphere. But everything was immediately shattered by a flash of light between the tree canopies. On the ground, the remaining ice had not yet melted. In an instant, Amhak was frozen by the cold air. Hien Vu focused on it, feeling no sense of abnormality from the person beside him, turning into an ice statue, then hurriedly embraced the unconscious Hien Vu and dashed through the forest. Hien Vu tightened his grip on her while feeling triumphant inside. Success. His mind kept replaying their joint achievements. Truly succeeded. Soon they ran out to the forest edge. Hien Vu confirmed this place was temporarily safe. He stopped to catch his breath, never taking his eyes off Hien Vu lying in his arms. Suddenly, he recalled her sulking words, "I'm stupid," and his heart involuntarily surged. She blamed herself. In such a critical moment, she didn't choose to run alone but stayed with him to face everything together. Before he could finish feeling moved, both were ambushed by a blazing red light. Hien Vu's mind plunged into confusion at the appearance of a mysterious factor. His body no longer obeyed control. Finally, Hien Vu opened his eyes wide, staring ahead, puzzled inside. What is that? A half-human, half-horse soul beast with a bizarre shape, emitting a hoarse, harsh sound. Welcome to my world. Good and evil will ultimately be repaid. We are the good and evil half-human, half-horses. This world belongs to us. Any creature here must follow our rules. Good, with a gentle face, announce their rules. We ask a question, you make a choice, then accept the result of that choice. Hien Vu thought for a moment, then bluntly responded, I understand. Evil, with a fierce face, issued a demand. Your luck is very bad today. Now it's my turn to ask. If only one of you can live, would you choose her or yourself? After you make your choice, I will immediately kill the other. I enjoy seeing humans suffer because of my questions. Hian Vu did not hesitate but directly retorted, "Why should I suffer? This is just a virtual world to me." His greatest regret was not losing the chance to enter Exu Lai Kok Academy. His eyes showed a rare, resolute expression for a child. Kill me so she can live. Evil seemed very dissatisfied and pressed further. Then what about your teammates? Will they lose their chance because you give up on them for a female student? Hien Vu remained unshaken. Calmly, he answered. Without her help, we would have been eliminated during the competition. Besides, I believe Zulai Kak Academy will be fair and won't let me affect my outstanding teammates because of me, so I choose to let her live. Hearing his answer, Evil reluctantly accepted the request. Fine, then die. Then it ferociously shifted its target to Thien Thursday. Next was her turn. She had heard everything just now. Now the same question. Does she choose to let him live or herself? The girl didn't hesitate and immediately chose to sacrifice herself. Kill me so he can live. Hearing this, Evil was surprised. The relationship between the two seemed not very harmonious. Thien Thu coldly closed her eyes, waiting for the Grim Reaper's scythe to descend. Why waste words? If you want to kill, then kill. The terrifying power struck toward Thien Thu once again. The whole girl instantly turned to dust. Seeing both willing to sacrifice for each other, Evil reluctantly assessed. What's wrong with kids nowadays? One is too smart, the other is stubborn and unyielding, unlike me. Thien smiled with great interest. It's quite fascinating. I don't believe they have no desires. Wait and see how I control their desires later. The two of them are discussing back and forth. These two kids are quite interesting. Accept all the stars and decide for yourself, although now I just want to sleep. Too lazy to mention it. Just stay lazy. That brat is truly very smart. Anyway, I find them very interesting. I must create some opportunities for them. That way, I will have more chances to torment them with gossip and rumors about good and evil. The centaur slowly merged into the mist and disappeared into a mysterious bright spot, returning to the present. Hien Vu lightly breathed out a sigh of relief. Finally done, Tian Loi hurried over to ask Han about the boy's condition. So, did it succeed? Was it approved? Before everyone gathered in the Lamb laboratory, Hien Vu then told everyone everything. After hearing the boy's explanation, Thien Pham and Hong Ban also felt relieved. I told you, this brat has limits. Hien Vu handled it very well, probably no problem. Trung Thien immediately turned and ran to report. I went to contact other Sulai to ask about the results. Hong Ban carefully gave more instructions. Hien Vu, traveling a day gains a basket of wisdom. Set your heart straight. True wisdom is always a strategy. The boy seriously nodded, noting the advice of the two. Yes, Master Lai, I will remember. After discussing everything, everyone gradually left. Trung Thien quickly delivered the news. As predicted by Li Hong Lam and Gan Thien Pham, Lam Hien Vu was allowed to participate in the second round, but the lottery for the champion spot had been cut. The acceptance was already cut off. Then Lam Hien Vu pulled Lu Fong into the warehouse to try using 2 types of Lam Ingan herbs, at the same time enhancing him. The results were truly disastrous at the start of the enhancement. Lu Fong exploded and shattered. Afterwards, Lu Fong left with psychological trauma and exhaustion. Don't try to test me again. Thien Vu then made a request to Tian Luai. That's right, Ban Tu. Let's enter one more time. I want to find Dong Tian Thursday. The summoning door had just opened. The boy quickly and nimbly spoke with concern. Are you okay? The figure of Thien Thu quickly appeared in sight, replying, I'm fine. You've already entered the next round, right? Hien Vu nodded in response, then looked at the girl with an embarrassed gaze. The two kids simultaneously felt an indescribable feeling inside. While they were gazing at each other, Tian Loi interrupted with teasing words. What are you two looking at? If there's something, just say it quickly. When caught, Thien Thu shyly turned to scold Tian Loi. Don't talk nonsense. Do you want a beating? The kid had to swallow the bitterness and act as if he never said anything. You two keep talking. Hien Vu continued the unfinished question from earlier. It's already over, but the champion's qualification was cut. What about you? Hearing this, Thien Thu couldn't help but feel dissatisfied mixed with some confusion. Check again. I don't understand why. Did I affect the fairness of your assessment? All my special qualifications passed, but the assessment is over, and I'm not the champion. Hearing this, he was stunned and froze. With his strength, he still wasn't the champion? The girl answered affirmatively. Yes, there really are many monsters like that here at Thien Dao Tin. We, the 4 kings, have 2 people. I heard the Mao Tin there even has someone stronger. I really doubt if they are mutants. These words reached Hien Vu's ears, making him tense as he considered the next round of Shu Lai. It won't be easy to pass. After intense days of fighting, everyone has reaped their own achievements. The final results of the Tien Latin selection were announced. Lam Hien Vu's team once again became champion, while Bang Tian Luang's team took second place. Luang Tuk Thi also had enough points, ranking 10th and advancing to the next round. But only Lam Hien Vu's team from the Tien La Academy advanced. Other students from the high-energy youth class were disbanded. From then on, they skipped 3 years to enter the Intermediate Soulmaster Academy, continuing their studies. Further tests will be held at Su Lai Kak Academy in a month. Before that, Li Hong Lam will be responsible for special training for Lam's team for 20 days. Hian Vu, Dola World, specialized training. Hong Ban turned his back to everyone and coldly ordered, "Let's begin." The training content is very simple. Just be persistent until the end. Hien Vu obediently said yes. Meanwhile, Lu Feng and Tian Loi unanimously protested. What does persist until the end mean? I have a bad feeling about this. Hong Ban ignored everything and continued to instruct his students, especially through sparring. The pressure is to trigger your own potential. Are you ready? Tian Loi finally couldn't hold back and voiced his doubts. Teacher Lai, what kind of pressure is it? He did not answer directly but hinted that the students would find out soon. After giving instructions, Hong Ban quickly led the way, moving around where he was standing. At that moment, waves of energy surrounded him. Hien Vu witnessed this scene and was startled. A growing suspicion rose in his mind. Suddenly, dark clouds slowly gathered. The ground began to shake, confirming Hien Vu's thoughts. The sky was pressing down. The pressure was too strong. His body could barely resist anymore. This was the imposing aura of Teacher Lai. Meanwhile, Lu Feng was bracing himself to endure. To avoid collapsing, Tian Loi was in tears, continuously shouting, "Oh mother, Hong Ban's figure is gone!" At this moment, a terrifying source of energy radiated. Despite struggling to endure the pressure, Hien Vu took the opportunity to observe carefully. His brain began to focus, counting the number of light rings forming. When Hien Vu silently counted to 6 or 7, Hong Ban's power display was gradually reaching its peak. That gigantic figure stood proudly between heaven and earth. Finally, everyone knew what he truly held in his hand. Lu Feng and Tian Loi took turns expressing their shock and regaining composure, laughing. That shadow is. More questions arose in Hien Vu's mind. That terrifying figure, what was it? Wasn't that Teacher Li's martial soul? A terrifying night weapon? The martial soul question remained unanswered, but in reality, he had to focus all his energy to deal with the incoming energy flow. Next, Hien Vu exerted all his strength to release his internal power, extending both arms to unleash the blue-silver grass, silently declaring, "All right, my body is functioning." Even Tian Loi and Lu Feng quickly caught the rhythm. Both of them, without prior agreement, displayed their own advantages. Lam Hien Vu, under the enhancement of bloodline chi power. The three finally reluctantly transported soul power to resist the pressure. After a transformation, Hong Ban also returned to his original state, but the sly smile on his face sent chills down Hien Vu's spine. Teacher Lai. He was sweating profusely, stammering with suspicion in his heart, laughing as expected afterward. A dazzling beam of light shot straight down at their location from the sky. Hong Ban looked sharply forward. Meanwhile, the three, including Hien Vu, seemed to have reached their limit. Each person's position immediately emitted explosive shocks. After a while of exertion, the dark clouds began to disperse, and Hien Vu's body emitted smoke. He looked bewildered, as if not understanding what was happening. "We were just shattered by Teacher Lai's aura," the three boys angrily rushed to a corner to discuss what had just happened. What was that? It was terrifying, crushed by pressure. That was all. Hong Ban maintained a solemn expression and declared no more. This is only the beginning. The three simultaneously protested as if struck by thunder. There's more? What after finishing the 20-day special training? The end brought the three Lam Hien Vu to an important location ahead. The Spirit Transmission Tower, the Ascension Platform, inside which the Academy had finally secured 2 more spots so all 3 of you could enter to improve yourselves. You must seize this opportunity. Everyone entered a vast, magnificent hall full of scientific and technological atmosphere. Tian Loi excitedly explored around, but he did not forget to pay attention to his friend. "Wow, this place sells soul spirits. Hien Vu, what are you looking at?" Currently, Hien Vu's mind was fully focused on the brilliant mural before him, curiously observing the depicted details. Then he noticed something. The golden-eyed black dragon was commanding the Soul Beast army. The more he looked, the more familiar it felt. Seeing his inquisitive gaze, Thien calmly explained the old story. That was a beast from 20,000 years ago, At Mao Tin's spirit transmission tower, it was painted on a mural to remind future generations to live in peace with soul beasts. Let's go inside. We have 8 days left until the flight to Shulai Kak. Our academy hopes you can persist as long as possible. Suddenly, a voice called out, mixed with surprise and doubt. Moving to Lam Hien Vu, he turned around and ran into a group of people who, if they could accurately call his name, must be acquaintances. Hien Vu looked closely at the approaching people and couldn't help but be cautious. Bang Thien Luong was a group from Lang Thien Academy. Could it be they came specifically to cause trouble? Thien Luong spoke with a strangely gentle attitude. Can I talk to you? Don't worry, I'm not here for revenge. Hearing this, Hien Vu immediately retorted, There's no grudge for you to avenge. Aren't you all also going to the next round of the competition? At most, we'll meet again at the additional test of Shulai Kak. What do you want to say? That attitude already succeeded. This made Thien Luong's emotions surge with frustration. This guy's innocent face really makes people angry he had played dirty on him before. He really wanted to punch him in the face, but because of his own principles, he had to restrain himself and let it go. I came here especially to find you. Thien Luong frankly stated his purpose. He wanted to cooperate with him. To be honest, my classmates and I are very annoyed with you. Our plan was ruined because of you, but because of that, I also understand the gap between you and me. So let's cooperate. Hien Vu looked straight into his eyes with suspicion, but he didn't look like someone lacking confidence. After thinking for a moment, he exposed him. I know, you're from another faction in the academy, right? Thien Luong didn't expect to be caught so quickly. This guy's brain is really sharp. He had to confess honestly under Hien Vu's curious gaze. Yes, it's because of another faction. She is a childhood friend of mine. Her abilities are limited. But I hope to enter Shulai Kak with her. I recognize this isn't a bad thing, but you still want some guarantee. Then how can I trust you? Thien Luong seriously affirmed. I've always been straightforward in my work. 1 means 1, 2 means 2. After finishing, Hien Vu immediately extended his hand, clearly showing approval. The two shook hands, instantly forming a pact. Our cooperation can start from Thang Lin Dai. Let's not delay any longer. Everyone agreed and got ready to act. They entered the vast Thang Lin Dai, covered with shiny metal. It was overwhelming. They chose an empty room inside containing hundreds of simulation boat cabins. Hien Vu sat down in a suitable boat cabin. The system immediately announced the operation mechanism. The resemblance to the real world was 50%. After entering, each person would be issued a warning device that could allow immediate escape if facing an uncontrollable situation. They could withdraw immediately from the battlefield if anything happened. Thanglin Tower would not be responsible. Following the system's instructions, the simulation cabin closed. In the scene phase, he closed his eyes to feel the 50% transformation. Indeed, it was impressive. Suddenly, he felt very hopeful. After a while of starting up the cabin, 6 people were teleported to a dense forest. Thien Luong observed the familiar surroundings and explained, We've been here before. The soul beasts here have no control order. The more realistic, the more terrifying, so we must be extremely careful. As long as you kill the soul beasts, everyone will gain the soul beast's power released. From there, it strengthens our soul core and soul realm. Hien Vu understood but still had another question. Who commands you or me? Thien Luong answered without hesitation. You do. Receiving confirmation, Hien Vu quickly directed Lu Fong. You act as scout, observe the surroundings, and adjust the status of the wooden tower to ensure the best condition, then proceed. After a while, Lu Fong returned to report the reconnaissance results. Within a 300 meters radius, there was no trace of any soul beast. Heading north, the forest was dense with tall trees. Perhaps this was the area with strong soul beasts. Thinking about something, Hien Vu suddenly asked his classmate, Bang, with your experience last time, what will you do now? He also gave his own plan. If it were me, I would go inside. Although he asked that, Hien Vu acted oppositely. We will stay outside and observe first. Vu Tian, hot-tempered, immediately questioned Lam Hien Vu. You're doing it on purpose, aren't you? He didn't deny it, just smiled calmly and replied, I just want to test if my command works or not. Seeing his friend about to rush in to fight, Dong Hui hurriedly stopped him. Vu Ka calmed down and left. Vu Tian felt he was being played. Are you immature? You don't admit defeat but wield a big sword foolishly. He asked, Who did you say? The other got even more agitated. If the fat guy wants to die, I'll grant his wish. Suddenly, an arm stopped the tension. Enough, Thien Luong said in a low voice, changing the subject. Listening to how he arranged the battle formation, Hien Vu found it reasonable and accordingly put aside the conflict. he spoke up to divide the tasks. I and Tian Loi will be inside, Lu Feng in front to scout, Bang Huang at the rear, and Ban Hak with the great sword in front to clear the path. Using the solar martial soul to follow behind him sounds reasonable, so Thien Luong accepted it. After finishing, Hien Vu immediately turned his back and left. He watched the fading figure and couldn't help but ponder, what exactly is his ability? Can it really help Thuk Thi advance in rank? Let me see clearly. Suddenly, the quiet forest stirred violently. Lu Feng quickly reported the situation and urged everyone to prepare for battle. Kuang Liat Haochu summoned 300-year-old beasts and 15-year-old beasts, along with 3 powerful soul blades. Let me grip the hilt tightly, he recalled Tian Loi's mocking words and grew angrier the more he thought about it. What did that fat guy just call me? Why am I the stupid great sword? Vu Tian took a fighting stance, ready to fight these monsters to vent his anger. Kuang Liat Hao, provoked, eyes bloodshot, charged to attack, which only made him more excited. The little one looks fierce. Meeting me, the big boss, you're just unlucky. Vu Tian and the soul blade merged as one. Instantly becoming strong and sharp, the 3 soul blades coordinated skillfully with Dong Hui, summoning fireballs and launching them continuously. Immediately, explosions roared and sparks flew from Kuang Liat Hao Chu, who angrily shot out sharp spikes. Thien Luong quickly used electric light to counter. Every sharp spike was absorbed by the electric net. Seizing the opportunity, Vu Tian struck down with a slash. Creating a powerful aftershock, under continuous pressure, 6 monsters from the formation lay scattered. The beams of light from them gradually covered everyone's bodies. Hian Vu raised his hand to examine. Ahead, there was a faint heat wave. It seemed something had changed. This was probably the result of the ascension platform enhancing the soul blade's power. After finishing, he noticed the dissatisfied look from Vu Tian. The 2 locked eyes. Indeed, his anger had not subsided. Tian Luong had to stand up to mediate. Enough, let's continue. But Vu Tian showed disdain, muttering, "What use are you guys? Aren't you relying on us?" Tian Loi couldn't help but feel indignant at that opinion. "Hey, who are you talking to?" Hien Vu felt uneasy inside and decided to make a suggestion. "If the fighting behind is like this, I think our cooperation can stop now." Tian Luong's expression darkened. "What do you mean?" Continuing, Hien Vu clarified the issue. "This is called listening to my command. Why do you still need me to lead?" He was questioned and couldn't control his temper. "If the beast soul isn't strong, just deal with it immediately. No need for you to command that." Hien Vu asked seriously, "Do you think I'm causing chaos and being unreasonable?" Vu Tian suddenly interrupted. "Isn't that so? Their attitude forced you to justify yourself. Fine, I'll ask a few questions." Hien Vu crossed his arms, cold expression, serious tone. "You tell me to lead. But when fighting, do you consult me? Secondly, you don't listen to the commander and act on your own, causing unnecessary losses. Vu Tian, how much soul power did you consume just now? How much fighting strength do you have left?" Vu Tian was a bit stunned but stubbornly replied, "At least 70%. He slowly pointed out their shortcomings. "So, if the 6 of us cooperate, at most, you only consume a part, but now we're in a dangerous place, unknown until now. We have to leave here, to let you recover soul power before continuing deeper." Finally, Hien Vu concluded a sentence no one could refute. "It could be said that your reckless actions wasted the whole team's time." Lu Feng agreed wholeheartedly. With this principle, he was right. In the virtual world, it's easy to develop a reckless habit of not fearing death. If in real life people had such habits, the consequences would be unimaginable. Thien Luong also realized the responsibility and took a deep breath. Then he bowed to Hien Vu. "Sorry, it was our fault. From now on, we will follow your command." Though saying that, inside he felt a bit unconvinced. "I have to see how far the team can go under your command." After that apology, things gradually became more tense. Hien Vu nodded in acceptance. "Fine. Now start listening to my command." Then he sternly reminded to maintain formation. Lu Feng continued scouting. "Let's pull back a bit." Vu Tian and Dong Hui were startled when called. They looked for a place to recover their soul power. As for Thien Luong, being cautious, he had to admit that this kid was indeed a bit more composed. Hien Vu on this side was still busy pondering whether it was necessary to fully cooperate with them, as doing so might reveal his own abilities. The Academy's survey would definitely not easily overlook the overall strength. Their team was clearly the weakest. He slowly closed his eyes. Just like them needing their minds, he also needed strong allies. Thien Luong waited a moment before speaking. "Shall we set off?" he replied slowly. "Wait a bit longer. I need to do a simple experiment." Hien Vu pointed to himself and confessed, "Actually, I'm a support-type soul master." Support type, then he boldly proposed to test how well he could resonate with Lam and Vu. "I already have a guess." "And you?" I want to see which type suits better, Thien Luong said, revealing a worried look. At that moment, Vu Thien suddenly interrupted. Wait, help me see how to resonate with me first. Lamb's silver grass appeared slowly in his hand. It quickly wrapped around his waist. It seemed they still didn't fully trust themselves, but that was okay. They will soon understand. Vu Tian suddenly looked up in amazement. The next moment, he exclaimed in disbelief. This feeling is amazing. Not stopping there, Hien Vu continued throwing the silver grass to the other side. That also transmitted energy into Dong Hui's body, surprising him as the effect took place immediately, so Lam Hu was very astonished. Their strength was now blazing like fire. His resonance was truly powerful. His combat power had increased by 30%, at least by 1/5. Hien Vu also felt quite satisfied. Very good, just as I thought. After he turned off the effect, Vu immediately cried and complained. Kid, how did you do that just now? Return my strength quickly! Dong also nodded. Dong Hui suddenly asked Thien Luong, that kid is really powerful, do you want to try? His throat tightened, remembering that the kid had blocked his strongest 4th-level soul skill. Now the kid said he was a support-type soul master. This kid was definitely not simple. In the end, Thien Luong firmly said, I want to try too. His current mood was very tense, while Hien Vu silently observed the opponent mysteriously. He quickly grabbed Thien Luong's hand. That support skill immediately surprised him as the effect of thunder and electricity clearly increased. I feel more powerful. Dong Hui now became cautious, thinking this kid really was a soul master with 2 systems. His resonance was already at the level of a 100-year soul skill. Even he showed more respect, especially since it was a comprehensive resonance. It would be based on the characteristics of different soul masters to produce resonance. Vu Haiyan's lips twitched slightly in disbelief. The resonance could even reach 50% for all 3 of them. They surrounded Hien Vu with hungry eyes. This kid is definitely a rare treasure. His momentum grew more fierce. Then everything was ready. Let's set off. The 2 at the front, Vu Hien and Dong Hui, quickly moved forward. On the way, they had to cross many precarious cliffs. Hien Vu suddenly realized something about the energy from before. It seemed to be absorbed by his bloodline. The aura in his bloodline also seemed to increase a bit, he suspected. Thinking about the energy core inside his body. Could his soul transformation be the source of his bloodline supply? Putting that aside, in the following battles, he continuously summoned fire spheres. Vu Tian and Lam Dong Hui clearly felt everyone's expressions were very excited. Under Lam's command and resonance, Hien Vu's fighting became increasingly simple and smooth. As for Lu Feng, he was focused on sending signals. The scouts of Lu Feng also helped them a lot. After reporting, he rushed into the forest. The 6 of them moved efficiently, continuously delving deeper into the soul beast's dense forest. While scouting, he suddenly detected danger nearby. A vine suddenly swung at him, but Lu Feng managed to dodge in time. Next, not just one, but countless similar things chased after him relentlessly. Lu Feng hurriedly warned them. A 1,000-year-old demon tree can move. Everyone be careful. Hien Vu also reacted quickly. Later, Lam will be the main attacker. Vu will protect Lam. The vanguard is ready to summon, and the ice ally is ready to support at any time. The ancient giant tree began to sprout. Its sharp teeth opened wide as if smiling. Finally, the monster revealed its true form and started smashing everything around. The whole team stood on the cliff. Right below was the giant monster rampaging. Vu calmly said that the demon beast is not even 3,000 years old, so it's still quite easy to deal with. This guy still has no way to escape the ground. Then he gave instructions to Lam to prepare fireballs to attack Vu Thien. Just protect Lam. Dong Hui immediately summoned a very large fireball. Waiting for the right moment, he gave the order to launch countless small meteors flying out from the fire pit and aimed at the demon beast. However, the monster skillfully blocked every attack. Tianloi quickly shouted, "Be careful! It's deflecting the fireball back." Just then, Vu Tian fiercely charged forward. "Leave it to me," he said, using his weapon to cut several flying stones in half. The boy beside whispered calculations. Their combination and strength were truly powerful. Although all 3 were soul cultivators specializing in offense, in reality, it was not so simple. Hien Vu also carefully assessed Bang Thien Luong as the captain, who was not only extremely strong fighting alone, but also had the effect of the sensitivity and control systems. At that moment, a figure stepped out from the summoning gate. Thien Thu sleepily asked them, "I just took a nap. How come you're already inside the forest?" Seeing her, the boy asked if she could help use the ice spear to strike them in the gap between the branches. She glanced at the monster and replied, "Demon beast, huh? I'll try while it's distracted by the fireball." The ice spear then rushed straight into the middle of the tree trunk. Its sharp tip quickly pierced the tough bark. Hien Vu continued to control her power. After hitting the demon beast, Bang Tiantu caused the ice spear to explode. The explosion temporarily froze the demon beast, followed by cooperation from Dong Hui and Lam. Dong Hui, of course, would not miss such a good opportunity. He concentrated his power to control a large fireball flying out and immediately launched a full attack. As soon as it touched the demon beast, it exploded to destroy everything. When the smoke cleared, only fire and ashes remained. Then Hien Vu noticed that this place was the Ascension Spirit platform. Hian Vu happily explained. That's right. See, whenever I have good news, I always think of you. Before the boy could finish, she mischievously interrupted. I already owe you. Then Hien Vu quickly ran into the summoning gate. Hian Vu did not follow but sighed helplessly. Meanwhile, Tien Luong, beside Prosakan to the summoning, was so shocked that he was dumbfounded, full of doubts in his mind. Just now, wasn't that a young lady? Last time I met her, I thought she belonged to another team from Thien La Academy, but she was summoned here by a summoner. What is this? The boy quickly noticed the gaze behind him. Hien Vu was still stunned and hesitantly asked about earlier. He then enthusiastically explained that this involved some complicated rules of space magic. The space is real. I don't fully understand either. In short, when Tien Loi and I combine, this kind of thing happens. That friend of mine is from Tien Dao Star. Vu kindly added, this kind of thing is like a killer weapon, huh? That made Tien Luong start to hesitate. Unexpectedly, he revealed everything. After exchanging, they quickly left. Let's go. At that time, no one knew that the remaining piece of the demon beast's branch had slipped into the ground. Soon the sky turned to dusk. If a 1,000-year-old soul beast was detected, Hien Vu would not go deeper but took everyone around. Hunting soul beasts, the 6-person team became more coordinated. The atmosphere was bathed in warm golden sunlight as night fell. The group had killed 7,000-year-old soul beasts and received rewards. After a while, Tien Luai's stomach suddenly growled. The virtual world is really boring. There's no way to make some grilled meat to eat. Vu Tian took the opportunity to sarcastically tease. No wonder you're so fat. You're a glutton, the kid immediately retorted. As if you don't eat, you swing that big sword every day. Maybe you should try eating some vegetables. He shrugged, although it wasn't a big deal. Or you try it. Then Tien Loi got angry. Big sword, fool. You're itching for a fight again. Vu Tian sneered and said, try calling out again. I'll let you taste my sword. Fortunately, Tien Luong timely intervened. You two have been bickering all day. Stop it. If you want to fight, go somewhere else. Hearing that, Tien Loi turned away proactively. Fine. I'm not in the same boat with him. I'm the one who refused the special recruitment from the Su Tai Kak Academy. However, Vu Tian continued to tease. I see you don't dare. Someone like you dares to ask for special recruitment? Kid, you failed. He looked smug. Me? Have you ever met a summoner like me? I can transform living people. Dong Hui suddenly became curious. Then why did you refuse special recruitment? He nodded in agreement. Exactly. Tien Loi began to laugh happily. Unable to leave brothers without me, what can the two of them do? But Lu Feng suddenly exposed. If you don't brag for a day, will you die? That made the kid flustered and exclaimed, quickly go back and continue your thoughts. They continued to laugh and joke. The laughter echoed throughout the forest. Indeed, it was bragging, not me. Truly, on that night, the full moon hung high above. The cold, late-night wind blew steadily through the leaves. That emptiness made one shiver at the nape of the neck. Dong Hui's keen senses suddenly tingled. He immediately told him, that's not right. The surroundings became too quiet. Vu Tian agreed. Go wake everyone up. He was about to continue when something strange swooped down from above. Exactly, Dong Hui hurriedly shouted to warn him to be careful. A strong attack struck down, causing Vu Tian to be thrown far away. The warning shout echoed through the forest. Lam Hoi Hian Vu was startled. There is an enemy ambush. Let's kill. Following the master's orders, Di Ben and Vu Tian never stopped. Hien Vu, seeing this, quickly ordered Dong Hui and the branch tree classmate Lam to protect the surroundings. The urgent situation made him only reply with one word, okay, and had to activate the miraculous fireball immediately. Thanks to the light emitted by the orb, Tien Lung had grounds to voice suspicion that the ancient tree was in the forest. They were coming from all directions along the mountain slopes, charging through here, not stopping there. He even started to speak frankly, recalling the previous actions of the group. We clearly observed the surroundings already, and those trees are not soul beasts. How can they move? Those words made Hien Vu fall into deep thought for a while. Controlling a large number of trees to advance like that can only mean one thing. Suddenly he spoke with a doubtful tone. I guess it is a 10,000-year level tree demon. Those words made Tien Lung stunned. repeating the word 10,000 year. Tian Loi stood silently listening from the beginning, suddenly intervened in the conversation. Is it related to the 1,000-year tree demon encountered this morning? After thinking for a while, Hian Vu hesitantly nodded, very likely. Sensing the atmosphere growing heavier, Thien Luong eagerly asked how he planned to act. However, his ambiguous way of speaking just echoed, do you really want to hear? This is a risky fan, which made him a bit frustrated and urged him not to beat around the bush. This is a 10,000-year tree demon. We can't just sit and wait to die, making Hien Vu dare not be stubborn anymore and went straight to the point. My plan is to take the initiative to strike, using the small to defeat the large. As soon as he said that, his face was covered with an inseparable inferiority. Unlike that attitude, all the teammates present at that time simultaneously turned pale. This is truly seeking death under the dark night, Hien Vu's firm voice kept echoing. The 10,000-year tree demon commanding a large number of ancient trees to attack us shows its cultivation is not just 10,000 years. Controlling so many ancient trees must disperse a lot of spiritual power, so its consciousness will not be focused, especially not paying attention to those around. He spoke comfortably. The plan has been detailed in my head. If we can defeat a 20,000-year tree demon, all our souls will be complete. All can directly advance to the 1,000-year realm, trying to absorb those words. Thien Luong silently expressed admiration. This kid seems to really like taking risks. His fighting spirit is rising quickly, so he hurriedly raised his tone with full vigor. Okay, command the battle. Just waiting for that sentence. Hien Vu began to issue orders seriously. Classmate Bung Ba and 3 people lead the way in front. We support from behind. Tian Loi summons soul beasts to cut off the tail. Lu Feng supplements the shortcomings. All together without appointment shouted, you also activate Lam. In Gan Thao to support the team from behind. The most surprising is Thien Luong, who was the most enthusiastic in battle that night. Get out, Bung Thien Luong. Full firepower charged straight ahead, breaking the wave of ancient trees. Deploy strong power to open the way for everyone to charge forward. Lam and Dong Hui closely follow behind. The fireball exploded, opening the way for those behind to pass easily. Vu Tian cut all nearby obstacles. Tian Lolai and Lam Hien Vu rode on the armored dragon. Tian Lolai summoned to follow everyone at the fastest speed to support everyone. A group of 6 trampled all thorns quickly deep into the forest, facing the urgent situation. Dong Hui hurriedly asked for Hien Vu's opinion. What to do now? They seem to be getting more and more. Should we keep charging? Your brain shifts gears fast enough to let your mouth form words in response, but there's no turning back. The spiritual power of the beast tree will be limited. We just need to charge in one specific direction to get out, thanks to the distant view from behind. Thien Vu anxiously warned Thien Luong when he sensed that we want to escape its control. Maybe its true form will appear. Classmate Bang, be careful. It might ambush in an instant. His body was immersed in a powerful light. Watching Thien Luong painfully collapse, Vu Thien hurriedly ran over. The eldest brother, struggling to breathe, made him speak awkwardly. That attack was too fierce, but thanks to this heavy injury, Thien Luong suddenly realized something strange. The trees separated to create a gap under the ancient tree canopy. A mass of glowing red vines spread out and plunged into the ground. Since when did this scene scare him stiff with fear? Too huge, unbelievable. Lam Hien Vu was right. Suddenly, the thick tree trunk turned around to reveal a terrifying, expressionless face, making Thien Luong scream. Indeed, the 10,000-year beast tree. The scene before them made the whole group react, each with a different expression, having developed 5 senses already, truly terrifying. Only Hien Vu remained calm, saying, I found the true form, it's here. What should we do? In the dark night, the glowing red silhouette of the beast tree became even more prominent. At the moment of facing it, Thien Luong couldn't help but mutter, sure enough, it's a 10,000-year beast tree. Meanwhile, Lamen Ganthao kept exclaiming, it's really huge. We really have to act. Suddenly, the beast tree opened its ancient eyes wide and looked ahead with a tired expression. Seeing this, Lam Ganthao quickly reminded Thien Luong, it's regaining consciousness and controlling the trees outside. Immediately took action. Suddenly, you lightly touched Thien Luong's body, making him glow. But you still didn't forget to signal for money. Come here. The demon bird appeared in the blink of an eye. He rushed forward with a determined face. First soul skill, third soul skill. Suddenly a voice rang out, attracting Vu Tian's attention. That green light, what is it? The second soul skill of that useless fat guy? Making me feel fear. In an instant, Thien Luong dashed toward the beast tree. Facing this action, the opponent hurriedly resisted the 10,000-year beast tree, quickly gathering the life energy of the surrounding trees. while simultaneously grabbing a large number of branches. Attacking Bang Thien Luong, its resistance surprised those present. Hien Vu unconsciously exclaimed, 10,000-year soul beast! Finishing his words, Hian Vu quickly confirmed, correct. Meanwhile, Thien Luong rushed into the beast tree's body without hesitation. Along with his loud shout, Hien Vu silently praised, very good, just as I expected. It still hasn't fully retracted its consciousness, so it's not in its best state yet. Let's go all at once. In the blink of an eye, the beast tree's body emitted a strong light. Soon after, it began to wither, yet the opponent kept attacking relentlessly. But in the end, the attack was reflected back. This scene made Dong Huai shout loudly with determination, Super level Diu Duong VM Ko! Try this. Super level Diu Duong VM Ko. In a heartbeat, the beast tree had to endure a blazing fire, rushing at an incredible speed. At this moment, Hian Vu loudly activated the skill Tien Thu Va Hon Dung Herp right now. As soon as the words ended, she quickly took a fighting stance. This scene made Thien Luong unconsciously suspicious. What move is this again? The force is too strong. How many secrets do they still have? Thien Thu's gaze now turned dark blue, deep blue and still. In an instant, this place sank into a brutal scene. Hien Vu caught the weak body of Thien Thu. Yu kept loudly announcing, freeze, right now, attack. Then everyone quickly took action. Bang Thien Luong launched his strongest attack, the fourth soul skill, Lu Fong, quickly followed by full support to wield the White Dragon Spear, the Silver Moon Spear. The two attacked together, breaking through the defense of the 10,000-year beast tree. Immediately after, a beam of 6 lights appeared, injected into the beast tree's body. Suddenly, Hien Vu spoke with suspicion, why is it like this? Suddenly, a very tragic scene appeared ahead. The beast tree emitted a piercing roar, all branches shattered. This made you scream in horror. Not good. Be careful. In an instant, this place had to endure a powerful shockwave. The body of the 10,000-year-old spirit tree beast shattered into countless fragments, exploding outward with countless pieces of branches flying out in all directions, like arrows. Each branch carried the final attacking force of the 10,000-year-old soul beast. Wu Tian and Lam Donghui quickly left the battlefield. Tian Loi unconsciously spoke, me too. However, Hien Vu hurriedly reminded the kid to hold on. The ice shields were destroyed in an instant, and the arrows created by the spirit tree beast were flying fast forward. Suddenly, one of them pierced through Hien Vu's chest. Hien Vu was unexpectedly hit by an arrow from behind, causing fresh blood to splatter. Thien Thu anxiously called out his name, Hien Vu. Meanwhile, Tian Loi frantically shouted, pierced through the chest. Just as they found a hiding spot, he could no longer hold on and collapsed. The situation grew increasingly critical, making Tian Loi extremely anxious. Hien Vu, are you okay? You can't hold on anymore. He spat out a mouthful of bright red blood. The kid, seeing this, kept warning about the pain. This is 50% pain, not a joke. But contrary to his own grim condition, Hien Vu used a confident tone to reassure, good, we've held on till the end. We succeeded. At this moment, Tian Loi noticed the huge power in the sky. Is there really that much energy? At the same time, both Lu Fong and Thien Luong also noticed this sudden appearance. However, Thien Thu still couldn't shake off his anxious mood. It's worth being seriously injured like this to get the energy of the spirit tree beast, right? Hien Vu laughed heartily, feeling his decision was right and definitely worth it. Suddenly, a strange object shot like an arrow through the night. The demon blue bird flew toward the second soul orb of Tian Loi. It seemed to be self-healing. Dong Tien Thu also returned through the summoning portal as Lam Hien Vu prepared to leave the battlefield. Suddenly, he noticed his body producing a mutation. He was slightly startled when he saw a fairly large bright spot appear on his chest. It slowly moved in front of Hien Vu, then spun around for a while. He stared at the demon gold and exclaimed, what the heck? But before he could fully process it, the previous wound dragged his mind into disarray. No, I can't hold on anymore. The image of the demon gold in his eyes gradually blurred. Finally, as Hien Vu's eyelids closed, everything became just a faint streak of light. He didn't know how much time had passed. He eventually woke up on a hospital bed. The hospital lobby was quite crowded, partly due to the earlier battle. Vu Thien bumped into an acquaintance at the lobby and quickly greeted, you're out too? Thien Luong said little but reported briefly, unfortunately, you guys came out too early. That spirit tree beast is dead. This news shocked him. Moments later, Dong Hui appeared from somewhere and shouted loudly to confirm, did you get the energy? Thien Luong was sweating profusely and dryly answered one word, yes. Daon Gam suddenly approached and started talking to Hien Vu. This guy is really tough. resisting even with a branch piercing through his body, refusing to teleport out. Little buddy with a bright future. Suddenly a stranger ran over and said strange words, making him immediately cautious, but before he could respond, Tian Loi excitedly cut in. He turned and asked curiously, "Why did you guys come out too?" The kid quickly recounted everything like a machine gun. "If you're not in there, then what were we doing inside?" Classmate Bang said, "I have something to tell you." Thien Luong also took the opportunity to speak. "This cooperation was very pleasant. I agree to continue working with you in the sample spirit test." In his mind, Hian Vu silently praised Bang Thien Luong's straightforward personality. Not bad at all, so he immediately shouted out loud, but inwardly he was delighted about this newly budding but already strong relationship. If future tests involve team combat, having a first-level expert like this would be great. Dao Ngam was ignored and cleared his throat slightly to draw attention to himself. 6 entry-level Spirit Ascension manuals for you. In half a year, you can enter any Spirit Transmission Tower to advance to the Spirit Ascension platform. Hien Vu didn't rush to rejoice, but was somewhat confused. "Why is that?" Dao Ngam patiently explained. "According to the rules, the area you were in should not encounter such a strong 10,000-year-old soul beast, so this is compensation for you." Only then did he realize, so that's how it is. He didn't stop but continued to add some more information. "But because you killed the 10,000-year-old soul beast in the primary Spirit Ascension platform, I have to report this to the higher-ups, so later on, there might be an invitation from the Spirit Transmission Tower, maybe inviting you all to participate in the Spirit Transmission Tower, or to enroll in the Spirit Transmission Academy." This information successfully made Cho Hien Vu and everyone feel excited about the upcoming time. You happily shouted out loud, then thanked Uncle and left the city hospital. Outside, the sky was still as clear as usual. Chien Loi just saw Dong Min waving his hands and moving his feet. "Hien Vu, the soul rings of the two of us have turned purple already. What about you? Why are you embarrassed taking your stuff out?" "Honestly, mine is still golden. Maybe because my twin martial soul is golden too, but I had already thought about these things, so I'm not surprised. Now I have to try something. You guys stay back a bit." Then Hien Vu started focusing to summon the golden demon. After a while, the little one appeared with a smile. It looked extremely adorable. Tian Loi, seeing it for the first time, couldn't help but be amazed. "What is this?" Lu Fang was equally surprised. A little monkey suddenly, the golden demon jumped up and hugged Hien Vu's arm, then kept making sounds, as if they had met before. Seeing this close action, he suddenly realized it felt very familiar. In just a moment, Hien Vu's brain was enlightened. "I understand now. It's the golden demon from the assessment. I didn't expect it to chase me to the real world. Then it was absorbed by my martial soul fusion skill into a vortex, turning into something like a soul spirit. It has to rely on my soul power to survive, even though it's a soul being, to let it stay. From now on, I'll call you Golden Demon." So their group arrived at the Spirit Transmission Tower at Thien La Academy, heading towards Sulai Kak. Only Lam Hien Vu's group and 4 instructors guided 20 days of demonic training, causing 3 people to sleep continuously on the spaceship. Only Hong Ban was actively preparing additional knowledge for the upcoming event. While the space was still quiet, he began to nostalgically recall the past. Returning to that place, everything was there. All the good things were there. The mysterious figure of the girl, deeply embedded in memory, made Hong Ban sigh sorrowfully. She was there. At this time, Hien Vu also woke up from a deep sleep, almost oversleeping, but seeing the fatigue of his teammates, he quickly clenched his mouth shut. Everyone was seizing the time. He thought he also had to try harder. Even if just a little progress is made, Hien Vu quickly fell into his own mental world. "I must prepare thoroughly for the combat exam." That lasted quite a while until Chien Loi's calling voice suddenly pulled him back to reality. Hien Vu hurriedly pointed to the window, making Hien Vu confused, looking up following him. "Hurry, look!" The excitement was clearly shown by Chien Loi. Outside was the star, and his face couldn't help but be shocked when looking that way. His eyes seemed to be captivated by that blue planet, so fascinated that he couldn't look away for a brief moment. His brain almost froze at this strange truth. This was the star Sao, the place where he was born. That even made Hien Vu blurt out his inner thoughts, feeling very magical. The closer he got to the star, the more he liked it. In his heart, a fierce determination also arose. "Star, I have come here." At the same time, at a house on the star, Nam Trung was deeply moved, missing familiar people. "My little darling has come to the star. I wonder if she is living well, flying so far. I wonder if she is tired." Lam Tu beside him, seeing his wife so anxious, spoke to comfort her. "Don't worry, Hien Vu can take good care of himself." But she suddenly burst into tears loudly. So if his secret is discovered, Then SAO is Sulai Kak Academy? He patiently reassured, no, it's not like that. He hasn't done anything bad, but from recent research, I also have some preliminary guesses. These words really made Nam Trung restless. Tell me quickly, Lam Tio sighed deeply before starting to explain. Hien Vu was born from an egg. One of his parents must be a soul beast, at least with a cultivation level of 100,000 to transform into a human form. This new information made her unable to hide her surprise. Soul beast? I don't remember any soul beast having a gold-and-silver pattern. The sudden exclamation from the other side made him frown. I just don't understand how a defective martial soul user, SAO, can combine with such a strong soul beast. Nam Trung, though anxious, still gently comforted his husband. Don't think about it anymore. That no longer matters. He will always be our child. That is enough. Then Lam Tu, hearing this, also smiled wryly and said, all right, then don't worry anymore. The vast space silently spreads the words filled with his feelings for you. We must trust. Hian Vu will definitely have a different life. At the same time, a spaceship carrying the Hien Vu group appeared in the sky of Mao Tin. The announcement from the spaceship's speaker sounded, attention everyone, the spaceship has safely landed in Min City. The door of Mao Tin is about to open. Wait until it opens slightly. The fresh air made you stunned for a moment. This is life energy. Before happiness, let your body glide on the clean water, so comfortable. The body feels like enjoying a grand feast. Meanwhile, Hong Ban was still standing in the ship's cabin reading the indicators. Before being startled by Hien Vu's image, the life energy in Min City is still not abundant. Wait until the other academy, Su Lai, then it will be different. On the body of the kid, Lam Hien Vu, it's like a vortex continuously absorbing. Could it be the interaction of life energy? It seems the interaction level is quite large. Observing the opponent once. Just then, Hongban gave a sincere comment with an expression of enjoyment. Unexpectedly, this kid is a rare human soul master. Originally worried that his soul power level was insufficient, having this ability would be easy, the problem was solved easily. After the spaceship landed, the announcement sounded again, welcome everyone, to Min City of Doluo Star. Duluo Da 6. Min City is the capital of the Federation, the political center of the entire Federation. Hien Vu couldn't wait and stepped down. Before the introduction ended, this city already had a long history. The happiness surged, making you smile brighter than flowers. So comfortable? I like this place. Hearing that, Hong Ban suddenly wondered, do you feel anything, Hien Vu? Quickly tell me what's happening inside yourself. I feel extremely abundant life energy, like it's surrounding me. My whole body is warm. From afar, the green energy is spreading larger and larger, unprecedented. A few seconds later, the green light suddenly shone, spreading everywhere from inside the tree trunk. Small energy spots began to appear. Shortly after, golden energy bubbles slowly floated out of the tree trunk. They flew around the eternal tree one by one. Suddenly, the wave surged high, striking strongly against the protective barrier with a loud sound. Seeing the strange scene, everyone rushed to see what was happening. Eternal Chi Tree, what's wrong? Why is it suddenly emitting so much life energy? It's never been like this before. What exactly happened? The records don't mention anything like this. Is there a problem with our planet's environment? Hearing that, Van Dyke spoke to reassure everyone not to panic. Wait until the old tree senses it, then we will know. Watching his actions, everyone's faces were extremely tense. Observing, soon the old tree gently turned to explain. At the same time reassuring everyone, we are interacting a little with the life of the star. What they give us is only joy. Like the eternal tree has undergone a very good change. Although he was a bit scared, hearing that, he just stood and observed. It's good that it's not a bad thing. Then he started his work and ordered the Allies to contact the Federation headquarters to build the newest satellite statue. Especially the energy from the statue will give us a portion. Upon receiving the order, they immediately complied. At the same time, the candidates from Thien Lastar did not stop at Min City. They directly changed direction to Su Lai City. Hien Vu sat for a while, then suddenly turned to ask his classmate Bang, how many students from your academy passed Su Lai City? A moment later, Thien Luong answered calmly, none. Hearing that, the boy was surprised and didn't believe the words. Not a single one. He began to recount the situation. Last year, Thien Lastar had no one pass. 3 years ago, there was one senior who passed Su Lai City, also the only one to pass Su Lai City in Thien Lastar. For the past few years, except for special skills, if not, the chance of a few people passing is really difficult. Hearing this, Hien Vu pondered for a moment and asked again, you're not sure either? Thien Luong hesitated to answer, maybe a little. If it's just me alone. The boy was silent, looking at the 6 candidates for a while, then came up with an answer in his head. Indeed, it's still because of that female student. Right after, Hien Vu raised his voice to attract the others' attention. Let's work hard together. Maybe we will pass together. She was a bit surprised after hearing that. You're really confident. Where do you get that spirit? Hien Vu smiled slightly and calmly replied, if you don't even dare to think about it, isn't that the end of all opportunities? What we need to pray for now is that this year's examination method is best dominated by teams. If it's dominated by small groups or individuals, it would be troublesome. Hearing the boy's words seemed somewhat hopeful, and Thien Luong here also agreed. Indeed, I think so too. If all 7 of us can pass, Lam Hien Vu, I will give you the chance to draw the prize. Hien Vu felt confused after hearing this. The unexpected action of the other party made him quite surprised. You don't know? New students who just passed have one chance to draw a prize Hien Vu right now. Suddenly realizing something from the other's words, Bang Thien Luong seemed to truly hope. Myself and my teammates all passed the Shu Lai exam, but there are only 30 spots in total if all 7 pass. Pray first, then put in the effort. Most good students have adapted to the abundant life energy. Only Lam Hien Vu clearly felt the abundant life energy wrapping around him. At that time, Hien Vu was quietly sitting in meditation. Focusing on his energy and strength, the life energy in the air helped him replenish a large amount of energy. The Kim Gan vortex also requires this. You could say training here. The speed is really much faster than mine on Tien La Star. Even if not as good as others, it's still a big improvement. Immediately, the boy sensed something arriving. Shu Lai Kak is Shu Lai Kak. Both hurriedly looked out the window, excitement in their hearts. Hurry, look! We really arrived. We have come to Shu Lai Kak City. However, contrary to their feelings, Hong Ban sat silently, saying nothing. His 2 hands suddenly clenched tightly, showing extreme worry. Hong Ban's face gradually showed fear as he looked toward the window. He focused intently outside. At this moment, it was a city with many tall buildings surrounded by a thin, bone-like veil. Turning back, finally turning back, the city became clearer, making them unable to look away. So magnificent, this place is beautiful. This is Shu Lai Kak City. Both leaned forward to observe more closely and saw something. Tian Loi immediately signaled, pointing at Hian Vu. Look over there, that's the famous eternal tree. It was the first time he saw the eternal tree in person, feeling a bit excited. But some kind of energy suddenly slowly appeared. Hian Vu also felt changes inside his body. Seeing him silent, the boy worriedly asked, Hien Vu, are you okay? Hien Vu calmly replied, I'm fine. While placing his hand on his chest, the boy suddenly sensed something strange inside. His strength, the vortex no longer absorbed his soul power, but only relied on absorbing life energy, which was enough. Truly worthy of Shu Lai Kak Academy, just staying here everything about me will change. Upon arrival, the loudspeaker suddenly announced, Welcome to Shu Lai Kak City. Shu Lai Kak City is a famous cultural center throughout the Federation, home to the #1 academy in the Federation, the very famous Shu Lai Kak Academy. This place is a sanctuary where all soul masters come and go. Seeing the bus in front, Hien Vu was a bit surprised. Is this the bus to pick us up? Lang Wai stepped forward politely to introduce, Hello everyone, I am the tutor of Shu Lai Kak Academy, responsible for receiving you all. Please get on the bus and follow me. Then everyone boarded the bus. After traveling a stretch, Tian Loi exclaimed in surprise, Look, the familiar signboard. The boy suddenly realized something. This is the sect gate, the #1 sect in the world, the sect headquarters. Hearing this, he watched attentively. Silently admiring in his heart, the sect was founded by the ancestor Duong III. After passing through the sect's territory, the bus arrived at a gray architectural complex and stopped, causing Hong Ban to sit up straight. A voice rang out. Teachers and students from Tien La Star, look here, she said, informing them, we are about to arrive. This is Shu Lai Kak Academy. Seeing the huge gate made both of them increasingly nervous. Hien Vu felt a bit excited inside. Shu Lai Kak was opening its doors to welcome us. At the guest house, Lang Wai saw them off while reminding, just seeing the huge gate made both of them continuously panic, while Hien Vu felt a bit excited inside. Su Lai Kak is opening the door to welcome us at the Su Lai Kak Ling guest house, and while seeing them off, Ling Yi also reminded us, tomorrow morning, the first part of the exam will take place, plus a health check. Everyone please rest well. You observe the room around and keep praising it. From this room, you can see the sea god lake. Hong Ban, with a serious face, asked Han, when you first arrived at Mao Tin, did you feel your body change? Hien Vu turned around in surprise. I feel it very clearly. It seems like I have always been absorbing that life energy, so my cultivation speed is much faster than usual. Hearing this, something suddenly sparked in his mind, but he still maintained a calm exterior. That's great. You really have a rare life energy harmonious physique. This is exactly why I told you to quickly return. Follow me and make use of the time to try to adapt to the environment here to harmonize your life energy physique. Before the test, your life energy can be awakened, and it will become a bonus item in the exam. Seeing his teacher worried about him, the boy nodded and followed. After a while, Hien Vu returned to his room, and the boy's power gradually became clear inside. Hien Vu began to sit down and control his body into a cultivation state on this side. Hongban silently watched the scene, sensing something hidden deep inside, but he still couldn't help but turn back. Suddenly, a stream of blue energy flew in from somewhere. Feeling the abnormality, he quickly observed the other side. The streams of energy grew more numerous and were all absorbed by the boy. Seeing this, Hongban couldn't help but feel suspicious. It was life energy flowing from all directions here. He carefully observed that Hien Vu was guiding it to harmonize. The life energy of this kid had reached a high level, so, along with the continuous flow of life energy into his body, the Kim Engon vortex gradually filled up, and the life energy began to merge with Lam Hien Vu's soul power. The bloodline power of the boy began to resist and spread evenly throughout his body. His previous body was like a river lacking water, always in a depleted state. Now countless raindrops fell from the sky. The river began to flow, watering a large piece of land. The image of a single flower growing alone, lonely on the barren land, suddenly transformed into the entire area being covered with flowers, creating a poetic space. Seeing Hien Vu increasingly losing control, Hongban suddenly came up with a plan and began to raise his hand to unleash his power. He immediately released a protective shield. A layer of shield appeared, covering the entire room. Hien Vu's body was undergoing transformations. The next cycle was approaching. Try to keep it secret. The dual-colored Kim and Gon on his body spread out, showing the aura of two bloodlines erupting alternately. He had never seen this scene before. Hongban suddenly felt uneasy inside. What exactly should be done? He couldn't figure out what bloodlines these were. He basically couldn't intervene. Suddenly, something in Lam Hien Vu's body broke through the two bloodlines. The chi power surged up, absorbed by him in an instant. Moreover, the collisions inside his body were intense. It's broken. Suddenly, Hien Vu's meridians couldn't hold back and unexpectedly burst. Hongban was now panicked and scared but could do nothing. His meridians began to break apart, and his internal organs started to show damage. Seeing this, Hongban couldn't help but worry. What should we do now? What should we do? The two streams of Hien Vu's energy kept moving and harmonizing with each other. They slowly combined faster and faster. Suddenly, from deep within the abyss, a familiar sound emerged. Hearing it, he suddenly remembered something shocking. It was the sound of a dragon's chant. The energy gradually transformed, and after a while, it shone even brighter. His body suddenly became radiant. The wounds around him were healed. The dazzling light made Hongban unable to see clearly. He had to cover his eyes. A miracle had appeared. Hien Vu's entire body was completely healed, and the light slowly faded away. The room suddenly became quiet again. He silently observed that the boy's body had recovered normally. Hien Vu sat still without saying anything next. After observing for a while, Hongban suddenly noticed something unusual about the other party's meridians, internal organs, and bones. All had fully recovered. Hien Vu had just completed a bloodline mutation. Then, after a while, he silently looked down at the boy's two glowing hands, seeing something strange that made Hongban freeze. His fingers suddenly grew long nails with changes. Suddenly, his hands grew dragon scales. This made him continuously amazed. The scales were of two different types. They spread all over Hien Vu's arms, becoming clearer and clearer. Seeing this scene, Hongban suddenly had an idea in his mind. Could this really be a dragon Keelan? TWO types of dragon Keelan. At that moment, the boy still sat silently. Continuing to unleash power from within him, this side was both surprising and focused on observing, even making me feel dangerous. Perhaps it can be considered a beneficial mutation. A few seconds later, seeing the situation continue, it would become increasingly unpredictable. Hongban decided to signal to stop and end it, then remove the protective screen, but those green energies were sucked into him. Trying to stay calm, observing the abundant life energy pouring in. It was even several times more abundant than before. On Hien Vu's side, the green energy suddenly shone around him. Hien Vu was still in a state of intense concentration, unharmed at this moment. Hongban patiently watched the opponent carefully. This life energy nourished his body and could also be beneficial for the mutated bloodline. I might not need to set up a protective screen anymore. This kid is really strange. The energy gradually disappeared. He also slowly returned to his original state. Just as he opened his eyes, Hien Vu's gaze had already changed. This side kept sweating in astonishment. This kid seemed to have changed. Seeing the opponent look at him without saying anything, he was a bit surprised. Teacher Lai Hong Ban, after hearing this, immediately asked Han how the situation was. Just now was the mutated bloodline? The boy hesitated, still unclear. Maybe it was. Suddenly, he didn't have time to finish his sentence. He decided to recount everything. Let me tell you what happened just now. Then Hian Vu put his clothes back on excitedly, preparing for the next tour. I feel it's a good change. The improvement is very clear, Hong Ban silently observed. It seems you've improved. Then the two went together to gather in the hall. So, what shall we eat? I'm hungry. The next day at the gate of the sect area, they all gathered fully. Suddenly, Lang Yi's voice rang out. Now we will go to the physical center. Everyone, don't worry too much. The test results will not be included in the records, nor will they affect other test categories. Hearing this, both were surprised. Qianlu stammered out to reassure. That's great, even though our soul power is still at the lowest rank. Then she signaled to invite them onto the vehicle. Students, follow me. Teachers, please stay back. As Hien Vu was about to leave, a hand held his shoulder. It was Hong Ban behind, quietly reminding, remember to handle Lai Kok. It won't be because you're special that you don't need to. It will only be because you're ordinary that you might leave. Hearing this, Hien Vu walked on with determination in his heart. Starting the work at the Lai Kak Academy Physical Test Center, Lang Yi began announcing to them, the first test is blood sampling, each person 10 milliliters, no need to worry. Shen Vu was concentrating, preparing the equipment. Seeing the elder sister, he immediately rushed over. Baby, I'm here. Seeing this, Shen Vu was a bit embarrassed and stopped him. All right. Shortly after, Lang Yi returned to her normal demeanor and introduced everyone to this person, Dr. Truong. Shen Vu also graduated from Lai Kak Academy. Without waiting long, she spoke. Let's start quickly. The first person is Hien Vu. Just as he sat down to prepare for the injection, the boy decided to switch arms. The skin on my right arm is too tough. Let's switch to the left. Then Shen Vu began the blood draw. Just finished, Hien Vu breathed a sigh of relief. It's done, she signaled. All right, you may go. He politely greeted and thanked the teacher. As Hien Vu left, Shen Vu silently followed the child's movements. He looked really pleasant. While she was preparing for the next person, suddenly a strange phenomenon appeared in the boy's blood sample tube. A small vortex was slowly swirling inside Hien Vu's blood tube. She immediately paused to look more closely. Then the tube returned to normal as if nothing had happened. Shen Vu held it up, pondering for a moment. What we saw just now was a bloodline anomaly. This child is only a few years old. The bloodline is not yet fully mature. At the same time, everyone gathered in the hallway preparing for the next test, then proceeded with the physical examination. Basic measurements like height and weight were checked. At Lai Kak Academy, it seemed nothing special. Lang Yi looked at the two and smiled lightly. Shortly after, she led the students to another place. Upon arrival, Lang Yi began introducing below. We will conduct tests on qualities like soul power and mental strength. Everyone please prepare well. Because he was the first to be tested, he felt a little worried inside. It was time to be afraid again. Hien Vu slowly stepped inside. The guiding voice sounded. He tightly gripped the handle and began to search for soul power. A few seconds later, it stopped and signaled the end. The name Lam Hien Vu, age 11, soul power base level 23. Hearing this, the boy was surprised, unable to believe his ears. Level 23. I'm already level 23? Is this the benefit of life energy brought by the mutated bloodline? At the same time, the guiding voice sounded again. Twin martial souls increased nearly 30%. Actual combat soul, power level, 29. Hien Vu suddenly turned around and looked around. The twin martial souls also checked out. Is the actual combat soul power level really 29? Truly worthy of the Shu Lai clan, these figures are really impressive. He began the next part of the test. Mental power test began. He could only sit still without moving. Hien Vu thought silently in his mind, his whole body fixed, feeling very uncomfortable. This gray helmet was stimulating his mental power. Suddenly, the surrounding scene turned red. Warning. Warning. The machine clamped tightly. Everyone being tested quickly left, otherwise there would be danger to their lives. Hearing this, he struggled to escape, but failed. No way. I can't be so easily trapped. Moreover, I can't release my martial soul. After a while, the testing helmet was removed from Hien Vu's head. The test ended. Name, Lam Hien Vu. Mental power 571, mental power burst 612, physical strength 706 pounds. Hearing this, the boy was a bit surprised. The warning was fake? Seeing his astonishment, Hien Vu could only laugh it off after that experiment. That's fine. The style of the Shu Lai Academy is really something. The boy just stepped forward. The system voice sounded, balance test begins. At the same time, the space around Hien Vu suddenly became unbalanced, anti-gravity. The boy suddenly fell without time to react. A gust of wind blew from all directions, spinning Hien Vu around until dizzy. The boy couldn't help but speak out. Too dizzy, spinning like this. But this feeling is very familiar, reminding me of Master Lam Thien Pham Lang Wai. Seeing this, he hurriedly asked Han Tin, "Can you hold on for 3 minutes?" Feeling nauseous? Like other students, Hien Vu calmly replied, "Still okay." Just stepped into the next room, the system voice sounded, "Strength test begins. Use maximum strength to attack twice." The first time relies on strength to attack. The second time uses all accumulated power to attack multiplied. He began to sigh, preparing to take a deep breath. Strength may include bloodline power. The first attack only used physical strength. Hien Vu used all his strength to punch the door, but there was still no reaction. Preparing for the second time, the boy adjusted his breathing. He focused on the door in front, increasing all his power. An energy ring appeared, enveloping Hien Vu. Quickly rotating the power through his arm and surrounding his body, the arm normally now became the sharp claws of a dragon. The energy emitted more and more, forming a golden flame of light. Enveloping Hien Vu's body, he focused, aimed straight at the target, and unleashed the steel dragon punch. The powerful punch shook the entire room. Energy spirits from the door flew toward Hien Vu. A surge of power poured into his body. From deep inside, he felt a bit of enlightenment. Hien Vu felt excited, looking at his two hands. This is the feeling of self-fusion power. So it seems the mutated bloodline has brought me comprehensive enhancement. After completing the test, the boy quickly returned to the gathering place. Lang Wai stepped out from inside and announced a break. After 30 minutes, the comprehensive physical energy test would begin. Everyone's soul power would be sealed. The mood was like falling into an abyss. "I'm done for." Hien Vu glanced at the mood, which also became anxious. In a luxurious building in the city center, we have analyzed the satellite situation. In a room inside that building, the sea god's tide was calm, life zone command. Energy had increased by 20%. In that room, 6 people were discussing. Thu Lao guessed this was a good phenomenon of eternity. Chi Thu seemed to produce a good mutation. Muang Duong reported the recent situation seemed to be evolving. The woman sitting at the head of the table had a rough grasp of the situation. "That's good." Lac Hong was the person sitting there. She carefully reminded everyone to check their ancestors. "Everyone, please pay attention. Good seeds can break the mold. Recruiting more than 30 people each year is still a bit few." While speaking, suddenly someone pushed the door and entered. "Thun Vu, why is she here?" "Her purpose is to find Lac Hong." When checking the newly born blood, a special sample was discovered. "I want to invite you over to see if Thun Vu still remembers to mention that 2 testing machines have already broken down." Lac Hong was slightly surprised upon hearing this and quickly stood up to follow. In the laboratory, both machines were emitting black smoke. Data was chaotic and unreadable. "Show me the remaining blood sample." She held the blood vial up and carefully read the name on it. "Thien La Academy, Lam Hien Vu." Lac Hong skimmed through the information. The face showed some resemblance, coming from Tien La Star. Hai Twin competition selection all won first place. Thun Vu also added that at only 11 years old, the soul power was just level 23. She tilted the vial slightly, took a few drops of blood out for testing. Lac Hong used her power to coagulate the drop of blood, then brought it closer, but as soon as her finger touched it, electricity sparked and shot out from her finger. Lac did not look at the phenomenon before her eyes, but her face immediately stiffened. This was a suppressive bloodline. Thun Vu couldn't believe her ears. How could this be? Lac immediately created a protective circle around them. The protective screen was so strong, even she didn't dare to believe it. It was truly unbelievable. "Let's check a bit more." Lac took out a 1/0 force and brought it close to Hien Vu's blood drop. The two quickly vibrated and merged together. They began to diffuse and merge into one entity, exploding with power to form the shape of a dragon. Lac Hong couldn't believe her eyes when she saw that form. Everyone was frightened. This was Long Gom. Lac Hong quickly broke the protective screen. The remaining energy dissipated, and the 2 bone streams slowly floated away. The director removed the protective screen. The 2 bone streams disappeared, and her tone became cold. "Who led Lam Hien Vu's team?" Thun Vu calmly answered that it was junior sister Leng Wai. Lac Hong gave instructions and left, telling Leng Wai to focus on Lam Hien Vu. She told her to report to me continuously. The director silently stepped out of the lab, while Lac Hong's face remained deep in thought. She couldn't imagine that it might really be a divine-level bloodline. The director unconsciously smiled, looking into the distance toward the city. Finally, something interesting happened. During the endurance test, at the hill climbing section, Hian Vu seemed to pull along two of his friends to finish. Leng Wai silently observed their actions. Suddenly, two small energy particles flew toward Hian Vu, instantly restoring him to his original good state. The feeling of fatigue vanished as if it had never existed. Then, during the reaction endurance test lasting 10 minutes, contrary to Hien Vu's upbeat spirit, Lu Feng's face was sweaty and he was panting heavily. He had to thank heaven and earth that he had completed all the test items. Hien Vu went to find Leng Wai and asked, "Leng sister, do you know our test results?" She smiled gently and replied, "I don't report the results to you, but I must remind you that Leng Wai was very impressed with your group's performance. In the recent endurance test, as well as the team test, I'm afraid it will be very difficult for you." Hien Vu and Lu Feng were both stunned to hear this. All three had passed many years ago. The recruitment exam for the academy was extremely rare for all three in the same team to pass. After the announcement, she turned and left. The three glanced at each other, repeating in their minds that it was extremely rare for all three in the same team to pass. Lu Feng called out to Hien Vu, "No need to say anything. Put your hand on our shoulders. Whatever we said at the start, let's just do that now." Hien Vu's eyes were determined. "You trust me. I will try my best to lead you out. Brothers, we don't separate. Miracles must be created by ourselves. We can only look forward. There is no way back." The three friends were united. Right, no way back. Outside, Hien Vu waved and called Lam Hien Vu. "How's your test going?" "It's fine. Have you finished?" While the two were chatting, another person appeared behind them. "Hien Vu, this is your good male friend." "What?" The person stepped closer, silver hair, wearing the Hien Vu Academy uniform. "Shy. Sister, come, don't say nonsense." Her beautiful appearance was fully revealed. "Who in school doesn't know about him? We're sisters, no need to be shy. Lam Hien Vu, right? Want to surround my white radish? It's not a simple matter." Hien Vu frowned. Sister Cum was still talking nonsense. "I'm mad. People are not radishes, and I am not a pig. You don't pay attention to my nagging." A friendly girl stepped forward and reached out her hand. "I am Lam Mong Cam, a good sister of Tien Thursday. I will help you and her." Hien Vu politely smiled and shook hands. "Hello, buddy." Seeing a beautiful girl, I don't know where she suddenly popped up to start a conversation. "Sorry, sisters." As a good teammate of Hien Vu, Mong Cam smiled one moment and then showed a cold expression the next. "Oh, just one word was enough to make the kid pale with fear and quickly hide behind you." Seeing that, she laughed teasingly at the little brat. "Your guts are too big, Hien Vu." She lightly sensed her spiritual power, which was definitely not weaker than his. You cast a probing glance at Hien Vu. She gave a slight smile and revealed, "Stronger than me. I am also stronger than him." Hien Vu was very surprised. No way. Could she also be a fourth complete? Then how strong is this group? You quickly looked around. "Where is the third member? Stop looking." Hien Vu raised two fingers. "Our group has only two people. Not enough strength. Having many people just becomes troublesome." The two-person group, worriedly asked, "Isn't it too disadvantageous for just two people? So what if there are two? We still go on missions like that." Our Tien Dao Academy is called the Ice and Snow by everyone. The goddess of Tien Thu is ice. I am snow. You can call me the great goddess later. This goddess will protect you." The kid was completely conquered by beauty, eyes shaped like hearts. The great goddess, majestic and awe-inspiring, looked like she had no future and kicked away. "Sorry, go somewhere else and stop making a fool of yourself in front of others, great goddess." Hien Vu responded to the call. "Me?" The conversation with the two girls ended. The group called each other to set off and stepped out the gate. "Sorry," exclaimed Hien Vu. "Mong Cam's sister is so beautiful, especially that aura. It's really amazing. What do you think?" "Nothing. Just feel that she and I might have a strong connection. You still have time to think about this through the test at Sulai Kak Academy." Then they moved to an area with a giant tree. You showed a look of craving for life energy, so rich. You really wanted to get close to that ancient tree. Lu Feng behind reminded, "It seems the examiner has arrived." He spoke up to introduce, "Welcome to Sulai Kak Academy. I am teacher Tio Kai of Sulai Kak Academy. Let's get to the main point." He smiled slyly. "Today is the first day of the supplementary test, and it could also be the most brutal day during the examination process. Today, half of the people will be eliminated." The crowd around started to murmur. "What? Half? Already half eliminated on the first day?" It was only the first day, but Tio Kai's face showed slight displeasure. He sternly emphasized the rules. "Today's test method is the arena. Very simple." He loudly declared the regulations. All contestants will be randomly matched through the system. The winner advances to the next round. The loser is directly eliminated. Therefore, luck and strength are equally important. Hien Vu's whole body immediately froze. Upon hearing the harsh announcement, this is the test method least favorable to us. Not only you, but all the remaining contestants share the same anxiety. No one can borrow power from AI. Everyone can only rely on themselves. Kai continued to give a warning. One point I must remind everyone, fighting in the arena is not like in the virtual space. He frowned slightly and reminded, it is real combat. Injuries and death can occur in reality. Hien Vu's eyes suddenly became unusually excited. Real combat is very different from previous tests, Kai cautiously reminded one last time, so everyone must think carefully. If you want to withdraw now, you can say so. Of course, no one wanted to withdraw until now. Then he directly proceeded with the drawing. As fast as lightning, the match board immediately appeared. It was publicly displayed in front of the contestants. Hien Vu's attention quickly rose when he saw his team's name. He smiled slightly with satisfaction. Great. No fight with Hien Vu and Bang Tien Luong teams. After all teams received their notifications, Kai began to start the game. The test would take place on 10 arenas. Contestants, please prepare, he said, then urgently called out the names of the contestants participating in Arena No. 1. Lam, Hien Vu, Lu Fong, and Tian Loi would fight against Tran Li, Han Li, Ban Jia, and Vu. Hien Vu's face gradually became more serious than ever. Getting on the field first is a good thing. Finally, decisively facing the difficult situation, let's go, Mong Cam, he began to tease. Their strength doesn't seem to be anything special, so why do you like him so much? Hien Vu immediately jumped up when she heard that. Who likes him? Sister Mong Cam, please don't say nonsense. She witnessed the previous scene and couldn't help but laugh with amusement. If you don't like him, then why are you so tense? The girl shyly reminded him that he was also a disciple of our master. The expression on Mong Cam's delicate face flickered with a hint of hesitation. Nana was momentarily shaken while she was utterly surprised. The explanation continued to be conveyed to her ears. He is Nana's first disciple. The last time he visited Nana, she secretly smiled in her heart. Remembering that brave figure, she had some hope for his strength. At the same time, Kai was urgently urging both sides to register. They quickly and loudly announced their names: Lam Hien Vu, Lu Fong Tien. The remaining potential contestants also confidently reported Tran Li, Han Li, Ban Jia Vu. Upon seeing the list, the contestants gathered fully. Only then did Kai decisively issue a warning once again. No rules, just rely on fighting skills. Finally, he roared fiercely, signaling the start of the battle. Hien Vu immediately took a ready stance to fight. His intense aura surprised the opponent, and he himself was stunned. Facing the formidable strength of the 4th-level opponent, plus the 3rd-level strength of this group, it was already on par with Bang's group. Tian Luong and Li Han now truly felt the intensity of the battle formation. The 3 second-level fighters were all second-level. How did they get this far? Teodo, standing outside, they couldn't help but intervene. Their luck is really good. They can directly enter the line now, right? Li Han took the initiative to propose, why don't you guys admit defeat? On the contrary, Hien Vu sighed heavily and affirmed, we still want to try. Lang Wai observed the whole story unfolding before him. He had to admire the decision. That expression was truly one of agony. This kid wanted to deceive people again. A flash of thought suddenly lit up in her mind. Could it be that he thought he had a chance to win? Li Han saw this and helplessly shook his head. He straightforwardly summoned his skill. Then, a sudden tidal wave surged, violently, as if wanting to swallow all the remaining small lives. Each moment, the cold water currents surged, mixing with the crackling sounds, making the atmosphere even more dramatic. Li Ban quickly coordinated with his teammates, aiming to neatly eliminate the target. Hai Truong directly used his most special skill to fight. The swordfish school showed no respect at all. Li Han straightforwardly synchronized with him. Hai Thuong Min Sin Nungyet simultaneously charged toward Hien Vu, attacking like mortal enemies. He clenched his teeth tightly out of worry. His eyebrows involuntarily drew together. The 3 attacked from all sides. The scene at the arena was so powerful that the surrounding spectators unconsciously immersed themselves in the battle. Hien Vu's eyes suddenly flashed with murderous intent, as if he had become a completely different person. Come on, it's not entirely hopeless. A thunderous explosion sounded, and the entire arena gradually sank into a dense fog. Mong Cam was so stunned that she could only silently pray in her heart. What are they thinking? If they defend, they will be pushed down from the arena. Hien Vu used the power of the blue ice defense, trying to keep his spirit steady while secretly calculating. Purely fighting strength, we won't have any chance. Suddenly, an idea flashed through Hien Vu's mind. He immediately proposed a surprise strategy and raised his hand to signal, "I'll use my martial soul fusion skill." Right after, Hian Vu divided the tasks. At the same time, Lu Feng and Tian Loi launched a surprise attack. They quickly received the information and acted. At that moment, Hian Vu's ice shield couldn't hold anymore and shattered. He promptly seized the opportunity to implement the plan. Hian Vu's palm shone brightly with blue energy spreading forward. A light touch activated the martial soul fusion skill, forming Sabos, a solid shield. The move Hien Vu unleashed was extremely fierce, causing the tidal wave to explode and debris to scatter everywhere. Tudo and Li Han were wide-eyed in astonishment, mouths agape, faces frozen as if they couldn't believe what had just happened. He panicked and thought silently, "My tidal wave disappeared." Li Ban frowned in confusion. "What on earth is going on?" Li Han now trembled and sat down on the ground, his face drenched in tears, eyes wide open, in extreme confusion. What exactly happened just now? I still led the violent dynasty to attack as usual. In the blink of an eye attacking him, a terrifying, intense feeling shot out from deep within the soul. Recalling that feeling at that time, soul power seemed to be sealed in an instant, then all attacks shattered at that time. Hien Vu was also equally shocked, faced with this unexpected situation. "What is going on? I haven't done anything yet." Lu Feng and Tian Loi are behind. Only knowing that Lam Hien Vu had broken the opponent's attack, they immediately launched a lightning-fast ambush, summoning the giant Tui Ma bird. The giant Tui Ma bird appeared soaring in the air. Jia Vu and Li Ban were still stunned and hadn't reacted yet, then were immediately defeated on the field. Only Li Han remained unable to use martial soul. Facing attacks from Lu Feng and the Tui Ma bird, Lang Wei came to help. She firmly declared the match over. Hien Vu held people back upon hearing the result that Lam Hien Vu's team won. Mong Cam was so shocked she was speechless. While everyone else buzzed with talk, "Something is too strange," Tian Loi happily approached with an excited voice. "Team leader is so cool they couldn't attack." Suddenly a voice rang out, "How did you do that?" Hien Vu turned around, only to meet Lang Yi's suspicious gaze. He just stood there, dazed without responding. She, seeing this, looked gloomy at Hien Vu's attitude and pretended, "You just pretend, only ghosts would believe you." The three of them, Li Han, Li Ban, and Jia Vu, didn't understand and were eliminated. They didn't even understand why they lost to Mong Cam, hastily turned to ask Thien Thu, "How did they do that? Did you see clearly?" The chatter in the crowd still echoed intensely. "Really? Too strange?" The opponent's strength was clearly much stronger than theirs, so why did they lose so easily? But hearing those suspicious words, Hien Vu suddenly stopped. On that innocent face he gave a friendly smile, but in everyone's eyes that smile made them feel those three were too mysterious. "Absolutely must not underestimate them." Hien Vu smiled with squinted eyes, but inside still wondered what was really going on. He himself was not clear about the matter, which made him recall Diab-0D, somewhat like suppressing martial souls. But his bloodline was not suppressing the dragon-type martial soul, so was the opponent not either? Or was it a new ability brought by a mutated bloodline? Unable to understand, the first round ended very quickly. On Thien Vu's face showed clear anxiety. The second round began. Some of Lam Hien Vu's acquaintances entered the arena, then Thuk Thai confidently stepped out with teammates. Seeing that, Hien Vu thought to himself that Thuk Ti's team was from Lang Thuk Ti of Lang Tian Academy. Seeing them, he sighed involuntarily. Looking towards Thien Luong, who was frowning and deep in thought, he couldn't help but worry that Bang Thien Luong must be very tense. The announcement echoed that the match began, but Hien Vu's thoughts did not stop. He hoped to pass the trial like before. Together with Luong Thuk Thi, like that, but now couldn't help at all. Could they make it? These were all elites from the entire Ling Bang. Luong Thuk Thi fought with all strength to win, but ultimately was defeated. She sadly collapsed, tears rolling down the corner of her eyes. Finally eliminated, Hien Vu, seeing that, felt sympathy. Thien Luong just silently bowed his head, face thoughtful. The brutal second round ended with another 30 people eliminated, advancing to the 30th round. Bang Thien Luong's team entered the arena, his eyes full of determination. A bright light flashed, filling the arena. They seemed to take the stance of crushing their opponent. Hien Vu observed, and thought their opponent was really unlucky. Encountering the furious Dien Than Ma Koi, the loudspeaker announced the next match. Lam Mong Cam and Dong Thien Thu entered the arena. He pondered, analyzing their opponents. There was only one Tu Hoan Soul Master, only two people. How would they respond? Just as it began, Bivan unleashed the soul skill, Great Earth Chi Soul. His muscles bulged, strength surged, Then Bivan charged straight at Mong Cam. The waves of force he created swept fiercely. She quickly flew up to dodge. Mong Cam's cold eyes watched the opponent. She lightly waved her hand. The Tuhoan snowflower erupted. Layers of snowflake petals enveloped Bivan. He braced himself to resist. A thought flashed through his mind. This snowflower seemed to be a Dao skill. Moreover, the whole body temperature dropped sharply and continued to fall. Only death awaited. The opponent seized the opportunity to unleash his strongest soul skill. Towards Lam Mong Cam, before that attack, Mong Cam lightly raised her hand to swirl ice and snow. Hien Vu looked up, observing the gleaming ice spear in his hand, thrown straight through the air, striking Bivan's position. But he was unharmed and recklessly charged towards Mong Cam Hien Vu, who watched intently, thinking she had shattered the whirlwind, and the attack stance was not greatly affected. This mighty earth defense was too strong. Mong Cam coldly extended her hand from the snowstorm. She unleashed a powerful strike at Bivan's body, while Hien Vu flew up from behind him and delivered a strong kick. They knocked him out of the arena. The two of them coordinated flawlessly, ending the match. Both clasped hands tightly, radiating a harmonious and majestic aura. Everyone around simultaneously gasped in admiration. Tian Loi cheered excitedly. So strong, so beautiful. Hien Vu bowed his head, silently acknowledging, indeed, very strong. The opponent was also a 4th-level Hoso master. 2 against 3 completely suppressed them. No wonder they dared to team up for the test match. The competition continued behind. Watching the matches of elite peers was an immense stimulation for the 3-person Lam Hien Vu team. Especially for Lu Fong and Tian Loi, they had already resolved to risk everything. Tio Kai stepped forward to announce the final round. Arena number 10, Lahao Tranxian and Fong Hyo fought against Nguyen and Huai. Hearing this, Hien Vu couldn't believe his ears. His eyes widened in astonishment as he silently counted in his head. Only one, and Hui appeared, dressed entirely in black. Hien Vu observed carefully and confirmed there was indeed only one person. At that moment, he reached out and removed the black hood. The black fabric fell away, and Hui's face revealed a strange beauty. His sharp, cold eyes made everyone involuntarily focus on him, and Hui appeared with a face full of confidence. Outside the stands, murmurs arose. Everyone was shocked there was truly only one person. Oh my God, what is going on? Tio Kai immediately sternly commanded, "Enough, everyone, maintain order." He announced the start of the match. No sooner had he finished than An Hui activated his soul skill. Hien Vu was amazed, mouth agape. The crowd erupted again. 10,000 soul skills. Moreover, 5 soul skills, he was a 5-soul king. Oh my God, no wonder he dared to go up 50 levels alone. How is this possible? What kind of monster is he? Then An Hui transformed into a bow and pointed at his face, declaring, "I am Nguyen An Hui." His voice was full of arrogance. "I never need teammates. I alone am enough." Facing the 3-person Lahao team, he immediately charged, attacking while shouting to rally everyone. "Don't be afraid. No matter how strong, there is only one person." And Hui's eyes suddenly turned cold. He drew the bowstring taut, the arrow gleaming the top soul skill, Divine Focus. The arrow tore through the wind toward Lahao, who hurriedly shouted, "Dodge!" Seeing this, and Hui smiled wickedly and immediately ordered a chasing arrow. The arrow changed direction to pursue the target. A loud explosion rang out as the entire Lahao team was knocked down, and Hai put on his hood and silently left. Behind him, a radiant glow exploded beautifully like fireworks celebrating victory. Tio Kai announced the match result. Nguyen and Hui won. Everyone's eyes widened, mouths agape in shock. Tian Loi's face drained of color, speechless and choked up. Hien Vu said, "I want to go home. The gap is too big." Hien Vu said nothing, quietly placing his hand on the boy's shoulder, gently reassuring him, "Don't be so discouraged. His strength is great. It's just that our cultivation circumstances are different." Hien Vu's eyes followed An Hui's retreating figure. He affirmed that as long as they could stay, they would definitely catch up to him in the future. The qualifying round ended. All 100 teams of examinees, 50 teams remaining, totaling 147 people, all left the arena. Returning to the processing area, Mong Cam approached Hien Vu curiously. "Hien Vu, how did you guys win today?" she asked. He replied, "If I told you, I wouldn't know either." She bluntly rejected, "Of course I don't believe it. What method did you use to nullify their martial souls?" He had to answer honestly, "I really don't know. When their attacks hit me, this is what happened." A flicker of worry passed in Mong Cam's eyes when mentioning An Hui. "Let's not talk about this for now. What do you think about that guy?" Hien Vu seriously admitted. "Very strong. Really very strong." She began analyzing. His soul power and martial soul were both extremely strong. Spirit power, I feel it's over 700 points. His top soul skill is guided by spirit power to lead the arrow attack. Finally, Mong Cam concluded, I think he deliberately came to the test to show off his strength to everyone. Hien Vu silently thought to himself that it seemed the boy was in a similar situation while standing on the empty hill, looking down at the vast space below. Poetic. The three of them stood talking to each other when a voice rang out, asking Yi Yi if those kids were under her responsibility. Tell me, how's the situation? Lang Yi crossed his arms over his chest and replied, I don't really understand it either. All I know is that Lam Hien Vu is especially good at creating miracles. Otherwise, he wouldn't have become the #1 in the Heavenly Net Star. If I had to say what's special about him, I feel it's his bloodline. After he came into contact with the opponent's attack power, it caused the opponent's martial soul to lose its spirit. Shen Vu adjusted his glasses in agreement. His bloodline is indeed very special, the director said. His bloodline might be a type of dragon bloodline that's extremely strong, even possibly. Both types of true dragon bloodlines exist. If the opponent now is of the dragon type, it's normal for the martial soul to be suppressed. Tiokai objected, saying the problem lies with the opponent, not the dragon bloodline. Moreover, even if the martial soul is suppressed, it wouldn't cause the martial soul to crack and break directly. Shen Vu concluded. He really is a case worth studying deeply. Lang Yi joked, could it be that we need to slice him up and study him? Then Tiokai summarized, I only have one thought. This Lam Hien Vu isn't very good at support, right? His martial soul is related to the ocean type, a martial soul that can enhance, or conversely, strengthen the ocean-type martial soul. The two of them fell into thought after hearing this. He then directed the work. Shen Vu went to report back to the director. Yi Yi, you go find the three people, Li Han and Hien Vu, and bring them to the model room. They checked again a bit, then all left to do their tasks, returning the space here to quiet. At this moment, at the guest house, Shulai Kak Hong Ban seriously questioned Hien Vu. Do you really not know what's going on? He firmly replied, I don't know, and Yi looked at him proudly. Very good, now I can confirm you will be accepted. He looked up in surprise. Huh? The test isn't over yet? Hong Ban immediately asked again, have you forgotten the motto of Shulai Kak Academy? Hien Vu quickly whispered the answer, only accept monsters, not ordinary people. He was very excited as if hearing him say, now I'm confident. You and Tian Loi might be able to enter Shulai Kak. Outside Shulai Kak, Hien Vu hoped the teacher wouldn't tell Bayo about this thought for now. I'm afraid he'll lose motivation to try, Hong Ban reassured. Don't worry, entering Shulai Kak, you won't get in without effort. Let me tell you some basic information about Shulai Kak based on what I remember, Hong Ban enthusiastically explained. Shulai Kak Academy only recruits 30 students each year due to limited resources. Everyone must rely on themselves to obtain more resources. Without enough effort, you will quickly be eliminated. Hien Vu listened, unable to hide his astonishment at the resource competition. His stunned expression made Hong Ban even more enthusiastic in teaching. The academy has a large amount of genius land treasures, but nurturing these resources requires consuming the life energy of the eternal Qi tree. Therefore, the conditions are very harsh. Academies must contribute to obtain Shulai Kak medals to exchange for resources. The medal levels are similar to soul rings. Each level has 10 ranks. Shulai Kak medals in Shulai Kak City are extremely valuable items and have more benefits than money and Duluo currency. After a thorough analysis, Hong Ban didn't forget to remind, rest well tonight to be strong. The assessment tomorrow might be an individual test. However, the worry at this moment made Vu Hien hesitate. Individual test, he felt increasingly uneasy. Bio was fine, but Lu Feng was not. It seemed the worry in the opponent's eyes was obvious. Hong Ban was noticeably calmer. I understand your mood. Everyone has their own path. If you really want to go far, it's not just relying on you but also on themselves. When meeting friends again, Hien Vu didn't forget to remind, today's assessment is very likely an individual test. His childish demeanor made Lu Feng suddenly laugh. Don't frown like that. It's really unlike you. Don't worry. For some problems I must face directly, I will try my best not to regret it. You must pass. Tian Loi, standing beside, couldn't help but whistle. Hey, don't talk as if only you feel that way. I've made up my mind too. Besides, who knows what the individual test is? What if it's a sleep test? I'll definitely be champion. The optimism of both made Hien Vu's facial muscles relax somewhat. It seemed that without absolute strength, problems beyond control would arise. I really don't like this feeling at all. When the three of them were chatting, Lang Yi suddenly stepped in and cut off Lam Hien Vu. Follow me for a moment, he said, and you could only silently follow right behind, attracting quite a few gazes from everyone on the way. The two of them got into the car and moved to another place. It wasn't until they entered the simulated Lang Yi ship cabin that he finally spoke. Yesterday, everyone's combat status was a bit special, so the Academy decided to add another test for everyone shortly. Everyone, please reenact the battle situation from yesterday to see if the attacks still have any effect. As soon as he finished speaking, the other team quickly launched an attack. Hian Vu remained calm standing there, his hand gently raised to defend. From his fingertips, a strange light flashed, catching Lang Yi's attention. As the opponent's wave of water touched that light, it became even brighter. In an instant, the wave was neutralized. It even disappeared as if it had never appeared, making Lang Yi cautious as he looked at him. Truly, not a trace was left. In the blink of an eye, he had vanished. The others also showed expressions of shock as they looked at Hien Vu's innocent appearance. Lang Yi immediately counterattacked, watching the opponent transform. Hien Vu gaped in surprise. The 4 souls, 3 dark ones, she was a 7th-level soul master. Just like a divine artifact, Lang Yi suddenly made a request. All right, Lam Hien Vu, next you support the 3 of them. Let them use similar tactics to attack me. That unexpected idea somewhat made him freeze in place, but he was secretly pleased. Interesting, I also want to see how effective it will be. He raised his arm, and many vines quickly flew out. They wrapped around the bodies of the others, quickly creating a second wave. Lang Yi looked at it without the slightest hesitation. This sea wave was no different from before, having no power against him at all. Just as he finished speaking, a golden light flashed from within, and many thin, shimmering strands gradually appeared around Hien Vu's body. In no time, the wave was enveloped in a layer of golden color. The sudden transformation made Lang Yi astonished. The sea wave seemed to have changed. In her eyes, there was clear shock. Her whole body seemed to fall into a bottomless black hole, as if in a daze when the wave was right in front of her. Her eyes quickly saw through its power. It was the fusion of 3 supreme martial souls. Seeing this, she couldn't calmly handle it. Lang Yi immediately counterattacked, watching the opponent transform. Hien Vu was stunned with his mouth agape. The 4 deaths, 3 black, she is a 7th complete soul master. She shouted once, then launched a counterattack against the waves that were rushing in, but as a result, she was also knocked flying in all directions. Watching her recent performance, even Lang Yi became bewildered after neutralizing their attack. He had used 80% of his soul power already. It was unimaginable how much this kid had increased his strength. Not only did his attack increase several times, but it also enhanced the effectiveness of his spirit shock. Lang Yi's eyes looked toward him. Hien Vu hurriedly waved his hand, showing an innocent and harmless expression. That look made Lang Yi doubt himself. It really has nothing to do with you? No wonder the Academy head values you so much. We really need to investigate this kid thoroughly. She quickly regained her composure and ordered, "Let's go. Get out of Duluo world." As soon as they arrived, another student couldn't help but exclaim, "All our soul power and spirit power were drained in an instant. It seems like a special force was guiding the attack. Completely uncontrollable by us." These words made Lang Yi pause, then turn to question Hien Vu. "Did you control the massive wave to attack me? Why did you immediately hold people back and pretend to be unaware? I didn't know." "I didn't do anything. I just saw the opponent acting too much." Lang Yi soon exploded. "The 3 of you go rest. I'll ask the Academy head about arranging a personal test for you, Lam Hien Vu." Hearing this, a flash of surprise appeared on Hien Vu's face. "Huh? So I can rest for a bit, right?" It was like a spark that fueled Lang Yi's anger. "What rest? You don't even use any energy." He shrank back and sighed softly. "I'm tired. I was scared, Lang sister." She suddenly spoke in a threatening tone. "Are you going or not?" "I'm going." As soon as they arrived, Lang Yi carefully stepped forward to explain. Based on his specialty, he would choose the test category. This was to attract the Academy's attention and would also be his main cultivation direction in the future. In the Academy, each specialized area was further divided into types. The ratio of that area also reflected the corresponding number of students the Academy had. His eyes thoughtfully observed everything, then without hesitation, just his finger chose this one. Hien Vu's decisiveness made Lang Yi also become startled. "Are you sure about controlling the warship?" His finger still pointed steadily at it. After a moment of study, Hien Vu curiously spoke. "Can I see the specific ratio breakdown?" She could only helplessly listen. "All right, you can look for yourself." Before the opponent's astonished eyes, Hien Vu decisively chose this category. Controlling the delicate warplane, those words made Lang Yi feel like she was struck by lightning. her heart full of pain. It was the least among the least. Moreover, the number of students wanting to choose this year was 0, perhaps fearing Hien Vu was impulsive. She still considered and asked again, "I'll ask you once more. Are you sure? Being the only one doesn't guarantee selection in other departments. Strength is everything." Facing that unease, Hien Vu just confidently snapped his fingers. "Definitely no problem." Lang Wei suddenly got annoyed for no reason and turned away. "It's up to you. I'm leaving now. A teacher will come to assist you later." Thinking of that, Hien Vu slightly smirked. Teacher Ngan Thien Pham once said that the delicate warplane control subject, "I will definitely pass the exam." After waiting a while, he saw a shadow lurking at the door and couldn't help but be curious. Waiting here for the teachers? Who is it? That shadow remained silent for a long time before finally speaking in a tired voice. "This course actually has someone choosing this rare examination subject? No one has chosen it for several courses now." It truly shocked others awake. Tran Hoa looked tiredly in this direction, which was Hien Vu. Choosing delicate warplane control, Hien Vu quickly and obediently bowed. "Teacher, I am Lam." "Hien Vu, this is my choice." In just a moment, his eyes revealed astonishment, and Tran Hoa's attitude suddenly changed drastically. "Kids coming out of the education system nowadays are all so foolish. Let's go." He even hurriedly pushed him, saying, "Too slow. Let me take you." Hien Vu went from one surprise to another, silently. Soon, the two arrived at the delicate center. Seeing what just happened, his heart was full of amazement. Delicate center? How is this possible? There was no sense of movement, only Tran Hoa coldly ordering ahead, "Hurry up." The small figure quickly followed, but had barely taken a few steps before freezing, staring at the massive object ahead. Hien Vu silently marveled in his heart. "The armor is huge. This is the delicate armor?" There was also another unusual delicate warplane. If one could control such a delicate warplane, it would truly be amazing. His excited expression quickly caught Tran Hoa's eye. "Like it, Hien Vu?" Hien Vu nodded while staring fixedly at the armor. "Really like it, sir. Just by looking, one could tell it was a machine with excellent adaptability and extreme operation." Tran Hoa hurriedly denied. "It doesn't have diverse weapons either. This is a warplane prepared for strong pilots." Noticing Hien Vu's eager gaze, he tilted his head to probe. "Do you like operating delicate warplanes? What do you like about it?" Hien Vu still focused without looking away. Then from his eyes flashed a burning passion. Hien Vu slowly continued. "Freedom. I like the various transformations of delicate warplanes at extreme control speeds, especially the freedom to fly however I want." Tran Hoa sneered. "Freedom? Huh?" He coldly stepped toward the stairs, not forgetting to call, "Follow me. Let me see how you demonstrate the freedom of a delicate warplane." The two quickly arrived at the training room. Tran Hoa casually ordered, "Enter the simulation cabin. I'll support you later. Follow my guidance to conduct delicate combat. Understand?" Hien Vu quickly understood and nodded to comply. "Understood, sir. I am the warplane commander, and the teacher is the support pilot." Chan Hoa was made to smile quietly inside by this carefree look. "The support aircraft? Why haven't I piloted a support aircraft for so many years?" After sitting in the cockpit, Hien Vu concentrated on controlling the mech to fly away. That serious demeanor made Chan Hoa even more satisfied. Basically not bad. Both the operation and state were very good. At the immature voice of the boy, he hurriedly raised the support aircraft. Support aircraft. Preparing well for battle. That demeanor made Chan Hoa suddenly annoyed inside. That rotten kid really treats me as his support aircraft? Outwardly, he could only comply and prepare for battle. Both quickly piloted the mech to rush into space and enter the battlefield, constantly giving guidance. Flying at full speed, Chan Hoa, though frustrated, could only silently feel annoyed. "Oh, the commander is still me." Both fighter jets rushed at full speed. As soon as they detected a strange object, Hien Vu suddenly shouted loudly. "Detected one enemy aircraft at coordinates 598,673. Chan Hoa also slowly reported detecting 2 enemy aircraft via the communication screen. He quickly laid out a strategy to lure the enemy aircraft. "Teacher, wait for me to finish fighting, then I will support." Although unwilling because of being ordered, Chan Hoa still smiled happily. Clearly, Hien Vu sat in the control seat, his eyes fixed tightly on the target, not daring to look away. 1 against 1, the fighter jet flew straight at the enemy. He pulled the control stick to make the engine operate at full throttle. But as soon as he saw Hien Vu turn sharply inside the enemy, Chan Hoa was shocked. Foolish. Braking suddenly like that will cause the body to lose control. This trainee was just not good enough. Although after a dizzying maneuver, Hien Vu still tried to remain calm. He quickly pressed a button on the control panel, and the fighter jet immediately launched a counterattack. The opponent missed and fell into the target. What? In this state, how could he do that? How to stop such a big shock? After eliminating the enemy, Hien Vu became extremely excited. Great! Eliminated them! Even Chan Hoa breathed a relieved sigh. He suddenly connected to Hien Vu and reported, Commander of the fighter jet, support aircraft, report to me. 2 enemy aircraft on my side are flying toward you, but I can't hold them back behind my fighter jet. 2 others are closely tailing me. This made him shift from excited to disappointed in an instant. What? Teacher, how do you hold back the enemy? Really a pig teammate. Chan Hoa, though angry, could only remain silent. Inside, his heart was like a stormy sea, endlessly surging. My teammate is a pig teammate. That rotten kid, is this a test or what? In space, 3 fighter jets twisted and turned, creating long streaks of light. He gritted his teeth. His whole body radiated tension, observing the situation. 1 against 2. Moreover, the enemy's coordination was very smooth, not easy to handle. But it was not entirely without opportunity. Hien Vu immediately pushed the throttle, and the fighter jet thus rushed at full speed. That move was unpredictable by the enemy. Crazy! Flying at super high speed in the asteroid belt, they immediately ordered their comrades to surround him. Soon, many artillery shells fired like bombs falling. Inside the control panel, the computer continuously issued warnings. Attention! Attention! The body was hit, the shield damaged, but none of this made him flinch even a bit. His hands controlled the fighter jet to easily dodge the enemy's pursuit smoothly. It was so smooth that Chan Hoa was even more impressed inside. He managed to resist the attack of the pursuers, but the fighter jet rushing ahead was locked onto him. Hien Vu, seeing himself blocked, he couldn't help but get angry, even using all his strength to slow down the fighter jet to dodge the attack. Seeing Hien Vu risking his life like that, the enemy was even more terrified. Super agile goggles, this kid wants to die? His whole body tensed, his concentration fully focused on controlling the fighter jet completely. Just as he escaped the danger zone, Hien Vu immediately fired a counterattack. A small asteroid was blasted apart, causing the pursuers to panic and shout loudly, "It's over!" Seeing their trembling appearance on their tired faces, he also showed a satisfied smile. "Got you!" The delicate device shattered in the silent space. Hien Vu furiously unleashed a deadly strike and vanished. The released energy tore apart the night sky. The collision created a terrifying explosion, despite the system continuously trying to warn and advise. Warning, body overloaded. But he still silently rejoiced. Although he had consumed too much energy, he succeeded. However, both his body and soul power had reached their limit. Amid the floating asteroids, Hien Vu watched the light fly away, feeling uneasy. There's one more to chase him away. Really lucky with the aura. Actually, now I'm also exhausted. Destroying 2 fighter jets, the achievement is probably still okay. The mechanical sounds still echo steadily. Support aircraft. Support aircraft reporting position. I have pierced the enemy's support aircraft. The enemy's main fighter jets have fled. Main fighter jets. Please note, I am approaching your direction. Support. The chimes in Hien Vu's heart ring out. Forecast of something bad. Support. You glance far away where a spaceship is rushing over. Unfortunately, it brings formidable opponents here again. Repeating, I am approaching your direction. Tran Hoa laughs slyly in the sturdy cockpit. Support. Hien Vu sees the situation before him and cannot stop the fearful thoughts. 10 fighter jets. What's going on? He touched the fire ant nest. Why is it like this? This really traps me inside. Tran Hoa indifferently enters the main cabin. Feeling relieved to be outside, Hien Vu is so angry he cannot hold back his scolding words. Teacher, clearly causing chaos on the plane, hiding the market like that. Why does he not care and teases like that? That's right, Liu provokes me. I am clearly on the same side as your enemy, yet you still report my position to me. The order to me is not to disappear. With your level, do you want to enter the Suilai Kak Academy? Why not go early to bathe and rest? Each sentence makes Hien Vu hesitate, his thoughts gradually becoming more negative. That's right, he is my supervising professor. What did I just say? You lower your head, sighing, trying to reassure yourself. After a while of torment, Hien Vu decides to pull himself together and face the truth. Teacher, I was wrong. Tran Hoa raises an eyebrow at the opponent's quick repentance. Where did you go wrong? Hien Vu speaks deeply from his heart. Wrong in not understanding your worries. You want to give me a chance to perform well. But I misunderstood you, did not bring out my best ability, disappointing your expectations. Teacher, I was wrong. I truly understand my mistake. Please give me another chance. I promise to follow your guidance. He slowly raises his arm. Tran Hoa listens to those flowery words, then taps the student's head. It's a pity. Sui Lai Kak has no acting department otherwise. Knowing you are a disciple of Engan Thien Pham, I would have believed it. Hien Vu with a big bump on his head is confused and wonders. Teacher, do you know our teacher Engan? Tran Hoa leisurely walks toward the wide-open door. Not just knowing him. You ask if he still has the face for me to see him? Kid, you have some conscience, know how to choose tactfully. Commanding the system to control cultivation, I will reluctantly accept you. Go home. The comprehensive test is over. You just need not to sell salt, then come find me to register. Hien Vu hesitates for a moment. His heart seems not to believe his ears. Registering means being accepted. Suddenly, tricky questions arise in his mind. Wait, what is the comprehensive test? Just a simple task of the King of Hell's betel nut? Could it be life-threatening or nonsense? Returning to the guest room where Sui Lai Kak is prosperous, Hien Vu slowly recounts the whole recent event, then he leaves. Hongban sighs unconsciously, making him anxiously ask, "So, Teacher Li?" He answers briefly, annoyed. "Nothing. If you pass, it should be no problem." Then Hien Vu frankly raises his question. "Teacher Li, do you know that person?" "Who is he?" Hongban avoids the issue. "You will know later. You just accept the harsh truth. Then I won't guess anymore." He looks at the sky outside the window, a bit thoughtful after returning. Should I tell Ngan Thien Pham? If I tell him, would he still dare to come to Sui Lai Kak to apprentice? Suddenly, a knock on the door attracts Hien Vu's attention. Tien Loi impatiently wonders, "Hien Vu, you returned so fast. Are you sure you passed?" Hien Vu calmly asks Han about the situation. How about you?" Tien Loi confidently puffs out his chest, showing off. "Passed. Of course I passed. I have such a rare talent I don't know what to do." Hien Vu kindly asks, "What category did you choose?" The kid smiles brightly, happily. "Martial soul. My martial soul is rated unique. Let me tell you, your martial soul is not unique either. But CA's martial soul is unique. Tell me, isn't that awesome? Not impressed?" Hien Vu sees the other person smug, then crosses his arms and teases, "I heard the comprehensive test behind may even be life-threatening. Or you lead the vanguard team and immediately run to nestle against your arm to flatter me. Don't. Captain, you are my martial soul captain. No matter how outstanding you are, I have to respect you. I have long respected you and bowed my head to the ground." Hien Vu suddenly remembered his friend and asked Han, "Has Sao Fong 2 Sao returned yet? What category did he choose?" The carefree kid answered the question. "The category is quite obscure, called the will to fight." Hongban from afar heard it and immediately got excited. "Will to fight Sao? He chose this? Vanguard? Narrate what you know." "I heard his strength is weak, so he might have chosen this category to take a risk." Hien Vu asked with curiosity. "Teacher Liichi, is there anything wrong with fighting?" His expression gradually darkened, and in a cold tone he said, "Nothing is wrong. This category really fits his situation. Although the Sao talent of a soul master cannot show everything, this category is also the hardest. Passing it is also very good, but if you fail, the after effects will be very serious. Mildly, the will cracks, causing cultivation stagnation. Severely, it endangers life in the extreme cold place." Lu Feng tried hard to move forward with a body full of blood streaks. Tiu Kai bluntly refused. "No, you're too weak." He raised himself from physical pain. I can do it." Lu Feng struck to prove his will and determination to keep fighting. He could only sigh, his face showing fatigue. Then Tiu Kai lightly raised his hand and released a very small energy. He was hit and immediately thrown backward. Lu Feng's body ached, and his weapon shattered as he lay on the cold ground. Trying to breathe in every breath, Hien Vu looked at the person before him with deep worry. The martial soul was already starting to be damaged. Many bones were broken, and blood loss was severe. The wound was already life-threatening. She hastily suggested, "Maybe we should stop." Tiu Kai shook his head and calmly explained, "The more extreme the state, the clearer a person's potential can be seen." He stepped firmly on Lu Feng's body, causing him extreme pain. Tiu Kai, with a strong murderous aura, gave a firm condition, "If you can still stand up, I will consider you have passed the test." Lu Feng heard this and determinedly got up but collapsed immediately afterward. He tried to regain his breath and regulate his endurance. Lu Feng's gaze gradually lost focus. His mind was full of negative thoughts. Am I about to disappear? Is it worth it? Is it really worth it? Past insults flooded his mind like a flood. Not worthy, immediately eliminated. Useless trash, pitiful, terrible. But amid Lu Feng's dark memories, a faint light appeared. But at that moment, you appeared. You gave me hope, made someone like me confident. I won't let you down. We have to pass together. Definitely must. Lu Feng still lay motionless on the cold ground. Then Vu worriedly advised with effort, "Stop now. Too much blood loss, unconscious already. I must quickly give first aid. Kai hesitated for a long time but finally made a decision. Before he could finish, he felt something unusual. Lu Feng's eyes looked up with determination. Kai's mind was stunned watching him risk everything to try. This kid, Lu Feng stood straight, ironclad, determined to win, refusing to lose. I can't lose. I must pass, must pass. A miracle appeared. He was steady on his own feet. Then Vu gently and carefully tended to the person in his arms. Too cruel, he's been seriously injured. Even if the wound is saved, it can't recover immediately. How to handle the next test? Kai stopped as if nothing happened. His talent is unstable. Without more willpower, how can he qualify to enter Shu Lai sect? However, on his body, I saw stubbornness and perseverance. His final smile proved he has a tolerant and kind heart. I have done my part. He pulled out a miraculous herb. Of course, there is a way to help. Then Vu was amazed looking at the item before him. Teacher Tio was, "This is too precious." Kai looked kindly at the person lying below, silently hopeful. Precious things must be used in the right place. I like this kid. Unexpectedly, in this test batch, there is such a kid. He is too much like when I first came to Shu Lai sect, but his performance is better than mine at the start. I want to take him as my disciple. This American red silk chrysanthemum blends with the sunset sky and Kai's voice. Consider this my first meeting gift to him. The story shifts to the hospital, where Hien Vu can't suppress his anxiety. Why is Feng Tu so badly injured? The hospital room is too cold, and he is too flustered to do anything. Hong Ban immediately examines and reassures everyone, "Don't worry, he's fine despite the severe injuries." But his aura and soul power are very abundant, probably due to excellent treatment. Just some rest will suffice. Lu Feng announces with a face full of happiness, "Brothers, we passed! I passed!" Hearing the good news, Hian Vu is excited. "Really? That's great!" Tian Loi and Hoa Chung also passed. But he is too tired and asks for permission to sleep. Hong Ban relaxes the guard. "Now we can rest assured." But he quickly regains composure and warns, "Don't let your guard down. Only by passing the comprehensive test can you be officially accepted." Officially accepting Hien Vu, he anxiously asks again, "What is the final comprehensive test?" Tian Loi quickly raises his question, "What will be tested?" Seeing this, Hong Ban seriously provides practical information. "The only thing I can tell you is that the comprehensive test is truly dangerous, even life-threatening." The next day, the Academy gathers all candidates for a meeting in the guest hall. Kai confidently stands on stage and says, "I have 2 announcements for everyone. First, individual test results will not be disqualified. Everyone has the chance to participate in the final comprehensive test." All students are delighted. The audience is lively. He slowly reveals the second announcement related to the comprehensive test. Everyone will be taken to a real place to fight real enemies. Note, this is a real battlefield. If something happens, there is a high chance you might die there. Hien Vu and Tian Loi immediately tense up, trying to absorb all key information. Kai solemnly states the final rule. Now you can choose to participate or not. Those who don't participate will be disqualified and sent home. Everyone is given 1 hour to think. Time passes quickly. Soon Thien Luong faces Hien Vu seriously and asks, "Lam Hien Vu, what do you think?" He answers without hesitation, "We will participate in the final comprehensive test." Hearing this, Thien Luong happily proposes, "Then our agreement still stands, right?" Hien Vu gladly agrees. "Of course, provided you follow my command." He glances briefly, then quickly leaves. Hien Vu looks into the distance thoughtfully. Having 3 companions is good, and trust among them has been built. Suddenly, Thien Thu interrupts his thoughts. "We will participate. What about you?" Hien Vu calmly replies, "We will participate too." Without hesitation, she proposes, "Then let's act together." He seriously considers and responds in a low tone, "Okay, but you must follow my command." Mong Cam, silent for a long time, irritably speaks up. "Huh? You are our commander? You think you're smarter than us?" Hien Vu calmly states his opinion. "Something like that. If you two don't want to, don't join our team. A 5-branch team will lose a lot of strength." Hearing this, she angrily faces Thien Thu. "Your friend is really arrogant." Thien Thu gently explains the situation to Mong Cam. "Listen to me, Mong Cam. Your strength is definitely the strongest, but I trust him in terms of command." Mong Cam, think about it. With their strength, they achieve champion in both selection and re-examination. The key is Lam Hien Vu's command ability. Mong Cam, if you trust me, agree with him. We will definitely pass the final test. Mong Cam reluctantly agrees. "All right then. I don't trust him, but I trust you." She turns and leaves without looking back. "If you feel he is untrustworthy, the 2 of us will go." Hien Vu quietly looks back and follows. Hien Vu watches their figures leave, feeling warm inside, surprised she defended him like that. In the end, no candidate chooses to give up, though it was very difficult to get this far. Hong Ban solemnly announces, "The comprehensive test will be the day after tomorrow. Each person must take responsibility for their own decision." Time passed like that, and before long the conference ended. I gathered his students and gave them instructions. That's right, each person must take responsibility for their own decisions. Once chosen, there should be no regrets. But you must remember, this exam is not a drill. It is a real battle. I can assure you that every comprehensive exam has casualties, so remember that. No matter what, you must survive and return. In the next period, Lam Hien Vu devoted all his time to training. He closed his eyes and felt the power being absorbed by his body, sensing Lam Hien Vu's energy. Life energy abundant in the air flowed into his body. Within those 6-colored lights, a huge, strange, bright spot appeared, called the Eternal Tree. Upon seeing him, the Eternal Tree smiled with satisfaction. Before he could understand what was happening, it quickly entered Hien Vu's body. Then he seemed to sense something changing. Inside his body, the absorption speed of life energy increased by 50%. In his spiritual sea, it seemed that a special aura was increasing, as if connecting to something else, but nothing unusual was detected. What exactly is that light sphere? Nightfall came with unanswered questions, promising many new stories to unfold. In another scene, Hien Vu's image appeared amid voices arguing back and forth. One side said, "I need him. I only want him. No one else can compete with me. He chose the personal exam. He belongs to my system. I need him." The other side was not to be underestimated either. "No, you can't have him. Change him for someone else. This kid is special and needs special attention and nurturing." So it turned out that the couple Lac Hong and Tran Hoa were fiercely arguing over Hien Vu. Before she could finish speaking, he said, "He is a disciple of Ngan Thien Pham and belongs to me." Lac Hong immediately injected soul energy and bloodline into the child, saying, "This kid is too special. How can I not keep him in the exam system?" Tran Hoa then tried to find a more reasonable excuse. "Back then, my place was as deserted as a temple. This year, only he registered. I don't care who else, I'm taking him for sure." She kept objecting. "No matter which system he's assigned to, it's the academy's decision. What right do you have to come to me and demand him?" The more she spoke, the more unreasonable Lac Hong seemed. Tran Hoa couldn't hold back anymore. "Mr. Lac Hong, don't be so unreasonable. A couple bound by 100 years of love, even after breaking up, she no longer spoke, grinding her teeth as if about to fight. Fueled by anger, Lac Hong rushed forward to start a fight. Though Tran Hoa anticipated the situation, he neither dodged nor counterattacked, silently enduring it, which surprised her a bit. The force of Lac Hong's palm strike sent him flying 80 meters away. The wall had a huge hole. She shouted with a voice full of worry and blame, "What are you doing? Why didn't you dodge?" Tran Hoa could only silently endure. After calming down, he began to speak softly. "At first, I was at fault. I told you, if you want to kill me, go ahead. I'm leaving now. You keep that kid." Saying that, Tran Hoa turned his back, ready to leave. "Find a more tactful system commander. I'm leaving." Suddenly, Lac Hong's voice echoed from afar. "You're threatening me?" He coldly replied, "Do as you wish." She couldn't hide her anger and shouted, but then fell silent, unwilling to argue further. Although Hong cared about the other, her words still contradicted her feelings. Damn it, but this time there was no exception. "Get out quickly. Don't let me see you again." Hearing these words, warmth kindled in his heart. She still cared about him, at least a little. In another scene, sunlight appeared after the trees. The examinees gathered, waiting for the announcement from Tiokai. "All right, the final exam is about to start. Remember, this is not a virtual world. Everyone must face real combat. If you die, you really die. Depart for the Space Travel Center to the Lai Kak system." After finishing the announcement, Tiokai turned to ask Hien Vu, who was boarding the spaceship to the exam field. It could also be said that they were going to another planet, Lu Fong. Nearby, he recalled past events. After Hong Ban healed him last time, he also read an ancient martial technique book. Memories flooded back. He remembered Hong Ban's strict warnings. This ancient martial technique is a self-sacrifice skill and must never be used unless absolutely necessary. The vehicle has rolled to the next point to complete the final test. The spaceship begins to take off. Announcements continuously ring out. "Everyone, please sit tight. We are departing now." The ship heads straight out into space. Qian Luo looks toward the window frame. The announcement suddenly bursts out, the atmosphere thickens, and suddenly Hien Vu's power seems to react to this area. Making him feel curious, before he could think much, an announcement sounded, All examinees, please pay attention. Tyukai appears on the big screen, welcoming everyone to the comprehensive examination process of the Sulai Academy. Next, with every sentence I say, everyone must strictly keep the documents confidential. After returning, everyone will sign. Only those who survive and return must sign the confidentiality agreement. Now I will tell you a story. This is a secret belonging to the Federation. For tens of thousands of years, the Federation's science has advanced and developed rapidly from the initial contact of the Sun and Moon Great Six and Duluo. Great Six, 10,000 years ago, the soul path science and technology began to develop in a refined migration direction. Until now, we have many administrative planets, but everyone also knows how difficult it is to find these administrative planets and complete migration. In reality, how difficult it is, Tiokai continues to explain to the examinees, suitable planets for humans and soul beasts to survive have a very high possibility of primitive intelligent life forms. We want to carry out migration. Of course, we will face fierce resistance from them. The contact between clans is extremely brutal. War is inevitable. In the refined migration war, we will face extremely strong opponents. At this time, we must rely on the few elites that Sulai Academy has cultivated, and everyone in the future will definitely have to enter the real battlefield. The ship you are sitting on will take you to an intelligent planet that the Federation is currently fighting over. You will have to face the intelligent clans and fight them. Hearing these words, Hien Vu was a bit surprised because this test is really not easy. He continued to remind the examinees. What everyone needs to do is try their best to survive. The teachers will try to rescue everyone, ensuring no one is killed. But those rescued will lose the qualification to continue the test. Finally, the survivors will receive a comprehensive evaluation score. After the announcement from Tiokai ended, Hien Vu and Qian Luo looked at each other silently. Suddenly, glass tubes gradually lowered. Enveloping each examinee, an announcement suddenly sounded to reassure everyone's spirit and hypnotize their morale. Everyone prepare to fall into a deep sleep. Prepare to enter super space-time. At this moment, a white gas was released inside the glass tubes, making him a bit surprised, but after a while, because he had inhaled the hypnotic gas, Hien Vu's eyes became dreamy and gradually closed. The misty smoke before his eyes slowly disappeared. After a while, he sensed golden rays flickering as if signaling it was time to wake up, not knowing how long he had been unconscious. But upon waking, he heard the AI voice, "Attention, about to land, prepare well to attack. The spaceship is slowly landing at the destination at lightning speed." Tyukai opened the ship door and loudly said, "All examinees disembark." Hien Vu only now became alert and shocked himself. From the window frame, the image of a real battle gradually revealed. Fighter ships were rushing through the sky, under smoke and fire. The ground had become a desolate wasteland. Qian Luo seemed unable to believe his eyes. Oh my God, this really is the battlefield. At this time, the examinees had disembarked. Tiokai began announcing the war situation. "We have arrived at the destination of this trip. This is an unannounced planet that the Federation is attacking and occupying. Soon we will become mercenaries sent directly to the battlefield. The achievements everyone gains on the battlefield can be exchanged for medals from the Sulai Academy." Hien Vu now seemed to see an opportunity. Sulai Academy medals, then he instructed about necessary equipment. Each person will have a locator device and a supply bag. In the supply bag are emergency rations for everyone each day. Your mission in the next 3 days is to try to survive or use the locator to return here. Next, each person please take your personal supplies. We have 10 minutes, then immediately depart. The fighter ships are ready and waiting for combat orders. Forecasting a fierce battle, after boarding the Lu Feng warship, he met Hien Vu to discuss. In the bag, there was 1.5 liters of water and compressed food. You look at the device attached to your arm in the locator, displaying a simple map and direction. We are far from the mechanical base. At this moment, the transport plane, 200 kilometers past the airfield, encountered the first wave of attacks. The vulture beasts surrounded the ship, making movement difficult, so we had to find a way to eliminate them. Looking out the window, Hien Vu saw an AI outside collecting something from the monsters. He immediately turned to ask An Vin, "Uncle, what are those monsters carrying? Is there any loot worth collecting?" He didn't hesitate to answer. Not only these big-bellied vultures on this planet, the heads of all creatures have a nucleus. This type of nucleus is the essence that helps these creatures absorb the primal energy of heaven and earth, somewhat similar to the spiritual energy of our soul masters, but it is fixed. It has a certain effect on cultivating the spiritual power of our soul masters. Therefore, if we kill creatures here, Don't forget to collect the nuclei. After returning to the base, they can be exchanged for points. You replied, thanks, uncle. The more nuclei collected, the higher the points. This made you think silently that these nuclei are indeed valuable. The warship was now 500 kilometers from the base. Sensing the opportunity, Envin ordered to open the doors. All examinees went down to start their assessment. At this moment, everyone was stunned. The ship hadn't even landed yet. Why get off? The whole group started to panic. What? We're still 200 to 300 meters above the ground? He seemed to explode with anger at the cowardly group. Lien shouted loudly, hurry up and get down voluntarily or you'll be thrown down. The examinees trembled in fear. Only Hien Vu remained calm. Turning back, he urged the team, are you ready? Lu Feng looked at you with determined eyes and replied, ready. Meanwhile, Tian Loi was still recovering and stammered, as long as we land safely. Thien Luong and Mong Cam, along with Thien Thu, joined the team with Hien Vu. You moved forward with a strong fighting spirit. Let's go! The examinees jumped off the warship one by one to begin a fierce assessment. The assessment site gradually appeared before your eyes with clear, pleasant weather. This seemed like a good sign for the upcoming start. After Hien Vu and teammates landed safely, they could finally breathe a sigh of relief and exclaimed, great, we finally landed safely. Lu Feng gazed into the distance, nodding perfunctorily. The transport military returned, and Tian Loi showed a worried expression. Whispering softly, I thought we were dead for sure, but didn't encourage his friend, only saying indifferently, The final assessment had begun when suddenly a noise from behind startled you. The Mong Cam group had just approached. They chattered, announcing, Lam Hien Vu, everyone is here. Thien Luong replaced greetings with a seemingly very dangerous sentence. From now on, we will follow your lead. Hien Vu suddenly spoke seriously, deliberately showing his authority before departure. There are some things I must clarify first. Everyone must obey my command. If you think my command is problematic, wait until we're safe to speak. Thien Luong nodded to confirm, while Mong Cam bluntly declared, if it really endangers my life and I want to run, don't blame me. Hien Vu kept talking nonstop. Of course, until then, it's all up to fate. Secondly, we must decide how to divide the loot. After some delay, he got to the point quickly, and someone responded, tell us how to divide it. The situation seemed to tense as it involved individual interests, but you still maintained a calm tone. The loot will be divided into 10 parts. I want 3 parts, the rest get 1 part each. Since this is our first cooperation, equal sharing is better. Mong Cam began to get annoyed, straining his neck to demand justice. You call that equal? I'm the strongest here. Why shouldn't I get more? Hien Vu insisted on his opinion. Each person in the team has their own role. With me here, everyone's strength is increased by at least 30%. Feeling his flex was enough to convince the others, he lowered his voice. If anyone disagrees, you can withdraw now. Mong Cam was so bitter he wanted to fight on the spot. Thien Thu beside him didn't want internal conflict, so gently advised, all right, Hien Vu, continue explaining. Everyone observe carefully. If under my command the harvest isn't enough, you can choose to act alone. Let's continue. Mong Cam, knowing his place, reluctantly accepted the frustration. All right, let's see then. The official game begins. Hien Vu points his hand forward to assign tasks to each person. We set off. Feng Tu, you scout ahead. Bon Tu, and I will follow Bang Thien Luong. The 3 of you go ahead. Thien Thu Lam Mong Cam stays behind. We move in that direction. Everyone listens, following Hien Vu's orders, quickly dispersing in all directions, but Mong Cam quickly senses something is off. Shouldn't we return to base? Why are we going the opposite way? Hien Vu patiently explains his plan. This reverse route might help us survive better, but the gains will definitely be fewer. The enemies we face at the test starting point will likely improve our combat skills, so moving forward increases the chance of better rewards. You shoot straight. The bullet-like gaze silently warns the beauty Lam Mong Cam. This time I explain clearly to you, but it's also the last time. I hope everyone acts according to my command. This is also the responsibility to ensure the safety of all team members. After hearing this, Mong Cam's face stiffens, inwardly starting to calculate, watching the figure of the boy gradually disappear. She can only click her tongue in amazement. It really is a bit unusual. Before them, the whole team sees a quiet mountain forest scene, but it gives people a feeling that something dangerous is lurking. Lu Feng had already set out ahead to scout according to plan. Now, just returning, he immediately glimpses the Kulung area, where there are quite a few monsters. These alien monsters seem to like living in groups. The groups usually have at least 7 or 8, sometimes up to hundreds. Just now there was a battle over there. 10 monsters were killed, probably because of Nu Win and Hui. Hien Vu falls silent and contemplates the information. Then he quickly gives further orders, continuing to follow him. He left signs. We will follow his signs to operate. The atmosphere gradually becomes tense. Hien Vu continuously draws up new plans. Our next strategy is to follow Nguyen, an Ui Hui to fight. He will attract the attention of a large number of main force monsters to help everyone understand better. He then uses the map to display flashing red arrows continuously indicating the targets the group must aim at. We follow behind to pick up benefits. Mong Cam has been silent, trying to seize the signal, but if so, our harvest will definitely be less than his. Hien Vu clears his throat and slowly explains, I think he's alone. Chasing so many monsters, he probably can't take the monster's cores in time to avoid waste. We will pick up those. As soon as he finishes, he immediately receives a flood of reactions from the people of Tien Luang, shocked to the point of stunned faces, not doing but picking up benefits. Vu Tian directly thumbs up and shouts, respect. As for Mong Cam, she can only mutter one sentence. This guy, Hien Vu, had already guessed everyone's attitude, proudly showing a smug expression. Is it worth 3/0? Let's go. The group continues to follow Nguyen An Hui. Even though they encounter some small groups of monsters, Hien Vu chooses not to fight them. Very quickly, they find the bodies of more than 20 monsters. Half of their cores have been taken. Hien Vu regrets being one step late, but still hastily picks up the remaining cores, then seriously entrusts Mong Cam, the strongest, to keep them safe. If anything happens, she will bring the cores back to share with everyone, after handing over the task. He continues to lead everyone forward. Mong Cam, though trusted, is unwilling and confides her feelings to her sisters. This is too cautious. Why must we follow? We're not incapable of fighting those monsters. Hien Vu is unlikely to stand on the same side as you, sisters. He must have his reasons. Don't rush. Mong Cam can't persuade the allies, so she reluctantly agrees. All right, let's continue and see. In another corner, Lu Fong is highly focused, observing the situation and reports Nguyen An Hui is in trouble. A monster group of about 100 monsters is surrounding and attacking him. Hien Vu seems anxious and urgently decides to move. Let's go see. So, the two young men snake forward closer to the fiercely ongoing battle. Standing at a high position, they can easily overlook everything. Hien Vu silently assesses the situation below. He has no intention to flee, apparently unwilling to lose that loot, the biggest threat to him. Perhaps these blue-colored monsters. Tien Luang is also watching the battle and notices An Hui is defending, feeling anxious. Going to help without the slightest care about his words. Hien Vu raised his finger to his lips, signaling a shush, not in a hurry. Everyone watched closely. The power of Nguyen An Hui. Indeed, his eyes were bloodshot, as if preparing to unleash his final deadly move to destroy the opponent. And Hai slowly drew his bow, with a determined gaze, shooting powerful green arrows one by one, propelled by his resolve, flying swiftly toward the soul beast. Hien Vu witnessed the marksmanship talent and admired it, the #1 soul skill with poison that could spread, under the power and speed of the poisoned arrows. More than half of the surrounding monsters were killed. Suddenly something advanced toward An Hui, perhaps targeting his arrow. The arrow disappeared right before An Hui's eyes, proving that the soul beast had risen to fight back, the leader of the SAO. An Hui said nothing and continued drawing his bow to shoot again, but once more, the arrow was countered. Two beams of blue and red light clashed, causing a huge explosion in midair. The boy who had been watching was the third soul skill, Violent Arrow. The temperature was very high due to the control of the blue lightning leopard, the leader, while other monsters surrounded them. Seeing the situation was bad, he immediately unleashed the ultimate skill, Martial Spirit Tide. Each arrow flew straight up, then exploded, shooting down to the ground, a silver glow descending from the sky, hitting each monster precisely. Hien Vu's face tensed, eyes wide. He even unleashed the #1 soul skill, making each arrow light effective. Closely following Nguyen An Hui, the boy watched and felt truly amazed by his strength. The blue lightning still refused to surrender. It roared and turned the moon into the ultimate weapon. A powerful lightning bolt struck directly at An Hui. Tien Luang witnessed it firsthand but still couldn't believe what was happening. Mong Cam beside him was even more stunned. Able to borrow the power of the blue core, Duong Yai's expression showed confusion about what was happening, only wide-eyed in amazement. Suddenly, Van Hui's eyes lit up as if awakening unparalleled power. He quickly retreated, narrowly escaping. The blue lightning bolt struck the ground fiercely, leaving a crack. His agility saved Van Hui's life. He breathed a sigh of relief and hurried away. Van Hui transformed into a blue light and dashed away, vanishing into the blue core. She hid behind a tree nearby, quietly observing. He was very cautious, which was necessary. temporarily not mentioning the large amount of spirit cores in hand. Understanding Nguyen and Hui's energy and also seeing the unusual attack method of the monster on this planet, Hien Vu ordered Lu Fong Tu seriously to continue tracking. This would be very helpful for our next actions. Clean up the battlefield. Be careful not to touch the monsters killed by poison to avoid their toxic aftermath. After the fight, there would be hundreds of spirit cores in hand. Hien Vu handed everything to Mong Cam, then seriously instructed her. Hien Thu slowly approached her good sister this time. Recovered yet? Mong Cam still refused to admit it. Just good luck. The girl smiled gently, meaning a lot. Because she was responsible for us, always acting carefully. She teased Hien Thu like that. Poisoned by him already? Why always say that to him? The girl immediately denied. I'm just analyzing. The group continued following Lu Feng's sign. He carefully studied the stone while resting in a rocky canyon not far away. Hian Vu immediately asked about the blue lightning leopard's whereabouts. His tone urgent, he killed it, and the blue lightning spirit core was 3 times bigger than normal, and also blue. Mong Cam was shocked. By Lu Feng's firm words, how did he kill it? He carefully explained. He used the 5th mixed skill from hundreds of thunder strikes on the blue core, targeting precisely. Lu Feng's gaze showed fear, killing those 2 immediately, unable to believe what he just heard, killing immediately. Tian Loi looked at him puzzled. So what do we do next? Hien Vu thought for a long time, then made a plan. While he rested, we split into 3 groups to kill nearby monsters, regroup in 1 hour. The peaceful scene here was strangely beautiful. This kid only thought of dirty tricks to seize the blue core spirit cores. Surely the value was not bad. He hadn't yet fully unleashed his ability. We both protect and kill monsters, wait for him to rest then kill again. Tian Loi had nothing more to say. What now? Can't rob? You really want to rob? Hien Vu was very determined with his decision. Even Hui to rest for an hour, then he will go to work. We here killing the beasts will lead to more monsters, so let him kill them. He will definitely be faster than us. The monster pack and leader after leading to will gather at his location. The boy's eyes flashed with 10 parts confidence, promising a big harvest. Money, fully trusting Hien Vu, you are truly my big brother. The respect of the brothers for you surges like a river. The boy quickly set off with everyone. All right, let's depart too. We tricked him like that. If he knew, maybe not. He might even thank us for that. 1 hour later, when the Hien Vu group returned, according to plan, and Hugh rested afterward and indeed killed many times more. Later, Thien Thu and Tien Luong returned, both teams leading a large number of beast troops. Many monsters were killed on a large scale due to negligence. To attract Hui immediately, the leader of the beast pack appeared the next moment. Mong Cam looked tense. Originally, Hu was much calmer than before, using spiritual power to handle normal monsters first. Then he concentrated his energy to deal with the leader, a giant, dew with wings. The brave one roared loudly, completely surprised by the monster's power. The leader indeed could harness solar power to launch a storm attack, creating a black hole in space. It sucked all of Hui's arrows inside. Seeing the situation worsening, he immediately used a new technique, and Hui struck directly into that spatial hole, aiming to destroy the beast leader, then quickly retreated to avoid injury. Hien Vu couldn't believe his eyes. Besides neutralizing the attack from the dark energy sphere, it also harmed the leader, and Hui was truly too strong. It seemed that was only a clone of the monster. Another giant dew, a bigger one than before, appeared, and Hai was unconsciously anxious. What's going on? The giant, Do took advantage of his distraction and struck him painfully. The boy worried and Hui was in trouble and immediately ordered Bang Tian Luong to use the 4th soul technique. Blocking Liu Feng's path to rescue Hui, we have just reached the cultivation level of the new one, nearly 10,000 years. Everyone be careful. Lam Dong Hui attacked the wounded one. Dong Hui paused briefly, thinking about the support power of that guy. Why was it stronger? But his soul was still only 100 years old. Thien Luong followed Hien Vu's order to rush up. He merged with the blue light to confront the violent beast. But immediately it backfired. Thien Luong was very worried. Cultivation near 10,000 years was indeed hard to deal with. The fireball from him soon reached the giant doe, exploding in mid-air. The monster fell. But its clone still appeared. In this critical situation, her calm tone said, "Let me." Mong Cam's words surprised the boy a bit. Wait, rushing into her fire. Before she finished speaking, Hien Vu's eyes widened in amazement. The crystal harp appeared floating in the air, shimmering mysteriously. Her eyes shone with purity. Elegant aura captivated people. Mong Cam exuded grace as if merging with the harp. That graceful demeanor suddenly emitted a terrifying power 100 times stronger than before. Money's face changed, dark energy. 4 times, even the boy was stunned by this woman. All four were 10,000-year-old soul cores. Each note sounded, carrying tremendous power spreading in the air. Hien Vu's eyes revealed shock. What is this harp sound? The two felt the melody was strange. This harp sound was really unpleasant, but Mong Cam continued playing. The notes flew up, emitting a sound that bound the ears. It turned out everything was under her control, the #1 soul technique. The powerful interference was especially effective against flying creatures. Definitely a ban. You all hurry up, Hien Vu said without wasting another moment. Ban 2 stays, the others follow me up. And Hui was sweating profusely, unconsciously turning back. Liu Feng grabbed his hand and pulled hard. We came to help you. Follow me. The fireballs once again approached the giant Du. This time it was more alert and quickly blasted them all away. The boy saw his teammates rushing in and shouted loudly. Hien Thu's giant Du again emitted a dark energy sphere. Hien Thu and Hien Vu quickly combined their techniques, creating a terrifying light in space. A strong ice strike appeared and exploded immediately after. The giant doe was frozen. Thien Luong and Dong Hui took advantage of the opportunity to rush out. He flew up and stabbed straight into the giant doe. The ice cracked along with many wounds, but the dark energy sphere was unharmed. Seeing this, the boy hurriedly instructed to attack. It combined with the sun to launch an attack but was still not completely interrupted. Be careful, Thien Luong. If you let yourself leave the mortal world, he will immediately unleash thunder and lightning to block that attack. He is not inferior and immediately uses fire energy to burn Dai Do. They charged forward with determination to decisively eliminate the violent god beast, united and coordinated in perfect harmony. The two finished off Dai Do in an instant. Its fall signified a glorious and heroic victory. Bang Thien Luong delivered a critical blow to the already severely injured leader. The leader of the two Die was finally defeated. The battle ended. An Hui witnessed their entire fight from start to finish. He said nothing, silently watching their backs from afar. Hian Vu ran over to check on An Hui. Are you okay? He received the concern but only responded lightly. Thank you, boy, said with a familiar tone. No need for formalities. Everyone here is a fellow student after all. You should rest. We have the protectors here, so recover with peace of mind. With us here, said with friendliness and enthusiasm, making An Hui trust the boy before him even more. Everyone proceeded to repair and clean the battlefield while Hien Vu brought back the essence cores of the two leaders. Sisters Mumkum looked at the violet crystal essence core and said, This is so beautiful. Lam Hien Vu handed one to Lam Mumkum. He kept one for himself. Meanwhile, An Hui still sat there, deep in thought, his eyes filled with sorrow. Inner feelings surged up uncontrollably. An Hui approached Hien Vu and thanked him. Seeing he was still polite, the boy smiled softly. No need to thank me, I already said it. We are one family. I also brought back essence cores for you. The one behind is considered ours since we killed the one in front. It belongs to you, said Tien Loi, surprised, returning it. He felt he hadn't done anything special. If it weren't for you guys, I would have died. How can I take the spoils? This place is too dangerous. I'll go with you guys, okay? Hien Vu's question made An Hui hesitate. He felt scared. Why go alone? His eyes flashed with tension. I have a secret I can't let others know. That's why I act alone. The boy was speechless with An Hui. Hey, it's not that you don't want others to know, right? Then why did you say it like that? The crowd, like Tien Loi, all thought the same without planning to say it aloud. This kid doesn't seem very smart, Hien Vu thought after digesting the information, then suddenly grabbed An Hui's hand. He placed the sparkling stone in his palm and instructed, Take it. We can't exploit friends. This essence core is yours. Hien Vu kept his ambiguous posture and continued the unfinished conversation. You have a secret, so I won't ask much more. But do you plan to keep going alone? The two-colored eyes of An Hui unconsciously widened. Then he reversed roles and firmly grasped the other's hand. An Hui, with an embarrassed expression, uttered a vague line that even made Mong Kum, who was eavesdropping, have to cover her ears. Ka, you're really good. Then he cautiously explained his difficult situation. I don't know what to do next. The beasts here are too scary. I want to go with everyone. But Hien Vu understood and led him to a more private corner. Let's go over here, Tien Loi said with a serious face, questioning his comrades. How can a person like this cultivate to the 5th stage? Mong Kum was cornered and reluctantly agreed. This is called innate talent. Not far away, Hien Vu was still trying hard to raise the alert level. There are so many of us here. You have to be careful not to reveal your secret. Let me guess, if you stay with us, could your secret be exposed? An Hui widened his eyes in shock. That's right? How do you know? He wanted to say more but explained dryly. This can be guessed even by chance. Despite that, Hien Vu still rubbed his chin, calculating. This place is really dangerous. But you can't go with us because of your secret. That's really a contradiction. Let me ask a bit about your secret. If we don't get too close, will we know? An Hui seriously explained, half true and half false. As long as you don't look closely, maybe you won't notice. Though I'm not truly mature yet. After hearing this, Hien Vu's inner alarm bells rang loudly. Strange. Asking 2 more questions and it might all be revealed. You decide to pause here then. Fine, you keep acting alone. We'll follow you from a distance. When the beasts come, we'll cooperate to deal with them. What do you think? This care made An Hui as happy as if he were about to bloom. Really? That's great. But when reason returned, he hesitated briefly. But everyone is participating in the trial. This would prolong their time too much. Hien Vu admitted reluctantly. That's also a problem. He looked into the distant sky, lowered his voice, and analyzed his situation. With us, this is a 3-way cooperation. The spoils are to be shared equally. If the benefits are not divided properly, there will be trouble. Hien Vu, speaking up, boldly suggested, let's do it this way. You share all the spoils with us, you take more, and you get 3 parts. How about that? And Hui responded immediately without hesitation. Is that okay? Impossible. His inner self seemed to fall to the bottom of the valley. Could this kid be pretending to be dumb? But right after that, he sharply turned the car around, trusting without wavering. I'll consider myself part of the group now, so we must share equally with everyone. Hien Vu didn't bring capitalism here, so he advised immediately. But if we share equally, I'm afraid it will affect your results. He shivered, boasting that he had a huge umbrella. No problem. I will keep it internal and secure my spot. In Hien Vu's mind, a billion question marks appeared. So wait for the answer. Keep it to yourself, then we all share equally. And Hui happily jumped up to celebrate. Great! Finally I have a team. Thank you, big brother. Big brother, what's your name? He mechanically registered, I am Lam Hien Vu. He excitedly introduced himself. I am Nguyen An Hui. From now on, call me Hien Vu, big brother. Is that okay? The 2 of them chattered like that until they returned to the gathering point. Hien Vu stood before everyone to announce the presence of the new member. And Hui decided to join everyone, but he warned, he has a secret. At night, everyone, don't get close to him. Within a 30-meter radius is fine. His spoils are shared equally with us. Mong Cam was choked up for a long time. After he finished speaking, he pulled her aside. Come here for a moment. Indeed, she couldn't accept it either. Was that deal too cruel just now? What if he doesn't agree? Hien Vu didn't wait to hear the whole sentence and shrugged, cutting her off. Have you ever heard of keeping things internal? They have internal protection for enrollment. Do you have that? Mong Cam felt like she was struck by lightning, trembling as she confirmed, internal protection? She looked at An Hui's back and furiously spat. Suddenly, she felt this guy was not pitiful at all. Due to Nguyen and Hui's joining, Lam Hien Vu created a new team strategy. The new member was responsible for leading monsters and protecting, while Nguyen and Hui was in charge of eliminating enemies. Lam Hien Vu's Lam Gan Thao could also be enhanced a lot for Nguyen and Hui, increasing effectiveness and adding tactical benefits. The combat results were extremely high. By the second night, the group had eliminated 3 beast packs. Nguyen and Hui alone on the mountain peak, others camped on the slopes. Looking at the shimmering bag in front of him, he couldn't hold back the overwhelming emotion. Oh my god, this harvest is so generous. 6 leader-level spirit cores, plus more than 1,000 normal spirit cores. Hien Vu timely reminded everyone, and Hui already put all his previous harvest into this. He was determined to share equally with everyone. Mong Cam gave a thumbs up instead of words, unable not to say, "You're so cool." Meanwhile, and Hui was immersed in his own joy. So happy. Hien Vu, big brother, treats me so well. Being in a team feels so comfortable. Summary of the second day's academy assessment at Su Lai Kak. Everyone continued deeper into the mausoleum area. Their coordination became easier. Fighting for less than half a day, the harvest matched the previous day's total. The only problem was food shortage. The food each person carried was running low. After thinking, Hien Vu boldly ordered, "Eat all the remaining food." Mong Cam worriedly asked, "If we eat now, what do we do afterward?" He analyzed the short-term plan carefully. Our current goal is to expand our combat achievements. Tomorrow we will retreat until the assessment ends. She unconsciously exclaimed with doubt. Just 2 days of killing? Actually, 1 day without eating can still fight? Hien Vu didn't dare agree with that opinion. No risks. Greed is a sin. Don't forget this is a real battlefield, a life or death battlefield. Mong Cam calmed down in a moment and smiled in praise. Now finally, I feel you are a qualified commander. The group advanced deeper while killing monsters. After 2 rounds of fighting, they reached a forest. This time, the spoils included 16 leader-level spirit cores and 3,643 normal spirit cores. After inventorying, Hien Vu confidently summarized, "With our current harvest, I think it's enough for everyone to pass the Sulai Kak Academy. Now the first choice is to retreat to ensure combat results until the assessment ends." He didn't stop but continued to announce another option. The second choice was to enter the jungle boundary and keep fighting, continuing to harvest until midnight. Everyone voted, and the result was that everyone wanted to continue fighting. This was within expectations, so Hien Vu comfortably took the remaining reserved food. Everyone share this amount of food. After half an hour of rest, we continue fighting. Hien Thu curiously asked why you haven't touched your food. Tian Loi also wondered but asked bluntly, "Hien Vu, aren't you hungry?" "Usually, you eat the most," he answered briefly and urged everyone, "I'm really not hungry. You all eat quickly." After resting, everyone continued on their way cautiously. This time, Lam Hien Vu chose Tian Loi to summon the soul beast to scout. Indeed, the kid quickly found abnormalities and discovered the monsters were larger than before. Still in a group, a total of 6, Hien Vu calculated quickly and immediately gave orders. "Lead them here and prepare to fight." The soul beast followed the sound of the group actively searching for targets. Thien Luong did not hesitate. He rushed out to block its attack, but the dazzling energy beam from the soul beast's mouth made him momentarily surprised. It expanded into a giant sphere in midair and knocked Thien Luong out. Mong Cam was stunned seeing this scene, but still had to admit the attack power of this two-headed soul beast was too strong. Comparable to the leader-level monster before, Hian Vu broke out in a cold sweat and muttered, "6 together? No way." He didn't dare hesitate anymore. Hurriedly used the skill 10,000 Souls technique to attack, and Hui understood and supported with the Earth 5 Souls technique, ISA, Thunder Spirit Battle Drum. A corner of the sky was lit up by clouds condensing tens of thousands of lightning bolts, once fully charged. They shot straight at the aggressive soul beasts on the ground. Initial success, but Hien Vu remained very cautious, preparing for the next attack. Lam Mong Cam distracted them. Everyone prepared for the ultimate strike. She, following orders from him, immediately unleashed the violent snowstorm. The soul beasts were roasted to charcoal and now their bodies were frozen. During this hellish thermal shock process, Tian Loi jumped in to join the fun. "Come on, demon bird." The soul beasts were surrounded and gradually weakened. Having nothing to lose, they planned a final, all-out attack. Hien Vu read the opponent like a book, so he spoke up at the right moment. "Hien Thu, we have to go now." She bit her lip and softly agreed. Tien Thu unleashed her signature martial soul fusion skill, combining it with Tham Lam Ngung Ti to create an explosive energy chain. The soul beast staggered out of the dust but faced the next threat. Hien Vu didn't let it catch its breath, quickly ordered everyone to attack and eliminate them. Vu Tian handled the fire part, while Tien Thu launched a series of ice attacks. Mao Tian Luong was not to be outdone, swiftly rushing to avenge the earlier miss. This general assault shook a corner of the forest violently. When the dust gradually settled, everyone was exhausted. Mao Tian Luong scanned around and finally breathed a sigh of relief. "It's done." All cleared, Hien Vu caught his breath and agreed, "Let's clean up the battlefield." Although victorious, his mind was still reeling. That was too dangerous just now. If it had seized the opportunity, we might have been wiped out soon, the surrounding space restored to its original state. Only then did Hien Vu have time to appraise the spoils. The soul cores had 2 mixed colors. He quickly shared the knowledge with his comrades who hadn't reacted yet, unlike the previous monsters. The soul core of this soul beast was located in the chest. Then Hien Vu hurriedly announced the next plan. "Everyone tidy up a bit here. Then we withdraw. Our consumption is huge. Tom Lam Nung tea can't be used anymore today." He used a serious tone to warn about the existing danger, the level of threat in this forest. Beyond our expectations, Mong Cam still held a panic mindset, and there was still a considerable time before nightfall. Hien Vu understood and immediately objected. "No advancing further, I can't risk everyone's lives." Thien Luong, who was hurt by the soul beasts, agreed without hesitation. "I agree," and Hui smiled with his filter and joined in. Hearing Hien Vu call him Big Brother, Mong Cam, already hot-tempered, immediately scolded on the spot. "Don't call me Big Brother, okay?" Acting like such a big boy, he lost interest, pouted, and made excuses because he's still just a weak little baby. While everyone laughed loudly, she got even angrier. "Baby, how exactly did you train your 5 completions?" Waiting for this background music to pass, Hien Vu then instructed the person beside him. "All right, take advantage of the break to rest. Fong 2. find a higher place to be cautious. Just as he finished speaking, two bright lights appeared in the air. They caused waves of unease to rise within him. What's going on? Could it be that nearby there are monsters connecting with their power? While Hien Vu was still observing, the two-headed Monkey King approached from behind. At the moment, the ground shook. He opened his mouth, emphasizing each word. We need to, but hadn't finished the sentence yet. Hian Vu was pushed face down by a heat wave. The Mong Cam group shared the same fate. Shu Kana clenched his jaw tightly to stop himself from coughing up blood. A vague concept of mental shock burst in his mind. Using strong willpower, Hian Vu struggled to crawl up and shouted loudly. Carrying two unconscious people under his arms, he commanded the remaining teammates, "Run quickly." Hien Vu's mind spun wildly with fear. This is an existence we cannot fight against. As he sped up, the stream of doubts didn't stop. What's going on? This place is just the forest edge, so why are there such terrifying monsters? When the two-headed Monkey King revealed its true form in the sky, Hien Vu was startled. It opened both mouths wide to express its rage. His mind now understood everything. The leader of the two-headed monkeys, yes, as long as a monster dies, their leader will come. Hien Vu descended and assigned the battle plan. Everyone focus. Hui Hu, attack to block it. Lam Mong Cam, capture it. While they were still starting, the two-headed Monkey King used its wings to strike first. The radiant energy column shot straight at Mong Cam's position. Hien Vu had no time to care about her and had to focus all his strength to counter it. Annoyed by constant interference, the two-headed Monkey King hastily used its other wing to strike, aiming directly at Hien Vu. Just managing to break the arrow aimed at him, Mong Cam quickly returned with a melody that could revive even the dead. Indeed, disturbed by the strong force, the two-headed Monkey King staggered and fell, and Hui observed the situation. Silently estimating that the poison darts had accumulated enough, he swiftly launched the third soul technique, Fire Spirit Life Seal, to seize the opportunity. As they landed, they turned on the two-headed Monkey King amidst the heat wave of the explosion. Hien Vu's mind was briefly shocked. The poison darts accumulated could have caused another explosion, but this two-headed monkey was more resilient than its subordinates. It easily escaped the fiery encirclement. Thien Luong activated both hands and rings of power, stepping forward to engage. Let me block it. Electric sparks crackled around him, preparing for the decisive confrontation. Thien Luong gathered nearly full energy, then let out a long roar to boost his courage before charging straight at the two-headed Monkey King. Facing him, it sensed danger and skillfully counterattacked with one wing. But Thien Luong shifted gears, moving along a zigzag path at such high speed that his eyes could only catch after images. Indeed, he successfully struck the two-headed Monkey King's back with a blow, and Hui silently admired the overwhelming power, while Mong Cam quietly analyzed the formidable technique. Soul Technique Expert. These are 4 soul techniques stacked together. This is a self-created soul technique. After a long daze, Tianloi was awakened by the noise, wiping cold sweat from his face and blinking. Why does my heart suddenly feel like this? Everyone is in mortal danger. The more Tianloi thought, the more he blamed himself. Damn it, everyone is fighting with all their might, but I have no help from Hien Vu. I'm just a waste. No! The kid didn't want to accept that fate, so he hurriedly rallied his spirit. No, I don't want to be a waste because of my team. I can also be a strong fighter. Gritting his teeth, Tianloi made a bold move. Come out! Summon the spiritual gate! I'm giving you all my spiritual power. You must call out a truly strong spirit beast. Indeed, falling into danger, people can more easily reach a new level of spirit. The kid's eyes blurred as the image distorted. This is the aura inside the summoning gate I've never felt before. The fruit is already laid out on the plate. But now Tianloi felt powerless. What should I do to guide them? Damn it! This connection is usually completed by Hien Vu. The kid's mind fell again into an endless chain of sorrow. I'm too weak, really too fragile. Although his heart kept denying and urging, no, I can't continue to be so weak. I want to become stronger. Just thinking about it. Qian Luo immediately spat blood towards the door. The kid's brain was almost operating at the speed of light, feeling the connection already. I can feel it now. The kid chased after the blurry figure in the sea of consciousness and silently shouted, "It's you!" When the summoning door opened wide, the great Earth Chi hero cultivated for 6,000 years appeared just in time. The kid sat down on the ground, panting and feeling emotional. Indeed, you really have to risk your life to make progress. As for the real achievement, I keep it in my heart. The spiritual power finally broke through 500 points. Great Earth has a comparable physique, so he confidently charged to solo the Monkey King right away. Meanwhile, Meng Qian was still diligently using the second soul skill, Peaceful Bliss, to attack the opponent's spirit, needing to suppress its spiritual assault. At the critical moment, 2 points of light in the sky kept flickering. Hian Vu just shouted, "Not good." At the same time, Qian Luo and Great Earth were thrown away. Even Tian Liang and Meng Qian were significantly affected. Even Enhui, standing from afar, had difficulty maintaining his stance. The Monkey King fought more fiercely. It seemed all the pent-up hatred was poured into this chaotic battle. When the smoke cleared, it aimed clearly at the motionless Tian Liang. Fortunately, 2 thorny vines nearby twisted and rushed over, timely pulling him out of the deadly strike. The Monkey King missed its tasty prey, then clenched its teeth in rage. Hian Vu retracted the blue-silver grass into his hand. He actively stepped out to attract attention. Meng Qian struggled to get up and loudly called his name, Lam Hien Vu, while inwardly unable to hide her anxiety. Why did he rush forward? Could he be trying to risk it against the Monkey King? She watched Hian Vu run swiftly ahead. Her heart was even more restless. This was an existence that had surpassed 10,000 years of soul beasts already. But clearly this time he wasn't fighting alone. The golden demon steadily poked its head out, flashing its eyes. The Monkey King touched them, instantly stunned for a moment, and that was the chance for Hian Vu to punch straight into its head. Blood splattered everywhere but didn't faze him. The Monkey King took the full hit, losing a blazing red pupil. It felt the pain and then roared, shaking the space. The sonic wave blew everything around away. Luckily, Hian Vu was quick-witted and released the blue-silver grass to wrap around its legs. He used momentum to spin himself around the Monkey King's body. Meng Qian closed her eyes, silently chanting Buddha, persevering for just 2 more seconds. Almost done. The energy wave formed a dazzling light that covered a wide area. Hian Vu quickly moved behind the Monkey King to avoid some of the attack. Meng Qian opened her eyes, breathed a sigh of relief. It's done, but she didn't dare stop for long. She continued using the disciple's soul skill, Jade Emperor's Descent. The phoenix immediately spread its wings and flew up from Meng Qian's position. When the time was ripe, she switched to the soul martial move, Iron Summon. Meng Qian's hand movements were swift. When unlocking the third soul skill, Snow Maiden's Descent, her body quickly separated and ran toward the phoenix to merge as one. The final step of this sequence was the soul martial body fusing with the giant phoenix soul skill, carrying the icy royal feather, opening to attack all obstacles around. The Monkey King saw the new opponent and immediately roared to intimidate. 2 beams of light that had always been present from its head flickered again, threateningly. This time, the Monkey King was smarter and combined them into a sharp drill. This eerie weapon charged straight at the phoenix. With a bit of caution, the clash between the two sides made time seem to freeze. But even after using the ultimate defensive move, Meng Qian still couldn't withstand this strike from the Monkey King. Each drill tore through the shield layer, advancing toward her. Meng Qian broke out in cold sweat. I have will but no strength, no way out. Why can't I move anymore? At the critical moment, 2 giant golden forces intervened. While Enhui was somewhat exhausted and had to lower his bow, Dong Hui was still bracing himself and mentally attacking it. Hian Vu took advantage of this precious delay to release the dragon's silver grass, pulling Meng Qian into a safe zone. Just as he pulled her away, the drill charged forward. It only touched the ground but caused the space behind Hian Vu to sway. The central position shimmered with light ready to spread. Rocks began to crack and scatter. Combined with the speed, they turned into high-damage weapons, and Hui's group was once again tossed about like seasick, this time at the forest edge beyond the thick dust. There was still a layer of black smoke lingering inside. The closer to the explosion site, the more visually shocking the scene became. The 3 lucky Hien Vu fell next to each other, but he himself had to cough up blood due to a severe allergic reaction. Not far away was Lu Fong, whose injury status was unclear. Even An Hui was barely conscious on one side. Hien Vu struggled to crawl up and check each teammate, but before he could handle the aftermath, he was drawn by the disturbance in the air. In Hien Vu's sight was the Monkey King slumped beside a pile of ashes. This scene scared him so much he lost all color in his face. On its face, it slowly dragged its battered body toward the summoning door. Hien Vu hurriedly cast a lotto spell as soon as he saw the Monkey King's blazing red eyes. It could still fight. He helplessly watched it approach the target and prepare to strike. Dai Dia sensed danger and immediately turned to flee. Qian Loi recklessly chased after him despite the risk of trouble. No, you can't run. The kid spread his arms to block Dai Dia and tried to persuade him. You came because I summoned you. Hien Vu was anxious and shouted, "The spear is about to hit," but the kid ignored the urging and started throwing a tantrum. You have to help me kill the enemy. I don't want to be useless. Both Dai Dia and Qian Loi unintentionally created a standoff. Like black and white goats, neither side noticed the giant golden coin shining brightly above them. They kept focusing on their point of contact, causing the space to dazzle. Hien Vu stood stunned, watching the shocking scene. Qian Loi and the summoned beast's vision sketched out the giant creature clearly from their position. He had to grit his teeth and place the star, hoping only Dai Dia Chi Hung remained. But the next second, Hien Vu had to revise his thoughts. No, that was his inner self. He couldn't quite believe what was present was Qian Loi transformed. He and Dai Dia Chi Hung had merged. The kid snapped out of it and immediately called the nearest person, Hian Vu, who confirmed the info and loudly praised. That's good enough. His martial soul star was indeed the most special. Qian Loi, in a muscular interface, excitedly suggested to Hien Vu, "Let's go together." Without hesitation, he took his weapon and rushed forward. "Let's go." Hien Vu was busy throwing hidden weapons at the Monkey King, while assigning tasks and thinking of how to restrain its left hand, while it easily crushed a green arrow with its right hand. Then Qian Loi took the initiative to control the left hand, saying, "Give it to me." But after just a few seconds of touching it, the kid was thrown off by the Monkey King. After struggling to dodge attacks, Hien Vu handed the instructions to teammate Bon Tu and simultaneously grabbed its hand. Using gravity, Dai Dia Chi Hung's skill was theoretically great, but in reality, Qian Loi was getting beaten badly. When kicked away again, the kid had to shout in frustration, "No, it's much more agile than I thought." Hien Vu quickly turned his brain. The Monkey King's wounds were gradually healing, waiting for it to recover to a certain level. "We're really doomed." He shot a sharp glance and silently resolved to take the risk. Hien Vu slid on the ground to gain momentum and launched himself like a small firecracker. Mong Cam, newly awakened from a daze, was shocked by the reckless scene. She estimated the physical disparity between both sides and shouted a warning of danger. When close enough to the Monkey King's claw, Hien Vu actively stretched out his hand. In his 6 green eyes, a light flickered. Carefully calculating, the sensation from his finger caused the ring on it to glow. The impact looked simple but made space and time seem to freeze, even though the location was far. Everywhere, the forest edge was flickering. The reason was the Monkey King had been pierced through the chest by ice wind. But even pinned to the ground, it still tried to raise its hand to counterattack. While Hien Vu was dazed, Qian Loi rushed to restrain it. "Don't even think about touching Hien Vu." Mong Cam, an unwilling spectator, couldn't help but comment in frustration. "Still not dead? If not for a fatal blow from Hien Thu, then pay more attention to the spear's owner," she murmured as she saw him start moving. Hien Vu watched her fluent hand movements, scared enough to widen his eyes. "Wait, what are you planning to do?" The longer she watched, the more chaotic Hien Thu's inner self became. That afternoon, she used all her strength to shout "no," tearing the space apart. That sound successfully crossed time and space, reaching Nuyet Na at home. She instinctively turned around and wondered silently. Hien Thu, in danger. Nuyet Na used prolonged silence to confirm the truth, but then sighed to reassure herself. She was normal, but in the battle area, everything was immersed in deadly colors. Thien Luong and Tien Loi both widened their eyes and opened their mouths in surprise. Even a girl like Thien Thu forgot her image. Wearing a face exactly like her inner turmoil, she was overwhelmed with thousands of questions when seeing Hien Vu intact. Isn't that the ultimate convergence technique? But before everyone's eyes, he smiled and didn't forget to praise himself. Used very well along with bloodline evolution, he learned the new martial soul fusion technique, making Hien Vu satisfied. Watching the headless corpse caused by the Icewind Dragon Spear of the two-headed Marquis until sure the danger was eliminated. He then staggered and instructed Bantu to quickly take me. Hien Vu relaxed his whole body and pressed straight down on Tien Loi beside him, next to him, happily feeling the sunlight on his face after taking a deep breath of fresh air. Hien Vu officially declared, "Great, everyone is alive," after his bloodline evolved. He and Hong Lam conducted many experiments, both soaking in the laboratory day and night without rest. Bloodline evolution brought new changes to Hien Vu's martial soul fusion technique. Different soul completions coordinate with both hands to activate different fusion techniques. When the first soul completion fuses with the bloodline, the right hand's chi calls forth the Icewind Dragon Spear with super strong piercing blue force. Hien Vu relied on it to deliver a critical strike to the two-headed Marquis, banishing Enhui and Donghui at night. Others gradually woke up, but their soul power was damaged beyond limits, losing combat strength. Hien Vu decided to rest overnight here. Although this area is now the safest, the greatest cost also brought the greatest gain. The core in the chest of the two-headed marquis was obviously valuable. Everyone carefully handled it. Surely no problem, but while Hien Vu was concentrating, he was attracted by a sound from Enhui. Hui hui. You're awake, but his state made Hien Vu's heart fill with doubt. Is it my illusion? Is Hui Hu somehow shorter? Hien Vu's gaze fixed on the rolling hills. Quickly denying that thought, no, not shorter. Just then, Enhui, in a weak female form, opened her mouth. It hurts, Hien Vu Kaka, but his silence reminded her to look up and check the moonlight above. And Hui went from shock to embarrassment, blushing and unconsciously letting out a piercing scream. Hien Vu quickly regained composure and rushed to cover her mouth. Don't scream, calm down. What if it attracts monsters? Then he realized he made An Hui scared and nervously comforted her. Don't cry. That's right, everyone is your comrades. If this is your secret, we will definitely help you keep it. Hearing this, she immediately threw herself into Hien Vu's arms, crying. This scene made the onlookers' eyes turn pale like dead fish. After calming down, Enhui began telling everyone about her past. She came from an ancient clan in Sulai Kok City, the venerable Kuvien clan, and Hui's father once followed the federal army to explore outer planets. At that time, they arrived at the seventh planet known by the beautiful name Spirit Planet. There lived a tribe of intellectuals with very few members, peaceful and beloved, called the Spirit Tribe. They had very long lifespans, up to thousands of years, and Hui's father met her mother there, and they logically bonded and married. Soon after, Hui was born, but the combination of different species produced an unexpected mutation. Under sunlight, Hui was a boy. But after nightfall, she became a girl. This strange, special constitution. Though it caused great headaches for Hui's parents, it also made her abilities surpass ordinary people. To protect this secret, Hui lived on Spirit Planet until age 8, then returned to Duong Lac, pouring out her heart. She then bowed her head in lament, but unexpectedly, the secret test was exposed, and Hui wiped tears in frustration. Defend myself, I'm not a monster, I didn't want this. Hian Vu gently placed his hand on her shoulder, reassuring. Hui, don't worry, everyone will help keep your secret. Tian Loi quickly volunteered to accompany her singing. That's right, if everyone passes this time, later you can stay in the dorm with us. Mong Cam gave the kid a warning tap on the head. Dream on, you're a girl. The attention of Hien Vu is a bit different. Hui's comrades are related to your identity. Between girls and boys, which do you prefer? This question made Hui hesitate a bit. I don't know either. I haven't thought about this yet. Mong Cam Thu looked playful but seriously analyzed. This is also something to consider. Anyway, your personality is still unique. You still have to place a dominant gender in your heart. This is also beneficial for your future. And Hui understood or not, just softly said, oh. Hien Vu saw the story had reached a dead end, so he actively steered to a more urgent issue. All right, let's not talk about this anymore. Let's get ready to move. The group withdrew to the Kulong area, which was still quite peaceful. Everyone rested safely through 3 days. Early on the 4th day, when the morning sunlight just filtered through the leaves, the transport plane for reinforcements finally arrived. The comprehensive assessment officially ended at the Federal Army headquarters. Standing tall in a vast area, Tio Kai inside was scanning and carefully inventorying the personnel. A total of 145 people participated in the assessment. By the end of day 3, 89 remained. He declared loudly to the exhausted trainees on the right side. 58 people did not continue and were eliminated. Of course, after that, Tio Kai still injected them with sedatives to reduce shock. For them, think about why you were eliminated. Regardless of which direction your future goes, everyone please remember this life and death battle. To improve further next time, he announced the achievements of those whose names he called out. It was not unexpected. The name Lam Hien Vu was called first. Tio Kai looked at the person in front of him and praised him eloquently, talented, brave, and cunning. The best choice for you was the last day of the combat phase, knowing when to advance and when to retreat. Suitable to be a leader. This time's assessment, you ranked first. The prize was 3 additional gold medals. Hien Vu politely said, "Thank you, teacher." But inside, he wanted to dance disco. The champion is truly the champion of the assessment. It was really amazing. Tio Kai did not stop long but continued the sequence. Second place was Nguyen and Hui. Hui and Mong Cam watched his back, with eyes full of envy and resentment. And to make it worse, the murmurs in their ears felt like salt rubbed into their hearts. That name was indeed him, super strong and handsome. But she didn't have to wait long before her own name was happily called with her teammates. Lam Mong Cam ranked 3rd, Bang Thien Luong 6th. Around the top of the leaderboard were all familiar faces. Dong Thien Thu ranked 8th. Hien Vu discreetly calculated and embraced some doubts. Everyone was in the top 15 except for Lu Feng's name, which had not yet been called. Sure enough, when his name was called, it caused quite a commotion. Rank 30, Lu Feng. Despite Do Hao next to him complaining, no one paid attention. It's over, my name isn't on the list, to the disappointment of the whole school. Tiu Kai stepped forward to comfort him. You can cooperate well with the team and persevere to the end. With rich gains, Lu Feng quickly adjusted his mood and bowed deeply. Thank you, teacher. He even added, talent is never everything. Perseverance can become a driving force. A person who understands, right? He immediately lifted his head, energized again. Yes, I understand. Tiu Kai finished all the procedures, then officially announced, here is the list of the top 30 candidates. Those behind are basically eliminated. At the moment of life and death, a person's true nature is most visible. Hopefully, everyone learned this lesson. Finally, he reminded once more before dismissing the crowd. This course will still have some people admitted by special consideration. That will be announced later. All right, let's start exchanging spirit cores. At this moment, everyone was eagerly waiting. Of course, the small mountain that Mong Cam threw out attracted the most attention, especially with the two-colored spirit core at the top causing an explosion around. Oh my god, so many! No wonder they are the champion team. These kids are so good with Lord-level spirit cores. They exchanged a total of 1 purple medal, 18 gold medals, and 23 white medals. The distribution ratio. Lam Hien Vu had 2 out of 8 people. The rest each got 1 share. Lam Hien Vu had the purple medal and couldn't hide the radiant expression on his face. After exchanging, all candidates boarded the plane to return to the Shulai Kak Academy. Since sitting down, Hian Vu still kept his chin propped, deep in thought. Hian Vu was the first to notice this unusual attitude. But she viewed it through rose-colored glasses, so no matter how she looked, Hian Vu's focused look was just too handsome. Hian Vu stared for a long time before finally taking the initiative to speak. What bad intentions do you have again, Hian Vu? He asked with a half-smile, tilting his head. Why would I have bad intentions? Do you think I'm a bad person? Before he could respond, Mong Cam lunged at Chen. Whether he's bad or not is unclear, she whispered close to Hien Vu, like an old mother protecting her daughter. But if it's a fake, we definitely have to be careful. This kid might even betray us. And pay him off too, Hien Vu said angrily. Here's the ultimatum. Next time, don't team up with me. I have Hien Vu. That's enough. Mong Cam immediately shook him, whining to gain support. You dream on. Nobody said Hien Vu wants to team up with you. Hien Vu, show your attitude. Are you with me or with him? Hien Vu was caught in the middle, and whatever he said would offend someone. So, let's flip the script and take charge. Are you two done acting like kids? Why play childish games? Mong Cam quickly closed her eyes and acted coquettishly. So what if I'm childish? I'm still a kid. Lam Hien Vu, you dare say that? The silence lasted, making her even more excited. Ha ha, not allowed, right? Hien Vu's competitive spirit flared as he firmly changed his tone. I'm still a little baby who needs Hien Vu's protection. Both the image and the sound froze the two girls in place. Mong Cam trembled all over, stammering, I admit defeat. Goosebumps all over. You win. Luckily, the attendant timely spoke up to end this creepy background music. Everyone tightened their seatbelts as the giant object was transported. Accompanying the group of students from Sulai Kaklao straight into the African sky, the spaceship prepared to take off. In the blink of an eye, it was already in the vast galaxy. The announcement on the speaker also sounded timely. Attention, entering transition phase. Everyone, prepare to enter sleep mode. Hien Vu half closed his eyes, carefully sensing the infinite space outside. Everything was on course. This made his heart relax unconsciously. As expected, after returning to Sulai Kak Academy, everyone went to the guest house to rest. The official recruitment list would be announced tomorrow. The new day began with warm sunlight spreading throughout the building. As Hien Vu stepped through the door, he suddenly shouted, Teacher Li Hong Ban! Sitting firmly on his chair, the teacher straightforwardly asked, How's your performance? Excited, he raised his index finger to report briefly. Top of the class. Hong Ban was startled and shouted, What? Quickly tell me about the assessment process. After digesting all the information, Hong Ban excitedly threw his arm around the student, praising him. Really good. Among so many elites, you still showed your talent. I'm proud of you. Waiting until the other was happy enough, Hien Vu then expressed his suspicion. Teacher Li, I have another discovery. I feel like this assessment wasn't a real battle. He immediately restored a serious expression to investigate. Oh? Tell me. He just waited for this and looked up, talking nonstop. I found that although we were on the spaceship, life energy was always there, Moreover, how life energy maintains stability. Hong Ban lost his composure and lunged toward the purple wooden box. How did you get that? Hien Vu calmly explained. I just exchanged for the largest leader-level essence core. His eyes immediately ignited with jealousy and hatred. That really makes me furious. Back then, I put in all my effort, and only got it once. He cleverly distracted with another question. Teacher, what I want to ask is this. What can this purple metal be exchanged for? Without hesitation, Hong Ban immediately started explaining. The items you can exchange for with the purple metal are very diverse. Genius treasures and such, no need to mention. The most important is that you can exchange it for sect cultivation techniques. It can also enhance your vision. At the same time, it has mental attack methods. For example, the Tukuk Ma Dong cultivates spiritual power effectively. Hearing this, Hian Vu felt triumphant inside. Great. Right now, what I want most is to strengthen my power. This purple metal is really amazing. But right after, Hong Ban carefully reminded him, that's right, don't tell anyone. Without hesitation, he agreed immediately. I won't tell anyone. I feel like the school's construction for us is very real. Even the pain feels 100% genuine. They really care. Yet Hong Ban poured cold water on him because that was the truth. The shock was so big it made Hien Vu's face freeze. He raised his eyebrows seriously and explained, our academy's efforts are for the progress of humanity. It's something you can't imagine. After the Federation started interstellar migration, it wouldn't be peaceful like ordinary people anymore. He hesitated, adding to his guess. The teacher understood and said, right now, there are many things you're not ready to know. You just need to remember that a peaceful life is because someone is bearing the burden for you. Just keep trying hard. When your strength is enough, you will know the teacher hopes one day you will stand at the top. I cannot complete the dreams I haven't finished today, tomorrow. Master Li Hongban left the Latin arena. Amid the announcement calling new students to gather, Qian Loi quickly urged his comrades, Hien Vu. Let's go to the Sea God Square together, Yu softly said. As a compromise at the Sea God Square, at the new student enrollment ceremony, Teacher Tio Kai announced the final list plus 6 people specially admitted. The total number of students who passed was 36. Hien Vu spotted Tran Hoa among the crowd, his mind immediately filled with suspicion. Isn't that Lu Ko from before? That teacher is also on stage. Seems like he's still looking at me. But then, the introduction announcement on stage cut off his thoughts. My name is An Lac Hong. I am the headmaster of the Foreign Institute of Sulai Kak Academy. On behalf of Sulai Kak Academy, I welcome everyone to join. Here, there will be no teachers supervising your studies. Everything is completely self-disciplined, but the centralized exam is once a year. If you don't pass, sorry, go back to where you came from. Lac Hong's voice just ended. The crowd below immediately buzzed. What? Too strict! But he ignored it all and continued his speech. But I can assure you, as long as everyone is willing to study, there will definitely be someone to teach. Sulai Kak Academy is a fair place. A place with unlimited potential, and as for what kind of potential, you need to explore it yourself. Finally, once again, welcome everyone to join. Without saying more, he left the podium. Lam Tu quickly replaced his position to guide everyone. Next was the dormitory assignment and distribution of enrollment documents, inviting all new students to follow me, but the space suddenly changed. A protest voice rang out. What? Alone in the dorm for a month needs a white medal? Lam Tu patiently explained, so everyone understood the academy wants everyone to be self-reliant from a young age. Hien Vu's attention shifted to another issue. Can the dorm leader invite friends in and out? He refused flatly. Of course not allowed. He immediately stretched out his hand to his comrades, then take out a gold medal. Soon the whole group dragged themselves to the luxurious housing area. No one told anyone. All exclaimed in unison, "This academy is so glamorous. Doesn't everyone have a villa?" Lam Tu smiled and firmly confirmed, "Yes, one person, one villa, one white medal used here. Can use everything." Hien Vu couldn't help but ask, "Student leader, is driving us also an academy duty?" He shrugged, half joking, half serious. "Not really my medal. Ka uses it quite a bit already, so I have to do the duty. But capable students won't be like me." Lam Vu led everyone to the door and introduced, "This is your dormitory. Let's make good use of the time to adapt. Since you're here, you must train well. After graduation, you also have to charge into the inner institute." Hien Vu heard this here and there, as attention focused on the 7 houses inside. He excitedly looked around like a country boy coming to the city, even installing a model room. This is the Min Tuong room, too big, must be 100 square meters. Moreover, the heaven-earth energy here is richer than outside, at least 3 times the life energy. Also twice as strong as outside. Really amazing. Very worth it. Hien Vu kept punching the air and emphasizing, here is really worth it. How many more surprises are there? I really look forward to it. Just then, the announcement beeped, making his heart race. Anyone or zero? Hien Vu raised his hand. Inside a voice came from the delicate center. Find me. Using the soul communication device to translate the voice, his mind suddenly felt a bit suspicious. Isn't this the teacher from last time? Now I can only choose that person as my guide. Hien Vu quickly appeared in the hall. The delicate center researcher Tran Hoa was already waiting on the stairs. Seeing him, he raised his hand, signaling, "Follow me." When he got close, he introduced himself. "My name is Duong Tran Hoa. From now on, I am your teacher." Hien Vu obediently followed him, passing through the door, immediately sat down heavily and spoke non-stop. "I have good news for you. This time, the delicate command system only has you registered, and only you are admitted. You are speechless? Repeat, this is good news." Tran Hoa smirked and asked if he felt that the elite command system only had a few scattered minor characters. Hien Vu cautiously said that the speculation was that the selected ones were all elites. He raised his middle finger and shouted nonsense. "The few people were due to my request. The branch institute we have is the largest system. Anyone who wants to come can come later." You looked confused and repeated branch institute. Tran Hoa leaned back in his chair, excitedly hinting that you will know about this later and will also go there to experience it. "To pass this academy, you have already been chosen from among tens of thousands. I heard that you were the champion in the comprehensive C selection exam. Previously, all were champions relying only on their level 2 cultivation. Hien Vu, despite facing scrutinizing eyes, still persisted humbly, saying it was just luck. Then you pressed forward with the question, because the teacher teaches me, and at the same time, I will have all the resources of this system." Tran Hoa grinned and confirmed, "I have also studied your materials. The bloodline is very special. Do you know why I told you that you are my only student? Is this a good thing?" He didn't need anyone to answer, and happily gave the answer himself. The first point is correct, but immediately after, he flipped his face like a pancake and growled. The second point, no way to cultivate resources must rely on metals, no exceptions. Hien Vu understood and sighed deeply. Tran Hoa did not lose interest in you and ended his speech, so you are wrong. The entire Outer Institute is about age. I am the oldest. The path I take is much longer than you, Lac Hong. Follow me. Not only are there more opportunities, but you can also learn many secrets and reduce detours. With my guidance, you can save a lot of cultivation resources. After some beating around the bush, Tran Hoa got to the main point. You move out of the dormitory. I will make you a design desk and a simulation model. I will send everything over there for you. These are all gifts from myself. Discard them for you, understand? Hien Vu was hit on the head by a falling cake and immediately perked up. Great, but then he poured a bucket of cold water. Don't be too happy too soon. All are conditional. You widened your eyes and blurted out, "Conditions?" Tran Hoa, holding you under his wing, gave harsh conditions. When you enrolled as champion, every subsequent exam you had to stand as champion. He swept his deadly gaze over you. Hien Vu was like customs facing smuggled goods. If you can't do it, fine, it's over. Go back and wait. You were not afraid of difficulties and boldly said, "Teacher, I have some matters related to exchange. Please grant me authority." You want to exchange resources. Tran Hoa suppressed his irritation to remind you how many medals you had. What can you exchange? It's not urgent, go find some. Hien Vu was stubborn because of Hong Ban's guidance. "Teacher, I heard purple metals can be exchanged. Genius treasures. I want to quickly raise my soul power to level 30. Indeed, hot news." This immediately caught his attention. Purple said, "How did you get it?" After the exam, Tran Hoa seriously analyzed the situation. "So that's why you ranked first in the comprehensive exam. You are a twin martial soul, but your soul power is only level 23. Truly strange and familiar, Hien Vu did not hide it. It may be related to your bloodline." He sniffed the strange smell and started to piece things together. "Tell me." You patted your chest and explained at length. "After coming to the Sulai Kak Academy, I felt that life energy was very close to me. The first time I cultivated, I felt energy entering my body. After coming here, my cultivation speed increased significantly. So I want to quickly raise my cultivation level." After a moment of amazement, Tran Hoa immediately proposed, "Come on, give me your hand." Hien Vu obediently followed the instructions immediately. After only a few seconds, he felt as if electricity ran through his body. Tran Hoa's mind resonated, so he easily saw Hien Vu's awakening space. He was so confused, he suddenly pushed your hand away. A thin layer of sweat appeared on his face, and in his heart, he was playing lottery. No wonder. It's unimaginable. What kind of bloodline is this? Such a high level, I've never met anyone like this. After calculating, Tranhoa eagerly urged, your bloodline is too special. Release your martial soul for me to see quickly, quickly, quickly. When he saw the two energy spheres in Hien Vu's hands, he completely lost his composure. Dragon Clan! This is the aura of the Dragon Clan bloodline. What kind of dragon is this? Both powers are extremely high level. When did Lam Ngan Thao mutate to become like this? Two bloodlines incompatible. Could it be they complement each other? Hien Vu did not hesitate to reveal the secret that would cause conflict, but the old master before you helped you harmonize the two eyes, the Chunhoa eye flickering with continuous light, asking persistently, how could your master Lai Honghan and Ngan Thien Pham have such ability? Show me quickly with a direct example. Causing them to form a vortex without collision, this made him even more frantic. How could that be? Your master is a god? Oh my god. Now Chunhoa's mind was tangled like a mess. His blood vessels were too special inside. Any type could make him a top-tier strong cultivator, but having two types together, at any time, it could cause his body to violently explode and die. The existence of the vortex harmonizing these two types of blood vessels is truly miraculous. He stubbornly dug for information. Hien Vu, can you tell me who your master is? You honestly gave the answer. Nana, Master Chunhoa continued to inquire, but Hien Vu didn't bother to keep any information. She teaches at Thien Dao Tin. Having confided so deeply, you can freely learn. Is this your current cultivation method, right? Though unwilling, he had to admit at least he couldn't think of a better way. This foundation is really too good. Your two types of blood vessels have begun to resonate and even merge into one. This is the strength of your master. Your blood vessels can directly absorb life energy to support yourself. How? Hien Vu firmly confirmed, yes. Lam Hien Vu demonstrated the entire process of absorbing life energy. Since coming to the academy, the path of Su Lai is different. Chunhoa now looked extremely amazed at Lam Hien Vu's physique. Cultivating at the academy will definitely succeed. He expressed curiosity again. So what new cultivation resources did your master exchange for this time? He voluntarily brought out items to trade. Give me those, give me your purple metal. Hien Vu looked at the shining item, his heart trembling. The gold metal. I remember Master Lai said the purple metal can be exchanged for items, but the gold metal cannot. No way. I choose to trust and silently made a decision. After finishing, he pushed the purple metal onto the table. Chunhoa smirked and generously declared, Speak, what do you want to exchange? Chunhoa finally addressed the main issue. What do you want to exchange? Tell me. How? Hien Vu waited for this moment and immediately poured out a torrent. Genius treasure, I want to quickly raise my soul power to level 30. Also, the Tukuk Ma Dome to improve vision and spiritual power. Hearing this, he immediately advised against buying the Tukuk Ma Dome. Why? Chunhoa gestured confidently with his thumb toward himself and concluded, I am both a teacher of Su Lai and a disciple of the Duong sect. If you want to learn, I will lead you into the sect and become your master there. I will personally teach you all kinds of supreme arts of the sect. Hien Vu was immediately shocked, almost dropping his jaw. Really? Seeing he had flexed enough, he then advised, keep accumulating metals into your physique. If you have better choices, just study normally for now. Later I will give you a special exchange. I will personally take you to a place. Having reached this level, of course you nodded repeatedly. Hearing the teacher, Chunhoa suddenly turned around. Wait a moment, I have something to get for you. Where did I put it? Meanwhile, Hien Vu was busy feeling emotional, realizing his choice was really right. This really saved a lot of things. Shortly after, he strung together a small box in the palm of his hand and put it inside his mind palace. When cultivating, open it. Don't tell anyone else, okay? He hesitated and blurted out a suspicious question. Teacher, what is this? Chunhua stuffed knowledge into his mouth. The black metal of Sulai Academy is made from a branch of the eternal chi tree, attached to the blood vessel on the chest. Perhaps it will help you recover your inner self. Hien Vu was deeply shocked. This is the black metal. It can be exchanged for 10 purple metals. It looks like this? Why are you so flustered? He waved his hand, refusing, like holding a hot sweet potato. This is too precious. Your master cannot accept it. Chunhua took a deep breath, trying to suppress the madness rising to his throat. But he endured. Then he shouted angrily, Fool, I only lend it to you. When I need it, I will definitely take it back. If you want to support cultivation, then do it. No more nonsense. The more Chunhoa spoke, the more terrifying his expression became. If you don't win the championship, return it to me immediately. Hien Vu was scared to death, obediently said yes, but he endured 7 defeats. Then his face darkened as he shouted foolishly, I only lent it to you. When I need it back, I will definitely take it back. If you want support for cultivation, then do it. No more wasting words. Hayawe spoke with an increasingly terrifying expression. If you don't win the championship, return it immediately to me. Hien Vu was scared to death, obediently said yes. On the way back, he silently lowered his head, determined that this trip was indeed worthwhile. The master, though seemingly unreliable on the surface, actually helped me a lot. From now on, I must try my best. In another room, Tio Kai was also disciplining Lu Feng. Last time during the test, you were seriously injured. What I gave you is worth a merit medal, he threatened a young man, then suddenly switched to the smooth debt collection act. When will you pay? Lu Feng frowned and switched to a cheeky mode. A purple medal? Why doesn't the teacher just steal it? I'm not asking for it, Tiu Kai asked bitterly. Why help you enter the Sai Lai Academy? I'm sorry. He felt a bit guilty, so his tone softened. But in a moment, you still won't be able to get a purple medal. How? He quickly made a suggestion. Lam Hien Vu, don't you have a Sao to borrow? Lu Feng jumped up like a cat stepped on its tail. No way. Without him, I basically can't pass. Tiu Kai patiently offered another solution. This one doesn't work either. That one doesn't work either. Then there's only one way. He didn't listen fully. Still loud and absolute no. He was shouted at but still smiled and revealed that in this school, it's normal for teachers to give their disciples secret techniques. Resources are acceptable. I can reluctantly accept it. You can pay me back in a year. That's fine. But the problem is, you're so weak, can you pass the test in a year, not talking about your ability? Lu Feng switched to serious mode very quickly. I definitely can. Tio Kai patted his new student's shoulder, satisfied. From today on, you are officially my secret disciple. However, Lu Feng's dead fish face made him angry. What's with that expression? Don't tell me you don't want to? Tio Kai angrily opened his mouth. If you don't want to, then give me the medal. He weakly tried to avoid it, but he was bitterly urged to call the teacher. Lu Feng called out teacher with a reluctant look, but then he was curious. What exactly did the teacher give me that day? Since we're teacher and disciple, Tio Kai generously revealed it was a petal of the Ki Nung Thong Thien chrysanthemum, 100,000 years old, can restore your body. A similar situation was happening in the outer courtyard office of the director. Lac Hong used a sharp gaze to question the other person. Fatty, what are you looking at? Tian Loi was startled, nervously waving his hands to stop the director. I didn't mean that. Half believing, half doubting, he switched to the main topic. Can you merge with your summoning item? This just appeared earlier, right? The kid honestly admitted, yes, my soul power, after breaking through to the Lin Hai realm, appeared. Lac Hong was surprised and ordered Tian Loi, who itched, to kneel quickly. I accept you as my secret disciple. Your bloodline is special. I need to study a bit. Quite interesting, the kid dazedly said. Yes. As soon as he finished, Tian Loi banged his head on the floor. Lac Hong, dizzy, reminded him, Who told you to bang your head? The kid naively replied, You told me to kneel, not to bang your head to pay respects. She exhaled lightly, then guided him. Don't overthink it. Look at your feet. Tian Loi's eyes widened as he looked at the glowing object on his face. Unable to hide his shock, still dazed, the spiritual energy quickly wrapped around the kid's body. Tian Loi couldn't control his own language ability, constantly saying, what a wonderful feeling is this. Lac Hong was satisfied with this reaction and concluded that the Lin Hai realm was okay, but his cultivation was too weak. Kneel there and feel the change in your spiritual chi hai. Your special martial soul's cultivation speed is too slow. Just by refining your spiritual power, Tian Loi boldly asked. Miss, how long do I have to kneel? She coldly ordered. At least 24 hours. If you can't endure it, you don't need to be my secret disciple anymore. I can't lose to that person. Although his body protested, the kid silently reassured himself. What to do? I must endure it. Endure it. How great it would be to brag later. In Min Tuong's room, Hian Vu was looking at the wooden box and tapping the table rhythmically, opening it in his mind to see the SAO. What exactly is this? As soon as he operated, a series of bright rays burst out. Hien Vu's inner self was slightly surprised. The life energy was too dense, his body felt renewed. The vortex in front of his chest also transformed. But when the thing inside was revealed, his expression immediately changed. The vortex slowed down, as if this bloodline vortex was being controlled. What is it? Hien Vu stared at the two golden and white beams intersecting in front of him. Confusion rose in his heart. Gold and silver, two types of energy escaping from each other and rushing out. They seemed to have a spirit, automatically wrapping around the wooden box. The pupils in Hien Vu's eyes also changed to matching colors accordingly. The overwhelming pressure made him let out a long scream. He clenched his jaw tightly while his mind was frantically resisting. The blood vessels and energy flow must not be absorbed too quickly. The vital energy was rapidly rising, and the muscles on his body kept swelling. It made Hien Vu's mind confused. If this continued, he would explode. No, this can't happen. Suddenly, Chi Hai Lam Hien Vu's spirit changed. The scene was like the sun rising to welcome the dawn. That beam of light spread powerfully throughout the space, helping Hien Vu catch his breath and regain some control over his spiritual power. However, he still couldn't escape this dire situation. He quickly retracted his blood vessels and energy to reform the vortex, but the problem remained. Hien Vu sat meditating while pressing his belly, channeling blood vessels and spiritual energy back stronger than before. His chest was tight and uncomfortable. What should I do? He tried to breathe deeply to inject himself with a sedative dose. No matter what, calm down first. Now, I can only rely on myself to solve this problem by using martial soul fusion techniques. Fusing blood vessels and spiritual energy is risky. It could cause an explosion. Thinking of this, Hien Vu suddenly paused. Wait, can blood vessels' spiritual energy absorb soul power? It can absorb life energy and spiritual light simultaneously. Suddenly, he imagined the diagram connecting life energy, power, blood vessels, and soul power. What if I do the opposite? Can I use blood vessel spiritual energy to convert excess life energy into soul power? Could it work? Transforming excess life energy into soul power might actually work. Having a direction, Hien Vu immediately began to operate. He first used the 7-colored rainbow light to stabilize the blood vessel power, then guided the Huyen Thien technique to transport and absorb energy outwardly, then convert it back inwardly. Indeed, after a while of effort, Hien Vu silently cheered as he separated soul power. Finally, he could breathe a sigh of relief. This method is really good. Hien Vu continued this cultivation process, transforming excess life energy into soul power for himself. When the process was complete, he felt deeply that his soul power had increased significantly. This truly was a shortcut for cultivation. But before he could rejoice for long, Hien Vu's mind jumped up. Wait, the black metal lost all its energy? Fortunately, this was only temporary. He quickly restored his bright smile. I thought I had ruined it. It's replenishing life energy from outside. I thought I messed up. Now, Hien Vu slowly stood up to summarize the process. This is great. I've found a cultivation method that suits me. Blood vessel energy decomposes and fuses with soul power accordingly to increase. The premise is having abundant life energy. Soon, the day of the trial arrived. Standing on the podium, Tiakai confidently introduced the school rules, which were clearly written. I won't beat around the bush. I am the teacher in charge of guiding your Dokai class. You all have 2 years to create your own Dokai. If you can't finish by then, you will have to leave the Sulike Academy. His calm voice echoed throughout the space. The internal exam standard was to become a level 3 Dokai master and raise soul power to level 70. Hien Vu was amazed as he heard this. This is the standard of Sulike Academy, but his soft voice was soon drowned out by Tiokai's voice. Everyone, look at the eternal life tree, the core life of the entire Mo Tin. It has devoured the entire dimensional invasion, Mo Tin, and evolved into this form. On the tree is the Eternal Sky City. That is the real Sulike Academy's internal courtyard. Only internal disciples can enter there. Hien Vu's heart involuntarily surged with interest. The internal courtyard is on the Eternal Life Tree. Meanwhile, other students were directly buzzing. There is a city there, the Eternal Sky City, legendary. Tiokai let them make noise for a while. Then he spoke to settle the matter. After this introduction, let's start class. He gestured toward the screen for a visual explanation. Let's simply understand the 3 processes of creating a Dokai: design, assembly, and core formation array. Tiukai's clear explanation echoed steadily over the next 2 years. Everyone must choose a supporting major they want to study and reach a certain level. At least in the first year, you must reach the level to create a level 1 Dokai. Near the end, he threw out heavy information. Right, before class ends, we will confirm the class officers. Lam Hien Vu as class president, Nguyen An Hui as vice president. Before the committee, every month there will be a rotation, and after 1 year, everyone will vote for the official committee members together. After 2 hours of school dismissal, everyone followed each other rushing out to the corridor. Hien Vu, who had been holding back all morning, finally found the opportunity to voice his doubts. Teacher Tien, is it okay if he asks for leave? Tran Hoa immediately reassured. The teacher in charge of him approved the leave for him, so he can carry out some special training, no need to worry. In the afternoon, under the guidance of Duong Tran Hoa, Lam Hien Vu arrived at the Mission Exchange Center of Su Lai Kak, and soon both were present in the guest room number 3. As soon as he reached the school gate, Ain flew out like a gust of wind. Teacher! The teacher is here! Hien Vu scanned with laser-like eyes, curious. Why are the red and blue school uniforms designed like this? He understood the meaning and immediately answered the question. The youngest junior disciple is usually the highest-ranking one. Wearing Sulai Kak's uniform is a great honor. This junior disciple is our glorious tradition. Tran Hoa chose the right moment to interrupt the introduction. This is your senior brother, Dan Trong An. You have 6 surviving senior brothers and sisters in total. Just talk to him for the exchange. You happily step forward to introduce yourself. Hello, senior brother. I am Lam Hien Vu. Please guide me in the future. Trong, and immediately put on a friendly face. Junior disciple, just be natural in front of your senior brothers. No need to be polite, while Hian Vu was still confused. Tran Hoa stuffed his mouth and explained more thoroughly. My disciple is either inattentive or half crazy. Your normal behavior is actually the biggest abnormality here. After hearing this, you were speechless. So which type am I? Trong An took the opportunity to change the subject. Teacher, in a few days, I also have to go out to carry out a mission. Tran Hoa replied indifferently. Think carefully first, then you go. But he showed a sorrowful look. I'm just a little reluctant to leave. All right, I'm going. Who will take care of you, teacher? He read his disciple like a book and immediately responded. Stop wasting words. What can you take care of me? Just say it straight. Trong An's eyes sparkled with tears as he made the request to the teacher. Look at that. Tran Hoa got furious like a firecracker exploding. Stop playing tricks. Make up for the 7 previous losses first, then talk. A well-crafted lamp lion bite. This is indeed a hard counter for actor Trong An. He was timely to leave the battlefield to others. Or should we talk about the junior disciple first? Junior disciple, come here. Senior brother introduced to Hien Vu. Although he smiled slightly, inside he secretly spat. The speed at which the senior brother flipped his face was super fast. Was the lesson taught by teacher Duong supposed to be a performance class? But the following words from Trong An easily aroused his interest. First, look at the white metal exchange bill. The content of the bill is constantly updated. The advantage of the guest room is that you can predict the exchange. See if you are interested in anything on the bill. Hien Vu actively glued his eyes to the list on the screen. Let me see. But when looking closely, the content made him startled. The exchange target. The ranking board of the foreign beauty exchange price is 1 white metal. Trong An spoke up at the right moment to explain. This was posted by a self-motivated student. Students can also post exchange content. Junior disciple, I must remind you not to be excessive. The content posted must be approved by the Academy. These nonsense words were mercilessly laughed at by Tran Hoa. Exactly. Anyone who posts prohibited content will be heavily fined. Trong An lost his temper and forgot about hierarchy. Teacher, doing this will lose a disciple like me. Hien Vu ignored their childishness and still observed very attentively. You can post cultivation insights to exchange categories, he affirmed confidently. Of course you can. You immediately made a proposal. Then I want to post an article on how to resolve conflicts between twin martial souls and borrow life energy for cultivation. Seeing the person next to him too silent, Hien Vu tilted his head and repeated, Can I, senior brother? But Trong An was busy, petrified by the information you brought up about twin martial souls. Huh? He couldn't help but shout loudly. Do you really want to post this, junior disciple? This information is too precious. Moreover, you must ensure its authenticity. At this point, Hien Vu hesitated briefly. Of course it's true, but others might find it a bit difficult to use. Tran Hoa understood and subtly reminded him, the harmony with life energy is your birthright. This information made Truong An even more stunned. Oh my god. Now he had put himself into a cold, lonely space. Truly a superior person who makes others furious to death. After digesting this shock, Truong An immediately restored his dignified appearance. It can be posted, but it must be in yellow color. Hien Vu anxiously asked if anyone would exchange. He raised his index finger and shook it profoundly. Some things are only believed if they are a bit expensive. Tran Hoa blinked and pumped in another dose of sedative. This guy listens to his own judgment about others. He is the top student of the entire academy, instantly snapping back as if very aggrieved. Teacher, why do you expose me like that? From then on, he knew how to interact with the little junior brother. Under the guidance of Headmaster Tan of an academy, Hien Vu posted his own exchange item. Then he continued to look at the exchange list. Although he himself drafted it, he still didn't feel it was very real. This one, the First Ascension Lake water, is so expensive. Why can't we just take some ourselves? Why doesn't an academy step up and show professional encyclopedic skills? Super professional, the Sea God Lake has a soul-splitting sword aura protecting it. Do you know how much this thing costs outside? This is an internal benefit of our academy. The Sea God Lake is called the Life Essence Water, absolutely supreme. Hien Vu excitedly suggested, then I'll try it too. But before he finished, Tranhoa stopped him. No need for that. He exchanged for 1 hour of training in the sea god lake. The yellow form suggested throwing money out the window, which made an academy furious. Teacher, that is a gold tier item rated as the least worth exchanging. 3 gold medals are needed to train for 1 hour. Tranhoa shot a look like lightning. Do you understand? His life energy compatibility is high. If he can absorb enough amount before finishing the sentence, the two of them quietly left. Then it's worth it. Before going out the door, he looked back to confirm, I'm exchanging this. Internally, he hurriedly added, that's great, I've been searching for life energy with sufficient concentration. But in the end, Tranhoa was still the one who took Hien Vu to the training location. Soon enough, the teacher and student arrived at the grand mansion deep in the forest. Duong Lac greeted them with a sarcastic remark, it's fun to have friends come from afar, even if they're messy ghosts. Why do you have free time to come find me? Tranhoa immediately switched to a threatening tone. Duong Lac, do you want to die? He was sensible and switched to a softer tone, still so aggressive. Tranhoa, what are you doing at little junior brother's place? He slapped the shoulder of the person next to him and boasted, my disciple just accepted Hian Vu, greeting Duong Lac. Old teacher, come on, behave, he obediently said following instructions. Hello, teacher, he whistled, and immediately placed the order. Not bad, didn't expect you to have such good judgment, messy ghost. Transfer it to me, Tranhoa smirked mockingly. Are you ready to leave the mountain and pack up? Duong Lac squinted and replied with a hint. I'm just saying, I'm lazy and used to it. That sloppy, unmotivated look made him want to add, still that character with no willpower to lead the way. My disciple has exchanged for 1 hour of training time. Duong Lac directly expressed doubt. 3 gold medals? Isn't that what you give him? Tranhoa took the opportunity to flex. This disciple of mine is the champion of this course. All the medals were accumulated by him. He switched to a more critical question. The champion student, even at your place, has your family agreed? Hit a sore spot, he immediately organized. Although officially we are no longer in love, our hearts are still in the same place. Duong Lac said, don't be sarcastic, cutting him off. If she had the ability, she would have said the same when she was here. Let's go. Saying that, he took the lead. Within seconds, Duong Lac was enlightened by Hien Vu's power. What? He quickly turned back to confirm the intense life energy, body harmony, and physical strength. This course has a new student with life energy, body harmony, and physical strength. Why didn't I know? Tranhoa laughed heartily, casually dealing with the fact that he didn't know much. Just let him go train. While they were sparring, Hien Vu had already moved to the ethereal fairyland. Inwardly, he couldn't help but marvel. The life energy was abundant, and the total amount was truly huge. Duong Lac followed closely, urging him on. See the lotus leaf? Go up there, but as soon as Hien Vu stepped on it, he immediately sank with a half-wet, half-dry state. The rays of light around gradually entered his body, bypassing initial hesitation and accelerating rapidly. Duong Lac observed from afar, frantically warning, not good, quickly bring him up. This kid's life energy body harmony is too high. Absorbing so much at once, his body would explode. The familiar fusion sensation quickly returned to Hien Vu. He closed his eyes tightly, controlling the situation himself. Zhenhua couldn't believe it but managed to stabilize it. Duong Lac hurriedly grabbed his collar. Questioning the life energy of this kid, what is the degree of harmony? Zhenhua irritably brought up the issue again. I don't know about this aspect. Aren't you more knowledgeable than me? Why did you dare to bring him to me just now without knowing? He was so angry he raised his voice. You almost killed him. If that happened, my master definitely wouldn't let you off. Although a bit unbelievable, Zhenhua still estimated the life energy of this kid. The degree of harmony must be at least 90% or higher, very likely reaching my master's level. Duong Lac was startled and directly warned. Could reach the level of the elder. There's no way to watch over him. Give him to me. I'm going to invite my master here now. But as he turned away, he muttered softly, good. Our lineage finally has an heir. These words reached Zhenhua's ears, making him sweat nervously. Lac brother, no, he's my disciple. Duong Lac ignored him, flying away while loudly responding, you don't know what a harmony degree above 90 means? This is a big deal. It can be brought to the Divine Sea Conference. This kid can only belong to our life energy school. Zhenhua reached out, tangled in the wind. Am I hitting my own head with a stone? What to do? But he regained composure and quickly tapped on his wrist communicator. Contacting very fast. No, absolutely cannot let them kidnap my person. The problem is, the more anxious Zhenhua got, the less things went his way. Don't hang up, the director is not well. Through soul communication and sealing device. Duong Zhenhua told Lacan Hong everything that happened. Then he received a lion's roar piercing his eardrums. Duong Zhenhua, Are you a pig? You really are a pig. Lac An Hong's whole body turned red like his hair, wildly shouting, You're a pig! You're a pig! Why are you acting so foolish? If the person is kidnapped, you won't get away with it. Zhenhua sobbed silently, constantly kowtowing. Don't get angry. I didn't expect it either, but she still vented her anger continuously. I will call the master. You stay there and watch the person carefully. Even while meditating, you must secretly eat melon seeds. The two talked about Hien Vu. Hien Vu completely knew nothing about what happened outside. Completely immersed in the life divine sea bloodline, he greedily absorbed life energy. Meanwhile, Lac An Hong directly went to the scene to scold his teammates. Pig, did you stick your head into a trap? Are you stupid? Zhenhua was miserable but tried his best to explain. How could I know? When she checked the body, she didn't check the harmony degree of life energy. The more I said, the angrier she got. That is checked only after enrollment. Who knew you had already brought him there? A level 2 soul master absorbing so much life energy, if the body doesn't explode, he's considered a prodigy. Lac An Hong carefully measured and quickly made a decision. Call him awake now and immediately take him away. Zhenhua reluctantly asked again, taking him away? Not even finished speaking, she slapped her forehead, scolding him. You're really stupid. Stay here and wait for the elder to kidnap him? He was enlightened and immediately sang along to the tune of Metal 7, then said, Lac An Hong got even angrier after hearing that. Are you stupid? With his absorption speed, life energy absorbed in 1 minute is not just worth 3 gold medals. Quickly, take him out of here. Zhenhua didn't understand but obediently shouted. But as he reached out, vines rushed to block him, accompanied by a loud shout, Don't touch him! Zhenhua looked at the newcomer in shock and shouted loudly, Elder Thu. Even Lac An Hong, who was fierce earlier, now was as obedient as a puppy. Elder Thu calmly spoke first. Long time no see, Tiu Hong. I heard you are now the director of the Outer Institute. She awkwardly confirmed, Yes. Without waiting for them to say more, he immediately expressed his purpose. Let's go. This kid is entrusted to me, the Life Energy School. We haven't had a new member for a long time. Unexpectedly, at my old age, I can find someone with such a high harmony degree of life energy. While Lac An Hong was still calculating, Zhenhua recklessly rushed out. You can live for thousands of years more, no problem. Don't compete with me anymore. Elder Thu quickly used his age to overpower him. You still know I'm your junior? He choked and stammered, finally managing to say, Sir. Brother Hong worriedly stopped by to advise calmness, then that lady stood up to negotiate with Elder Thu, asking if that would be acceptable. Our academy also has rules. I have to go notify the principal. Please give me some time, okay? You don't need to think. There's already a countermeasure ready. No need for the inner academy. That old man knows himself. You two go, Duong Lac will escort my junior disciple. Let's return to the inner academy. Tran Hoa really wants mung beans and pennywort. How did it become junior disciple already? In the blink of an eye, peers my age, the situation at the five-way intersection suddenly has another candidate entering Elder Thursday. Wait a moment. The familiar sound made Brother Hong shout out. Elder Hien Vu coldly called out, as if confirming. Then he shifted to scolding the culprit, calling him a brainless, useless person. Tran Hoa only knew to call the opponent's name. Principal Vuong of Hien Vu Academy, feed him an avocado. Then he shifted his attention to the person opposite. Elder Thu made a big deal, but you were not afraid and stepped forward proactively. Vuong Hien Vu. What are you doing here? He straightened his back to express his stance. I am the deputy director of the Inner Academy. The Academy's usage is different from the main Hythen sect. You all check if there's any problem. Elder Thu frowned and asked again, What do you mean? Hian Vu calmly poured out a set of reasons. The Academy's rules cannot be broken. Even if that child enters the life sect, it's another matter. After graduating from the Outer Academy without a foundation, how can one become talented? He angrily shouted, You mean I can't teach a good disciple? He coldly refused the blame, saying, Don't make up stories. Brother Hong secretly laughed hearing the two sides solo fight. In the academy, there are people who don't respect Elder Thu. The old master is considered an outstanding talent among them. Luckily, I'm smart. Who said the opposing attributes can't be handled? Elder Thu lost patience and arrogantly looked down on Vuong Hien Vu. Do you know about respecting elders and honoring the wise? Are there rules? After hearing this, he immediately burned the chat. After last time, when you played dirty with me, I no longer consider you an elder. He threw away all dignity and actively provoked. You rotten brat, I'll really hit you. Believe it or not? Try hitting back. Hien Vu was not flustered, just waiting for the face to show no retaliation. But you're old. What if you show mercy and then betray me? What if your hand is injured or your leg broken? These words indeed made Elder Thu explode emotionally to the extreme. See, I have been cautious for 1,000 years. Yet I nurtured such a heartless thing. I want to open the High-Then Sex Conference. Vuong Hien Vu, just wait and see. He left those threatening words and immediately disappeared. Duong Nu yet awkwardly forced a smile. Principal Vuong, please look. Hien Vu didn't bother to glance, throwing out a word. Get lost. He was alone and had to obediently follow. Seeing this scene, he had a slight doubt but decisively left. This old villain definitely has a scheme. Later, check the body again, add the degree of body harmony and life energy. Brother Hong obediently took the blame. Sorry, it was my fault. Hien Vu suppressed his anger to reassure and left. It's not a big deal with me here. Who dares to steal? Meanwhile, that lady gave a thumbs up in agreement. That's right, Tran Hoa has another worry. Principal Vuong didn't even listen to the whole sentence before turning back to glare. What does it have to do with you? Remember what I told you last time? He was so scared he wanted to disappear underground. I still have things to do. Before I could move, Hien Vu grabbed him and took him away. Tran Hoa was confused. Taken away, then she exhaled sharply, feeling drained, then muttered softly, I hope I didn't fight too harshly. Soon the moon hung high overhead. Hien Vu finally opened his eyes and checked his body. His whole body was swollen and painful. The blood vortex in his chest felt like it was frozen, like being restrained. Why is it so dark around? What's going on? It's already dark. Thinking this, he quickly jumped ashore. Tran Hoa sensed the movement and stammered, Are you back? Hien Vu saw the talking pig's head and shouted loudly, Ah, ah, but he was too angry and kicked you, you rotten brat. It's not your fault. Hien Vu wisely took the blame. Old master, I was wrong. Not admitting to being the teacher, Tran Hoa ignored the battered face and focused on the important matter. Don't move so I can feel the changes in you. Tran Hoa placed his hand on the front and signaled, Let me see. Hien Vu obediently stood still. Yes, master. His inner self was trembling nonstop. Good, soul complete, self-jolt. But he still had to confirm verbally. You said at Tan Trong and place, it really works? Hien Vu looked with innocent eyes, staring. When answering, to increase credibility, yes, I can convert excess life energy into soul power. But in Chan Hua's head, he associated it with another problem, really damn it, being seen by this brat in such a shabby state. He decisively ran away, but didn't forget to leave a reminder that the life energy you absorb today is enough to digest for a month. Once digestion is complete, maybe the third stage won't be far away. Let's go. Let's go. Hien Vu was left behind with a bunch of questions in his mind. What happened? Was the teacher beaten by AI like that, or was it because of me? Beaten so miserably, it seems the teacher's combat power isn't very strong, just right. At the same time, Tien Loi had been kneeling for 36 hours. During that time, several times the kid almost collapsed to the ground but was controlled by the kid's remaining consciousness. Ainha Lac Hong also didn't sleep, sitting on a sofa not far away. Though expressionless on the outside, inwardly he still had to sigh. Originally thought the willpower of this fat guy was weak, wanted to take the opportunity to awaken him, didn't expect he could persist so long. An Hong took a deep breath, then exhaled twice. All right, Tien Loi was completely paralyzed, just waiting for this, then collapsed onto the floor. She was startled, shouted loudly, stupidly screaming inside while reaching out to repair the spiritual fire of Chi Hai, which showed cracks. An Hong boldly covered Tien Loi's mouth to put some drops into the kid comfortably, then snored, letting her hold the painful heart, screaming that she was fine. Sulking at the sloppy demon, no need to be stubborn with this fat guy, but a moment later, a scream tore through the night in the room. Really lost. I really lost big. Second day of school. The teacher mechanically announced that classmate Tien Loi couldn't come today. Someone has asked for leave for him. Lu Feng couldn't hide his suspicion. The fat guy asked for leave again. Tio Kai ignored him and continued his work. This afternoon was the simulated combat class. Everyone used their accounts on the live server of the academy. After logging in, they would have all the privileges of a member. Although a student blurted out what, he still calmly disseminated information that in the coming week, everyone could use Doluo coins to exchange for Sulai K medals. This really shocked everyone greatly. Is this true? Tiokai calmly analyzed. The exchange rate was 1,000 Doluo coins. For a white medal, 15,000 Doluo coins for a gold medal. No exchange for purple medals. Only Hien Vu propped his chin out thoughtfully. 1 week, how to earn more Doluo coins. To exchange for Sulai K medals. At that moment, a sound pulled him back to reality. Lam Hien Vu, you just blushed slightly and continued. I know in the Doluo world, there is a place to earn Doluo coins. Do you want to go together? Hien Vu stepped closer, wondering what do you need me for? She shrugged, teasing. Tramtrock. You just command. What else can your soul power do besides commanding? He felt insulted, so he burst out energetically. Fine, I'll take 3 parts, the rest you all divide, Mong Cam immediately vetoed. Don't spoil the Doluo coins earned by sharing equally. Hien Vu was unhappy and sulked away. Then I won't go. Invited Cao Min to go instead, but after a few steps, An Hui sweetly called back, Hien Vu ka ka. He held the hand of the person beside him and suggested, let's go together. You don't need to think much. Nodded and urged, all right, this afternoon we enter the Duluo world together. This lightning-fast order made the two Mong Cam pale, and An Hui added another sentence, find a way to earn money. Hien Vu understood the meaning, quickly planning. That's simple. We participate in soul competitions. Soul competitions have prizes, accumulate points, and you can bet on yourself, earning Doluo coins faster. No AI noticed the gradually drooping expression of Hien Vu Mong Cam, who couldn't hold back and rushed out to accuse, Little Hui Hui, you stole my business, didn't you? Hien Vu, let's go. We participate as a team of 2, it's okay. And Hui tilted his head and enlightened. But the more participants in the competition, the higher the attention level, the bigger the prize, and the more generous the rewards. Some people just can't understand that. Hien Vu felt teased enough, then changed tone. All right, Mong Cam, let's go together. If we share equally, then share equally. After settling and exchanging medals, I hope to borrow these medals first for 3 months. I will definitely pay everyone back. Mong Cam softened immediately. We all have no problem with that. He was satisfied and concluded the matter. All right, let's do that. In the blink of an eye, the appointed day arrived. Lam Hien Vu had arrived at his own room in the dormitory. The announcement sounded, and he relaxed his body to check his whole body once. The physical simulation of Hien Vu had already been saved inside. The brain center of the Duluo world communicated through the information machine, using a different timeline, An Hui. Hui and Lam Hien Vu quickly succeeded in meeting. They stood shoulder to shoulder, chatting and exchanging. Hien Vu, big brother, this is your first time entering the Duluo world in a different timeline, right? He eagerly admitted it, feeling very strange, and Hui took the opportunity to show off his knowledge. Of course, it's strange. In history, the different timeline was once destroyed. The Academy's predecessors had endured hardships. They rebuilt the Academy on the dead land of the different timeline, establishing the Great Duhun Arena as a specialized school. The Doluo world, this virtual world, after being built, was preserved for soul masters to spar with each other, to improve their actual combat abilities. While they talked, others had also arrived, and Hui glanced around and then took the initiative to organize. Let's go, register. On the way, he shared more. In the Great Duhun Arena, the biggest source of benefits comes from betting. However, contestants can only bet on themselves. This is to prevent cheating. Hien Vu couldn't hide his curiosity. What are the competition rules? And Hui immediately explained the common knowledge. The rules are simple. Each win earns corresponding points, but the next match will definitely help the opponent. If the opponent is stronger, consecutive wins will earn more points, and Doluo currency is the prize. The premise of all this is that we have to win. After saying that, he naturally changed the subject. Hien Vu, big brother, quickly think of a name for our team. He blurted out quickly. The Rare and Strange Battle Team. Mong Cam snorted in disdain. Sounds boring, but her objection was invalid. The Rare and Strange Battle Team was successfully registered. They weren't exactly wealthy. To be honest, they were a bit poor and had used 1,000 Doluo currency to bet on their team. The payout ratio was 1 to 2. If they lost, their principal would be gone. If they won, they would only get the amount they bet, meaning either plus 1,000 or minus 1,000. After settling into the player's restroom, Hien Vu finally had time to express his worries. Do we have any other income? And Hui understood and shared. The winning team can get an additional 10% external benefit compared to the total benefit. At that moment, Lu Fong inserted a question. If a team wins consecutively in the Great Duhun Arena, won't the Academy go bankrupt? And Ui loudly scolded on the spot. What are you thinking? We're only freshmen. If our winning rate reaches a certain level, we might have the chance to face senior students with Du Kai. Hearing this, Hien Vu revealed his nosy nature. Hui, how many times did you win consecutively before? He wasn't shy to flex a bit. I won 7 matches in a row alone. Then he was defeated by a 4th grade soul master with a first-rank Do Kai. He continued his rapid-fire questioning. One more thing. Does the betting amount affect the opponent's strength? Can we withdraw? And Hui patiently answered, normally no, but when the betting amount is large, it will have an impact. Hien Vu hurriedly asked, how large is a large betting amount? He whispered an estimate, maybe 100,000 or 1 million. Mong Cam, hearing the murmurs, was somewhat annoyed and couldn't stand it. Why ask such nonsense? Just go fight. Hien Vu was not angry but winked mysteriously. If we calculate carefully, maybe in these 7 days, we can gain more than everyone imagines. Just then, the announcement cut off their Q&A session. The rare and strange battle team, prepare. The rare and strange battle team, prepare. The rare and strange battle team was about to fight the Hoa Lai Ho Tu battle team. 5 fights, 5 wins, one side would be completely eliminated. The match ended. 10 seconds later, the countdown began. 19, 8. Hien Vu stepped out while quietly marveling at the arena's silence. Hoa Li Ho Tu. The names of the two teams were quite symmetrical, but even if he was well-intentioned, the opponent's side was quite hostile. A bunch of kids are also competing. Are they rich kids with nowhere else to spend their money? Just admit defeat quickly. I'm taking you out for ice cream. They had bet 100 Doluo currency, and Hui got angry and calculated to charge into combat immediately. How dare they mock us? Watch how I handle them. They're still young, so what? Fortunately, Hien Vu raised his hand to stop him. Watch how I deal with them, young age or not, it's still lucky. Hien Vu raised his hand just in time to block. You keep a cool head and state your speculation. The 3 of you don't intervene. I suspect the opponent selection mechanism is related to the soul age limit. On our bodies, everyone try not to reveal too much strength. Wait until the next match. We will compare the opponent's strength enhancement to see if there is any manipulation. Then Hien Vu ordered Lu Fong to follow. Open the path. Feng Zi too. We go to theme, Dan. Immediately becoming excited, brought it right to the door. But you didn't change your calm expression. Release a volley of ice arrows to test the water on this side. The guy actively charges forward to engage in battle. Theme, Dan. Launch a huge energy wave towards Lu Fong and shout loudly, "Take this!" He didn't even bother to move, maintaining his speed to approach until the distance was close enough. Then Lu Fong activated the White Dragon challenge. The danger was right at his throat, but Theme Dan still spoke boldly. "Kid, you won't hurt me." Yet his comrade Hoang Do was not so lucky. This situation is not good. Old Theme has already taken 7 hits. The Huali Hotiu group quickly fell into chaos. The Ice Hammer frontline just formed a layer of ice under the ground. We must quickly reinforce him. The ground is too slippery to maintain balance. Lu Fong felt the moment was ripe and took advantage to charge forward. Hua Li Hotiu, the main battle team, was instantly wiped out. The next fight was uneventful. Lu Fong alone, relying on his super speed, handled all opponents within a dozen breaths to finish the fight. The strange and rare battle team lost. A good start made him much more confident. Continue. I feel we can win 7 consecutive matches without any problem. Hien Vu was not as happy as expected, but more serious. Wait, this match is just a test. Don't continue like this anymore, he said, looking at the target opposite. Speaking continuously about his calculations, Lu Fong came for the first time to participate in a solo match. His first solo match opponent was definitely a level 2 soul, because he himself was also level 2. This match he would surely win. Returning to the strategy discussion, Mongcam openly expressed doubts. What's the point of letting him in? It won't attract more viewers. Hien Vu couldn't help but whisper a reminder to her friend. If the match is sure to win, of course, we must try our best to reduce the difficulty so we can survive more matches. She felt itchy and exclaimed, "Is that so?" Hien Vu took the chance to tease without missing a beat. "They're all from Lam Seo. Why are their brains so different?" "Mong Cam, you need to think broader." She immediately jumped up like a cat stepped on its tail. Lam Hien Vu and Thien Thu were exhausted. Chin Trao and Tu Ho pulled her back and reminded Master Miu, "Don't anger Mong Cam anymore." Grad spoke up, and Hien Vu obediently agreed. This attitude made her mind flood with waves of confusion. Since when did this guy listen? He shot forward with a gaze as if asking if she had a problem. Returning to the arena, Hien Vu directly assigned the strategy. "Fong 2, you go in next." The third match won. Lu Fong won 3 consecutive matches. Thanks to that, the doula currency of the team rose to 16,000. Lam Hien Vu called to stop right then. Instead, he was the second to enter the arena, leaving 1,000 doula currency and betting all the remaining 15,000 on the next match. The first match, Lam Hien Vu won easily. Gaining 30,000 doula currency, Lam Hien Vu won again in the second match, adding to the treasury 60,000. In the third match, Lam Hien Vu left behind 100,000 doula currency. Next, 50,000 doula currency. He didn't play all or nothing. This was a precaution just in case. In the third match, Lam Hien Vu's opponent had transformed into a level 4 soul master. The brain owner of the doula world is extremely intelligent. At this point, there was nothing he didn't understand. Indeed, the difficulty had increased a lot. Drawing lots to select opponents was related to the amount of bets placed. Just after stepping in, Ha immediately spoke. Interesting, little buddy. Could it be you think you're a twin soul warrior? Who can surpass 2 levels to fight me? Hien Vu politely replied. No fear. The old teacher said the battle time would be a bit longer. It helps to trigger potential. Big brother, I'm sure I can't beat you, just let me last a bit longer. Seeing his opponent was sensible, he unconsciously softened his tone. My brother and I are not much different. Being able to participate in the soul fight is really impressive. Riding the momentum, Hien Vu continued to flatter. Thank you, big brother, for the compliment. Coming here, Ha smiled brightly and warned his little brother to be careful. As soon as he finished, he quickly drew out 7 spirit swords. Hien Vu's sharp eyes caught the danger and narrowly escaped the attack. He even had to use his hands as support to dodge the sword energy. Though struggling, Hien Vu was still eager to learn. Big brother, you're so powerful. How do your swords fly? The first strike caused no injury, so Ha was slightly cautious. This kid's speed was also very fast. He silently changed tactics while charging, maintaining a certain distance. But just as the idea formed, Hien Vu used his bare hands to grab the 7 inner star swords, those crazy Ha stars wildly hitting the lotto incorrectly. He caught his sword and couldn't let him get closer, so he decided to release the sword to attack from a distance. But Hien Vu not only avoided it but also had time to perform a self-created mixed technique, ice and fire, 2 extremes pearl, gradually withdrawing the Ha stars on his face. The confident appearance at first, attacks like this can also be avoided, wanting to attack the ground. How come? But the surprise Hien Vu gave him is only just beginning. The Ha star both tensed to defend and silently chanted Buddha's name. Ice and fire are 2 opposing elements. Maybe he could endure it, but in Hien Vu's hand, a new energy gift was forming. He timed it perfectly to urge the martial soul fusion technique. Come out. This power made the blood color on Hastar's face completely disappear. This is the answer Hien Vu gave. Golden Dragon Ice Spear. He held it with both hands after piercing through his solid defense. The result was as expected when the announcement sounded. Lam Hien Vu won An Hui. Of course, he was the most excited person. The Doluo team had increased by another 110,000. Contrasting with him was the person involved, still maintaining a calm expression. No one knew what he was calculating in his mind. Previously, Hien Vu had proactively gone through scenarios. A very smart host, the opponent chose to increase strength. If we continue the previous betting method, it's very likely to lose completely. Mong Cam was a bit curious. Next, what to do? He immediately shared the plan for the next Hien Vu match. You go in. This time bet 10,000. The opponent of Dong Hien Vu is also a 4 complete with strength equal to hers. Dong Hien Vu relied on the second soul technique, ice controlling the field, gradually weakening the opponent, finally barely winning. She won by more than 10,000 Duluo points, specifically 12,000. Still immersed in joy, Hien Vu suddenly spoke, Mong Cam, enter a match. 120,000 is entirely to support you. While she was still stunned, he continued to remind, but you must prepare your mentality. Your opponent is definitely a 5 complete spirit beast, but won't be very strong, although the host will choose a strong opponent because of the money, but will still control within a certain range. Mong Cam was a bit weak in faith, so she asked for confirmation, right? Hien Vu expressed confidence by outlining the moves. I guess the host will choose a strong offensive combat soul master for you. Good at long-range attack? I suggest you use the self-martial soul fusion technique to win in 1 strike. Whether we have more money depends on you. Now that it's come to this, Mong Cam retreating would seem ungrateful. I will definitely win. When entering the match, she couldn't help but admire Lam Hien Vu's accurate prediction. Mong Cam did not underestimate. She deployed her full combat intelligence and won. Seeing the money surge to 240,000, Hien Vu laughed so hard she didn't see the sky or moon. Sister Mong Cam is amazing. And Hui took this opportunity to boldly suggest 240,000 is not little. We can try doing other things to earn Duluo points. But Hien Vu decisively rejected with a no. He bowed his head in thought, then outlined the strategy. We fight 1 more match. 5 fights, 5 teams. An Hui blurted out in shock. Again, strangely, the eccentric team of Hien Vu turned to the stands gradually, amid cheers of total victory. He looked at the positions with no gaps and couldn't help but exclaim, 80,000 people are seated fully, and Hui had his own worries. So many spectators show the opponent is very strong. The host really plays hard. Hien Vu understood and immediately boosted. morale for teammates to prepare. This will definitely be a tough battle. On the opposite side, the opponent Tiovuso Tin team also slowly appeared. They introduced themselves with name tags, sparkling golden light. And Hui saw Vu Cash in the formation and immediately lost composure. How come it's her again? She also detected his presence by sound. Vu Cash took advantage and showed a sinister yin-yang aura. Hey, isn't this Nguyen and Hui? Hui, how? Last time I dealt with you wasn't enough? Later you want to die? How? I'll make you satisfied. And Hui shouted angrily. Don't, Vu Cash. Don't be too much. If it weren't for Do Kai, I wouldn't fear you. Hien Vu saw the tension escalating. Immediately took the initiative to step forward and flatter. Hello, senior sister. I'm Lam Hien Vu, first year. She still didn't lessen her sharp tongue toward Lam Hien Vu. Heard you're the champion of this year's entrance exam, only 2 complete. This time the quality is really low. And Hui was angry but could only choke out one word. You still maintain your calm demeanor, right? We're that weak. Can senior sister show some mercy? We are willing to pay some penalties, but new students aren't easy. Can senior sister show a little understanding? We have wagered 50,000 battle tokens, making a tough act. I want to, but with that brat Nguyen Hui here, I can't even if I want to. Hian Vu still refuses to give up the idea of using skill over strength. Senior sister, if this match lets us win 50,000 battle tokens, we will exchange them all for medals. All 5 white medals will be kept by you and your teammates, and we keep our original amount. What do you think? She rarely shows patience to negotiate once. Junior brother seems very sincere. However, I have a way for both sides to be perfect. You open your sparkling eyes, signaling me to speak. Vu Kach hesitates but reveals the secret of soul combat. There is a rule. If both sides agree, we can increase the amount. We can double the amount this round. Then Tio Vu Tin team doesn't need to use battle openings, which both yields to you and gives you a chance. It also doesn't harm our morale. Whether we win or not depends on your ability. Ainhui, hearing this, bursts out. Sister, don't be too much. Vukach no longer cares about saving face. Too much? Your father was the one who disrespected my mother first. Why don't you say that? I just asked if you dare or not. Blood is boiling, so I'm determined to fight to the end this time. Hien Vu, elder brother, agrees with her. Even if you risk your life, you must win. The one who holds the weapon is the first to give up. Fierce rivalry, sides with Anhui, too arrogant. Otherwise, let her have her wish. Lu Feng nods in agreement, and Thien Thu also concludes, I'm in. Hien Vu respects everyone's opinions, so we finalize the deal. We agree. The winner's prize is doubled, double the amount. The loser pays. Vu Kach mutters, all right, sure. After the pact is entered into the server, both sides prepare to start the match, even adding a phrase to keep their word. After arrangements, Hien Vu leans close to Anhui and whispers, are you okay? He grits his teeth and clearly says, no, we must win. He looks straight into the opponent's eyes, supporting by declaring loudly. Cheers echo from the stands. The match begins. Tiovuso Tin team charges forward, crushing them. Hien Vu stares at Vukat, tapping the table. The twisted thoughts in his head. 2 purple, 3 black souls, even stronger than Hui, even Vu. Nearby also opens his eyes wide. 4 purple, 1 black, the Hien Vu shield, a top defensive martial soul. Both sides Vu Kach are masters, making their strength even more solid. Everyone is full of spirit, showing off their abilities. Just paying attention for a moment, Hien Vu estimates roughly all are extremely top-tier and rare martial souls. They really might be the strongest team in the year. Only now does Vu Kach change tone about their true nature. This captain really only has 2 level 1, 1 level 5, 1 level 4, 1 level 3, and 2 level 2 souls. Such a team dares to fight these guys? After she shouts, the whole Tio Vu Tin team simultaneously launches. Hien Vu remains unshaken, releases Lam Gun Tao to respond, and reminds teammates to follow the Mongkum strategy. Understanding the hint, they release a burst of white smoke to obscure the opponent's vision. When the thick white veil forms, from inside shoots a familiar golden arrow. Vu Kach stands still to receive the attack, then easily neutralizes it with a single swing. Next, she snaps her fingers, signaling to kite. Len Dao, just waiting for this, immediately activates the divine talisman. With his assistance, her whole body is covered in sparkling light. Hak Ka is no less, immediately performing his skill. Behind him, he raises a red energy orb as bright as blood to eye level. Then it transforms into scattered souls. Hak Ka steps out to slaughter one by one, all writhing and screaming like ghosts. But these henchmen barely move a few steps before being treated to a volley of arrows. They didn't expect such a secret inside the cloud, so they were easily defeated. The surrounding audience gasps. Unexpectedly, this ragtag team lasted so long. Thought they'd be wiped out immediately. Even Vu Kach can't help but bitterly praise, not bad at all. She suddenly smiles meaningfully and declares, warm up your bodies, finish them off. Indeed, seconds later, Hien Vu sees a stranger's figure lurking in the fog. This time, both Lam Dao and Hak Ka join forces, despite opposing magnetic fields, reaching out to each other. This couple plans to merge their powers to double their combat strength, although the process is not easy, but they still struggle to maintain this explosion. The crowd eating melon seeds was enlightened by the fans, immediately using the finishing move of the Little Wu Star battle team. Martial soul fusion marks the contact point between kindness and evil. The clash between light and darkness is ultimately called the martial soul fusion technique. The inner angel judge Hien Vu sounded a loud alarm bell. Two types of extremely intense martial soul fusion with formidable power that cannot be underestimated. The martial artist opposite also dared not relax their spirit. I will not underestimate the enemy or be careless. You definitely have a trump card, but no matter what trump card you have in front of me, absolute strength is meaningless. She suddenly charged forward with strong will, determined to make you understand. Behind Vu Cash, waves of spiritual energy surged, while inside, she hurriedly supplemented everything about what is called a gap. The Little Vu novice battle team launched a full-scale attack. Suddenly, a piercing sound echoed in the fog, seeming like noise caused by a string instrument. Vu Cash's spirit was disturbed and suddenly saw some strange things in front of her. At this moment, a pair of extremely large, terrifying eyes appeared. She was stunned, with her mouth agape as she witnessed this, as if realizing something. Vu Cash immediately turned back behind the fusion angel judge. At this time, her teammates had been frozen, and the angel judge was also undergoing a mutation. It was broken before Vu Cash could react. The angel judge was slowly dissolving, the broken sound growing louder and louder. Seeing this, Vu Cash's face immediately turned pale. This was bad. Shortly after, a terrifying power was being unleashed. Realizing the situation was wrong, Hien Vu quickly warned, be careful, the angel judge is about to explode. The two brothers Tu Kai wasted no time and immediately activated their defense mode. Defend immediately! A protective layer appeared, forming a formation to block the incoming blast. Vu Cash was also struggling to withstand this power, but then an unusual sound suddenly arose. The explosion from the angel judge did not stop but increased its pressure. A pillar of powerful light appeared on the battlefield. Facing that terrifying power, Vu Cash had no choice but to retreat. She did not hesitate and fell back to the defense line of the two brothers Tu Kai. Vu Cash breathed heavily after escaping, but suddenly turned pale upon seeing something. In front of Vu Cash was Hien Vu's group. As the opposing team, Mong Cam would not easily miss this opportunity. She quickly played an opening piece. From that music, a blue swan suddenly appeared. Vu Cash was stunned by this scene. The two brothers Tu Kai urgently called out. Vu Cash quickly switched to defense. But before they could react, a sphere of energy suddenly enveloped the two Tu Kai brothers. They were blasted away by that source of power. Immediately after, two arrows seized the opportunity and rushed toward them. Before the two brothers Tu Kai could recover, they took the full brunt of the attack. A second later, as the smoke cleared, on the battlefield, only Vu Cash's figure remained. She stood frozen in place, bewildered by the unexpected situation. Everyone around was also shocked, buzzing with chatter. How did it come to this? This was unexpected. They had thought the fight was completely under control but ended up losing 4 people. Mong Cam excitedly reported to Hien Vu, we're so lucky, he nodded in agreement. That's right. Then Hien Vu enthusiastically voiced his thoughts. They are really strong. If the angel judge hadn't suddenly exploded, giving us a chance we might have lost. Our luck is really good. Suddenly, an Hui beside him interrupted. Brother, Vu Cash's path is very strong, he said seriously and solemnly. Hearing this, Hien Vu immediately fell into deep thought. At the same time, where Vu Cash stood, the atmosphere changed. Debris was being controlled by some energy. After a moment of silence, she suddenly spoke. You all, Vu Cash has finally accepted anger. She enunciated each word like a declaration. All must die. And Hui decisively summoned his bow, launching a preemptive attack. Thousands of arrows poured toward Vu Cash's martial spirit tide. But she remained calm, raising one hand. Immediately, a shield appeared, nullifying An Hui's attack. Witnessing this, Hien Vu was secretly worried, wondering what her true ability was different elemental attacks. How could she easily nullify them all? Vu Cash coldly said, useless, then immediately used energy. to create a powerful counterattack. A 5-colored energy ring appeared, completely neutralizing the attack, forcing everyone on the battlefield to keep their distance. And Hai was counterattacked and staggered, while Hien Vu was still marveling at that strange power. This 5-colored energy is a fusion element. Raw Sao has no weaknesses at all. Hui Hui was drawn into it. The soul power seemed to have weakened significantly. Meng Kum, unwilling to be at a disadvantage, broke her instrument to resolve the situation. The stronger the force disturbed, upon hearing that music, Vu Kach immediately recognized it. It was her just now. Without hesitation for a second, she immediately rushed forward. Meng Kum did not let Vu Kach act, and quickly switched to another move. Tuit Nu Zhanglam Lu Fong nearby also lent a hand. Ngun Wit Tung wielded his spear and quickly charged toward Vu Kat. However, as it approached, it suddenly disintegrated. Lu Fong blinked, watching her counter his move. At this moment, around Vu Kach was enveloped by a strange energy. Hien Vu, astonished by the scene, raised a question. What exactly is her martial soul? An Hui did not hesitate to explain. 5 elements Qilin. This is the great 5 elements divine light, formed by the fusion of 5 elemental attributes, creating energy capable of destroying everything. Extremely terrifying, however, she can only maintain it for 2 minutes at most. Meng Kum was unshaken and shouted a slash. Tuit Nu immediately entered combat mode at the command, wielding the Thum Lam Lin Kiem, yet Vu Kat remained unusually calm. With just one hand, she blocked the attack. Meng Kum's eyes widened, unable to believe what was happening. So easily broken? Suddenly, a sound appeared right in front of her. Meng Kum couldn't react in time. She took a full strike from her, but at that moment, a strong beam of light suddenly appeared. Yet Vu Kach remained terrifyingly calm. She calmly raised her hand and made a few gestures, instantly dispersing the beam of light. Vu Kach did not hesitate to continue increasing her power. She pressed the attack. In this life or death situation, Thien Thu could only scream and hold on to Vu Kach. After defeating Meng Kum, she leisurely stepped closer to Hien Vu's group. 20 seconds left to kill you. She gritted her teeth coldly and declared, Enough. Immediately, Vu Kach's fist aimed at An Hui. Suddenly, a shadow appeared behind him. Hien Vu, after much thought, decided to go all out this time. No hesitation, he transferred a mysterious power into An Hui's body. Hien Vu gritted his teeth, betting everything on this final move, win or die. 2 bizarre streams of power, hard to imagine, poured into Nguyen An Hui's body. He only felt his soul painfully shattered into pieces. That source of power formed glowing spheres enveloping An Hui. From his hands gradually emerged strange purple beams. Vu Kach was extremely shocked by this unexpected situation because the glowing spheres around An Hui changed color to a brilliant pink. They suddenly converged to form the shape of a pair of wings behind him. Hien Vu, who had been observing, suddenly noticed something unusual. Hui Hui's body seemed to be undergoing a mutation. Just a second later, An Hui,